Gathered friends, listen to our legend of the Bionicle. In the time before time, the Great Spirit descended from the heavens, carrying we, the ones called the Matoran, to this island paradise. We were separate and without purpose, so the Great Spirit blessed us with the three virtues: unity, duty, and destiny. We embraced these gifts, and in gratitude we named our island home Mata Nui, after the Great Spirit himself. But our happiness was not to last. Mata Nui's brother, Makuta, was jealous of these honors and betrayed him. Makuta cast a spell over Mata Nui, who fell into a deep slumber. Makuta's power dominated the land, and fields withered away, sunlight grew cold, and ancient values were forgotten. Still, all hope was not lost. Legends told of 6 mighty heroes, the Toa, who would arrive to save Mata Nui. Time would reveal that these were not simply myths, for the Toa did appear on the shores of the island. They arrive with no memory, no knowledge of one another, but they pledge to defend Mata Nui and its people against the darkness. Great warriors with great power, drawn from the very elements themselves. Together, they were 6 heroes with one destiny: to defeat Makuta and save Mata Nui. This is their story, and nothing less. Did you know that the name Bionicle is actually a portmanteau of robots on an island? I'm just kidding. It means biological chronicle. Keep watching this video and you'll understand why it's called that. Many, many hours from now, I did not know anything at all about Bionicle. I'd literally never even seen one. In fact, I still haven't. I played with Legos as a kid. You know, real Legos. I was in the target demographic when Bionicle came out, maybe a little on the older side. I was like 12. I was more of like a fantasy. I was reading Lord of the Rings at that time. I had seen Slicers, thought they were goofy. I saw Bionicle, said, what's this Bionicle? What are these, like robots? Elemental robots on like an island? They're looking for like a gold mask. And I thought it was the dumbest looking thing, and I was right. I was not sold on the whole construction figure business model, you could say. Well, turns out it's the greatest story ever told. Okay, maybe greatest story ever told is a little bit of an overstatement. Turns out it's an incredibly ambitious sci-fi world full of bizarre lore and insane twists. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, then you're in luck. I made this video so that if you don't know anything about Bionicle, you can be led through the entire story and understand all the context and all the world building leading up to the grand revelations that came only at the tail end of an 8-year saga. So that when you learn the true nature of reality, you will have the context to appreciate the scope of the revelation. How radically they completely recontextualize everything that went before, and yet all make perfect sense in hindsight. There's a pretty good chance if you click this video, you're already a Bionicle fan. You, like Makuta Mutran, have already gazed into the gelatinous eyes of Tren Krom and obtained the forbidden knowledge of the true nature of the Matoran universe. If you do already know the twists, definitely still watch the video. And if you learn something you didn't know, comment down below and tell me what it was. And if you don't learn anything new, if I don't say anything that you didn't already know, comment down below and tell me what a sap I am, and then I can go to Karzani for all you care. If you played with the toys, but you didn't know about the lore, you never read the books, maybe you didn't even know that there were books. Well, guess what? There was a whole book series, and I read the whole thing. I've read every book, watched every movie, Played all the real games, and some of the not real ones too. I even read the comics, which was kind of unnecessary. It's like a very abridged version of the real story, which is really the books. Plus the movies. The movies are also in the same canon. I don't recommend reading the comics unless you're already familiar. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really recommend reading the books either. They're not bad, but they're for kids. The characters, they don't really have, like, arcs. They have archetypes. But that's okay. That's not what's good about them. What is actually good about them is the lore. The big twists that come years into the storyline. And nobody saw them coming. LEGO Company themselves didn't even tell their own employees about the twists because they were so secret. They didn't want it to leak. The guys in charge had a code name for the big twist that no one was allowed to know about. It was called the Big Story Engine. That's how they referred to it internally, to keep it secret from their underlings what they were actually talking about. And yet, once it was revealed, everything all the way back to the very beginning, you see it all completely differently, and it all makes perfect sense. They will never do that again. It was a mistake to do it with Bionicle, because every time Bionicle entered a new season, all the characters changed, and the status quo changed. And if you jumped in 2007 in Mahri Nui, you are so far removed from the days of the quest for the masks on the Island of Mata Nui that you can't even, you have no idea. They don't do that today. With Ninjago, the policy is, like, no big status quo changes. Someone can jump into the story today as easily as they could when it started. You could not do that with Bionicle. And I think that's part of why I think a lot more people had the toys and played with the toys than actually, like, read the books and engaged with the story. People might have had, like, this guy, and they just knew that he had, like, a gun that shot marbles and a light-up sword. And they probably didn't even know about his tragic backstory. By the time you're ready to understand the big story engine, you will have a newfound appreciation for this white and blue guy. You will respect him. Nay, love him. So this video will mainly not be focusing on the real-world brand of LEGO, like its real-world development and marketing, although I will have no choice but to touch on that stuff sometimes. To give just a little bit of preamble, though, the LEGO Company around the turn of the millennium was starting to come out with this new idea, the constructible action figure, the construction figure. They had a couple of series that involved this sort of gimmick. There was Throwbots, aka Slizers, there was Robo Riders, there was Galador, my favorite. The guy who initially pitched this idea of, like, building a character out of Legos. This was a guy named Christian Faber, who was a executive with the Advance advertising agency that was working with the LEGO Company. The initial vision of Bionicle, especially in the early concept art, much of which was made by Christian Faber, heavily centered around the idea of this canister washed up on a beach, which opened up and all these pieces fell out, and the pieces built themselves up into this mechanical warrior who struck off in search of adventure on this island. There was another guy, Alistair Swinnerton, who was a writer on board, who decided to give this toy line a sort of Polynesian tribal theme, which got them in some trouble, but I'll talk about that later. The line was originally developed with the idea that the heads would pop off. This was when the brand was going to be called Boneheads of Voodoo Island, or Do Heads. So, like, Rock'em Sock'em Robot style, the toys would, like, punch each other and their heads would fly off. And this was retooled and reworked into the idea that they wore masks, which could be knocked off. The characters wear masks. This is important. And the mask gives the character his power. When the mask is knocked off, they become weak. Initially, when the characters are building themselves up, they're weak at first, they can barely stand up, but then they take the mask and they put the mask on, and then they're like, yeah, power! So the mask is key. The initial couple years of the story were, I want to say, a little bit freeform. They sort of centered around a kind of vague idea of these warriors going around this island hunting for masks. The first year, the story was gonna be told through a video game. They had, like, a big video game in the works, but then it fell through. Development just failed and the game never came out. However, there were other games on Bionicle.com. Flash games. The Mata Nui online game, and later a sequel, the Mata Nui online game 2, ended up being sort of the main story for the first year or two, almost by accident. The actual books, they didn't actually start coming out until, like, 2003, so the line had already been going for a while. They initially had this woman, Kathy Hapka, write the first 2 or 3 books, basically just recapping the story of the first 2 years, shortly replaced by this guy. He was the editor of Lego Magazine, Greg Farshty, and Greg Farshty would go on to write, I don't know, like 30 more books or something, as well as the scripts to all the comics and the movies too, although I'm sure it wasn't a one-man show. He answered a lot of reader questions for years and years and years on Bionicle forums, and he had a lot to say, and I'll touch on a lot of it. A couple times when asked how he plans out his stories, he just said, I don't plan them out in advance. I just sit down to write, and whatever comes out, that's what happens. And that's how this was all written. I mean, you know, he had design guidelines. The toy line would be produced with, like, concept at the top level from these ad executive guys. They would hand down the concept to, like, the design guys who would actually build the toys. The actual storyline, like, specifics of the story, would be written later. Greg Farshty would fill in all the details in his books. Like I say, the concept was written first, so he was given like an initial concept. 2007, the Mahri Nui arc. The concept at the top was decided. This year, the Bionicles go under the sea. And then it was given to design the toys, like design some Bionicles that could go under the sea. And then those designs were given to Greg Farshty, and they were like, okay, Greg, now write a story under the sea, and you have to use all the toys, and they gotta look like this, and they all have these guns, and these are the bad guys, and they look exactly like this. Come up with what happens. Name stuff, whatever you want, but only from this list. We'll give you a list of approved names, and you can't use any more names than the ones we give you, and make sure to hit this, and that beat, and make sure to use every toy that we want to sell somewhere in the story. And that's how Bionicle was made. And I read it all, baby, and I played it all, played all the games, watched all the movies, read all the books, including Bionicle, Mask of Light, Bionicle 2, Legends of Metru Nui, Bionicle 3, Web of Shadows, Bionicle, The Legend Reborn, not Bionicle 4, just Bionicle. There is no 5th movie, but I did read a semi-official script that might have eventually become the 5th movie if it was made. I watched the Mata Nui online animations, the Vaki online animations, the Toa Hordika and the Mask of Light online animations, Baraki, Creeps from the Deep, the Fantoka mini-movie, and Rise of Mata Nui. I played the Mata Nui online game and Mata Nui online game 2, The Final Chronicle. On the GBA, I played Bionicle, Quest for the Toa, formerly Tales of the Tohunga, and Bionicle, Matoran Adventures, not canon. I did not technically play, but I read the script of Bionicle, The Legend Continues, and it's just a choose-your-own-adventure text game, so I think that counts. I played Stop the Morbuzak, which has very little story, but was fun and looked cool. The Voya Nui online game, also not canon. Bionicle Heroes, definitely not canon. And I did not play Bionicle Legend of Mata Nui because that game was canceled. And look, there's like a billion more Flash games. I didn't play all of them because they're like Flash games. They were like Neopets level. I played the ones that matter. I read every Bionicle book. Tale of the Toa, Beware the Bohrok, Makuta's Revenge, Tales of the Masks, Mask of Light, Mystery of Metru Nui, Trial by Fire, The Darkness Below, Voyage of Fear, Maze of Shadows, Web of the Visorak, Challenge of the Hordika, Web of Shadows, Time Trap, Island of Doom, Dark Destiny, Power Play, Legacy of Evil, Inferno, City of the Lost, Prisoners of the Pit, Downfall, Shadows in the Sky, Swamp of Secrets, The Final Battle, Raid on Volcanus, The Legend Reborn, Journey's End. I read the Bionicle Young Readers books for kindergartners, Journey of Takanuva, Secret of Sertavus, Desert of Danger, and Challenge of Mata Nui. I read all the non-book short stories and transcribed story podcasts, Birth of a Dark Hunter, Dreams of Destruction, The Many Deaths of Toa Tuyet, Into the Darkness, the Toa Nuva Blog, the Mutran Chronicles, The Kingdom, Dark Mirror, Federation of Fear, Destiny War, Dwellers in Darkness, Brothers in Arms, Makuta's Diary, Takanuva's Blog, The Crossing, Empire of the Scrawl, Reign of Shadows, Riddle of the Great Beings, Samad's Tale, The Yesterday Quest, and The Powers That Be. I read the fan story contest entries that Greg Farshty selected as winners and therefore canonized: Protection by Inner Rage, Tentacles by Tarai Rocky #1 Lava Surfer, The Dweller Report by Spirit, Hope by Lady Kopaka, Decadence by Dorek, and No One Gets Left Behind by Shadow Nui. I've read the official visual guidebooks: Bionicle, Metru Nui, City of Legends, Bionicle, Rahi Beasts, Bionicle Encyclopedia, Bionicle Dark Hunters, Bionicle World, Bionicle Encyclopedia Updated, Bionicle Makuta's Guide to the Universe, and Bionicle Mata Nui's Guide to Bara Magna. I also read the comics. It's the same stories. They're just in comic form. We don't need to go through every single one. Yes, we do. I'm going to tell you all of them. The Coming of the Toa, Deep into Darkness, Triumph of the Toa, The Bohrok Awake, To Trap a Tannock, Into the Nest, What Lurks Below, The End of the Toa, Divided We Fall, Powerless, A Matter of Time, Absolute Power, Rise of the Rakshi, At Last, Takanuva, Secrets and Shadows, Toa Metru, Discs of Danger, Seeds of Enemies Doom, of Metru Nui, Struggle in the Sky, Dreams of Darkness, Monsters in the Vengeance dark, of the Visorak, Shadow Play, of the Rahaga, Hanging by a Thread, Fractures, If a Universe, Vengeance of Axon, Showdown, A Cold Light in Dawns, Final Battle. What? Bionicle Ignition 6. Doesn't have a title. Mask of Life, Mask of Doom, of Darkness, Battle in the Death of Mata Nui, of a Hero, Hydraxon's Realm Tale, of Swamp, Fear, of Shadow, Mata Nui, Sands Rise of Fall, Bara Magna, a Hero, Valley Rise and Fear, Fall, of the Scroll's Tale, Sins all Remembered, and Rebirth. And that's why I know everything about Bionicle, everything except for the joy of play in the heart of a child. Okay, let's get into it. So before I get into the story specifics, starting with the first year, 2001, I want to touch on the business model, because the toy design completely inform the way the books were written. They had to be written to include all of the toys. And the business model entailed different tiers that you could purchase at, different price points. So there were small sets that would cost a few dollars. There would be the medium sets, which would be the main Toa. The medium-size, normal Toa sets that would cost maybe like $8 or $9 or something like that. And then there would be larger sets that would cost, who knows how much they could be, depending on how complicated they were. There were big sets that cost more. And you'll see this division iterated throughout every season. Well, there's an interesting wrinkle the first year, because we did have small sets. So the small sets for 2001 were called the Turaga, and the medium size were the Toa, and then the large sets were the Rahi. However, there was also the smallest set, and you couldn't buy these. These were McDonald's Happy Meal toys. These are affectionately known as the McTorin, because they were McDonald's, and they're the Matoran, although at the time they were not Matoran, they were called the Tohunga. The Tohunga are like the villagers. They are the people that live on the Island of Mata Nui. Let's start with talking about the island. The island, as you saw in the legend, is named after basically their god, the great spirit Mata Nui. But Mata Nui, the island, is separated into 6 regions, or wahi. And in each of these wahi regions, there is a village, or koro, and they are separated by element. There are 6 elements in Bionicle. Future seasons will attempt to go woke and suggest there are more elements, but I know that there are only 6 elements and all others are just mental illness. And the elements in the Matoran language are identified with a prefix, and the different prefixes are affixed to different words to signify that this is a thing that is of that element. So let's go through it. The Toa of Fire is Tahu. The prefix Ta means fire. So the Fire Matoran are Ta Matoran, or Ta Tohunga at this point. I'm gonna mix that up for sure. The Toa of Water is Gali. The prefix for water, Ga. So the Ga Tohunga live in Ga Koro, Water Village, in Ga Wahi, the Water Region. Toa of Air, Liwa. Air prefix Li, or Le. Le Tohunga live in Le Koro, in Le Wahi, and they like to go on Le Reddit. Toa of Earth, Onua. Earth prefix Onu. Onu Tohunga in Onu Koru, in Onu Wahi. Toa of Ice, Kopaka. Ice prefix Ko. Ko Tohunga in Ko Koro, in Ko Wahi. Toa of Stone, Pohatu. Prefix of stone, Po. Po Tohunga in Pokoro, in Powahi. You should drill these into your memory right now. You will be hearing them a lot. They never affixed the prefix to the word Toa. Like, you would think that Tahu would be the Ta Toa, but he's not. Nobody ever calls him that. Same with the Turaga. Nobody ever calls them like the Ga Turaga or the Le Turaga. They're just the Turaga of Kokoro, etc. Here are some notable locations on the island of Mata Nui. Mount Ihu, the main big mountain on the island, where Kokoro is, I believe. Gakoro is located in a bay called Naho Bay. In Lewahi, near Lake Koro, there is a lake called Kawe. I could be saying that wrong. Also a swamp called Fao. Off the southern coast of Mata Nui is a group of islands called the Kumu Islets. In the north, in what I'm pretty sure is Pokoro, is the Motara Desert. There is also a canyon in Powahi called the Tiro Canyon. Back in Gawahi, there is a river called the Huramafa. There is a volcanic gorge one must cross to get to Takoro called the Trenkrom Break. The large volcano near Takoro is called Mangaya. On the northernmost tip of Powahi, I think it's called Leva Bay. On the western side of northern Mata Nui is a reef called Papa Nihu. And I mention all these because I may have more to say about some or all of them later. So the Tohunga live in these Koro villages, and each village is led by its corresponding Turaga. The Turaga is basically like an old wise person. I almost said guy. They're not all guys. The Ga Matoran and the Ga Turaga, well, not the Ga, the water tribe are all female, and that includes the Turaga, the Tohunga, and the Toa. Gali is a water Toa, and she is the girl. She's the one girl. The other 5 tribes, all male. So, weird gender dynamic going on there. What is supposed to be specifically feminine about the Ga Tohunga, or the water tribe? They're blue. And that's a boy color. Let's go through these names. They will be important. I'm sure they'll be hard to remember. One big barrier to get into and read these books was just remembering all the names. Most of the names are based in either the Maori language or some other Pacific Islander languages, at least early on. They become a little bit more diverse in their inspirations later. And, you know, to me, an English speaker, they don't mean anything. You know, I have no association that is like, oh, of course, Tahu's the fire guy. Oh, yeah, Vakama? Oh, yeah, that sounds like an old fire wise man. No, not at all. You just gotta push through it. So let's go. Turaga of Takoro, Vakama. Turaga of Gakoro, Nokama. Turaga of Leikoro, Matau. Turaga of Kokoro, Nuju. Turaga of Pokoro, Oniwa. Turaga of Onukoru, Wainua. And yes, it is extremely funny in a frustrating way that we have Onua, Oniwa, and Wainua are 3 distinct characters that are all kind of important right off the bat. So just deal with it in whatever way is helpful for you. So those are the Toa and the Turaga, who are all unique. Now there's many Matoran. I think there's thousands of Matoran. They never give like an exact head count. I'm sure that there's meant to be more than you ever actually see. We hear the names of probably dozens of Tohunga. So there's just a lot. There's a lot of Tohunga. These 6, the ones you got from McDonald's, these are 6 specific Matoran. There are other Matoran with specific designs, but there are no toys for them. To make them, you would just have to get other like pieces and masks and mix and match and make them. And of course, I mean, I think the idea is that you're supposed to mix and match and make up your own unique ones too. There's a theoretically infinite amount. Well, not infinite. There's an arbitrarily high number of potential Tohunga. These 6 specific Tohunga are Maku, the Ga-Matoran, Matoro, the Ko-Matoran, Huki, the Po-Matoran, Kongu, the Le-Matoran, Onepu, the Onu-Matoran, and Jala, the Ta-Matoran. No, not Matoran. Tohunga. They'll be Matoran later. Right now, they're Tohunga. I'm gonna stop correcting myself. Just understand that Matoran and Tohunga are interchangeable terms. The Ta-Koran fire guys, what do? They live in a volcano or near a volcano. They like to surf on lava. They're fire resistant, but like they'd still die if they fell in lava. They're a little more resistant to heat, but lava is still lethal. But they surf on it anyway. They love it. The Ta-Koro fire village is like the main military village. They have like the Takoro Guard who mostly fight Rahi, who, by the way, Rahi basically just means beasts. The Rahi are potentially dangerous, as a wild animal could be, but sometimes they're specifically evil. Sometimes they are basically infested with the evil of Makuta. The Rahi incorporate masks into their designs. Some masks are infected with this dark, nasty infection, and if a Rahi has an infected mask, that means it's basically gone crazy and is a servant of Makuta. And to fix it, you have to fight it and punch its little mask off, Rock'em Sock'em Robot style. And then you can put a clean mask on, and then it's good to go. Jala is the captain of the Takoro Guard. He's always standing over a big map of the island and being where do we deploy our troops? The Lei Tohunga of Lei Koro also have an air force. They're bird riding. They're also warriors. They live in the trees. The Lei Koro is up in the trees among the vines, largely. They hang out there and they play pan flutes and stuff. And they like to dance. Kongu is probably the least memorable of these initial 6 Tohunga. He's just the best bird flyer. He's really good at flying his bird. And he's brave, I guess. Pokoro, the stone village, they don't really have a military. They're about sports. They love sports, specifically the sport of Koli, which initially, and this will change, but initially it's in the road to El Dorado, where they bump the ball with their hips. It's like that. It's a team versus team sport where they kick and bump around a ball through a hoop. That's Koli, and the Pokorans are basically the best at Koli, and Huki is the champion. He's the premier Koli player. They also do a lot of carving. They carve stuff and they make statues in Pokoro, predictably. Stone. The other Koro with a military branch is Onu Koro. They have a crab-riding cavalry unit. Onepu is sort of the captain of the Usal Crab Cavalry. He's kind of like a highfalutin sort of gentlemanly, yes, madame, pleasure to meet you. It is I, Onepu, captain of the Usal Regard and right hand to Turaga Huenua. That's how I imagine Onepu talks. It's easy to mix up earth and stone. The difference is earth is dark. It's the dark underground. It's soil. It's mining. It's minerals. Stone, think of the desert. It's brown, it's tan, clean sandstone. There's some overlap there, but that's the difference. They mine stuff in Onu Koro as well. Aside from the crab riders, most of what they do is mining. They mine for stuff down beneath the surface. They get light stones. There are stones that just glow that they use instead of torches. They're just called light stones. Other minerals, ores and stuff, but also they mine for this stuff called protodermis. In the Mata Nui online game, the biggest and most robust glimpse we have into the world of Bionicle for the first year, because the main console game that they were going to make, that was canceled and never came out. So the online game where you play as, this is a bit of a spoiler, but you do play as a Tohunga, although you don't know it. And you go around and you talk to lots of other Tohunga. You only occasionally interact with the Toa, who are kind of the big heroes of the story. The Mata Nui online game, you're more of an onlooker, although you do provide critical assistance. Yeah, anyway, in that game in Onu Koro, Turaga Wenua, he describes protodermis as the stuff of life. It's depicted as just kind of this blob. It's a liquidy blob of something that you can find down there. And they don't tell you what it does, but just, it seems important. There's this stuff down there in the mines called protodermis. Protodermis. The original skin. But the skin of what? My teeth? So they mine in Onu Koro. Okay. Ga Koro, water village, all ladies. What do they do with there? I mean, they just kind of live on water huts. They fish. Oh, they make flax. Getting a bit ahead of myself. But in Mata Nui Online Game 2, you make so much flax. You gotta collect so many weeds and so much bamboo, and you gotta make flax, and you gotta make thread. I don't know, they fish and they do water things. I don't know. Simple folk over in Gakoro. Maku is kind of humble. She will later become a Koli player. For right now, she's just kind of a villager. Her and Huki have a romance going on. Whenever they see each other, they're oh, it's Huki. Oh my god, it's Huki. And they have pictures of each other in their little huts. It's very, very cute and nice. Last one of these guys is Matoro. His job is that he's the translator for Turaga Nuju. And Turaga Nuju just doesn't speak normal language. He only speaks in like bird whistles. Matoro's the only one who knows how to understand him, and he just hangs out with Nuju, translates and interprets for him, and that's his job. In Kokoro, they like read. Okay, well, everyone reads the stars. Everybody likes astrology in Mata Nui. There's at least one astronomer in Ga Koro. But I think reading the stars and predicting the future is like mostly a Kokoro thing. They have a place up in Kokoro called the Wall of Prophecy, where they write down like future prophecies that they read in the stars. They're kind of all about telling the future and reading the stars and meditating on like future possibilities in Kokoro. They're like the most reclusive. They like keep to themselves. They don't talk as much to the other villages. They're a bunch of weirdos, basically. In Takoro, there is another thing called the Wall of History. So the Wall of Prophecy is like future predictions. The Wall of History is a record of the past. And one Matoran, Tohunga, is the chronicler, and the chronicler's job is basically just to write down everything that happens and keep a record of history, and they do that on the Wall of History. So I've made my little Wall of History right here. So I'm like your personal chronicler. Just call me that. Anyway, the chronicler carves the history into the wall with the chronicler's staff, which I have. I made one for myself. Very nice. Now you're in for it. So I think that pretty much sets the stage for the debut of the Toa. Like I mentioned in the intro, the iconography of the early Bionicle is heavily based on that idea of like the canister washes up on the shore and it pops open and the pieces assemble themselves into the Toa. When they finally put the mask on, they're like suffused with power. They're like, oh yeah, now I can shoot fire. Elemental powers. The start of the story is basically the canisters wash up and they open up and the Toa, they don't know who they are or what they're doing here or where they came from. They just wake up with no memories and are like, well, let's go see what's around. And so each of the Toa basically finds their Koro and their Turaga explains to them like, you're the Toa. You're our village's Toa. You got to protect us from Makuta, because Makuta cursed the Great Spirit Mata Nui into an eternal slumber, and you are the chosen one. You're going to help us do something about that. And basically all the Toa, they all pretty much start out like not really trusting each other, or they disagree with each other's methods because they all have like very different personalities, right? I mentioned that the characters, they have like archetypes. Especially in this first iteration, the characters are pretty much exactly what you would expect based on their elements. Let me introduce the Toa a little bit more formally. Toa Tahu, Toa of Fire. He wears the mask called the How. Okay, by the way, all the masks are called Kanohi masks, or just Kanohi. But the word Kanohi is just the Matoran word for mask. So, Kanohi mask is kind of redundant, but they call them that sometimes. It's a Kanohi. Tahu wears the Kanohi How, which is the mask of shielding. Each mask gives a power. Each one has their elemental powers, but then they also have their mask power, which comes from the specific mask they wear. Each of the Toa has their mask that they start with, but they also want to collect all the other masks. And then once they have a full set of masks, they can take their masks to their Suva. And a Suva is basically like a shrine. If one Toa collects all 6 different masks at the Suva, then the Suva will transform their masks into a gold mask, and the gold mask has the combined powers of all 6 masks. So that's kind of the goal. That's how you max your power level as a Toa, at least initially. This becomes less important later. Tahu, Kanohi How, Mask of Shielding, lets him create a little temporary shield that deflects, attacks. He also wields a fire sword. That's his Toa tool. Each Toa has a Toa tool. This is the Lego Corporation. They don't call them weapons. They call them Toa tools. They won't usually take a sword and slash or stab a Rahi with it. They'll more often swing the sword at the ceiling of a cave and cause a cave in, right? More indirect forms of violence using tools. Not weapons. But anyway, the Toa can channel their elemental powers through their tools, and Tahu's is a sword, and it looks like fire, and he can shoot fire out of it, so it's a fire sword. So Tahu's a fire guy, just like you'd expect. He's a hothead. He's stubborn, quick to anger, several times at inappropriate moments. He takes a direct confrontational approach to problems, and that's Tahu. Toa Gali, Toa of Water, the Kanohi Cow, The mask of water breathing does exactly what you think it does. Her Toa tools are a pair of hooks. I wouldn't say she's hyper feminine or anything, but she is the conciliator. She's level-headed and she is good at, like, smoothing over conflicts. Pretty reasonable, that's golly. Liwa, Toa of Air, wears the Kanohi Miru, which is the mask of levitation, which doesn't let him fly. It just lets him, like, levitate in place or fall very slowly. However, because he controls air, he can use the fact that he isn't falling with, like, air currents to push him. He can effectively fly by combining his levitation power with his air control. So, good for him. Liwa is, he's the air guy. He's flighty. Likes to fly around and have a good time, and he's kind of likes to do his own thing more than cooperate. Free spirit, that's Liwa. Liwa's Toa tool is an axe. Pohatu, Toa of Stone, wears the Kanohi Kakama, which is the mask of speed, which lets him run really fast. Pohatu's Toa tool is, according to my little document here, they're called feet additions. Basically, he just has big feet, and he's really good at kicking a ball. He comes with, like, a little, like, ball that he kicks around. I guess he probably uses it as a weapon. The Pomatorans, they like sports. He's maybe the one who's not quite what you'd expect based on his element. Pohatu is like a jokey guy. He's like a jokey, funny, good-natured. He's like the Marco, if you're an Animorphs fan. Onua, the Toa of Earth, he wears the Kanohi Pakari, the Mask of Strength. It makes him really strong, which probably helps him dig through the ground, but he probably doesn't even need that much help with it because he can just control Earth as well. So he's quite good at tunneling, and he tunnels. His Toa tool is Claws, which he uses to dig tunnels. Personality-wise, Onua is quiet and patient. He's often considered the wisest of the Toa. And finally, the Toa of Ice, Kopaka, wears the Kanohi Akaku, the Mask of X-ray vision. It lets him see through stuff. His Toa tool is an ice sword and an ice shield. Personality-wise, he's cold. He's aloof, bit of a grump, maybe a bit snooty. Does not get along with Tahu. Him and Tahu butt heads. Actually, everyone butts heads with Tahu because Tahu's always like wants to take the direct approach, and everyone else is always like, shouldn't we have a plan? Or like, don't tell me what to do, or you're insane. Kopaka and Pohatu are kind of like buddies. What's that like Japanese style of humor with like the straight man and the funny man? There's sometimes a little bit of a duo like that. Pohatu like cracks jokes and Kopaka's like, ugh. Disgusting. Tahu and Kopaka are the ones that argue the most, and I gotta say, this is just my personal opinion, but like, Kopaka's problem is that he's a bit of a jerk. Tahu's problem is that he's a psychopath. I don't especially like Tahu. I think he's definitely the worst one, at least early on. I mean, they do all become wiser. They overcome their personal demons a little bit along the way, learn to work together as a team, learn not to be so weird about everything. Tahu comes with the most problems, in my opinion. He's just very unpleasant. He gets angry at the other team members for unreasonable things. There's a time when they're in like a tunnel facing down a horde of enemies, and Kopaka says, we can't fight all the monsters that are coming. We need a plan. And Tahu's like, okay, here's the plan. We will stand and fight, and we will all die, but we'll send the chronicler back to the Koros to tell our story. That's Tahu, at least early on. Not a nice guy. The Toa get informed about the legend of Mata Nui and Makuta and the masks by the Turaga. The Turaga tell them, you gotta get the masks, and also you gotta work together to get the masks. And they like, oh, well, I don't want to, but then they learn that teamwork makes the dream work. Actually, having friends is cool. Some of these guys can do stuff I don't. Tahu's better at lava surfing than me, so better hang out with him if I need any lava stuff done. I have occasionally referred to the Bionicles as robots. And generally, when I say Bionicles, plural, referring to the creatures, I'm referring to the Matoran, the Turaga, and the Toa. To me, that's a Bionicle. It just feels right. They are not referred to as this in lore. Actually, nothing is referred to as a Bionicle in lore. That word doesn't mean anything to these people, except in the intros of certain books and the intro narration of, I think, the one movie when Turaga Vakama says, listen to our legend of the Bionicle, that is the only time the word is ever uttered in universe. And that is only debatably in universe because it's narration. So is it diegetic narration? I want to say yes, it probably is, because the thing about the legend of Mata Nui and all that is that it is told from the Turaga to the Matoran at these things called Amaja circles, basically the Kini, which are like temples. The main temple at the center of the island is Kini Nui, the Great Kini. Each one of the Koro has its own Kini, so there is a Ga Kini, an Onu Kini, etc. And a fixture of a Kini is an Amaja circle, which is basically a pit of sand wherein stones are placed and lines are drawn for the purpose of storytelling. The intro to this video, the stones in the sand depicting the legend of Mata Nui, that's taking place in the Amaja circle. So when Turaga Vakama says, listen again to our legend of the Bionicle, I would think he's probably telling the story at an Amaja circle, but in the intro to the movie we don't see that, so maybe not. He could be speaking directly to us, the audience, breaking the fourth wall. There's simply no way to know. All of that is off topic to the point, which is just that when I call the Bionicles robots, they're not actually robots. Although you could be mistaken for thinking they are, especially in this early season, because a lot of the animations, the Flash games and stuff, when they move, they make robot sounds like bzz, 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 and they are partially mechanical, but they do have biological components, like inside of their mechanical pieces. They're biomechanical beings. And so while it's a little bit vague how exactly their anatomy works, I think like inside of their robot parts there are squishy organs. Sometimes in the story when someone is struck or touched on their body, they talk about their armor. Like they have natural armor as opposed to skin, and inside of their armor is where their squishy biomatter resides. One thing I want to mention about Mata Nui, the island, I mentioned that I think it's meant to have in the thousands of Tohunga living on it. So how big is it? There's a bit of a disagreement between like the initial concept art made by Christian Faber versus like things that Greg Farshty, the author of the books, says about them. They don't quite agree when they talk about how big things are. The numbers don't quite add up. Personally, I like Christian Faber's answer better, and also it was his idea, so I'm going to default to him. Christian Faber's initial concepts all suggest that the island of Mata Nui is about the size of Denmark, the country Denmark, which is where Lego is, and he's from there, and he's said the island of Mata Nui is like a fictionalized fantasy Denmark, and it's somewhat shaped similarly, and I just think that's really cute that he based this place on his country. I helped make a video game that we set in my hometown of Boston. It was in fantasy Boston. It was called Endless War, and in fact, it still is. So, to me, Mata Nui is like Christian Faber's Endless War. And instead of slime, there's protodermis. Oh my god. I just thought that was interesting. Something you may have wondered with the quest for the masks, right? The Toa are told by the Turaga that they have to find all the masks, and then they collect them and get the gold masks. But all the Matoran and the Turaga, they all wear masks. So why don't they just get masks from all the Matoran? There's like thousands of them. Well, a couple of reasons. A Toa without its mask is weakened. A Matoran without its mask basically can't live. They don't die, but they go comatose. So the Matoran need their masks. However, it wouldn't work even if a Matoran wanted to give their mask up, because there are categories of mask, levels of mask. There's the 6 style of mask, the How, the Miru, etc. However, each mask is also of a certain, I want to say, level. There are Great Kanohi, Noble Kanohi, and Powerless Kanohi. Basically, Great Kanohi are Toa level, Noble Kanohi are Turaga level, Powerless Kanohi are Matoran level. Any of these guys could wear any mask, but powerless ones, obviously, they simply don't have a power. If a Toa were to put on a powerless Miru, they would not be able to levitate. Noble masks, they have powers, and actually, we do see some Turaga using the noble mask powers. We even see, I think it's Kopaka, using a noble mask power in one of the animations. It happens at least once that a Toa does use a noble Kanohi power, so they can. And they have different powers. So theoretically, if they had the 6 noble masks, they would have an expanded array of powers, which would be useful. But their quest is only to obtain the 6 great Kanohi. At least once, Greg said somewhere, in his opinion, the Toa probably didn't keep their noble Kanohi. They would give them over to the Turaga so that the Turaga could use them. So a Toa could use a noble mask power, a Turaga could use a noble mask power. Now, if a Turaga were to give its noble mask to a Matoran, it could wear it, but it wouldn't be able to use the power because Matoran just simply don't have the ability to use mask powers. Greg Farshdi explains it as them not having sufficient force of will. And pretty much the same situation for the Great Kanohi. A Toa can use it and use its power. A Turaga could wear a Great Kanohi but couldn't use its power. A Matoran could wear it but couldn't use its power. So in general, the masks the Matoran are wearing would be useless to a Toa. The Toa need great masks. One more note about Tohunga society. I mentioned astronomy. There are telescopes, and you can look through them in the Mata Nui online game. I didn't play this at the time of release, so I can't really attest to exactly how it worked, but how I've heard that it worked was that if you looked through the telescope, the game was released episodically. Oh, a chunk came out, now you can explore Takoro. Oh, a new chunk came out. Oh, well, now a new region is opened up. There is a red star in the sky above Mata Nui, and it would move between constellations, and apparently where it was located would signal like when the next chapter was gonna get released, which is really cool. But this is a part of the prophecy stuff and the wall of prophecy in Kokoro. And the Red Star, this won't be the last we hear about the Red Star. One more thing about the Tohunga. The biggest thing they deal with is warding off Makuta-infected Rahi attacks. Makuta hates them, is evil, I guess, and he wants to mess them up, and the way that he does this is he infects Rahi, infects their masks, and they have to deal with getting attacked by these freaking infected Rahi, and it's terrible until when the Toa show up. That becomes easier. These are the Rahi. Let's go through them. They are the Nui Rama, the Nui Jaga, the Tarakava, and these three they all come in sets of 2. So you would buy a box and it would have 2 of each of them. And you could also combine them and make like a bigger, like combined version. The Nui Rama could be combined into the Nui Kopen. The Nui Jaga could be combined into the Kahu. The Muwaka and the Kane Ra could be combined to form the Kuma Nui. And the 2 Tarakava could be combined to form the Tarakava Nui. That one's easy. Nui means great, by the way. Mata Nui is the great spirit. The Tarakava Nui is just like the great Tarakava. It's actually quite different, but linguistically it just means great Tarakava. Okay, and then this last one is the Manas crab, which you would also get 2 in a set, and they could be combined into the Manako if you put them together. These ones are like the baddest mofos on the island. These guys guard the lair of Makuta himself. And these things are so freaking cool. They were like remote controlled. One kid would have like their little Toa. Someone else would be controlling the crab, and they would control the crab, and it would bzz, bzz around remote controls, and it had little punching hands. It had these 2 masks on its little front, sort of like eye stalks, I guess. And you would, I don't know, I guess they would maybe try to whack them and knock them off. The Manas crabs and the Manako are the baddest of the Rahi. There are other Rahi. These are the Rahi sets that were released in 2001. Lore-wise, there are plenty of other Rahi. There's lots of bugs and sharks and critters. On the subject of combining sets, okay. So there were other sets that were not sold individually. They're called combiner sets, and they are official. Like, there are official instructions for building them, but they weren't a commercially sold set, but they're still canon. These are official designs, and some of them do appear in the story, so let's see. I already told you the combined Rahi. There's also the Fiko spider could be made with pieces from Pohatu and Onua, and it's just a spider. And in fact, the Fiko spider will reappear in the Master Builder set in 2002. Another official combiner is the Matoran Nui, or the Tohunga Nui, I guess it would have been called. Depends on when it was named. So the Matoran Nui is a thing that it happens like twice. It happens like once in a comic and then like 1 or 2 other times in the books. 6 Matoran Tohunga from 6 different, they have to be from the 6 different tribes. They can combine themselves into one big creature, the Matoran Nui, or the Tohunga Nui. You know, it's a bigger, stronger, I don't know exactly how strong it is. Could it beat a Toa? I don't know. Matoran can do this. They almost never do. There is not a design for a Turaga Nui, but there are designs for Turaga Kaita. And for some reason, these combine 4 Turaga together in various different ways. I don't know why they're designed this way. It doesn't make any sense, because a Toa Kaita is actually lore important, and this is when 3 of the Toa combine into one being. And there's 2 canonical ways to do it. Pohatu, Onua, and Tahu can combine into Akamai, the Toa Kaita of valor. Gali, Liwa, and Kopaka can combine into Toa Kaita Wairuha, who is the Toa Kaita of wisdom. Valor, wisdom. Donald and Goofy, Kingdom Hearts. 3 Toa combine Trinity attack. In terms of what pieces they're built with, Toa Kaita Akamai wears a Hau. Wairuha wears a Miru. But technically, according to the wiki or whatever, even though it looks like that, it's actually a different mask that combines the 3 masks of the 3 Toa that combine to form the Kaita. Toa Kaita Akamai wears the Kanohi Aki. Toa Kaita Wairuha wears the Kanohi Rua. So now you know. The obvious question is, can all 6 combine? Like the 6 Matoran can combine into a Matoran Nui. Can 6 Toa combine into a Toa Nui? And the answer is no. And Greg was asked about this, and apparently, I mean, who knows how much of this was thought through ahead of time and how much was just him thinking up stuff off the cuff. I'm not exactly sure, but the canon answer is that Toa are specifically designed not to be able to combine 6 ways to make a hypothetical Toa Nui, because it would be too powerful and it would challenge even the power of the Great Spirit Mata Nui. So they can't do that. This is a bit of a fine lore point. I kind of had to piece it together. These promo CDs were a thing you could get sometimes with the sets, with the canister Toa. He would have a mask, and the inside of his mask would have a little code on it. And if you put the promo CD into your computer, if you put in the code that was on the mask that came with your guy, you would unlock a little secret animation. Now, there are these 3, like, stone pieces, or sorry, 6 stone pieces in 2 sets of 3 that you can see in this promo CD. And you can see them again, like the Mata Nui online game ends with the Toa going down into the layer of Makuta, fighting the Manas crabs, and then forming the Kaita before encountering Makuta. Sure. When they go down there, they have these 6 stones, these 6 stone pieces, and they put them together. Now, this is like not a thing that they actually do in the books, but these were called the Makoki stones. 3 of them combine into a semi-sphere, a half-sphere, and 3 of the other ones combine into another half-sphere. But the 2 half-spheres, like, they don't interlock with each other. They're just smooth, and they don't connect. Hence, you know, the 2 Kaita are a set of 3, but they don't combine into one. In the game, the canceled game, Bionicle, The Legend of Mata Nui, in addition to collecting masks, I'm pretty sure you would have also been collecting these Makoki stones, and then they use these Makoki stones to unlock Kini Nui, the big, like, main shrine at, like, on, like, the top of the mountain that's at the center of all 6 Wahi. At Kini Nui, they use the Makoki stones to unlock the layer of Makuta and go down for the final confrontation against the Manas crabs, etc. In the books, these Makoki stones are not relevant here. They do get mentioned later, but in the book, I think all they need to do to unlock Makuta's lair is just get all the masks, and once they got all the masks, that does it. No Makoki stones needed. So convenient. Let me talk a little bit about the Mata Nui online game. You play as a mysterious somebody. You don't know who you are. You are, in fact, a Tohunga. There's hints throughout the story that you're some Tohunga. Turaga Vakama hints that, like, he remembers you doing something and, like, you caused some trouble before, and, like, good thing everyone's distracted with all this other stuff, or someone might be mad at you. You don't find out until the very end. But why keep you in suspense? Specifically, you are this one Ta Tohunga, Takua. This guy Takua's deal is that he's a little bit of a weirdo. He's a little bit of an outcast in, like, Tohunga society. He doesn't just hang out in his village like most of the other ones do. He likes to roam around and, like, see the sights and get into trouble. And everyone kind of thinks he's a little weird for that. But so yeah, you play as Takua, going around village to village, finding stuff, doing fetch quests, seeing all the sights of the Island of Mata Nui has to offer. You go around and you learn all the stuff I've already kind of explained to you about, like, what the various villages are like. You see the canister, specifically Toa Tahu's canister. You spot Toa Tahu, like, having just emerged from the canister, walking over some rocks. You don't know who he is at the moment, but, you know, you find out later. In Pokoro, I mentioned they love sports. Well, there's an infection. There's, like, a plague in Pokoro. It looks visually like it's the same infection that is infecting the Rahi's masks, the one that turns them evil. You discover that it is actually being spread through these deliberately infected Koli balls, the balls they used to play the sport with. This one, merchant, Matoran, Tohunga, was selling these infected balls. As soon as you discover this and you report it to Turaga Oniwa, he's like, okay, well, we gotta get rid of all these balls then. And then that merchant mysteriously disappears. That guy comes back. He's not named in this game, but he gets a name later. In Onukoro, the underground Earth village, the mining operations have stopped because they've hit a layer that they can't dig through. It's too hard to dig through, and also it's weirdly organic seeming, almost like a crab shell, I think they describe it. They can't dig down anymore through the stuff, which is the problem, because they've got to get that sweet protodermis. Through finding a bunch of stuff and bringing it together, you have to use this weird pointy thing and put it on top of this sundial, and then use a light stone to point the shadow at the right time on the sundial. This sundial will also come back as the Great Sundial, even though it will be smaller when we see it again. So when this happens, the dais that it's standing on vanishes, and there's this staircase you can go down, and down there is this crazy alien room with a glowing golden How mask, and it's a weird magical room, and it's what is going on here? And you never find out. Maybe it's where, when Tahu eventually finds all the masks and acquires his golden How, maybe this is where it's being stored. Until then, I don't know. There's just a golden How here. There is an Onu Matoran named Taipu. He's kind of the dumb friend of Onepu. Onepu and Taipu are sort of Lenny and George, mice and men. Taipu's his dumb buddy manservant. But anyway, Taipu's a hard worker, and they're digging a mine, and basically they're digging a tunnel to open up a new route to Lake Koro. And when they open up the route, Taipu thinks, whoa, trees? Ha, this place is cool. And then he gets snatched by a bird. When you gotta go rescue him, you get taken to this hive. It's a whole hive of infected Nui Rama. Maybe, no, it was a Nui Rama. It wasn't a bird. It was a Nui Rama that grabbed him. Toa Liwa is also there, and he's also been infected. He's wearing an infected mask. He's evil. He's mind controlled by Makuta. That's really bad. Turaga Matau's there, and he's yeah, we're toast. Yeah, Liwa's infected. There's no hope. However, Onua shows up and battles Liwa. I guess knocks his mask off. And as a result of this battle, we see Liwa get his golden Kanohi. So I guess he just needed one more. I don't know how he got infected. He had all his powers already, but whatever. He gets his golden Kanohi, and that's exciting. Once you've done all this stuff, the final place you visit is Kokoro. And when you finally meet Turaga Nuju tells you, hey, the Toa are gearing up for the final battle. You should help them out. I'm going to give you a quest. I want you to go around to all the Turaga, tell them you need their help. We're going to help the Toa in their battle. I guess he's seen it in the stars or whatever, and he thinks you're the man for the job, and he just really wants you to go to all the villages and put a team together. You could say that it's his Kokoro wish. You go to each of the Turaga and you say hey, I need some help with this quest that Nuju gave me. And they give you a guy. They don't give you these guys. They lend you one of their weirdo secondary dudes. They lend you a less important guy. To be part of your B team. Not even the B team. You're the C team. Toa are the A team. All the other Matoran, the Takoro Guard and the Lake Koro Air Force and the Onu Matoran Usalri, that's the B team. But some of these guys are interesting. This ragtag group of Matoran is called the Chronicler's Company, or it will become known as the Chronicler's Company. Turaga Oniwa gives you this guy named Hafu, and Hafu is this guy's actually pretty good. He's the best sculptor in Pokoro. He's a super prolific sculptor. Everyone finds him kind of annoying, but he's really good at what he does, and he's pretty egotistical about it, and he has this trait of whenever he makes a statue, he goes, another Hafu original. That's his phrase. Onukoro, you get Taipu, the dumb friend of Onepu. From Lake Koro, you get Tamaru, he's even less interesting than Kongu. I don't know why the Lei Matorans are so boring. Tamaru is just another bird warrior guy. You get Maku, and this is how you know that Maku is not as important as some of the other 6, because the important ones don't get assigned to the Chronicler's Company, but Maku does. And I think Maku just knows where there's a boat. Hey, I can get you a boat, and then you have a boat, and you go by boat. Kokoro, you get a guy named Kopeka, or I think Kopiki is just like a grumpy Ko-Tohunga who doesn't talk very much. Not much to say about him. Okay, my favorite one though, the best Chronicler's Company man, is a Tamatoran named Kapura. Earlier, you find Kapura walking in a place called the Charred Forest near Takoro, and he's walking like really slowly, like he's walking in slow motion, and you ask him what he's doing, and he says he's practicing. He's like a slow guy, but Turaga Vakama told him, you should practice being slow. You should practice being even slower. This is the skill and you should hone it. You're the guy. You're the slowest Takoran. Well, you should be the slowest you can possibly be. Then, like later, after you go and complete all the quests, after you go to Kokoro and meet Nuju and all that stuff, Kapura just like appears. You're walking back and he's just like there on the mountain and he's like, hey, Turaga Vakama wants to talk to you. And you're like, how did you get here? And he's like, oh, well, I finally learned to move so slowly that I can just be wherever I'm not. He unlocked teleportation by underflowing his speed value, I guess. He says he needs to focus on where he is not, and then he'll be there. Pretty cool. So that's the Chronicler's Company. You get your team together. You go to Kini Nui, as the 6, gold-masked Toa are like, we completed our quest. We got the Makoki Stones, or we didn't, depending on if you're playing the game or reading the book. We've unlocked the final challenge. Gali has this weird moment with you where she's like, breaks the fourth wall and looks directly at you, the player, as well as you, Takua, and is like, you can't come where we're going, but we will establish a mental link and I will send you visions. Okay, bye. And then they go down a hole. So the Chronicler's Company hangs out and just like fights off Rahi. They're just keeping Rahi away from like going down and like pursuing the Toa. Meanwhile, the Toa, you see like flashes from Gali's mental link. They fight the Manus crabs. They combine into the Toa Kaita. They fight the Manus crabs even more. Meanwhile, the Chronicler's Company gets overrun by Rahi, but it's okay because just the nick of time, all the other Matoran armies show up and assist you by throwing discs. Did I mention that the Matorans throw discs? That's kind of how they fight. Yeah, the McDonald's Tohunga, they had like kind of stretchy arms and it would all come with a disc called like a bamboo disc. They fling these discs. That's their weapon of choice. Jala comes over the hill with the Takora guard and is like, aim, fire, and all these discs rain down on the Rahi. So after the rescue by the other Tohunga, you, the player, aka Takua, does in fact sneak off and sneak down the hole after the Toa and follow them down into the lair of Makuta. So instead of just getting like visions from Gali, you do witness the final thing in person. They enter his lair and they're separated. They can't maintain the Kaita form. Makuta is the embodiment of destruction. They are destroyed apart. They can't be created together when they get pulled apart. Now, Makuta, later on, we will come to know that Makuta is a shapeshifter. He can kind of look like any form he wants, but the way they find him now is he just looks like a little Matoran, and he's all infected, but he like also can like become this cloud of darkness. I watched a video interviewing the developers, the team at Templar Studios that made this game, and they said that the way that they were trying to get it across, Makuta's not really evil. He's just the force of destruction. It's like when you play with Legos, you create, you build stuff, but then you also take it apart, but that allows you to build more stuff later. Makuta is the force of destruction, the thing that takes Legos apart instead of putting them together. He's like the nothingness. He's non-existence. He's dissolution. But the Toa, they all combine their elemental blasts and blast him with a big combined elemental blast, and they seem to win. They didn't really. Makuta seems defeated, but Takua finds this room full of these pods, and these pods suddenly like burst open, and this weird insect thing comes out, and he's like gotta run away and like run the heck out of here, and all these pods open and these bugs come out, and these bugs are the Bohrok, the iconic villain of season 2. Defeating Makuta here has only awoken the Bohrok. In the confrontation with Makuta, I mentioned that they confront him and they blast him with elemental power. However, Takua, he's not there for the end of the confrontation. He goes and accidentally wakes up the Bohrok. Well, he's probably not the reason they wake up, but he's there when they start waking up. So there's more to the confrontation that he doesn't see. So in the game, you don't see the final confrontation, but in the books you read about it. The first book was written by Kathy Hapka, and also the second and third. I think Greg took over on the fourth book onwards. So Kathy Hapka wrote the confrontation with Makuta. In her book, Makuta confronts the 6 Toa with 6 shadow Toa, which are just 6 like dark versions of themselves. And the way that they are able to overcome their shadow selves and thus beat the confrontation with Makuta, they switch around who's confronting who because they're equally matched with themselves, but they switch around so that someone with a more advantageous power like can beat the other one, right? And that's how they win. Pretty good, right? Well, Greg Farshty said that he would have written it differently. And in fact, in the version that I read an updated, changed version. Don't think Greg wrote it himself. I think someone else just rewrote the book to reflect what Greg says he would have written. And in that hypothetical version, masquerading as the real version in the document that I read, instead of the whole switching your Pokemon to get a type advantage strategy, the Toa have to confront their shadow selves, each of which represents their like negative personality traits, and rather than be like, oh no, you're bad, I don't like you, they have to accept the darkness within them, or they have to accept their shadow as part of themselves, and then they merge. You can't beat yourself. You gotta just deal with it. I like Kathy's version better, personally, and I kind of don't appreciate that the document I read had this quasi-canon rewrite just kind of snuck in there sneakily. Having just complained about it, I guess now is probably a great time to tell you I read the entire series in the form of a compiled document called The Biological Chronicle, which was compiled by BZ Power user Takanuva. And I appreciate their work, even though I'm complaining about some of the choices in there. It is the entire book saga and comic saga combined into one document. Sort of. I read the book version only with no comics because it seemed like it was missing some pieces of the comics, and I just said, okay, I'll just read the comics separately, I'll read the books by themselves. The books and the stories are very, in some cases, heavily sort of intersliced and spliced with each other. So you'll have like a single chapter of one story cut in with a single chapter of another, and it's sometimes hard to know what source material you're actually reading, but it does sort of make a big coherent story. So if you did want to read this, I mean, you could do a lot worse than just getting The Biological Chronicle. I printed it out, and now it's all dirty because it's been sitting on my floor for weeks. What is this, like 500 sheets of paper? I don't know. Pretty long. While I'm talking about my sources, the internet in general, the Bionicle fandom more specifically, has made a very admirable project of archiving everything even tangentially related to Bionicle. There is the Bionicle Wiki and the other Bionicle Wiki, Biosector 01. There is the Great Archives, which includes the Great Greg Archives, which is a searchable archive of everything that Greg Farshty ever said on forums about the story. That's pretty helpful. Oh, and there's the Biomedia Project, which is a very convenient source of, like, everything. Promotional images, books, comics, movies, etc., fan projects, packaging details, archives of old Flash games, commercials, behind the scenes like mini documentaries, interviews with creators. So I appreciated that all that had been done. I don't think it would have been possible for me to become the ultimate authority on Bionicle. I'm kidding. Without all that work that was already in place. And also, I just want to shout out my buddy Simsy, at SimsyFart on Twitter, just for cluing me in to the Biomedia Project and some of this stuff when I was gearing up to begin my research. So, thanks. It really helped. Takua gets ejected from the underground Makuta lair, and Vakama is like, hey man, great job. You know you're a bit of a troublemaker, but we're going to make you the new chronicler. Here's your staff. Keep going around having adventures and chronicle them all on the wall of history. That's your new job. And he's like, all right, sick. Hence the group was the Chroniclers Company, because Takua becomes the chronicler. The biological chronicler. Remember how there were like hints about how you caused some trouble in Takoro before? What that's hinting about is that there is a Game Boy Advance game that was originally called Tales of the Tohunga. Now it's Quest for the Toa. And in this, you play as, okay, I mean, you technically make your own character, but like, it's Takua. So you go around village to village. You find all the Turagas. Oh yeah, they all carry like a staff of office. Like Vakama has a fire staff. They've all got a little like stick that they carry with an elemental thing on it. Oh yes, and you collect 6 Toa stones. And then at the end of the game, the final place you go is you go to Kini Nui, which remember that's like the big main temple or whatever you want to call it. It's in the center of the island. You take these 6 things called Toa stones to Kini Nui and basically assembling them there, it launches off like a signal. Actually, Takua is the one that caused the Toa to come to the island in their canisters. They were summoned by this signal sent by collecting the Toa stones in Kini Nui. The burst of the signal launched Takua off of the mountain, and he landed on the beach and knocked him out. And that's why he wakes up on the beach looking at this open canister that Toa has just come out of. Okay. I think that covers pretty much everything there is to say about the story of the first year of Bionicle. We've collected all the masks. We've battled Makuta. And we've awoken the Bohrok. And as the marketing tells us, if you wake one, you wake them all. So that's bad. We'll deal with that in 2002, baby. Onward to the future. Actually, before moving on, now's probably as good a time as any to mention that, I guess around now, in the saga, in the real world, there were complaints of cultural appropriation. I think this is a pretty well-known and widely repeated Bionicle fact. One of the writers on the advance writing team, a guy named Alistair Swinnerton, had wanted to flavor the world with bits of real-world mythology and language, mostly from the Maori people, but other Pacific Islander and Polynesian cultures generally. Some of the iconography, especially in the masks and the island and the carvings and the statues, are somewhat reminiscent, taken from that culture. And in particular, many of the words and the names of characters in the story are taken from, again, mostly the Maori language, but other related languages from that region as well. So let me just tell you about some of the word choices and the translations before I get into the changes made. This is from a Reddit post I found by Chuck Schwa, so thank you for that. Toa means warrior in Maori. That's a big one. Tahu means to burn. Pohatu means stone. Kopaka means ice. Liua means sky or air, or to float. Gali means water or rain. Onua means earth or land. Nui and Kaita are both words for being large or great. Interestingly, Akamai, the name of the Kaita of valor, means wise, and Wairuha, the name of the Kaita of wisdom, means spirit or soul. So it seems like those two names might have accidentally been switched. Several names for cultural things of the Tohunga or Matoran are just taken directly from the language, like Akoro means village in Fijian. Asuva, the name for a Toa shrine, is the name for a mound or pile of stones used to mark a place, again in Fijian. Wahi in Maori means to divide or split. Amaja, the name of the sand circle used for storytelling, means to tell a story. Koli, the name of the ball sport they play, means meteor, which I think is pretty cool. On that note, the balls that they're selling in the Mata Nui online game, the infected ones, they have a brand name. They're called comets. So these are some new balls that everyone is like, oh, these balls are great. Gotta get a comet, bro. If you want to play with the big dogs. Vakama means to burn. No kama in a couple different Polynesian languages could either refer to a boat or to tying or weaving. Oniwa means granite or basalt or a short weapon made of stone. Wainua means land. Matau's name in Rotuman could mean carpenter, or in Fijian could mean an axe used for boat building, along with 6 other meanings. Kanohi, the Matoran word for mask, actually means face in, is it Maori? It's Maori. Pakari, the mask of strength, means to be strong. Hau, the mask of shielding, means vitality. Kau, the mask of water breathing, means to swim or bathe. Miru, the mask of levitation, means the alveolus, the air sacs of the lungs. Or Mirmiru in Maori means bubbles. Kakama, the mask of speed, means to be quick or nimble. Akaku, X-ray vision, in Hawaiian, means vision. In the Matoran language in-universe, the word Rahi literally translates to not us, but it is generally used to refer to, well, wildlife. I was going to say unintelligent wildlife, but no, there are some intelligent Rahi. The line between Rahi and not Rahi does get a little blurry. Rahi in Maori means servant, which could refer to their potential role as infected carriers of the will of Makuta. By the way, Makutu in Maori means witchcraft or sorcery. A lot of the names of animals on the island are either a word that sort of evokes the thing the animal does, or is just the name of the animal. The hoi is a turtle rahi. Hoi in Rotuman just means turtle. Rotuman? Rotuman? Oh, geez. Taipu's name means a heap or a pile. Kapura's name, a fire or flashlight. Huki's name, to dig up or strike with a stick. Maku, to be wet or moist. Onepu, sand. Kongu, cloudy or overcast. Jala, to set fire. Takua, to call or mention by name. Not gonna read you all of these, you get the idea. Look up the post if you want the full list. In the Mata Nui online game, Turaga no Kama mentions Papa and Rangi, real-world Maori deities. Their names mean the earth and the sky. They're just gods in the real mythology. The Matoran worship Mata Nui. They don't worship real-world deities. And it was removed in future updates to that game. So I'm going to say that one's not canon. A group of representatives from several Maori tribes apparently complained to the Lego company. There was no actual lawsuit. It didn't go to court. It was settled privately. So the details of the settlement are not public. What we do know is that the representatives did drop the complaints, since it never proceeded legally, and Lego changed several names in the franchise. It seems that they objected specifically to the word for the Tohunga. Sources differ a little bit. I've read that it can mean an expert or someone who is highly skilled, but it can also refer in a more religious context to like a priest or a spiritual adept or something. And I guess they found the use of this word in particular offensive in this context. And I don't really know anything about Maori religion or language, so I can't really opine on that. So I won't. Anyway, Lego changed the name, so that's why they were the Tohunga, but going forward, and also retroactively forever, they're the Matoran. So I will cease to use the word Tohunga now forever. They also did more in a way that I find very strange. They changed other words in a very minor and almost patronizing way. Maku, well, now she's Maku. Huki is now Huki. Jala is now Jala. And the Usal crab Puku is now Puku. Why did they do this? Is anyone happy with this? Did anyone even care about these names in the first place? I just don't know. Jala, I mean, according to what I read, it's not even a Maori word. It's a Rotuman word. So why is that one on the list? But they did it. They explain it a little bit later on in canon. They make up a Matoran holiday called Naming Day, in which certain honored heroes are honored in a big ceremony and given a new name. So these three, well, the three Matoran, Puku is Takua's pet Usal crab, so he privately gives Puku a new name. This was what the Lego Corporation felt was the appropriate remedy for the situation. Doesn't make any sense to me, but that's what they did. And I guess everyone was satisfied, so that's the deal with all that. The 2002 season is defined with the iconic set, the Bohrok. In Christian Faber's original concept notes, the Bohrok were referred to as simply bugs. So the Bohrok are the villains of Season 2, and they are basically a hive mind swarm of robots. They don't really have individual thoughts or desires. Although they are compared to the Toa. The Bohrok are kind of supposed to be like the Toa, like a twisted reflection of them almost. I mean, you can see that they come in the 6 elemental varieties like the Toa, unlike the Rahi, which were pretty much kind of their own thing. Now, the different kinds of Bohrok have different names. Let's go through them. They have not exactly, but almost the same prefixes for their elements. The Tanok, the Galok, the Levak, the Parak, the Korak, and the Nuvak. The one wild card in there is that the Levak is not air, it's acid. It's a method of attack that is associated with air sometimes. Already the elements are starting to get muddy. It's technically not an air Bohrok. It is an acid Bohrok, and it has an acid shield. The different varieties have different shield pieces on their arms. The shield gives them a little bit of like their elemental attack power. They can ignite stuff with the flame shields, freeze stuff with the ice shield, etc. And the thing about the shields is that their pieces form the head of their individual little Bohrok-Kal. The Bohrok-Kal are like a little Turaga, but instead of a mask, they wear a little shield for a hat. The Tanok-Kal, the Galok-Kal, that's how you would identify a particular variety of Bohrok-Kal. So a Bohrok contains in its little head dome a thing called a krana. And the krana, in Christian Faber's notes, the Bohrok were the bugs, and the krana were called the power brains. Basically the brain of the Bohrok, although technically the Bohrok is actually just a mechanical shell, that the krana is the actual living organism that lives inside of it and basically controls it. The krana is useless on its own. The way to defeat a Bohrok is to remove its krana. The Bohrok-Kal follow the Bohrok swarms around with extra krana. So if a Bohrok is defeated, a Bohrok-Kal, it has more that it can just put it in. Although it can attach to Matoran or Turaga or Toa, in which case it would basically mind control them, make them part of the hive mind, basically. Not unlike the infected masks from Makuta. The Bohrok are not controlled by the Makuta. They're their own thing. Makuta did release them. Remember at the end of the Mata Nui Online Game 1, Takua stumbles upon the pods, and the pods all burst open, and these things come rolling out. The Bohrok can do a bunch of things as toys. They can roll up into a ball, and they're sort of meant to be displayed inside of, like, their pod. Much like the Toa, you bought them in the canister, and the canister you bought them in represented the in-universe canister that they washed up onto the island on. The Bohrok's thing that you buy them in is sort of like their pod that they're sleeping in until they're activated and they burst out. And you can display them by rolling them up in a ball and, like, hanging them inside of the little container. They also have a lever on the little back of their head, and it makes their head face go and the idea is that it's sort of meant to shoot out and punch into the face of the Toa and sort of knock the Toa's mask off. You remember a Toa is basically defeated if it loses its mask. Once the mask of a Toa is knocked off, the ultimate prize for the Bohrok is that it can then, by pressing down on its eye, it can shoot its head forward again, but this time it opens up its little head canister and the krana can shoot out, sort of fly out, and the idea is that a Bohrok would send its krana flying to attach onto a Toa or someone else and take them over. This guy's got a little orange brain, and this guy's got a little blue brain. The colors don't matter, but the shape of them do. There are 8 krana, and they have different shapes, and they each give their Bohrok an ability, not unlike how the different Kanohi masks give a Toa a special power when they wear it. Here are the 8 types of krana. The krana Za is the swarm commander with the power of strategy. The next one, the krana Za, is called the squad leader with telepathy and limited mind reading. Krana Vu, the surveyor with the power of limited flight. The krana Ka, the clearance worker, gives its Bohrok strong defense shielding. The krana Yo, the mole with tunneling. Krana Ja, scout with radar. The krana Su, the worker with the power of strength. And the krana Bo, the sentinel with the power of infrared vision to see in the dark. One Bohrok is pretty small compared to a Toa, like they're maybe half their height, they're much denser. And a Toa can pretty easily defeat a Bohrok. It's that they come in swarms that makes them dangerous. I don't exactly know how many Bohrok a Toa could take out. I would probably say, in an even fight, no prep time, maybe like 6 Bohrok could overwhelm a Toa. They're dangerous in numbers. That's the point I'm making. So Makuta unleashes the Bohrok, and the Bohrok's mission is that they want to clean everything. They don't attack the inhabitants directly. They're not interested in killing them, although they will if they're in the way. What they want to do is just clear cut all the forests, destroy all like the natural splendor of Mata Nui, and just clean it smooth. There is a reason. I can't tell you it yet. So remember that the books did not actually start coming out until 2003, so we're still in kind of the pre-novel era. So there is just one book, Bionicle Chronicles 2, Beware the Bohrok, gives a bunch of little episodic, battles and escapades dealing with the Bohrok as they are attacking the island. On the website, Bionicle.com, there was a section called The Wall of History, and this was an in-universe record from Takua. Remember, at the end of Mata Nui Online Game 1, Vakama tells Takua, hey man, you're alright, we're gonna make you the new chronicler. Well, now he's the chronicler, and he's writing basically real-time updates of how the war against the Bohrok is going on the Wall of History, and you could read the updates on the website. Many of the Wall of History updates linked to Mata Nui Online animations, and these were animations made in the same style as the online game. They were made by the same company, Templar Studio. First off, we see Tannock surround Pokoro, Matoran lost in fray. Basically, a bunch of Tannock, the fire Bohrok, are attacking Pokoro, and Turaga Oniwa is like, we have to pull down the statues to block their attack. It's exactly like that episode of The New Adventures of Winnie the Pooh when Rabbit and Tigger have to pull down the statues of themselves that the pygmy piglets erected in their honor to stop the lava honey flow from drowning the village. And Hafu, remember Hafu is the guy from the game. He was so proud of all of his, another Hafu original. He was a sculptor. And he's like, no, I don't want to pull down my statues, but they do it. Hafu does it because it's the right thing to do. And they protect the village. Meanwhile, Galok, the water Bohrok, a swarm of them are attacking Onukoro, and they actually flood Onukoro. Really bad. Kind of a huge disaster. However, actually the greatest thing that could possibly happen, because in all the destruction of Onukoro, there's cave-ins, and everything's dark. Lots of light stones are destroyed. Onepu, the captain of the Usolri, and his dim-witted friend Taipu from the game, they find a new guy who we haven't seen yet. This guy, Nuparu. New Paru? What about the old Paru? They all find each other in the dark, and they light up a light stone, and Nuparu is an engineer. And they find the discarded remains of a Galok, like its Krana got removed or fell out. And Nuparu is, he's the ultimate genius. He's like the smartest person in the universe. He is like, hey, wait a minute, I've got an idea. And he just like takes apart the Galok's body and he reconfigures it into a machine that he can like sit in and control. And this thing is called the Boxor. He comes up with this just like off the top of his head. And he's like, hey, we can actually turn any Bohrok into a Boxor, and we can like arm ourselves with these machines that actually can go toe to toe with the Bohrok. So we don't even need the Toa. I mean, they do, but with the Boxor, the Matoran can actually kind of fight back themselves. This is a big turning point in the battle. Without this, it would be hopeless. The Boxor, of course, is a set that you could buy. You can't just make one out of a Bohrok and like put it together into a Boxor, but you can't. It's a different thing. Lore-wise, they're made of a Galok, or of a Bohrok. In the real world, no. You can't reassemble a Bohrok into a Boxor. So the Matoran start making Boxor out of whatever discarded Bohrok they can find. Nuparu meets up with Takua. The two of them meet Kongu and Tamaru from Lake Koro, and they're like, our village is under attack, we're toast, and they're like, okay, well we gotta get the Boxor over there and do something about it. Long story short, they failed. It's too late. The Bohrok have already showed up. They have craned all of the Lake Korans there. Lake Koro has fallen. It's over. They even got Liwa. Liwa got infected with the infected mask before in the Kofojaga hive. No, not the Kofojaga hive. In the Nui Rama hive. And now he's been assimilated into the Bohrok swarm with his freaking Krana. But it's okay because once again, Onua is the guy who shows up and saves him. In the book, I think he literally just gives him like a pep talk and he's like, Liwa, I'm your friend. Remember who you are. Are you still in there? And Liwa's like, oh yeah, actually I am. So like, I guess it wasn't that hard. But he needed that pep talk. Actually, in the book, this is another moment that Tahu is like the worst guy. Everyone is aware that Liwa was briefly mind controlled by the swarm, and he still kind of has residual like thoughts of like clean everything, and it's like messing with his head. 4 of the other Toa, this makes them uncomfortable. They're concerned, like, is he compromised? Like, is he still under the control of the hive? Or they feel bad for him. Like, this is like, ugh. Would hate for this to happen to me. Tahu, he doesn't say it out loud, but he thinks to himself, like, This is just because Liwa sucks. Wouldn't have happened to me. I'm built different. He's not a nice guy. Later on in the book, somewhere I think they kind of retcon it, where it's not that Liwa was beaten in a fight by the Bohrok, it's that he arrived and found his villagers and his Turaga were infected, and it was basically like, if I fight, they'll be hurt. I have no choice but to surrender. About Lake Koro, Nuparu says that the Boxor perform well in like clear areas. The Nuvok are good in tight spaces. So basically, they lead them into a clearing where the Boxor have the upper hand. They rout the Nuvok out of Lake Koro and pull the Krana off and rescue the villagers. By the way, about the Krana, sort of the quest for this arc, you remember that the quest of the first season was they had to collect all the masks in order to get the golden masks and also kind of the Makoki stones, but then they just kind of forget about that, and that's not really a thing. So it's just about getting the masks, and that's what unlocks the big thing down into the realm of Makuta. Well, this time, they have to collect all the Krana, basically. Each of them, I think they have to collect one of each type, like one of each shape of Krana, also from each color, like from each element. So that would be, 48 different Krana? But I mean, there's 6 Toa, so they only need to collect 8 Krana each, so it's not that bad. It turns out that getting all the Krana does open the secret lair whence all the Bohrok, not from where they came, but from whence they are being controlled. I think they just had a prophecy about it. I don't think they knew that would happen. As the Toa defeat more Bohrok, they collect more and more of the Krana for the final confrontation. Okay, the Parok are attacking Ga Koro. Everyone is converging on Ga Koro. Jala is there, Turaga Oniwa and a bunch of Pomatorans are there, including Huki, who, remember, Huki and Maku have a thing, and they're like flirting with each other this whole time. And, you know, there's a battle. A bunch of the Parok are trying to advance to attack the village, and Huki, who you remember is the best, I almost said blitzball, Koli player, takes a stick and like knocks a rock into like a lily pad causeway and basically destroys it, preventing the Parok from advancing. However, the Parok Va are there with Krana Vu, remember the limited flight ones, so they swap out the Bohrok's Krana for Krana Vu, and then they simply turn into balls and Vu fly over the causeway, so that's bad. This battle actually would have gone much differently. Ga Koro was gonna lose and be destroyed. They're not, due to a miraculous intervention that I have to stop talking about the Wall of History now in order to explain. Okay, I mentioned that the Toa's quest was to collect all of the Krana. Well, long story short, they do. And they put them into these, like, slots to open up an entry into the Bohrok nest. Liwa, I think his, like, residual connection to the hive mind might tip him off. Like, he knows where the entrance to the nest is because he got mind controlled. That would make sense, right? Anyway, once there, they assemble the Krana. A way is opened. They go down into the deadly and dangerous lava and trap-filled nest. There is an illusory wall. Sorry, I mean it's an impenetrable wall. It's an impossibly hard rock wall. And they try to bust through it and they can't. They figure out that it's an illusion because like Onua and Pohatu can't break it, and they're like, well, there's no rock or earth that they can't break, therefore it can't be real. And then they all stop believing in it, and then they can just pass through it because they broke the illusion. I think the wall might have actually been projected by Makuta. Illusions are sort of a Makuta thing. We'll see more of them later. They might think that it's just a Bohrok thing, but I think later it's retconned, no, it's actually a Makuta illusion. Because remember, the Makuta, he is in support of what the Bohrok is doing. He did unleash them on purpose, even though he's not directly controlling them. All on the way into the nest, Liwa is like hearing the voices of the Bohrok from his residual connection to the hive mind. He's leading them into the nest because he like knows stuff about the Bohrok now. But he's also thinking like, wait a minute, am I being controlled? Am I being tricked? Is the swarm like manipulating me so that I lead my brothers into a trap? They go through this illusory wall and they go down into the bowels of this Bohrok nest. This is the part, I think I mentioned it earlier, Tahu says, okay, the plan is we fight and die and send Takua to memorialize us. I think that's when they're going down into the tunnels facing all these Bohrok. I love that part. It's my favorite part. It's the best Tahu moment. They find these giant suits of armor called Exo-Toa. And they just, like, get in them, and this is a toy you could buy. You can just strap your Toa into their freaking Exo-Toa thing, and then they're like a big armored mech guy. And the Exo-Toas have, like, super strong hydraulic punching, and they can, like, shoot rockets and stuff. So, you know, seems pretty good. In their giant Exo-Toas, they advance deeper into the nest, and they find these two big dragon guys. These are the Barag, and the Barag are the twin queens of the Bohrok swarms. Girl boss alert. They're the big sets that are similar to the Rahi, and they have, like, kind of like, oh geez, what were these called? The Kanera and these two big ones that had, like, the big neck that would stretch out and open their mouth and then close. The Barag are like that, but, like, even bigger. They have individual names, Kadok and Gadok. I don't think there's any appreciable difference between them. Just to be clear, they are not Bohrok. They are Barag, but they are queens of the Bohrok, and they are the Barag queens. So they are the Barag queens, comma, queens of the Bohrok. I'm sure you get it. So obviously it's time for a battle. These guys control the swarm, and that's bad. So the Toa try to fight them with their Exo-Toa. They've got big machines, and they're shooting rockets at them. It's not working. They realize in the middle of it, they're like, oh, the Exo-Toa give us, like, big rocket punches and stuff, and that's cool, I guess, but it also suppresses our elemental powers, and those are just better. Let's just get out of the Exo-Toa. I guess they weren't good after all. So they just get out of the Exo-Toa, and then they use their elemental powers, and they just win. They basically do a big combined elemental blast, combine all 6 elements into one big, hit them with all 6 elements at once. Doing this, basically encases them, the Barag, that is, in like a crystalline shell. They are encased in this, it is crystalline protodermis. This just happens when 6 Toa of different elements combine their elemental powers onto a thing. It creates a thing called a Toa seal, which is a extremely impenetrable crystalline protodermis shell. It's just a property of the Toa and their powers, and it happens. So the Barag are just encased in crystal. As they're being defeated, one of the queens, I forget which one, but basically they cry out, like, you dare oppose your brothers? The Toa and the Bohrok are like brothers. What does that mean? We'll get more into it later. And at this point, like, a trap door opens up under each of the Toa, and they fall down into these tubes, which fill up with a liquid. I think there's maybe a little bit of an inconsistency here, or a bit of a retcon later. I think at this moment, this is called protodermis. Remember in the Mata Nui online game, you could find protodermis in the mines in Onukoru, and it was this blob of, like, liquid, and that too was just called protodermis. Now, I just said that the seal, the crystal seal that encased the Barag, was made of crystalline protodermis. Here's the thing. I think at this point in the lore, they hadn't quite figured it out yet. It will come to be understood that protodermis generally is pretty common, and it comes in many different varieties. There's crystalline protodermis, liquid protodermis, rock. Truly, the list goes on. What this stuff actually is, energized protodermis. So they fall down into these tubes that fill up with this silvery fluid called energized protodermis. And when it happens, at this point in the story, you kind of don't realize what a big deal this is. This is the reader's first exposure to energized protodermis. What's the big deal? It is a big deal. We'll tell you more about it later. However, the most important thing about it is that it creates a bunch of new toys for you, the consumer, to purchase, because the Toa are transformed into the Toa Nuva by exposure to this substance. They, as a team collectively, they're now called the Toa Nuva. Also, individually, each one of them is a Toa Nuva, and also their name changes, like Tahu is now, his full name is now Tahu Nuva, Gali Nuva, Liwa Nuva, etc. They are still Toa, but they are more specifically the Toa Nuva. If you want to refer to this set specifically, they are sometimes called the Toa Mata. I mean, the Toa Nuva are the Toa Mata because it's the same people. I think you understand. The Toa Mata are now the Toa Nuva, and the Bohrok and the Bohrok-Va and the Krana are all controlled by the Barag Queens, who are not dead, they are merely encased in a substance. I've actually prepared a little toast to mark the occasion. I've concocted a little tube of energized protodermis myself. Well, look at it go. Oh yeah, a thing about energized protodermis, if you're chosen by destiny, it transforms you. If you're not, you die. Tastes normal. The Great Spirit Mata Nui destined me to one day be exposed to energized protodermis, and it transformed me into a bald version of myself. So I mentioned that the battle between the Parok and Ga-Koro was going badly, and they would have lost if not for a miracle. Well, the miracle is the Toa defeat the Barag, and so the hive mind is eliminated, and all the Bohrok they just shut down because their queens have been incapacitated. All the Bohrok are just like, doom, we're done. This is when we are introduced to a thing that I guess needs to be mentioned. A shining object appears in Gali's Suva, her shrine where she collected all her Kanohi because we're in Ga-Koro, and this thing is called Gali's Nuva symbol, because they're the Toa Nuva, appears, and it shines like light into the Bohrok and incapacitates them. This is what severs their link to the Barag, I guess. This Nuva symbol is now floating in the Suva in Ga-Koro. There's one for each of the newly minted Toa Nuva, and they will have consequences. And here are those consequences. The Turaga are like, wow, guys, you became Toa Nuva? That's crazy. I don't even know what that means, but it was probably foretold in the prophecies. And you're like way stronger now. You're like so much stronger. You got big weapons. You got new Toa tools. Let me tell you about their Toa tools. Tahu Nuva has magma swords. Gali Nuva has aqua axes. Liwa Nuva has two air katana. Pohatu Nuva still has his trademark feet additions as well as climbing claws. Onua Nuva now has quake breakers. Pohatu Nuva, he used to have an ice sword and an ice shield, but now he's got an ice blade and an ice shield, so that's better. They sort of did build some tool functionality into them. Like Tahu's magma swords, you can like stick them together and make like a surfboard for him to surf on lava with. Liwa's air katanas, I think he's supposed to like curl them into his body and they sort of make a little like wing for like when he's flying. The Toa are back and they're better than ever. Everyone's like, wow, the Bohrok have been defeated. We actually can use the Bohrok now. We can sort of control them, and we can actually use them as machines to help us, rebuild all the damage that they did while they were on their rampage. So that's pretty cool. Little scary that now we're hanging out with Bohrok, but I'm sure that'll be fine and nothing bad will happen. Back to Takoro, where Jala and Takua are having a little walk. They're going on the rounds for the Takoro Guard. They're relaxing after their sort of successful defense of Ga-Koro. The Bohrok threat has been neutralized, but what the heck is that thing? We're at Tahu Nuva's Kanohi Suva, where his Nuva symbol is floating, but it's been attacked by a shadowy creature. It's a Bohrok? No, it's a Bohrok-Kal. 6 more of these things. They steal all the Nuva symbols. So their new Kanohi Nuva, they turn like silvery dull, and I think that this was like an alternate coloration you could get. Maybe you had to buy like the extra mask sets. This next part of the season has a bunch of things that like turn silver. I think maybe they just had a bunch of like extra silver plastic at the Lego factory and they wanted to dump it. But it's delicious. The Bohrok-Kal are silver. That's kind of their thing. The Bohrok-Kal look exactly like a Bohrok, except they have a different coloration. They got silvery parts. These guys are different from the regular Bohrok. These are basically like a failsafe. The Barag Queens exposed 6 special Bohrok to some energy that turned them into more powerful and more intelligent Bohrok-Kal. So the mission of the Bohrok-Kal is to find the location of the Barag Queens and free them from their seal to reignite, the swarms, to get the Bohrok swarms going again by freeing their hive mind queens. And what I find totally baffling about this is that, like, they're literally, like, just where they always were. Like, they didn't go anywhere. We went to their house and killed them, and they're still there. And, like, why don't you know where they are? They don't even really care about the Toa. They're stronger as Nuva, but their downside is that their elemental powers are now bound up in their Nuva symbols, and if the Nuva symbol is stolen from their Suva, they can't use them anymore. So even though they just got theoretically a huge power upgrade from their Nuva transformation, they're actually completely useless now. This, like, second half of the Bohrok arc of them trying to fight the Bohrok-Kal is just them getting owned over and over and over again. It is pathetic. It's sad. It's tragic. This arc is just the Bohrok-Kal are going around, like, smashing through jungles, like, where's my mom? Where's my mom? Where are my moms, actually? The Toa will just track them and be like, hey, you stole my symbol. Give it back. No. Bohrok will just destroy it instantly, and then he'll just leave. He won't even bother to finish him off, because he just doesn't care. That's how alpha the Bohrok-Kal are. Recall that the Bohrok follow somewhat the same naming prefix convention. Fire Bohrok, Tanok, Water, Galok, Acid, Levok, and so on. Well, these guys, they have the same names as the other Bohrok, just with Kal. They're the Tanok-Kal and the Parok-Kal and the Nuvok-Kal and etc., etc. But they're not the same element. Their elements have been changed, and here's where elements start getting really weird. These guys are woke. These guys are completely outside of the orthodox elemental, sexagonary? Hexagonary? So the Tanok-Kal is the Bohrok-Kal of electricity. The Galok-Kal is the Bohrok-Kal of magnetism. The Levok-Kal is the Bohrok-Kal of vacuum. The Parok-Kal is the Bohrok-Kal of plasma, which is, in practice, is very similar to fire, so I don't know why the Tanok-Kal wasn't that one, but he's not. The Nuvok-Kal is the Bohrok-Kal of gravity. And the Korok-Kal is the Bohrok-Kal of sonics, as in sound. So most, I don't think all of these will recur again as their own elements in different contexts. They were pushing it with Levok and acid instead of air, but now it's like full slippery slope. Total elemental degeneracy. There's as many elements as you want now. There's no rules anymore. There are not Bohrok-Va-Kal or Bohrok-Kal-Va. But there are Krana-Kal. Most of them are just like an enhanced version of one of the other Krana. So the Krana-Za-Kal, that's with a Z, is now an overseer. It has the same powers as Krana-Za, limited mind reading, but it also gives them like emotional empathy power. The Krana-Vu-Kal, same as the Krana-Vu, it gives flight, but it also gives speed. The Krana-Ka-Kal is now a seeker. It gives this one's different. It's no longer a defense shield. Now it's like mental linking. Krana-Yo-Kal, it's an excavator with earth attunement. The Krana-Ja-Kal, it still gives radar, but it also gives enhanced senses. The Krana-Su-Kal still gives enhanced strength, but it also gives like elemental resistances. And the Krana-Bo-Kal is now the visionary, and in addition to infrared sensing, it also gives X-ray vision. And then the final one is the Krana-Za. This is with an X, not a Z. The Krana-Za-Kal is no longer a strategic swarm commander. Now it is called the Liberator, and its ability is awakening. All that it does is it awakens the Barag if used in conjunction with the Nuva Cube, which is a cube that the Nuva symbols, well, the symbols can be inserted into the Nuva cube, and that is how the Barag are freed from their crystal prison and or awakened from stasis. Simple. This year saw the release of the Master Builder set, which had pieces and instructions for lots of little Rahi. Not many pieces, so you couldn't actually build more than like one of them at a time, but there were technically pieces in there that you could build like 15 different Rahi. Here we go. The Kuna the Fiko, the Fusa, the Hikaki, the Hoto, the Husi, the Kiwa, the Kofojaga, the Makika, the Ruki, the Hoi, the Takia, the Taku, the Usal, and the Vako. And I think I know what like 6 of those are. Finally, we have the combiner sets. Remember, these are the ones that are not their own sets, but they are official instructions for sets that you build out of combinations of other sets. The Waikiru, I think it's like a bird. You can build it out of the pieces of the Parak. A Kiras, probably a Rahi, and you build it out of the Tanakh and the Levak. Technically, there is Bohrok Va Kaita, meaning a combination of either 3 or 4 Bohrok Va. They never do that in the books. I don't think they do it anywhere. It might as well not exist. The Bohrok can form Bohrok Kaita. There were instructions with the Bohrok, but the regular Bohrok never do that. However, the Bohrok-Kal do this because at one point during like a chase through the jungle, Kopaka, Liwa, and Gali decide they can't fight the Bohrok-Kal without their elemental powers, but maybe if they form Wairuha, their Kaita of wisdom, maybe that can do it. So they do that, they form Wairuha, but then, unexpectedly, the Bohrok-Kal, the 3 of them form into a Bohrok-Kal Kaita and are much stronger and obliterate them, humiliate them yet again. It's just a series of escalating, like, chase through the jungle, attempt to waylay the Bohrok-Kal, be completely obliterated, ignored, mocked, and the Bohrok-Kal just go on their way, regroup, lick your wounds, think of a new plan, try again, repeat, like half a dozen times. That's this arc. Someone, I think it's Liwa, gets the idea like, oh, I know. All I have to do is get its Krana-Kal out, and then it'll be helpless. And he manages to do this. But then a Bohrok Va just runs up with another one and puts it in. Another Krana-Kal. I don't know why the Bohrok Va have like lots and lots of like spare Krana-Kal ready to go and put into a new Bohrok-Kal when there's only 6 Bohrok-Kal, but they do. They have as many as they need. You can't beat these guys. They're invincible. The fusion of the Korok, the Levak, and the Galok-Kals into the Bohrok-Kal Kaita. The name for that Kaita was the Bohrok-Kal Kaita Ja. There is a name for the other one, but they never form it, so I didn't write it. Is it even canon if it never happens in the story? Oh yes, and when they form the Kaita, right? It's the blue, the white, and the green ones, the ones that correspond to Kaita Wairuha. And they combine their elemental powers, to make it's an airless, magnetized vortex of sound, which they blast Wairuha with, and that's what defeats him. And I think that doesn't make any sense and sounds like a contradiction. I don't think that sound waves would be aided by being combined with a vacuum blast, but I mean, I guess what do I know? I can't form a Kaita. Some of this is on the wall of history, right? This is Takua narrating a bunch of these events as chronicler. He and Jala sort of accompany the Toa as they're on these ill-fated escapades. Tahu gets so mad that he's such a loser and he can't beat these Bohrok that he's just like, I'm just going to charge right into all 6 of them or whatever. I'm just going to right in, not even worry about it. I'm so mad. I'm gonna fight to the death. And Jala is like, no, you have no right. And Tahu is like incensed. He goes silent with fury. He's like, what did you say to me? And Jala's like, you're our village's protector. You can't just throw your life away because you're mad. And Tahu's like seething. He's like, he's right. It comes off in that moment like he's offended that this lesser being, this mere Matoran would question him. I don't like Tahu very much. None of the other Toa ever seem like they think they're better than the Matoran. But Tahu does, like in that scene. To me, that's my read. So the way it all shakes out is that the Toa are completely unable to impede the Bohrok-Kal from fulfilling their mission in any meaningful way whatsoever. They simply just search the island until they find their own nest, which for some reason they didn't know where it was. They've stolen the Nuva symbols. They've got their frickin' Liberator Krana attached. Go down to the nest, find the Barag. When they go down here, they plan to use the Exotoa to fight the Bohrok-Kal because they've already lost their elemental powers. The only downside of the Exotoa is that they reduce your elemental powers, so there's no downside if we don't have them. Well, they get there and they find the Exotoa are fighting the Bohrok-Kal themselves, like they're sentient, or they're operating independently, and the Bohrok-Kal defeat them and dismantle them, so that plan doesn't work out. But yeah, weirdly, the Exotoa are like kind of alive. The Nuva cube is just there, just floating, I guess, and they need to insert the Nuva symbols to free the Balrog, and the Toa are like, well, we're too late, and we're too weak, and we can't do anything, and it's over. But Tahu is like, aha, wait a second, I actually have a secret weapon. And he pulls out the Kanohi Vahi. He tells us, actually, this was given to me by Vakama for safekeeping. He said, like, don't use this unless it's like the most dire emergency. Make this the absolute last resort. It's too dangerous. The Kanohi Vahi is the mask of time, and Galhi's like, if you mess with time, you could like destroy the whole universe. And Tahu's like, well, I guess I just won't mess up then. He puts on the Kanohi Vahi, and he uses its power as the Bohrok-Kal are putting the symbols into the cube. So he freezes time like right before they successfully do that. They go and they try to like blast the Kals while they're in stasis, while they're frozen, and it doesn't work because you could get a special silver Chrono-Kal in like the collectible like extra sets, and it just turns out that a silver Chrono-Kal, they turn silver when they're at the moment of fulfilling their mission of liberating the Balrog Queens. And when they are silver, they are completely invincible, and there's absolutely nothing you can do to them. He froze time at this moment when they were silver, and there's simply nothing to be done. They cannot defeat them, even when they're frozen in time. It failed. Your secret Deus Ex Machina didn't work. Total bust. This part's unbelievable. This is Ghali's plan. I think it's Ghali is like, wait a minute. The Chrono-Kal are really powerful, right? What if we made them even more powerful? And everyone's like, that's just crazy enough to work. And they do like a spirit bomb, like lend their energy. All the Toa, they just like willingly surrender all their Toa energy or whatever, some kind of energy. Toa power is like an actual substance, so it might not be that. But whatever, they're giving their spirit energy, flowing their spirit energy voluntarily into the Nuva Cube, which is then like disseminating to the 6 Bohrok-Kal, giving them more power. And it works perfectly, works like a dream. They just get so powerful that their elemental powers become untenably vast, and they just like explode themselves and crush themselves with gravity and vortexes and like launch themselves into space and explode and die because of how powerful they are. The plan works. The Balrogs, they're not awakened. They take the Nuva symbols and they go back. Now they've got their elemental powers back, so now they're super powerful like they were always supposed to be because they've been their Nuva form. All's right with the world. The Bohrok-Kal, the Balrog's last-ditch attempt to save themselves, didn't work. They're still in stasis. The Bohrok swarms will remain docile. Success. I'm missing the Nuva symbols. And the Nuva cube. That won't do. So that's the Bohrok saga. Remember Kanohi masks? Remember how it was like, you gotta get all the masks? Now the Toa are like, we should hunt down some of these Nuva masks. I guess there's new masks around. Where'd they come from? Who cares? But there is sort of an explanation later. It's not a very good one, but it does get answered at some point. But they're in caves and stuff. Let's go find them. Do you get a gold Kanohi Nuva if you find all 6 Kanohi Nuva? I don't even know. I don't think so. The thing about the Kanohi Nuva, they have the same names as their non-Nuva forms, the Hau Nuva, the Pakari Nuva. They have the same powers. They are a little bit different, though. A Nuva mask can grant its boon not just to the wearer, but like to his allies in a small area. Tahu Nuva with the Hau Nuva can shield not just himself, but he can shield all his allies at once. You would think that maybe this would mean that they don't need to all get a Hau Nuva because one Hau Nuva wearer can just shield all of them. But no, they want to get all the Kanohi Nuva because you gotta catch them all. So the 4th Chronicles book, before the Mask of Light, it's the Turaga sort of telling stories and debating with each other internally about should we tell the Toa the truth. Old people fighting with each other. Hilarious. Should we tell them the real story, or should we continue to hide it from them? And it's like, what are they talking about? We will find out soon. So the Fourth Chronicles book is mostly sort of like flashbacks to stuff that happened before. It's more adventures of like fighting, looking for the Nuva masks. And there's one in particular, 3 of them, Tahu, Gali, and Kopaka. They go to this place called the Place of Shadow, which is like a dark, evil place, and I think Makuta's influence is there, and it's like full of illusions. And they fall through this like fake ground or something into a cave. Oh, and then Pohatu and Onua is there also for some reason, and Turaga Vakama is there. Well, how did they even get there? Basically, they fall into the subterranean cave, and they find a monster, and the monster is called the Rahi Nui. And the Rahi Nui is this abomination. It's like made of pieces of other animals. It's like the stinger of a Kofo Jaga, the head of a Mane Ra, Kane Ra, and et cetera, et cetera. And it's like, oh, did someone like take the pieces of other Lego monsters apart and put them together into a new creature? Yes, someone did. But in the encounter with this Rahi Nui, this great Rahi, it seems to remember Vakama. Vakama uses his mask power from his noble, I think it's called the Huna, and it lets him like vanish. And he uses the fact that this beast seems to remember him and his limited vanishing ability to like trick it into falling down a cliff or something. Vakama's like got tricks. Like, what's his deal? Like, what's his deal actually though? We'll never know. Yes, we will. There's a one where Nokama, she starts the story, it's like, I betrayed one of the Toa, and everyone's like, what? How could you do this? She says, no, don't judge. Let me tell you the story. Basically, she led Gali to a cave, and then closed the door behind her and trapped her in the cave, because there was a Mask of Speed in there for her to find, and then she found the Mask of Speed. Gali actually gets out of that cave by figuring out that the Mask of Speed lets her pull the Flash, like she can vibrate her molecules so fast that she can just phase through a door. That's just a thing that the Mask of Speed lets you do sometimes, if it's convenient. While she's in the cave, though, she sees statues of Toa that she doesn't recognize. It's not the Toa Mata. And she's like, who are these statues of Toa? And he's like, wait, this one looks kind of familiar. Could it be? No, it couldn't be. There was also a set of 6 new Matoran. These were not the Mictoran from McDonald's. These were bigger sets that were more along the lines of the Turaga. And the canonical reason why they're designed different is that during these events, the ones related by Takua in the Wall of History, it's around the same time as the naming day stuff when all the names changed. There's just one scene in one of the animations. The Turaga just present Jala and Takua to the rest of the Matoran, and they just have like different body builds, and everyone's like, ooh, wow. From this point on, Matoran just look different. They're just built different, you could say. Like in Mata Nui Online Game 2, all the Matoran will have this new body style. In canon, it's not explained very much. The Turaga just figured out a way to just build the Matoran better, and they can just just make themselves better. It has to be because of the Bohrok, right? It's like, they must be using parts of the Bohrok to do this. That's the only way it makes sense to me, and it would kind of make sense because we've established before, there's been hints that the Toa are related to the Bohrok. They can reconstruct the Bohrok into Boxor, and if they're somewhat related in some way, why not make a new body? If that's not the reason, then there is no real reason. It's just a thing they figure out how to do. The fact that it happens now during the Bohrok War, it has to be related. I'm calling it. They all come with a Koli stick. Oh, I forgot to mention. Okay, the scene in Ga Koro, Huki like hits the rock. Everyone's like really impressed with his move. Remember, Koli, it's sort of like that Road to El Dorado game, where they hit the ball with like their hips and they kick it and stuff around. Well, going forward, Koli changes forever. And this is kind of along the lines of naming day, because Koli used to be spelled Koli. Now it's spelled Kolhii. And now it's played with a stick, sort of like lacrosse. So now you catch it in your little stick and you throw it. They just decided it's cooler that way. So these 6 Matoran, and also these 2, Jala and Takua, were part of a larger sets, but they were the same shaped figure. But yeah, these 6 Matoran they're actually 3 Koli teams from the different villages. This is Matoro and Kopiki from Koro. This is the same Matoro. Kopiki was one of the members of the Chronicler's Company. Maku, same Maku from here, and Hali from Ga Koro. And then this is Huki, of course, the great sportsman. And this is Taipu. These are from Po Koro. Wait a minute. That is not Taipu. That is Hafu. That's kind of funny in the game, in Mata Nui online game 2. When you meet Taipu near Gakoro, he says, "Why does everyone think I'm Hafu?" Because they look almost exactly the same. They're from 2 different villages, but they have the same body color, the same mask color, so I made the classic mistake. So this leads us into the Mata Nui online game 2, where you play as Hali. Much of this game's plot revolves around Koli. You and Maku are the Ga Koro Koli team to celebrate the defeat of the Barag and, the retreat of the Bohrok-Kal and all that. The Turaga convene and they decide that they're going to hold a great Koli tournament across the island. So the game mostly involves you going around, completing errands, harvesting reeds, shells, and seaweed, and making flax. So much flax. To make rope, to make sail rigging. It's a long game. It's a great game. I think you should play it, but I do recommend that you cheat. When you hit the point where you're like, I think I've done everything, but I can see that there's a lot of grind left ahead of me, go into the Flash console, just cheat and put all your stats to 99. It's better that way. It's a good game, but it's way too long and grindy. Another tip, right in Gakoro at the beginning, you can make a Koli stick. And if you make the Koli stick and give it to Maku, she will give you like 100 widgets. And that's so many widgets. Widgets they're little Lego Technic pieces. And they're basically money. Whenever Bionicle needs to have the Matorans use money, they use widgets. So she will give you 100 widgets for this Koli stick if you make it. But if you progress like one room too far, it will skip ahead to like the next chapter, and it'll be marked with a cutscene where Turaga no Kama announces that you are the new Koli team member. And after that happens, you can no longer give Maku the Koli stick, and you miss out on a huge number of widgets. So don't be like me and do that. The events of Mata Nui Online Game 2 kind of bleed from the end of the Bohrok saga into the Mask of Light saga, aka the first movie, Bionicle, The Mask of Light. Early in Mask of Light, there's a Koli match. It's Jala and Takua versus Maku and Hali. The end of Mata Nui Online Game 2 is, you don't play that match. You beat all the other teams, and then it's decided that, okay, the final match will be your Gakoro team against Takoro, but you don't actually play it. It plays out as it does in the movie, which we'll get to. In the final cutscene, Hali sees some Rakshi on the beach. They're from the movie. Before I talk about the Rakshi, in Mata Nui Online Game 2, Hali goes around and levels up her stats to get really good at Koli, but also she collects charms, and the charms correspond to some things called the principles, and the principles are derived from the virtues. Now, you might remember Unity, Duty, and Destiny. Have I even talked about Unity, Duty, and Destiny? Matoran society is centered around the 3 virtues of Unity, Duty, and Destiny. Unity, meaning, work together with other Matoran. We're all in it together. Duty, do good stuff for your community. Destiny, follow your destiny. Those are the 3 virtues. The charms Hali collects, there are 3 charms relating to the virtues. There's a Unity charm, a Duty charm, and a Destiny charm. There are 6 principles. From the virtue of unity is derived the principle of purity. And in the game, the principle of purity was what one must cultivate in order to enhance one's speed. Speed is the attribute associated with purity, which is derived from unity, and purity is associated with Gakoro, the water village. Alright, moving right along. Kokoro's principle is peace, which is derived from destiny, and peace grants willpower. Takoro's principle is courage, which is derived from duty, and it grants strength. Okay, so you're seeing the pattern here. Pokoro's principle is creation, derived from a combination of unity and destiny, and it grants the attribute of strategy. Leikoro's principle is faith, derived from unity and duty, which grants accuracy, and Onukoro's principle is prosperity, derived from duty and destiny, and it grants stamina. Okay, easy, right? Wrong. These 6 principles are actually opposed by these 6 Rakshi. The plot of Mask of Light is Takua and Jala, but more Takua. They find this Mask of Light in a cave. The mask is the Avoki. It's the Kanohi Avoki, the Mask of Light. Av is the prefix for light. They fight the Koli match. During the Koli match, the mask falls out, and the Turaga are like, this Mask of Light will be worn by the 7th Toa, the legendary 7th Toa. Legends tell of his coming. You have found the mask, and you must go and find him. Takua doesn't want the responsibility. He tries to pass it off on Jala. So they, ride on an Usal crab. They meet a thing called an ash bear. An ash bear named Gralok, who is hanging out with Liwa in the jungle. And this ash bear named Gralok is weirdly common to see referenced going forward. This is not the last time we'll see Gralok the ash bear. Oh yes, and then Liwa gives them a Gukko bird. Okay, so these 2 sets, Jala and Takua, these are movie sets. They're Jala on the Gukko and Takua on the Usal crab. The Usal crab named Puku, who would later be renamed Puku in his private naming ceremony after the Maori kerfuffle. So they go on a quest to find the legendary 7th Toa. Makuta, of course, is I don't want them to find the legendary 7th Toa. I don't like light. I like shadow. So he sends his 6 Rakshi. A Rakshi itself is just an empty shell, a robot shell. It is piloted by not a Krana, but a different thing called a Krata, which is basically a slug. And the slug is made from Makuta's essence. You could say they're his children, sort of. A little drop of his demon energy is excreted into a little leech, and that's the Krata. And the way that you make a Rakshi is that you expose the Krata to energized protodermis, transforms a Krata into a Rakshi, and then another Krata gets inside of its little, it's a chamber on its neck and pilots it from inside. And you can see there's the 6 different colors of Rakshi, and I'm sure you think, fool that you are, that they correspond to perhaps the 6 elements of the Toa, perhaps a new set of woke. No, they do not have an element. Instead, they have a attribute, an effect, or a power, or a aspect that they represent / control / embody. The Turok is the Rakshi of fear. The Gurok is the Rakshi of disintegration. The Lirok is the Rakshi of poison. The Panrak is the Rakshi of fragmentation. The Vorak is the Rakshi of absorption. And the Kurok is the Rakshi of anger. And what's interesting about these 6 is that they each oppose one of the 6 principles. Poison opposes purity. Disintegration opposes strategy. Okay, that one's kind of a stretch. Anger opposes willpower. Fair enough. Fragmentation opposes faith. Okay. Hunger opposes prosperity. Yup. And fear opposes courage. These guys embody the opposite of the 6 principles of Matoran society. The Krata you would buy them in a pack, and every Krata that you would get would be a mixture of 2 plastic colors, resulting in there being 42 different color combinations. Each of these 42 different color combinations for a Krata does result in a different colored Rakshi if exposed to energized protodermis, and that Rakshi will have a different power and be a different color depending on what kind of color combo its Krata had. They have powers there's fear, poison, disintegration, etc. There's weather control, heat vision, teleportation, quick healing, laser vision, gravity, electricity, sonics, vacuum, plasma, magnetism. Okay, their elements are back and better than ever. Fire resistance, ice resistance, shape-shifting, darkness, plant control, molecular disruption, chain lightning, different from electricity, I guess, cyclones, density control, chameleon, Rahi control, accuracy, insect control, stasis fields, limited invulnerability, power scream, dodging, silence, adaptation, slow, confusion, and sleep. Did I miss any? Yes, I did. So yeah, there's theoretically lots of different kind of Rakshi. And this would be elaborated much later. I think Greg would post this on the forums or something. You don't learn this in the movie or anything. So a Krata basically starts out as like an unintelligent worm, and it becomes more intelligent and thus more powerful as it levels up. Starts out with like no intelligence, and then it becomes super smart. And the first 6 are marked with a different face shape. And the 7th stage, the Shadow Krata, which only certain special Krata can become. It only comes in one color. It's purple, but the fact that it's purple doesn't change the fact that it's still whatever type it was. In reality, I'm sure you would open a pack and some of them would be purple, and you'd be like, ooh, Shadow Krata, cool. The lore explanation, though, is that it must have previously been some other color, but it becomes purple when it hits the 7th stage. However, it also acquires one of the previous face shapes. So the 7th stage is defined entirely by its color, although that doesn't negate the powers that it would have had corresponding to its previous color, and it just gets a random face to look like it's one of the previous stages, but it's not. It's the 7th stage Shadow Krata. It's the most powerful freaking worm you've ever even heard of in your entire life. Also, the thing about Krata, they are the things that infect Kanohi masks. The things that make the masks infected, the ones that would have driven the Rahi crazy, they're infected by the Krata. Like it licks them with their little proboscis or something. One of the powers that Krata get as they get more powerful is they get the power to infect masks like from farther away. Like a Shadow Krata can infect from like 100 meters away. One final thing about Rakshi is that they wield staffs of power. This is very similar to a Toa tool. It's a staff that is how they channel their fear power or their fragmentation power or whatever through their staff. And the toy, their hand piece doesn't like snugly fit and like clip onto the staff. They have to have their hand on both ends of the staff or else it'll just like flop loosely. It just slides through their hand. Like they can't like hold it out and swing it. It's a quirk of their build. Pretty lame. But so it goes. Makuta can kind of sense through a Krata and a Rakshi. Like, I don't think he can exactly like see through their eyes or anything, but they are sort of a part of him. He can sense when like they are killed and stuff like that. Now that we're talking about the movie, it's time to mention that the tone of the movie is like way different from everything else. Like the books and the comics and the games especially are very somber and very serious and sober. Nature and like tribal chanting and stuff. And then in the movie, he's like, Takua, what are you doing, bro? Everything's very goofy. There's like very like slapstick. The Toa are in the movie. Like they're around and they fight the Rakshi a bunch of times, but they're pretty secondary. They mostly just aid Jala and Takua on their quest to find the 7th Toa. You see Makuta in this one. He doesn't look like he used to. He used to look like a little Matoran that was all corrupted and he exploded into like a cloud of like black stuff. Now he's like a big robot guy. He's got like an armor body now. He looks quite different in the movie than he does in toy form, but whatever. He wears a mask, a Kanohi, the Kanohi of Shadows. The Kanohi Krakan is what it's called. So while they're on their quest, Makuta basically like speaks into Takua's mind and gives him a vision that's like, you gotta stop your quest. Stop this quest for the 7th Toa. I don't like it. I don't want a Toa of light. That offends me. If you don't stop this quest, I'll kill everyone. Everyone you love will die. And it'll be all your fault because you didn't quit when I told you to. And he gets scared and he's like, I can't do it. And he abandons the quest. And Jala goes on. They run into like Onua and Pohatu, and they fight some Rakshi, and then he gets his courage back. Oh yeah, speaking of the Toa in this movie, they're the Toa Nuva now, and they look pretty weird. Like, okay, everyone's models are completely different. Everyone looks freakish and not at all like their toys. All of their masks move when they talk, like their mouths are animated. I mean, I guess it's to make it clear who's talking. I don't know. I think it's a little uncanny. I see what they were going for with Takua. Like, he does technically have a blue mask that's sort of in the shape of a Pakari. I mean, I've established that these are biomechanical creatures. They're not robots. But in this movie, you can see, like, inside their metal, like, chassis, you can see their, like, pink pulsating, gooey innards, their lungs and whatever, and it is it's weird, but that's what they look like, and it makes sense. I mean, yeah, that is what a biomechanical monster would be. I love the visible deltoid muscles on the Matoran. I like their little black abs. They've all got ripped abs on their tiny little dwarf bodies. Possibly the best thing in the whole movie is that if you look at Turaga no Kama, remember she's a girl, she has this symbol on her chest that is evocative of cleavage on her little elderly robot body, and thank you for that. They must have just hated their audience as much as they hated themselves. Tahu, I've established that I don't really like Tahu. But this movie, he gets messed up. The poison Rakshi poisons him in the face, and his face is like all messed up and glowing green. And then also the anger Rakshi. He's already got anger problems, and he gets hit by the anger Rakshi's anger powers. The poison is messing with his mind, and also the anger is making him insane. I mean, he becomes evil, basically. Yeah, I think the Rakshi anger powers makes him attack the other Toa, and Kopaka freezes him. Anyway, Gali has to use some, like, healing water power. I guess water is also healing to dissipate the effects of these various deleterious conditions afflicted by the Rakshi, and it all works out just fine. So the quest for the seventh Toa takes Jala and Takua to Kini Nui, the great shrine which is up in the mountain. Once they're there, they don't find the seventh Toa, but they do get ambushed by the Rakshi. Specifically, Jala gets attacked by, it's the Rakshi of Fear. Is that the Kurok? Whatever, it's the Fear one. And yeah, the Fear attack is so powerful that Jala dies from Fear. Fear is the opposite of the principle embodied by Takoro, courage. So Jala embodied the courage of Takora, and Fear kills him. So Jala dies, and Takua's like, oh no, my friend. And then he realizes his destiny. He's like, wait a minute, I know where the seventh Toa is. And he puts on the Kanohi Avohiki, and he's the seventh Toa, and he transforms into the Toa of Light, the seventh Toa. He is no longer Takua, he is Takanuva. Now I know what you're thinking. Takanuva, because he's a Toa Nuva. No, he's not a Toa Nuva, because he was never dipped in energized protodermis. He's just a Toa who happens to have Nuva in his name. It's not the same. I mean, light is kind of just a better element than the others, so he's kind of got like a power upgrade over them anyway, so it maybe brings him like a little more closely. So yeah, a Matoran becomes a Toa by donning this special mask, and that's what happens. Do you remember the red star? The red star is a star in the night sky over Mata Nui, foretelling prophecies by where it moves. Okay, in Mask of Light, there is referenced a new thing called spirit stars. Toa have spirit stars. When a Toa exists, basically a shooting star appears in the sky, and it just lasts for as long as the Toa lasts, and if the Toa dies, the star goes away. And so when a new seventh Toa appears, as he does here, a new spirit star is created. They don't really do anything in this movie, though. But they're there. They will be back. Okay, great. So Takua, rogue, Ta Matoran, chronicler of Mata Nui, has evolved, has become the seventh Toa. This is just him now. This is him. Honestly, in honor of his achievement, I should probably should have been wielding this. Is there a cobweb? It grew a little cobweb on it. Disgusting. He's just a Toa now. He's been awoken to his destiny as the Toa of Light, Takanuva. Great for him. Okay, now some weird stuff must begin. So what do you suppose the Takanuva does now? Defeat all the Rakshi? Well, yes. But Jala's dead, and the Rakshi are destroyed. So they build a motorcycle out of the pieces of the Rakshi. That's what you do. The Takanuva set, this guy, it was technically a large set because it wasn't just the Toa, it was also his vehicle, which is this motorcycle called the Usanui. The Usanui, because it's made of Rakshi parts, you can put a Krata into it. So they put some of the Krata into the Usanui. They say what is Makuta's will return to Makuta. And the point of this is that it guides its rider to the lair of Makuta. They know he's down there somewhere. They know he's responsible for all this Rakshi business that's been going on. The Usanui is going to track him down, and we're going to deal with him once and for all. Now that we've got a light guy. You may have thought, wait a minute, okay, the Kanohi Avoki made him into the Toa of Light, but what's its Kanohi power? All the Kanohis grant a power. Well, they don't really say it, and they kind of just forgot about that. But later on, the encyclopedia says that it grants the power of understanding. Light and knowledge are connected. So, yeah, the understanding of the Kanohi Avoki is, I guess, what allowed Takanuva to build the Usanui. This is all retcon later. None of this is in the film, but if you were curious, that's the official explanation. So he gets on... Oh, sorry. Before he goes, Holly, who I may have mentioned that Holly and Jala kind of had a thing. Actually, in the Mata Nui Online Game 2, in Ko Koro, in the Wall of Prophecies, some of the Ko Matorans there will tell you stuff. One of them says, like, your beloved will die. Because Holly and Jala kind of had a thing. Not as overtly as Huki and Maku, but they kind of flirted in the Wall of History animations, and then a little bit again at the start of the movie. But now he's dead. So Holly shows up, and she gives a speech about unity, duty, and destiny. She is named the new chronicler, because this guy, I mean, he's got more important stuff to do now. She gives a speech about that, and she, like, symbolically puts Jala's mask, his yellow how, on the front of the Usanui. And it's like, you know, he's gonna lead you to victory. Takanuva. It's like, based. So he gets on the Usanui, and it goes vroom, and it just goes down some tunnels. Holly I think she like stows aboard it, down through a bunch of tunnels, to a big door, and it just crashes right into the door and explodes, demolishes the door. Takanuva jumps off it just in time. I guess this is what it was supposed to do. Seems to have been intentional. Holly is fortunately not obliterated in the crash. So this is Makuta's lair. This is where he's been stirring up all this trouble from. Takanuva goes in and is like, Makuta, it's freaking over. You're done. I had enough. And Makuta's in there with all his Krata equipment and all his Rakshi making equipment and his energized protodermis pools that he uses to transforming Krata and whatever. So Holly goes back to the surface. Somehow she gets there really fast. She's bringing everyone down to the lair of Makuta. Meanwhile, Makuta challenges Takanuva to a game of Koli, and they start like whacking a ball back and forth. I think it's like an energy ball. It's like a Ganon boss fight. Takanuva beats him back, hits him with the ball, and then they're like grappling. Takanuva like grabs Makuta's face, pulls off his mask. Mid-grapple, they go tumbling into a vat of energized protodermis. And this happens right as all of the Matoran and stuff and the Toa Nuva have arrived. Like, they're all watching this happen, and they're like, oh no, but aha, a new being rises from the pool, a combination of Takanuva and Makuta, Takutanuva. And it wears a mask that is half light and half shadow, and he's the two of them combined into one being. Takanuva had been saying, like, Makuta, you put the Great Spirit into a deep sleep, and that was evil, you cursed him, we're gonna wake him up. And Makuta, mysteriously, he says, like, no, when he wakes, he suffers. Like, I'm protecting him. I'm protecting him from being woken up by you. And Takanuva's like, huh? What? What does this mean? So they merge together into Takutanuva, and Takutanuva, he's like, no, we should wake up Mata Nui. And everyone's like, yay, wake up, we're gonna wake up Mata Nui. So Takutanuva walks over to Jala's mask, which was on the motorcycle, and he just takes it and he uses whatever spirit power he's got, and he revives Jala, good as new. Jala's back, baby. Jala immediately recognizes Takanuva. He knows that it's him. So after resurrecting Jala, Takutanuva goes over to a giant, like, steel door and, like, hefts this giant door up. Everyone's like, wow, and they all walk out onto this cliff, looking out over the sea, a sea. He's holding this door up to let all the Matoran, I guess in the space of like a couple seconds, like thousands and thousands of Matoran go through this door. He's holding the door up, but he's losing it, and then it eventually like falls on him. But it's okay. I guess it only crushed the Makuta part. The Takanuva part is okay. He's fine. Makuta is vanquished? ? Everyone stands on this cliff and is like, our destiny awaits. And they all praise unity, duty, and destiny together, looking out over the sea. I want to mention I guess you could call it a fan theory. I saw a video by a Bionicle tuber named Herora Nuva about this. Probably some of the characters knew that Takua was the Toa of Light. Makuta probably knew. The Turaga probably knew. The Toa probably don't know. The only Toa we've seen are the Toa Mata, and those guys just washed up on the beach. So it's kind of weird. A Matoran can become a Toa. I mean, this changes everything. The Turaga know that this can happen. The Turaga know all kinds of secret things that they haven't shared with us or the Matoran, actually. Herora Nuva even says that Takua may have known. And if he knew, it would have been like a subconscious knowledge, a subconscious feeling that he's different or something like that. Because the Matorans in general don't know that becoming a Toa is like on the table. Turaga Vakama may have told Jala this in secret, and, maybe, when Jala dies, he just flat out says, like, you know who you are, you know your destiny. It's as though he knows. And then, of course, when Jala comes back to life, he doesn't seem fazed at all for some reason that his friend is transmogrified. Nobody says it in the movie, but I think it's pretty likely that some of these characters did know that it wasn't a literal search for the seventh Toa, that it was basically just a quest to get Takua to realize his destiny as the seventh Toa. As I mentioned, his name is Takanuva, and he has the Toa Nuva builds. They all have the same, like, silver chest piece. They have somewhat similar construction. Takanuva does have that chest piece. I mean, he's different colors. But he's got the Nuva build. But he's not a Nuva. He's not a Toa Nuva because he didn't fall into the protodermis. Although, I guess he does fall into the protodermis, but he doesn't become a Toa Nuva. He merges with Makuta into Makuta Nuva. And then when he comes out and they split apart, he's not like a new form. So, I mean, I guess he was exposed to energized protodermis. He wasn't transformed by it in the same way, but he was sort of transformed by it, but then it reverted, so I would say that he is not a Toa Nuva. He is a mere Toa, but a Toa of Light, so that's still pretty good. Before I go on to talk about this cliff and this sea, combiner sets from this year. I already mentioned the Bohrok-Kal Kaita Ja, obviously. Everybody's favorite. In some of the comics, there are technically Rakshi Kaita, the Rakshi Kaita Vo, and the Rakshi Kaita Za, and they are utterly irrelevant. Takuta Nuva it was a combiner set before, but then it was officially released as its own set later. There's something called Makuta Nui, and it's made from Makuta plus these two movie sets. It definitely never appears in the story, although I think it does appear in a game, Maze of Shadows. There's a sprite for an enemy called Gralok Ashbear, but the sprite is Makuta Nui. But Makuta Nui doesn't exist. It's theoretical. A bigger Makuta, I guess. That's Takuta Nuva. See, he's in the middle because he's half true Bionicle and half something else, half Makuta. What they say they're trying to do, the Matoran, that is, and the Toa and the Turaga, is they want to awaken Mata Nui. Makuta is bad because he cursed Mata Nui, the Great Spirit, to sleep. Nobody says how going through this big door onto this cliff is going to awaken Mata Nui. Turaga Vakama just says, let's pursue our destiny and awaken Mata Nui. And everyone's like, yes, let's. This is true, but it's not the whole story. The extended end of the movie includes a little bit of a trailer for the next movie, which talks about the city of Metru Nui. What they're doing is they're trying to return to the city, the ancient city of legends of Metru Nui, which is where, it turns out, they used to live before they came to the island of Mata Nui. Returning to the city of Metru Nui is part of what has to happen before they can reawaken Mata Nui, but they're not the same thing. Awakening Mata Nui is the eventual goal, but that's not on the table right now. At the end of the movie, they're on this cliff, and you might be wondering, where are they? They were somewhere on Mata Nui. Takanuva got on the Usa Nui, went down through a bunch of caves to a big room, and then they opened a door, and then they came out the door onto a cliff. So are they like on the edge of the island overlooking the sea? No, not even close. To explain where they are, I'm going to need some visual aid. So, all right, let's do this. Let's draw a map. The ocean. Vast. Glorious. The sea. The Island of Mata Nui, named in honor of the great spirit Mata Nui. The red star, probably only visible at night, but there it is, foretelling, prophecies and stuff. Takanuva, let's say he starts somewhere in the middle of the island. The map's not to scale, except when it is, so don't be mad. You know what? Be mad. Be mad in the comments if I get something wrong. I like it when that happens. No, look, this is just my best interpretation. The story is inconsistent in several places anyway, so this is my best attempt to reconcile all that. All right, back to the Usanui. So it's a quick montage in the movie, but yeah, by my reckoning, the path that he takes is a pretty long... I'm so scared to draw every single one of these lines. This took so long to set up. I built this contraption out of duct tape and wooden dowels. But something like this. The island of Mata Nui has tunnels underneath it, and somewhere down here was the Bohrok nests, where the Barag are still currently imprisoned in the Toa seal. Down here is Makuta's lair of Mangaya, which are connected by, in Mata Nui online game, Takua is sent up like this shaft, and he finds himself in the Bohrok nest, so somewhere above are the Bohrok nests, but they are connected. Yeah, so here's the path that Takanuva takes on the Usanui to reach Mangaya, and then they have their Koli battle in his evil Rakshi laboratory, and then all of the other Matoran follow Holly down here and meet him there, and then, okay, the battle is over, Takanuva is formed, and he opens the door. On this rock wall, overlooking, an entirely new sea that is actually underground. If you didn't catch that in the movie, why would you? Coming down here to this new place of a mysterious nature that I will have more to say about for the next many hours is the first step to supposedly awakening the Great Spirit Mata Nui. One small step on that large quest is returning to the City of Legends Metru Nui, which is on this sea, occasionally called the Silver Sea, which is why I'm going to draw it in a slightly different color. Metru Nui is, in case you were wondering, much smaller than the island of Mata Nui, but not to scale. It's probably even smaller than that. Somewhere, probably in the Bionicle Worlds book, its size is given as 47 kyo long. In Bionicle, they use like a powers of 10 system, Mio, Bio, and Kyo. And a Kyo is like a little bit less than a mile. So it's like 47 kyo or about 40 miles long. For some reason, it's in the same shape of Mata Nui. It's the same shape, but much smaller, and it's a city instead of an island. They don't come right out and say it, but I'll just tell you, it's actually inside of a giant dome. It might be a full sphere dome, or it might be flat on the bottom and a dome on top. It's ambiguous. I'm just gonna go with a full circle because, I don't know, I like how it looks. So yeah, this is what we're dealing with now. Underneath the island of Mata Nui are tunnels leading to subterranean areas, one of which, Mangaya, the lair of Makuta, opens onto this giant underground dome containing a silver sea on which is the ancient ancestral homeland of the Matoran people, the City of Legends, Metru Nui. By the end of the movie, the Matoran and everyone from Mata Nui have come down, or they at least have access to this doorway through to the Silver Sea. I know what you're thinking. The next arc is going to be they go back to Metru Nui, right? Well, no, not exactly. So this leads into the next arc, 2004. If you watch the movie Legends of Metru Nui, it's basically the whole story of the season. It's just missing scenes. The rest of the story in the books and the comics are things that happened in between those events that just they didn't put in the movie because it would have made the movie too long. It's actually all a flashback as the Turaga, mostly Vakama, but sometimes other Turaga, telling them about stuff that happened in Metru Nui before they went to the island of Mata Nui. Matoran all lived in Metru Nui, and Metru Nui used to be a thriving, bustling, futuristic city, and the Turaga used to be Matoran living in Metru Nui until one day some stuff happened and they became Toa. They were the Toa Metru. This is their story and nothing less. Let me tell you a little bit about Metru Nui, the city of legends. We know that it's an island in a dome. Now, the dome has a sky. I can tell you that it has a sun. It actually has two suns. If you were living in the city of Metru Nui, you wouldn't have thought you were inside of a dome. Unless they did know they were inside of a dome. They might have known they were inside of a dome. But they probably did know they were inside of a dome. But if you didn't know, you might be convinced that you're not in a dome. They got futuristic technology. They had like flying vehicles. They had things called chutes that were basically just like those tubes in Futurama that just shoot you around wherever you want to go. Remember how the Lematoran on Mata Nui and Liwa, they have a weird way of speaking? You don't just run, you quick run, etc. They call that tree speak on Mata Nui. Well, in Metru Nui, they call it shoot speak because the chutes are mainly run by the Lematoran who live in not Le Koro or Le Wahi, Le Metru. The city is divided into 6 boroughs or regions or whatever, and they are the 6 Metrus: Le Metru, Ta Metru, Po Metru, Onu Metru, Ga Metru, Ko Metru. There were not 6 Turaga. There was, in fact, 1 Turaga, Turaga Duma, who was basically the king. The bird's name is Nivok. He just has a big bird that I guess carries him around. There was 1 Toa. His name was Toa Likan. He was a Toa of fire. He wore a how, although it looks a little different from the how we're used to, but whatever, it's a how. Turaga Duma had at his command, patrolling the city, they had cops. Not just any cops. They had robot cops. And these robot cops looked like these disgusting bug things, and they were called the Vaki. Greg Farshti said at least once the Vaki were his least favorite villains to write in the story because they just didn't have a lot going on personality-wise. You break the law or you look out of place and they come and they get you. They frankly just leave much less of an impression than the Rakshi or the Bohrok. You do see them in the movie. They get mentioned in the movie. But Nidiki and Kreka are a much more visible antagonist. And also Nidiki looks so much like a Vaki, you kind of forget that the Vaki are their own separate thing. I watched a toy set review from a channel called All Out Brick, and he reviewed the Nidiki set, and he basically said, it's fine, I guess, but it just feels like a kind of lazy remix of a Vaki. And yeah, he looks like that. So there were at this time released these 6 little animations, again by Templar Studios. I think they were the last animations that Templar Studios made. So they're in that same Mata Nui online game style. And they just show a little scene from each of the 6 Metrus. They show the Vaki patrolling and hunting down criminals, I guess, and doing the things that they do. These videos are really interesting because when the Turaga talk about Metru Nui, they call it the City of Legends. It's like this magical place, and it's full of futuristic technology, and it's wonderful. In these animations, it's depicted like 1984, work is freedom, slavery is freedom. The Vaki basically stalk the streets constantly, herd the Matoran from place to place, keep them at their work all the time, or they... let's say they incapacitate them. It's kind of like a horrible surveillance state, except when it's not. In the movie, it seems fine. We see the Turaga before they were Turaga and before they were Toa. When they were just Matoran, they seem to have liked their lives, just working jobs. and they talk about it like they liked it. They liked living in Metru Nui. The only way I can reconcile this, and I think there is textual evidence for this, Matoran just love work. Like, I think if a human lived in Metru Nui, constantly being herded from job to home to job to home by these extremely aggressive police that control every aspect of their lives, I think a human would hate it, but I think the Matoran just love it. Like, they're just well suited to be in workhorses. They're like dwarves. They love industry. I don't know. That's the way I can square that circle. Even so, like, the Vaki are bad. Like, the Vaki are cops, but they're bad. Unambiguously, the Vaki are seen as a menace. They're a menace to public safety, and everybody hates them. And if you've seen the movie and you know what's going on, you might think that it was like only during the movie or around that time that the Vaki got bad and became authoritarian, but no. No, the books make it clear that the Vaki were always like this. Previous versions of them were even worse, even more violent, and then they got rid of those ones and they toned it down to a kinder, gentler Vaki that'll just brutally beat you and incapacitate you and mind control you if you step out of line. This is not some, like, subversion of the system. This is the system working as intended. Bionicle literally says ACAB, not in those words. Okay, so they figuratively say ACAB, but they really say it. The Vaki are the cops and they are evil. As you can see, they come in 6 varieties. They're not really elemental, like they don't have elemental abilities. There's just one for every Metru. The Vaki carry what is called staffs. They are for mentally subduing misbehaving or disorderly Matoran. The Nurok have staffs of command. They issue a command to a Matoran and the Matoran will carry out that command. They are compelled. Staffs of loyalty. The Bordak have staffs of loyalty. They make the Matoran zealously devoted to order and will subdue anyone who is being disorderly. The Zadak have staffs of suggestion, which they make the Matoran very susceptible to suggestion. They would use another Matoran who was acting as their pawn to tell that Matoran, what to do. Why not just have a staff of command? The Vaki internal structures, their chain of command, it's a complete mess. They have no idea what they're doing. They need to be abolished. The Kirak have staffs of confusion, which just makes them confused. The Vorzak have staffs of erasing, which remove their, higher thinking skills. That's weird. And then the Rorzak have staffs of presence. They can use a staff of presence on a Matoran, let the Matoran go, and then for a while after, they will have bugged him and can see and hear and sense everything that he's sensing. So it's like for spying. The other thing about the Vaki is that they shoot discs out of their face. They have these rotating heads, and the front of their head has the pincers, and they shoot a disc out of their front. I guess this is as good a time as any to mention Kanoka discs. Kanoka discs are, they're super crucial for Matoran society. Most Matoran technology is based on Kanoka discs. They are used in the production of Kanohi masks. Remember, the Matoran on the Island of Mata Nui, they had bamboo discs, and they would just throw discs of bamboo. Well, turns out disc throwing is kind of their whole culture. They always threw discs because their whole civilization was based on discs. Those bamboo discs didn't have any special powers, but these ones from Metru Nui did. So let's take a look. There are different kinds of Kanoka disc. The 3 digits inscribed on a disc. The first digit is the Metru it was created in, which is also indicated by its color. So why do they bother? The second digit is the type of power, which I'll get to in a moment. And the third digit is its power level. They go from 1 to 9. Only special discs called the Great Discs have a power level of 9. Those are their own thing. The different powers a disc can have, after reviewing the notes and the wiki, I've decided that this is just a mess. The wiki says that there are 8 basic powers, but there's not only 8, because the list does not include the disc of levitation and the disc of flight, which may or may not be the same thing. Discs of levitation are used in Matoran airships. The way that airships are made to fly is by a mechanism inside of them basically smacks a disc into the interior part of the ship and makes it rise. I'm getting ahead of myself. The way that you use a disc is you throw it at something, and whatever it hits, it does the thing. The basic powers of them are, here they are, 1 through 8, I guess. Reconstitute at random, which scrambles the material of something. Freeze, which it freezes it like in ice. Weaken, it makes it weaker, a creature or like the structure of an object. Remove poison, which is so specific. It's the Ga Matoran virtue of purity. Enlarge, it makes it larger. Shrink, it shrinks it. Regenerates, it repairs it. And teleports, it makes you teleport and you disappear and you reappear somewhere else at random. That's all fine, I guess. But then definitely the levitation discs are a thing. I don't know why they're not on the list. They're labeled by what metru they're produced in. And this actually does make a difference. I think this might be a thing only in a video game. The metru they're produced in affects, like, their flight path. Ta metru discs knock obstacles out of the way on their path. Ga metru discs, you can control their flight path with your thoughts. Po metru discs home in on not on the target. They home in on other discs and deflect the other discs off course. When would you need to do that? They're just specifically for throwing to prevent other people's thrown discs from hitting the target. They're not actually for hitting anything. Maybe. Ko-metru discs dodge obstacles to get to their target. Lei-metru discs just fly farther. Then Onu-metru discs return to the thrower if they don't strike their target. So, in case you were wondering, that's the practical difference. Ganoka discs are used to make Kanohi masks. Okay, what I'm about to read comes from the Bionicle Encyclopedia Updated. That's the second version of the encyclopedia. I won't go through them all, but it gives the disc composition used to make each different kind of Kanohi mask. The How is made of an enlarged disc plus a regeneration disc. The Miru, the Mask of Levitation, is not made of a levitation disc. It is made of a teleport plus a weaken disc. And, minor spoiler, but there is later another Kanohi called the Kanohi Kadin, the Mask of Flight, and that is made with a disc called the Disc of Flight, which maybe is the Disc of Levitation, which you would think would be used to make the Mask of Levitation, but no. Perhaps a Disc of Levitation is formed from combining a teleport and a weaken disc into a levitation disc, and that is then crafted into, not the Mask of Levitation, but the Mask of Flight? Maybe. I can really only guess. The Kanohi Cow, the Mask of Water Breathing, is made of regeneration disc plus shrink disc plus remove poison disc. This is not very interesting. Skipping ahead. So yeah, technology is based on these discs that do things, including making airships fly. Ground vehicles have a similar mechanism with a disc of speed that is used to strike the interior of the craft and make it go fast, etc. The Vaki have these discs in their mouths and they launch them. I don't know if that's actually their mouth. Matoran carry around Kanoka disc launchers. It's just a little handheld gun for their discs. They no longer have the little stretchy arms like the Mictoran did that they fling them. Now they have a little... Yeah, they don't have the same build or arms or torso. They're much bigger. This year, they were Metru Nui, Matoran, and they had a new style of build. The Turaga were the first small set. Then it was the Bohrok-Kal. Then it was the rebuilt Koli-playing Matoran. And now it is the larger Metru Nui Matoran. By the way, all the Matoran present in these flashbacks, many of them we've seen in Mata Nui, like in the future or the present, because this is a flashback. Kapura, Nuparu, they're here. It's the same guys. So why don't their present-day selves know about the Toa Metru and about Metru Nui, and why don't they know that the Turaga used to be Toa? Good question. This is something that you might not necessarily understand from watching the movie. It's even a little bit hard to pick it up from reading the books or at all. It's a little bit subtle and hard to really even notice. Everything in Metru Nui, pretty much, and generally inside this domed underground area, is made of protodermis. Everything is protodermis, even the things that aren't anything like other things. Rocks and stuff, metallic things, those are solid protodermis. Crystals, that's crystalline protodermis. The water is liquid protodermis. It is water, but it's water formed of liquid protodermis. The sea, the silver sea protodermis. I think the idea is that the liquid protodermis that is the water in the ocean, it looks a little different, and that's why it's the silver sea. It can't be overstated. It is water. Toa of water can control liquid protodermis because it is water. It's just water made of a different thing. Like, everything is protodermis, except for, I guess, the air. Maybe. The chutes, I thought they might have been full of, like, gaseous air protodermis, but I think Greg said that the air is not protodermis, so they might be full of, like, a liquid protodermis, but then how do you breathe? Wait a minute. Maybe they just hold their breath. I guess they just hold their breath, they don't need to breathe that much. Wait, but why would the lay Matorans transport everything in liquid protodermis? By the great spirit Mata Nui, what the heck is going on in the City of Legends? Here's how it makes the most sense to me. I think of protodermis as anything made of Lego. Bionicle, it's easy to forget when you're looking at the deep lore like this, but it is still a Lego property. And when you're building like a Lego set, you make everything out of plastic blocks. And if you have like a river or something, you build it with, blue Lego blocks. So to me, protodermis basically equals Lego plastic. That's just how I think of it. It kind of doesn't even really matter that much. Just remember that it's not energized protodermis. That's the silvery stuff that is wicked powerful, and we'll learn more about that as well, eventually. So yeah, everything here, protodermis. The discs too, the masks, the people, even like their organs, their organic material, it's made of like organic protodermis. Alright, so what actually happens in 2004, Bionicle, Metru Nui, City of Legends, Legends of Metru Nui? Vakama is kind of the protagonist, kind of the whole arc. He gets a little bit more character development than almost anyone has. The movie starts with him, he's working in his forge. Taragaduma wants a special mask of time because Vakama is like he's like the super good mask maker. He's like the top mask maker in Metru Nui. And Vakama's like, sure, I'll try, even though he literally can't do it because he needs a special disc and he doesn't know where to get the special disc. But he tells Taragaduma, like, I'm working on it. I'm trying. I'm working on it. Come back later. But like, he doesn't know. He will learn, but he doesn't know where he's going to get that mask. His forge gets attacked by two freaks. These two, Nidiki and Kreka. Nidiki is like a conniving, sneaky, wow. Like an assassin, I guess. Kreka is a lumbering, dumb oaf that follows him around. If you're wondering what they are, like species-wise, Nidiki looks like a Vaki. He's not a Vaki. He just uses the same headpiece as the Vaki. What is he? I can't tell you yet. It's a long story. Kreka is just something. I don't even think there's a name for what his species is. He's not a Matoran. He's not a Toa. He's just something else. However, the two of them are Dark Hunters, as in they are a part of an organization called the Dark Hunters. This is not super relevant at the moment, but eventually it will be. Vakama's getting attacked, and he's saved by none other than Toa Likan. Oh, he gives him a Toa Stone. Remember the Toa Stones from the GBA game, Tales of the Tohunga, aka Quest for the Toa, where Takua collected the Toa Stones and used them to summon the Toa Mata. This kind of Toa Stone actually is that other kind of Toa Stone, but it won't do the same thing. Likan gives him a Toa Stone and saves him from being murdered and tells him go to the Great Temple in Ga Metru. He meets up with these 5 other Matoran who have also been given a Toa Stone. Pow! They're transformed into Toa by the power of these Toa Stones that Likan gave them. It says that it starts with Likan breaking into the Great Temple to retrieve the Toa Stones. I thought he made the Toa Stones. Toa can make Toa Stones. It'll happen later. No, I can find no reference to Likan making the Toa Stones himself. I guess they just had them. If it wasn't his, I don't know whose it was. Maybe it was Taragaduma. Taragaduma must have at one point been a Toa. Maybe he made the Toa Stone. Could be anyone, really. According to the Encyclopedia Updated, which, by the way, anytime I reference something in the Encyclopedia Updated, that book was really, I want to say that was in like 2008. So that's like later and it's a retcon. But according to the Encyclopedia Updated, the Avoki also contained Toa power and acted as a Toa stone. So that's, I guess, how the Avoki was able to transform Takua into Takanuva. Why did Takanuva's name change when he became a Toa? These guys' names didn't change. Mysterious. Toa Likan rescues Vakama from Nidiki. Nidiki calls Likan brother mysteriously. Likan gives 6 Toa stones to 6 Matoran who go to the Great Temple, and they become the Toa Metru. Vakama, Nokama, Matau, Wainua, Nuju, and Oniwa. We know that they will eventually become the Turaga. When they were Matoran, their masks were powerless, but in their transformation to Toa, their masks have become great masks. So they have mask powers, but they don't know what they are. For the first, 2 or 3 books, I think, they don't know what they are, so they don't use them. In the temple, there was a cache of tools, and it was pick whichever ones you want. Vakama gets a Kanoka launcher. Lots of Matoran have a Kanoka launcher, so it's not a very spectacular weapon. However, we will see him also use it as a jetpack, very nonchalantly. I was a bit surprised to realize that it could do that, but it does, which is pretty neat. Nokama has hydro blades. Matau has arrow slicers. Oniwa has proto-pythons. Wainua has earth shock drills. And Nuju has crystal spikes. Toa Likan also has a Toa tool. It is a pair of fire greatswords that can become a surfboard, just like Tahu Nuva. Each of these Matoran that became these Toa, who will eventually become the Turaga, each of them is basically top of their class, cream of the crop Matoran. Vakama, best mask maker in Metru Nui. Nokama. Okay, so in Gak Metru, they do water stuff. They do fishing. They make boats and stuff. But the main thing they do, they have the Great Temple and they do teaching. They do teaching and learning. Nokama, she's the best teacher. That's Nokama. Lake Metru, shoots, travel, vehicles. Matau, he's the most daringest, wildest vehicle test driver, and he's always getting into crashes, and he loves it. That's Matau. Wainua. Okay. So Onu Metru is the home to a thing called the Archives. This is the main thing they do in Onu Metru. It's a big underground complex that contains... They archive living creatures by putting them into suspended animation inside of, I guess, protodermis, maybe kind of like the Toa seal, all kinds of rahi that anyone's ever encountered, plus artifacts and things, important rocks that somebody found somewhere. They got all this cool stuff down in the archives. The Onu Matoran, that's the main thing they do. Wainua is an archivist. He works in the archives. Oniwa? Actually, don't remember. He probably makes crafts, because that's what they do in Po Metru. They craft stuff. I'm just gonna guess that he's probably a craftsman. And Nuju is a scholar. In Ko Metru, they do... Well, just like up on Mata Nui, they looked at the stars and they foretold prophecies, which they also did in Gakora, but they do it even more, and they're even more serious about it in Ko Metru. They do astronomy. They read the stars. Because there are stars in the sky in Metru Nui. Why are there stars in the sky inside of an underground dome? I don't know. I do, actually. Sort of. So Vakama. He has always, in fact, even as a Matoran, had visions of the future. Pretty neat, I guess, but he hates it. It causes him nothing but grief, gives him anxiety, it makes him think that he's a freak, he hates himself. His whole thing is self-doubt and self-hatred and overcoming his unwillingness to believe that he could be a good leader of Toa or Toa period. Actually, they all kind of don't really believe that they could be good Toa because they all had this job thrust upon them. None of these guys wanted to be Toa, and none of them like it, and they all complain about it and wish constantly that they could just go back to just being a guy with a job. Except for Matau. Matau likes flying and being a hero and stuff. The rest of them, they're always whinging. But you know what? I get it. Based on what they have to go through once they become Toa, I would whinge too. Remember, this ends with the mass exodus of everyone to the island of Mata Nui, so they do see their ancestral home destroyed. That's where this is all going. And they end up as these wizened little old Turaga. So I think, it's not the best. It's tough out there for a Toa Metru. Frankly, there's not a lot of connection personality-wise between them as Toa Metru and them as Turaga. They've basically been reimagined entirely, with a few little connections here and there. For instance, Turaga Nuju, remember, he doesn't speak the common Matoran language, he only speaks in bird whistles. Well, not as a Toa Metru, he doesn't. Maybe that'll come up at some point. It will. There will be an explanation. It's not an incredibly good explanation, but there is one. Overall, their whole vibe is a lot more downbeat. Like, the Toa Mata argued with each other because they had different personalities and different approaches to stuff, and they didn't always get along with each other. The Toa Metru hardly ever seemed to like each other at all. They basically constantly wish that they didn't have to be Toa, didn't have to be doing this. Vakama is basically considered the leader. He has visions, and the visions sort of tell the team, like, what they need to do next. At first, the rest of them don't believe in the visions, but eventually they're convinced. Matau basically says that he's crazy. A bunch of them say that he's crazy. And Vakama's like, I think I'm crazy too. I think I'm just have brain problems, so you're probably right. Eventually, though, they follow his visions and they're convinced, like, okay, maybe these do tell the future. And at that point, it's pretty much like, well, he's got to be the leader. Makes sense to me. Vakama's the leader, but nobody really likes him, especially in the books. Pretty much the entire arc is somebody is mad at Vakama. Someone thinks Vakama is doing the wrong thing. Someone refuses to acknowledge Vakama as the leader. Someone just thinks he's an idiot or insane. Nokama is kind of in his corner. Not just the only one who's always in Vakama's corner. She's like the only one who's ever in his corner. She doesn't even always like agree with him. She's always like encouraging. She's always like, you're not so bad. Like, you could do it if you just, had a little more confidence in yourself. Just the whole vibe of the Toa Metru as a team, I would maybe even say a little bit angsty. Just a little bit. Let's get into the plot of the books, which includes the plot of the movie. You'll recognize a lot of this if you've just seen the movie, but not all of it. The book canon is more robust. For instance, there was a giant plant monster called the Morbuzak that was destroying the city actively. Like, whole neighborhoods were just disappearing and being swallowed, inhabitants and all, into, I don't know, the sea, I guess? The Silver Sea? This had just been an ongoing thing for years at this point, and nobody had done anything about it. I guess nobody could do anything about it, except maybe the Vaki or perhaps Toa Likan, but I mean, it's a big job, and it didn't get solved. Good thing we spend 10 billion widgets every year funding these Vaki so that they can brutalize people that don't show up to work on time and do nothing about this plant monster gradually devouring the city. There are 6 great discs. They have power level 9. Where do they come from? I don't know. They just exist mysteriously. Prophecy, I guess, says that 6 Matoran will know their location. These Matoran, Nuri, Akmau, Visola, Tehudi, Erie, and Orkam, are the 6 Matoran that prophecy says each will know the location of a great disc, and getting these great discs is important for some reason. Actually, for multiple reasons. This guy, Nidiki, meets with / blackmails a mysterious Matoran, tells him, you need to get in touch with these 6 disc knowers of, and you need to help me get these discs. I will kill you if you don't do it, but I'll pay you if you do it. So it's somewhere between blackmail and traitor behavior. It falls somewhere on that continuum for this Matoran. Vakama has the vision that they need to find the great discs to stop the Morbuzak. The plot of the first book involves basically tracking down the 6 Matoran who know where the discs are. Even though this Morbuzak situation has been going on for, like, a while, I guess something in his vision convinces Vakama, like, no, we have to stop the Morbuzak right now. So they do that. They don't go and tell Turaga Duma, hey, we're Toa now, which turns out to be good, actually, but I get ahead of myself. So following Vakama's vision, they set out to find these 6 Matoran who know of the discs. I think they just, like, ask around and find out about them. Basically, each of the Toa go to, where they work or used to work when they were Matoran, looking for a guy that they heard knows a disc, and then they find out the guy's not here and the disc is gone, and they're like, huh, well, where could he be? What a mystery. By the way, everywhere they go, the Matoran that see them are like, wait a minute, why is there another Toa? Some of them seem to think it's cool. Some of them are like afraid of it. Some of them are like mystified. They generally don't get a very good response. The Vaki find the presence of new Toa to be a disruption, and they basically will attack on sight and subdue them for questioning. They just think it's very disorderly of them to exist as Toa, and they don't appreciate that. These 6 guys, Nuri, Akmau, Vizsla, Tahuti, Arye, and Orcam, they were all like friends, or like frenemies or co-workers with the Toa Metru, and most of them end up like not being very happy to see that these guys have become Toa. Nuri was like the second best mask forger in Metru Nui, and he was like always secretly seething with jealousy at Vakama. So he's like disgusted and enraged that that Vakama is a Toa now. It's like, it should have been me. But he's like, but I know where the Great Disc is, and with the power of the Great Disc, I can win glory, or something. The best one is Vizsla, the Gamatoran. She was like also another teacher along with Nokama. So they were co-workers, but Nokama goes to like Vizsla's house to find her because she wants to find out where the Great Disc is, and Vizsla's not there. And in Vizsla's house, she finds like a secret creepy shrine to herself, to Nokama. I don't know, newspaper clippings and like one of these, like a corkboard with like lines drawn about all like the great things Nokama has done. She's like a secret obsessed stalker who's like in love with, but also wants to surpass and prove that she's better than Nokama. So that's awesome. Vizsla too, in her diary, she writes that like she has already heard that Nokama is a Toa now, but at least I have the Great Disc. Oh yeah, all of these guys have disappeared. Basically, as soon as they go to ask them where are the Great Discs, they're all gone. And it's because Nidiki met with that one guy, and that one guy went around and got to them first, basically, to try to collect all the 6 Great Discs so that he could get them to Nagiki, so that he could get paid and also not die. Nuju finds Arye, like, trapped behind some blocks in the Kometru crystal knowledge towers. Did I mention that Kometru is full of these crystal towers called knowledge towers, and they make them by, like, throwing a seed crystal onto the ground, and, like, the tower, like, grows out of the ground. This is where they do all their astronomy and stuff. Wainua finds Tahuti, like, just hanging out deep in the archives. Like, was he trapped there? I don't remember. They've all been, like, led somewhere or trapped somewhere so that the other guy could get the discs. Long story short, the guy who Nidiki was talking to and saying, get the discs or we'll kill you and won't pay you, it's the brown one. It's the Pomatoran Akmau. Akmau is the traitor, although, like I said, he's sort of under threat of death, so I'm not sure if we should judge him so harshly yet. Akmau is the one who is collaborating with Nidiki to get all these discs together. As they go out and do this, they all have to deal with occasional Vaki attacking them just for existing, just for being a Toa in this city. In Metru Nui, the city of legends, it's illegal to be a Toa. They're an oppressed minority, I guess you could say. As well as more Bazak vines will just attack them and try and break off whatever piece of town they're in. You know, it's tough out there. There were promo CDs, just like there were promo CDs for the original sets that involved like putting the Makoki stones into the thing and you could see the videos of the Toa. They had promo CDs for the Metru as well, and it was like point and click adventure going around talking to Matoran. It's hunting down the Matoran that know where the discs are. It's the part where like Nokama goes to Vizsla's hut and finds her creepy shrine. To be honest, I didn't play these, but as far as I can tell, they are just a visual telling of the events of the book anyway, but it's neat that they exist. They figure out that Akmau is the traitor, but they don't do anything about it. They're just like, we're gonna keep our eye on you, man. And that's the plot of book 1. Book 2, Trial by Fire, is kind of just more of this. This time they gotta go around with their little buddies and like actually find the discs. Gotta fight against giant Usal crabs, deal with more Vaki, more Bazak vine attacks, fighting Rahi that someone let loose in the archives. There's one bit where Wainua is in the archives and he comes into a room that he doesn't recognize, and it it turns out that the room he's in is actually a shape-shifting Rahi that has disguised itself as a room. This thing is called the Archives Beast. It tries to, like, stab Wainua and Nuju, but Nuju creates a blizzard inside of its room self, and it spits it out because it doesn't like the cold. Matau, in order to get his disc, has to go into the chutes, and in the chutes, as he's whizzing around the chutes, he goes into this place where there's something called a force sphere, which is like where like the magnetized forces that keep the chute's protodermis flowing get twisted up into like a sphere that like compresses until it explodes, which seems pretty dangerous, but I guess this was like in an uninhabited part of the city that had fallen to the Morbazak, so like it's fine. Basically, they just go around and do a bunch of like adventurous things in the various metrus, climbing towers and stuff. Fighting Rahi. This is all depicted in the movie in like a montage. You see this really quick. This is the first 2 books of the whole arc, and it's just like a quick montage. I think you see the Morbazak really briefly during the montage. They find out from Vizsla, Nokama's obsessed stalker, to kill the Morbazak, to end it once and for all, you have to kill it at its main root. Despite it being a plant, it actually likes heat and fire, so they realize that it's probably in Ta Metru, living inside the Great Furnace that powers all of their, magma works and stuff. So they go there to confront the Morbazak. They're fighting vines. They're fighting seed pods and stuff. Nuju uses his ice powers, which I think the Morbazak, hates because this plant likes fire, so it doesn't like ice. These guys, this is the only time it happens in the books, but these 6 dudes form into a Matoran Nui to defend against Morbazak attack. And then as soon as they're done with that, they split up, and Akmau's like, that was dumb, I'm out of here, I'm never doing this again. And he bails. They find the master root of the Morbazak, and the Morbazak speaks to them telepathically and tells them that it has a master, that its master commanded it to, drive the Matoran into the center of Metru Nui. So he's operating on behalf of somebody evil out there. So the Toa Metru, it turns out elemental power is like a finite resource that you can expend. So they spend all theirs trying to damage it, and it doesn't really work. But then they each pull out one of their 6 great discs, and they just hold them up, and the 6 discs react with each other, and they shoot a big beam that kills the Morbazak. They did it. The city is saved. The City of Legends, Metru Nui. Okay, Morbazak arc, done. Next book is called The Darkness Below. The Toa are great. We've saved the entire city from the existential threat of this plant monster that has been terrorizing us. Cool. I guess we're heroes now. Let's go tell Turagaduma that 6 new Toa are in town. But then they don't do that because Nuparu, comes and finds them and is like, hey guys, I'm here from the archives. There's a leak in the archives. The sea is gushing into it. It's a problem. And they're like, well, we got to do something about that. We can take care of this on the way to the Colosseum. It's on the way. So let's just stop at the archives before we get to the plot of the movie. So Wainua is like, I know a shortcut. So they take his shortcut, but it's a terrible idea. There's a fog and they get attacked by bugs. And they get split up in the archives, and they lose each other. The depths of the archives are, notoriously hard to navigate. It's infinite layers down there. Even the most experienced archivists risk getting lost if they go deep enough. So they're lost in the archives. And then they start getting attacked by Rakshi. There's an insect control Rakshi and a weather control Rakshi. Remember, there's 42 different Rakshi with each one has a different ability. Remember, the Toa Metru, don't even particularly like each other, and they're not happy to be Toa, and they're not happy to be working together. They just have to because it's their destiny. So they're all lost in the archives, and then they start running into each other, and they get attacked by each other. Nokama fights a Rakshi, and she realizes there's no Krata in the Rakshi, so how does that work? I thought they needed a Krata. Vakama meets Nokama, and she blasts him with water, and he's like, what the heck was that? And then Matau finds Oniwa, but Oniwa attacks Matau, but he attacks him with fire powers. What is that about? They eventually all meet up together again, and then when they do, they start fighting again. He's you attacked me. It's no, I didn't. Well, I haven't even seen you. It turns out there is a shape-shifting Rahi down here called the Kraka, and the Kraka has been, well, it's a she. She had shapeshifted into these various Rakshi. Wait, no, the Rakshi were real. The one that Nokama found was the Kraka shapeshifted into the Rakshi, and then Kraka started taking on their Toa forms, and I gotta say, it's like way overpowered that the Kraka can not just assume like the physical form of a Toa, but when she does so, she also gets all their elemental powers. It's a pretty good shapeshifting ability. The Kraka is as powerful as all of the individual Toa combined because she can just become all of them with their full powers. Their elemental powers are largely depleted. The battle with the Morbizak, they used up most of their elemental power, all their MP basically, so they're low on elemental power. They're in a weakened state. Kraka, when she shapeshifts, gets all the MP, so she's actually like better than them. And they don't have their mask powers yet either. Oh yeah, they find another Rakshi, a density Rakshi. They like trick it into reducing its density so low that it becomes like ghostly and insubstantial, and they like throw it through a wall. There just are Rakshi in the archives, and Kraka just like found a bunch of Rakshi and like has them working for her. There's a chain lightning Rakshi, a cyclone Rakshi, an illusion Rakshi. Nuju gets stuck in a stasis field, but they shoot him with a teleportation disc, and it gets him out of the stasis field. The Kraka tries to disguise himself as Nuju, but they like ask Nuju a question, and Nuju answers wrongly, and they're like, aha, it's the Kraka. It's the Kraka. They talk to the Kraka. The Kraka is an intelligent Rahi. She is the last of her kind. Her people used to live on the surface in Metru Nui, but the Matoran and stuff live there now, and she was driven down or sealed away down in the archives. And she hates the surface dwellers. And basically the last insult now is that now these guys, these Toa have come down to her lair and are messing with her. And that pisses her off so much. And she basically says, I'm going to keep you Toa hostage because I know others will come down after you. And I'm just going to kill everyone that comes down to try and save you. She wants to kill all the Matoran, but also she wants to like reconquer the surface. And I think Oniwa is like, but if you do that, you won't rule over everyone because you'll have killed everyone. And she's like, okay. She's like mentally unbalanced because, well, first Vakama shoots her with a reconstitute at random disc, which makes her start transforming into lots of different creatures really fast. And then she turns into her canonical set, which is a combination of all 6 Toa Metru. This is the combiner model. It's her becoming basically all 6 Toa at once. So she has all their powers, but also she has all of their thoughts and memories, and I guess this conflict of all the 6 of them, maybe it's a commentary on like they're such a bad team. All their different personalities clash so much that it like makes her go insane. She fires like a big beam that combines all 6 elemental powers together, and the beam forms solid protodermis, just like the Toa seal when all 6 Toa combine their elemental beams against the Balrog. Consistency. Oniwa just tells her, like, your plan doesn't make any sense, dude. And she's like, I hate you. I hate everything. But also, you're right, and I give up. She turns into a lava eel and, like, jumps into a lava river and, like, swims away. And Vakama could have stopped her, but he decides not to. He's like, nah, let her get away. She's just going through a hard time. Yeah, we did kind of come into her home and, like, start trashing her house, basically. So the Kraka gets away, but they do find that leak Nuparu was complaining about, and they fix the leak. And then they're like, now we can go to the Colosseum and get on with the damn plot of the movie already. The tone of the movie, very jokey, very goofy. One might call it Whedon-esque in places. Not that the books don't also have the characters quipping. They do. Personally, I enjoyed the first movie more than the second one. I just enjoyed seeing these 2 little Matoran go on an adventure together. I thought that was more interesting, that they're such underdogs. Whereas, I don't know, I found the second movie is a lot more of like watching big action guy Toa fight a monster or do a cool jump or something. I just wasn't as into it. Book 4, Legends of Metru Nui. I think this is basically the movie in book form. In the book, he has a vision that says they have to get the Great Discs and defeat the Morbizak. In the movie, he sees a vision that they have to get the Great Discs to prove their worth as Toa, is the goal in the movie. And then they have a montage where they all go get it. The other Toa are like, what, are we just going to trust your vision? We're just going to go do some nonsense because you had a vision about it? You're just some freak. You're just mentally ill. And Nokama, she's like, what if it's the will of Mata Nui? What if it's the Great Spirit Mata Nui sending these visions? And everyone's like, I guess it could be the Great Spirit. If there's even a chance it could be the will of the Great Spirit Mata Nui, I guess we gotta do it. So they have a montage. They get the Great Discs, and they're like, cool, let's go to the Colosseum. Skip over the events of the last 2 books. However, they did happen, and this was directly commented on by, I don't think it was Christian Faber, someone on the creative team. I saw an interview in some behind-the-scenes video, was talking about it like, there's a reason why the Toa in this movie don't use their elemental powers, and if you want to know that, you gotta read the books. And it's because they spent all their elemental powers fighting, well, first fighting the Morbizak, and then they still couldn't use them against the Kraka. That's why. They spent it against the Morbizak. So they finally, after all these books, they get to the Colosseum to be like, hey, we're Toa now. There's a game that they're playing in the Colosseum. It's called Akilini. I think it's a disc-based game. They don't play Koli in Metru Nui. They play Akilini. This is the same day, by the way, that they became Toa. Duma says he's bemused and he's like, oh, Matoran by morning, Toa by night, huh? Finding the discs, defeating the Morbizak, and fighting Kraka in the archives, that was all like a couple hours. So they show him the Great Discs to prove their worth as Toa. I find it funny that they thought they would have to prove anything. You can just look at them and see that they're Toa. I mean, maybe if you want to like get your Toa career started on the right foot, you bring like a cool trophy of your prowess and you're like, check it out. But like a Toa is a Toa. You can just look and see that they are Toa. So they give him the discs, and Turaga Duma, he's like, bah, Toa must prove their worth with deeds, not mere gifts. This is really funny if you've read all the books, because like they literally saved the city already. They killed the Morbizak. Like the worst thing that ever happened, they solved it. Maybe he just hadn't heard yet. News hadn't gotten around. Because Duma doesn't care, all the other Toa are like, thanks, Vakama. Your stupid visions led us on a stupid wild goose chase for some nonsense that didn't matter. Here, take your stupid disc, idiot. Take your stupid disc, fire spitter. What are you gonna do, forge him into a mask? Forge man? Get owned, they say. And he does. So Duma doesn't care at all about the Great Discs, and he's like, why don't you prove your worth in battle? And then he calls it the Silver Sea. The ocean is the Silver Sea. This is like the metaphorical Silver Sea, and it's the surface of the inside of the Colosseum, and it's made of these like hexagonal floor pieces that can shoot up as like columns, and he turns it into like a danger room, like the X-Men danger room or something. And the Toa just get owned. They just get obliterated. And Duma's like, well, I guess they weren't Toa after all. I guess they were imposters. When Wainua went to the archives immediately after becoming a Toa, when he was looking for Takuti, a guy at the front desk basically is like, who are you? And Wainua's like, it's me, Wainua. I work here. And the guy's like, oh, Wainua, how'd you make yourself look like a Toa? And he's like, I am a Toa. And he's like, oh, really? Weird. Well, I don't know. Go in, I guess. He's like not impressed. No biggie, I guess. Duma and everyone act like they could somehow pretend to be Toa, like they're faking it somehow. It's as though they think that a Matoran could simply take pieces of their body off and replace them with bigger pieces and like rebuild their body to look different. It's as though that's a thing that they do, but they don't. Actually, there is one character that does it later, but he's not important at all. The fact that there is someone who does that makes it so strange to me that it can be done and someone does it and nobody else is like, we should all be doing that. Why is this guy the only one that thought of it? Okay, I'll talk about him in like 6 hours. So they get owned in the arena, partially because they've spent all their elemental powers. They haven't figured out what their masks do yet. And plus they're just losers, and they got loser mentality. Vakama especially. They get separated. Nuju, Wainua, and Oniwa get captured, thrown in the dungeons, basically. Matau, Nokama, and Vakama manage to escape. Duma appears on a screen and gives like an Orwellian 1984, citizens, Likan has mysteriously vanished, but it's okay. The Vaki have it under control. The Vaki will solve everything. The Vaki will keep order, as they have always done. And Vakama is like, oh God, oh great spirit Mata Nui, he freaking died against that green freak while he was trying to save me. This is all my fault. This is a source of angst and self-hatred for him going forward. It's a little bit weird. Like, Likan is just a good guy. Likan is solid. But the Vaki are terrible. Everyone hates them. Everyone knows they're a menace to society. But Likan works, like, side by side with them. They all answer to Turaga Duma. So I guess Likan's not such a good guy after all, because he's complicit in the system, turning a blind eye to corruption. Because they fail this challenge in the arena. And because Duma says, well, they must be imposters, Duma says, well, these guys must be the ones that disappeared Likan. They must be responsible for that. Get them. Yes, and that's the pretense on which he imprisons 3 of them and sends the Vaki and also Nidiki and Kreka after the other 3. So Vakama, Nokama, and Matau, they jump into the chute system. They're shooting through the chutes to get away from the Colosseum. Nidiki goes to a chute station where Kongu, remember Kongu? Kongu is there, like, controlling it, and they tell him, like, reverse the flow right now. And he's like, but that'll be catastrophic and cause huge disaster. And they're like, well, I'll kill you. I'll just kill you if you don't do it. He's like, well, I guess I gotta do it then. They're gonna be crushed by this, by all this junk hurtling around in the chute, but Matau gets him out of there. Vakama has another vision, and he's like, we gotta find Likan. He can help us. He sees Likan's spirit star. Remember spirit stars. Toa have them. You would think that there would be 6 more for the Toa Metru, but there aren't yet. That's actually like really good evidence for Duma to point to and be like, yeah, these are not Toa, these are imposters. Just look up at the sky. There's no spirit stars. Case closed. But Likan's spirit star is still there, and Vakama's like, he's still out there somewhere. We gotta find him. Matau says no. We should go back for Nuju, Oniwa, and Wainua. Vakama's like, no. My vision says we need to find Likan. This is another team rift. They find a Vaki transport ship that is full of these weird spherical, well, spheres, basically. Vakama has another vision of a sleeping Matoran inside of one of these. What does it mean? So they hijack this Vaki transport, and they're taking it to Po Metru because that's where Likan's spirit star pointed to. Oh yeah, and Vakama, while they're doing all this, he's messing around with the great discs, and he finds that if he puts the great discs near each other, they merge with each other. Better not investigate that any further yet. So they get attacked by Kreka and Nidiki, but fortunately, there's a stampede of Kikanalo. That's the same creature that Likan's set is riding for some reason. He never rides one in the movie. Nokama discovers that her mask power, the Kanohi Rao, is the mask of translation. It gives her the power to speak languages. Not an incredibly spectacular mask power, but, you know, it has its uses. Could be worse. They form an alliance with the Kikanalo against the Dark Hunters, and they fight those 2 bad guys that they don't like. Somewhere in the battle against the Dark Hunters, Matau figures out that his mask power is the Mask of Illusion, which is really more like the Mask of Shapeshifting. Seems like it just lets him turn into other guys. The wiki tells me that it lets you make illusions, but also not merely illusionally disguise yourself, but actually shapeshift yourself. But you don't copy, like, powers or abilities. So it's worse than the Kraka. The Kraka can copy powers and abilities. The Kanohi Mahiki cannot. So that's, honestly, it's pretty good. As mask powers go, I think it's pretty solid. So in jail, Nuju, Oniwa, and Wainua, they meet a little wizard. There's a little old man. There's a little Turaga in there. And this Turaga is like, you guys gotta get your act together. If you guys want to escape from jail, you guys have to become jail. He has them do a bunch of training exercises, and they eventually figure out their mask powers. Nuju's is telekinesis. The Kanohi Matatu, the mask of telekinesis. Pretty straightforwardly good and useful. Oniwa gets mad and tells Wainua to sit down, and Wainua does it, even though he doesn't want to. And Oniwa realizes that his mask power is mind control, which is insanely good. Kanohi Komau, the mask of mind control, I think it's probably the best mask power in the whole series, at least among the powers that the main character Toa get. Easily top tier. Not only can you just command someone to do something, so like in battle you can basically just completely invalidate your opponent by just command them like go away. It also sort of gives him limited mind reading. To command someone, he kind of has to like extend his thoughts into theirs. He kind of can touch someone else's mind. From this, he can like sort of glean something about their mental state. I mean, it's a nice side benefit. He can fail at this. Like some characters might be like extremely strong-willed and they might be able to resist the compulsion, so it's not completely infallible, but like that's a top tier mask power for sure. I think they use Nuju's telekinesis power to like move stones or something. They make some way to escape. They manage to escape from jail. On the way out, it's dark. Wainua figures out that his mask power, the Kanohi Ruru, is the mask of night vision. This is probably the worst mask power ever. Onu Matoran can already see better in the dark. They can't see in total darkness, but they can see pretty well in moderate darkness. Night vision is a little bit redundant, but I mean, if it lets you see in total darkness, it's also a flashlight. Why do you need a flashlight if you can see in total darkness anyway? In the movie, it looks like it sort of gives him very limited X-ray vision, like he can see through walls a little bit. Kopaka's Akaku can X-ray vision, I think, at like unlimited range, so I guess night vision in total darkness is kind of useful, but like, his mask is a flashlight. You know what else gives you a source of illumination? A light stone. Like a super common thing. You could literally just carry a light stone and you would have most of the benefit of the Kanohi Ruru. So this one's got to be a contender for worst mask in the whole series, for my money. Okay, long story short, they escape from jail. They find the other 3 Toa. They're reunited again. Hooray. The mysterious Turaga reveals himself to be Likan. Likan is a Turaga. I think it is implied that he kind of passed his Toa power on to the Metru. They see like a holographic face of Likan, like Zordon in the tube, and it's him telling them like, Metru Nui needs you, this is your destiny. This is probably the last moment that Toa Likan was a Toa, and he probably became a Turaga immediately upon this happening. I mean, he certainly became a Turaga at some point, and there's no other explanation given for why it could happen, so it's gotta be this, right? His energy was expended to create this new generation of Toa. I don't know, that makes sense, and it's kinda nice, it's kinda heartwarming, so let's just go with it. He's passed on the mantle of protector of Metru Nui, City of Legends. 2 years later, in 2006, there was a promotional set, probably like given out free with Duracell batteries or something. He's a little red guy. He's got the same gold mask. And this figures, he didn't have a character name. He was called Good Gold Guy. And people asked Greg Farshti on the forums, is Good Gold Guy Turaga Likan? And Greg basically said, yeah, he was supposed to be Turaga Likan. Don't know why they didn't release him until 2006. But yeah, Likan, he's a good guy. He's a good gold guy. Anyway, Turaga Likan reveals the Turaga Duma we have been seeing this entire movie is actually an imposter. The real Turaga Duma has been taken captive. This Turaga Duma that we've been seeing the entire time is actually, it's Makuta. It's Makuta in disguise, has been the whole time. Presumably the real Duma wouldn't have been quite so dismissive of 6 new Toa, but we don't know. We never actually see the real Duma do anything in this movie. In the books, we do a little bit later. So they get attacked by the Vaki, who we now know are being controlled by Makuta because he's pretending to be Duma. So they get into another Vaki transport and they go back to the Colosseum, I think with the intent of confronting the false Duma. And they realize that, like, the city is empty. All the Matoran are gone. Troubling. So it turns out Makuta's plan this whole time, while the Toa were distracted, he gathered all the Matoran. He told them all, like, come to the Colosseum for a big announcement. And once they were there, he locked them all in, and he had the Vaki grab all of them and put them into those spheres that they saw on the Vaki transport, which, it turns out, put them into a state of, like, hibernation or suspended animation. So all the Matoran, all of them, are now locked in these sleep spheres. Fun fact. The original Toa, their canisters were the canisters they arrived on to the island. The Toa Metru, their canisters are not anything canonical. However, the lids of their canisters are semi-spherical, and if you put 2 of the semi-spherical lids together, you form a Matoran sphere that a Matoran can fit inside of. That's pretty cool, right? So the Matoran in these spheres, they're now stored underneath the Colosseum. So as Makuta's doing this, the Toa and Likan, they each grab one, and they're like, well, we can't get them all. Just grab one and go, and we'll try to come back for the others later. They flee with 6 of these spheres, and they find another Vaki transport, and they strap 6 spheres to the sides of it. And the Vaki try to chase them, but they drive the transport, like, over a cliff, and the Vaki are like, oh, well, I guess they died. However, the 6 Matoran spheres that they strapped to it, the air in the spheres gave the Vaki transport enough buoyancy that now it floats, and it has become a seaworthy vessel. So they're just paddling away across the Silver Sea like, well, we can't stay in Metru Nui, I guess, because it's being destroyed, and Makuta's in charge. He freaking won. He got everything he wanted. Their freaking ancestral homeland was just obliterated. Everyone they've ever known has been forcibly hibernated. It's not going too good for the old Toa Metru. This was Makuta's plan. Put all the Matoran in these spheres. Well, guess what? He did it, so there's no more need for the ruse. He reveals that he is not, in fact, Turaga Duma. He is the Makuta. I think he says that he's, like, absorbing the city's power. There's, like, earthquakes. The sky goes dark. The twin suns of Metru Nui, they both eclipse, and the city goes dark. He, like, explodes into this, like, red cloud of power. This will later be called a shadow hand. He reaches out this shadow hand. He grabs Nidiki and Kreka and Nivok, Duma's pet bird, and he, like, pulls them into himself. The body that he would have later is made of pieces of Nidiki and Kreka and Nivok, the final large set of this year called Ultimate Duma. This is meant to be Makuta as he appears in the final battle with wings and everything. But they didn't call it Makuta. They called it Ultimate Duma so as not to spoil the movie, which I appreciate. And he has wings from Nivok, although this set and the version we saw in Mask of Light did not have any wings. While they're on this boat sailing away from Metru Nui, this is the moment when Vakama is like, what about those discs I was messing around with earlier? And he takes out the great disc and he realizes, if I put all 6 of them together, they actually all merge into one really great disc. Being the greatest mask craftsman, the greatest Kanohi craftsman the world has ever known, I can use my fire staff. The fire staff was like a mask making tool. I don't think I mentioned that. Yeah, he still has his fire staff, which he actually has as a Turaga later, but he uses his fire staff and he just crafts that Kanohi out of that super great disc right then and there. And guess what? This is the Vahi, the Mask of Time, the one that Duma had asked him to make, but he didn't know how because he didn't have a special enough disc. This is that disc, so he makes the Vahi. They're trying to like sail away from the island, but Makuta, eventually he's had enough absorbing the city's power and he follows them. And he does, like, the same thing he did in the arena, where, like, the floor would shoot up. He, like, does that with the ocean. I think maybe he's, like, manipulating the liquid protodermis to become solid and doing this. I wouldn't think that the actual sea floor under the Silver Sea, it, like, is made of these same, like, big metallic protodermic hexagonal pylons. But, I mean, I guess I can't prove that it's not. To, like, stop this madness, Nuju telekinesis Vakama over to Makuta, so they can fight and the ship can get away. So he goes over to fight Makuta, and once again, the Vahi fails. The Vahi is useless. He freezes time with it, but it's like not good enough. Even with time frozen, he can't dodge the stupid shadow hand. I guess Makuta was gonna absorb him, probably. So Likan has to jump in front of it and take the bullet and freaking die because the Vahi is just so useless. Likan takes it like a champ, and he freaking perishes right then and there. Of course, this deeply psychologically wounds the already fragile and barely functional Vakama. So now he's got to live with this guilt for the rest of his life, on top of everything else. Makuta gets the Vahi. Remember, he was the one who, disguised as Duma, asked Vakama to craft this mask. He wanted it, so he grabs it, but Vakama shoots it out of his hand and it falls into the sea. And at this point, Vakama figures out that his mask, the Kanohi Huna, is the mask of concealment and lets him turn invisible. And in a very silly boss battle sort of fashion, he uses it to basically trick Makuta into like reaching out his shadow hand to grab him, but then he'll disappear so he can grab a giant rock and pull a giant rock into himself instead and do himself a bunch of damage that way. And he ends up grabbing into the Great Barrier, which is like the wall, and he slams into the wall, and this is in sight of the Vaki transport that the other Toa Metru are escaping in. And so opportunistically, they're like, now's our chance. They shoot all their beams together, and they make another Toa seal, and they Toa seal Makuta to the Great Barrier, and now he's just stuck to the wall. What a freaking dingus. Maybe they learned this from watching the Kraka use all their elemental powers together at once, or maybe they just decide to do it. I mean, the Toa Mata didn't have anyone tell them to use their beams all together. They just did it. Seems natural enough. Anyway, so Makuta is beaten, I guess. He's sealed. But, like, the Toa's still lost, and their home is destroyed, and their people are utterly incapacitated, so it's a real Pyrrhic victory for them. Remember Spirit Stars? We do see Turaga Likan's, well, Toa Likan, now Turaga Likan, but now he's dead. His spirit star, like, explodes into the 6 Toa Metru spirit stars. I don't know. Maybe this means something. The spirit stars, they don't really do anything except when a prophecy needs to happen. Sometimes they can indicate something. I don't know why his star didn't explode when they initially became Toa. Why did it wait? I think it waited until after he died before it became the stars. It split. Don't know why that happened. It just took its sweet time doing that. It's fine, whatever. But by the end, there are 6 spirit stars, even despite the fact that Metru Nui is dead. Would we expect that to be the case? Would we not? Truly, who can say? The movie ends with a flash forward to them getting all of the Matoran in their spheres onto the island of Mata Nui. And then we see they sacrifice their Toa power in order to awaken all the spheres. I don't know why sacrificing Toa power is what is required to do that, but that's what they do, and they give up being Toa and become Turaga in order to awaken them all out of their spheres. However, remember, they only had the 6 Matoran in their spheres attached to the sides of the Vaki transport that they escaped on. There's actually a lot more that has to happen before that, so that's like, don't even worry about that for right now, but that is what eventually happens. One Matoran, he lost his mask, or I think his mask was broken. So remember, a Matoran basically can't live without a mask. They become comatose. So Vakama gives this Matoran Likan's How, and that Matoran was Jala. His yellow How was Likan's all along. Likan's noble How, not his great How, his noble How, because it was after he was reverted to a Turaga, as we see with the Toa Metru when they become the 6 Turaga. Their masks change with them when they go, so it goes down a level along with them. So the last book of this arc is called Voyage of Fear. This is the trip from escaping Metru Nui after they defeat Makuta. They're basically just trying to find somewhere that they can flee to. On their ship, which remember is a Vaki transport, this multi-legged bug tank, which they have rendered seaworthy by strapping these 6 buoyant Matoran spheres to the bottom of it. And I guess its legs now kind of work as like paddles to propel it through the water. Vakama decides to name their new ship the Likan after, because he died, and Vakama's sad about that, which is nice. So they sail the Likan across the Silver Sea to the edge of the dome, which remember, it's called the Great Barrier. There are portals or doorways through the Great Barrier. The sea kind of flows out through a maze of tunnels, basically, and so they just steer their ship and just go, and they don't know where they're going. They just pick directions at random. So there are actually Vaki in these tunnelways. So they get attacked by Vaki, and some of them, the Nurak specifically, they use their staffs of... what do the Nurak have? Command. They have staffs of command, and at one point they actually staff of command Matau to fight the other Toa, continuing the now proud tradition of Toa of Air being mind-controlled and turned evil by the bad guys. So, they're sailing their transport through this sea river tunnel. There are enemies. There's turbulent waters. There's whirlpools. There's Vaki. They get attacked by a bunch of strange underwater Rahi. And it turns out that all of these Rahi are under the command of a rogue Onumatoran named Mavra. And Mavra also has, under his command, a bunch of Kralhi. And the Kralhi, I alluded to this before, they are a mechanical precursor to the Vaki that they used to use, but they were too violent. It doesn't say they actually would kill Matoran, but they would beat them too brutally. They would beat them so hard that they would be out of commission. Time that they would have to spend not working, which was unacceptable. It was a net loss for our great city. So they were decommissioned, replaced with the Vaki, put in the archives, later stolen by Mavra. By the way, the person that made them, and also the Vaki, Nuparu. The Nuparu who would later create the Boxor. Yeah, he invented the Kralhi, and later the Vaki. This guy just invented everything. So thanks a lot, Nuparu, for ruining Metru Nui society. Since the Kralhi were considered a failure of a public policy, the book says that they are sometimes mockingly called Nuparu's folly. There's also another scene where Nuparu sort of abashedly thinks to himself that he hopes one day he can create a device to protect his people. He later will when he makes the Boxor on Mata Nui. Funny that he says that at the time because he already made the Vaki. Maybe he knows that the Vaki are terrible. Wainua recognizes Mavra, and he says, Mavra is actually this crazy guy that I used to know. He used to work in the archives, and then one day, a bunch of like weird, exotic, and dangerous sea Rahi just showed up to Metru Nui. We captured them and put them in the archives, and Mavra was like, yes, awesome. I can't wait to study these guys and learn. I love learning. I'm a scientist. And Turaga Duma gave it the okay, but then I guess they were too dangerous. They caused a bunch of damage. And Duma said, no, you have to get rid of these Rahi. Send them back out on their way. And Mavra was like, no, I want to learn. And he stole these Rahi and escaped with them, rather than set them free into the ocean. So he took these dangerous Rahi and I guess a bunch of the Kralhi and just fled in the night. And he has been living here in this tunnel system with his sea freaks ever since. Yeah, he does not know what has gone on in Metru Nui. So he thinks that these Toa are here on a mission from Duma to kill him. So the Toa and the Kralhi and these Rahi are all just fighting in this big underwater sea cavern. Eventually Oniwa says, Mavra, you say you're doing this because you love these Rahi so much, but your Rahi are getting killed in this battle. And Mavra's like, oh, great spirit, you're absolutely right. How could I be so blind? So he goes to like give the command to like stop fighting, but then one of them like knocks him into the sea and he drowns. So he's dead. Also, one of the 6 Matoran spheres that was attached to the Lekon also gets knocked off in the battle. It also falls into the sea. Oh god, no. We've lost one of our friends. We can't go back for it. We'll all be killed. We'll lose them all. We just have to keep going. However, twist. The Matoran that was in the sphere that fell off the Lekon, Akmau, the Pomatoran who was collaborating with Nidiki to steal the Great Discs. Good riddance. Serves you right, traitor. That's what you get for not wanting Nidiki to murder you. All's well that ends well. Or does it? No. Akmau will be back. I have already shown every set released this year. Let's go through official combiner sets. Ultimate Duma was initially only a combiner set. It was later released as its own set that you could buy separately. The Kraka's ultimate 6 Toa in 1 final mutation form, that was a combiner set. Unsurprisingly, it's made of pieces of all 6 of the Toa Metru. The Kinloka and the Kavinika are just 2 Rahi that are made out of Metru Nui Matoran. The Krawa is another Rahi made of some Toa. The Krawa has the ability to grow using kinetic energy, which is a weird ability, but it's oddly reminiscent of another creature that we will see much later. There's the Lorak, which is another Rahi made of Duma and Nivok and Nidiki. There is the Kranua, which is a specialized subset of Vaki that I don't think is seen anywhere outside of guidebooks. There's also the Krahu, which is another different, even more specialized Vaki, seen even less. So at this point, just to recap, we've had the Krana, the Krata, the Krakan, the Kranakal, the Kraka, the Kranua, the Krawa, and the Kralhi. And just a heads up, later on there will be the Kratana, the Kratakal, and Krakua. And none of this is to be confused with the Kralni from Jennifer Diane Wright's Unicorn Jelly. Watch my Kokoro Wish lecture if you want to hear more about that. No relation whatsoever. Good video though. It's my favorite lecture that I've done. Least viewed, my personal favorite. Okay, moving on. And this last one is it's not exactly an official set or an official build because official instructions were never released, but it is canon because it was included in the Rahi Beasts guidebook, which I believe means that it was a contest-winning, basically fan creation that was canonized in this guidebook. but it is the Tatarak, which is probably one of my favorite creatures in the whole saga. The Tatarak, it doesn't appear in the movie or the books, in fact. Well, actually, it will be mentioned later in the books, in future seasons. And even in this season, it is obliquely referenced in the books, although it is not specifically mentioned by name. But the Tatarak is this giant green dragon thing that was trapped down in the archives. At some point during the Metru Nui saga, it escapes from the archives, and it's going around just laying waste to Ta Metru, and it's screaming, "What is the answer? Tell me the answer." And nobody knows what it's talking about. And in fact, they never find out, because they don't actually defeat the Tatarak. They throw weakened discs at the ground under its feet. And because it's big and heavy, the ground crumbles and it just falls through the earth, and I guess falls back into some other section of the archive. So, problem solved. All these events in these flashbacks about the Toa Metru, they take place about 1,000 years before the Toa Mata arrive on the island of Metru Nui. The destruction of Metru Nui, also called the Great Cataclysm, which, by the way, does coincide with the putting to sleep of the Great Spirit, Mata Nui. These are the same thing. Kinda. The Great Spirit was alive and well and watched over the Matoran of Metru Nui, and then Makuta did his thing, darkened the suns. There were earthquakes, the place was heavily damaged and rendered basically uninhabitable. If you were wondering how this relates to the whole Great Spirit Mata Nui, this was when he was put to sleep. His awakeness was kind of instrumental to the functioning of Metru Nui. Now he is asleep, and Metru Nui cannot function and cannot be inhabited. Now the Turaga have been lying to the Matoran this whole time on the island of Mata Nui. They didn't tell them that, oh yeah, we all used to live in this city in a dome. As far as the Matoran know, with a few exceptions, they just woke up on a beach one day and the Turaga were there, and that was 1,000 years ago, and they don't even know if they existed before that. The Turaga basically told them the story of, Makuta put the Great Spirit to sleep, cast our land into darkness, just because it would be, easier for them to understand. I mentioned that the Matoran look different. They had a different build in Metru Nui versus after they come out of the spheres. And of course, they lost their memories. Why don't they remember living in Metru Nui? Well, the answer is that something about the spheres not only erased their memories, but also shrank them. They were diminished by their placement into these stasis spheres, and when they came out, they were just smaller, and they had stretchy arms that could throw discs, but it doesn't matter. They're fine with it because they don't even remember what they used to look like. They're not bothered by it. It's okay. So these Mictoran, that style of build, things like the wiki will refer to them as diminished Matoran. Alright, that pretty much wraps up 2004. Now 2005 continues the flashback story. Once they get up to the island, remember they've only got it was 6, they lost 1. They lost Akmau, but they don't know it was Akmau. They know they lost a sphere, they don't know who it was. So they only have 5 Matoran when they get to Mata Nui, and now they're like, well, we gotta go back for the rest. What are we gonna do? First off, real quick, in a canonized, contest-winning fan story called Protection, we see from the perspective of some worms that live in Makuta's, this is before he was defeated, I guess. Or maybe it's when he's trapped, maybe he just can sense it from inside of the crystal sphere. Doesn't matter. It's some worms in Makuta's lair, and they escape from Makuta's lair, and they crawl around, and they find some abandoned Krana-less Bohrok, and they crawl into the Bohrok's head dome, and they sort of shape themselves into the shape of a Krana and control it, kind of like a Yerk crawling into a human brain and wrapping themselves around the brain and taking over. They sort of figure out how to control a Bohrok as though they were a Krana. The purpose of this story is basically just to explain why in the video game adaptation of the next book, Maze of Shadows, I played like 20 hours of it on Twitch. Maybe not. I played at least a dozen hours of it on Twitch. I didn't finish it. It's so long. But anyway, there are Bohrok as enemies that you can fight in that game, which doesn't make any sense because the Bohrok, the swarm has been stopped, the Barag are suspended, the hive mind is inactive. This Protection story just explains why these Bohrok Bohrok were able to be fought as enemies in Maze of Shadows. It's because some worms from Makuta were controlling them, if you wanted to know. Speaking of Maze of Shadows, that's the first book of the 2005 arc. Basically, the Toa Metru arrive in Mata Nui. Now, I'm not going to roll the map down just yet, but, remember, they were down in a dome. They sailed a boat to get here, so yeah, somehow they did sail a boat up. It just happened. They just did that. Maybe the Vaki transport's little legs were able to crawl up some important spots. I don't know. They sailed up, and they somehow came out a tunnel onto the ocean of the surface world. In a fight with some Vaki, they end up collapsing the tunnel behind them, so they end up blocking their way back to Metru Nui, so that's a problem for the future. They can't go back to Metru Nui the way they came. So they know they gotta find another way back, but for the moment, they arrive on an island, and they're like, wow, a tropical island? This is our new home? This is paradise. This is where we're gonna bring all the Matoran, we just gotta go get them. So they go around and they scout out the island. They plan to rebuild society on this island. They plan where they're gonna place the 6 Koros. Nuju, he climbs the mountain on the island, and he remembers a co-Matoran teacher that he had named Ihu, and he names the mountain Mount Ihu. Did I even mention that it was called Mount Ihu? It was called Mount Ihu, and it's named that after Nuju's teacher. The wiki informs me that Ihu was in fact killed in a chute accident. Rip Ihu. Matoran can die, but they usually don't. They live a really long time. They don't necessarily have an infinite lifespan, but let's just say that at no point in the entire story will we ever hear of a Matoran who died of old age. It just doesn't happen. So after they scout out the locations for their future Koros, the Toa Metru get back together, and Vakama, who may have had a vision about this, he lays out 6 stones, and he's like, we need to make Toa stones, just like Lee Khan did, in case, there need to be more Toa in the future, in case something happens to us. And the other Toa are like, do we, but they eventually do it. And to do this, they put a little bit of their Toa power into the stone. It's implied that these Toa, and I guess all Toa, they have a finite reserve of something called Toa power that once expended can basically never be regained. And they have to give up like a tiny little bit of it to put into this stone so that if a future someone can use it to become a Toa. Now, of course, these are the stones Takua gathers up in the GBA game Tales of the Tohunga, aka Quest for the Toa. So it does bring about a new generation of Toa, not in the way that the Toa stones that they used to become Toa did for them, but I mean, mission still accomplished. It is not entirely clear whether any Matoran might potentially have the ability to become a Toa if they are exposed to, say, a Toa stone's energy, or if certain Matoran are specifically destined. Okay, Greg Farshty, the author, he's made his stance clear that he thinks it's destiny. Unity, duty, destiny. The Great Spirit Mata Nui has a plan for everyone. Basically, their destinies are all written out in stone, possibly literally. It's all preordained. If you become a Toa, you were always going to become a Toa. It could not have been anyone else. I think that's kind of boring, but that's what he says. But we don't have to believe him. There are maybe certain pieces of evidence that we'll get to later that might indicate otherwise. Mostly the story seems to agree. If you become a Toa, it was your destiny. A case can be made against this as well, and I will touch on that when such examples come up, because I think it's more fun if it's that way, and Greg's just wrong. I don't care that he wrote the story. Storytelling is a collaboration between author and reader. They're going down into tunnels underneath Mata Nui. Because they caved in their way back, they can't take the Lee Khan ship back to Metru Nui the way they came. So now, in an attempt to find a new route back to Metru Nui, they're delving down into tunnels under the island, and in one of these tunnels, this thing called the Red Serpent blasts Matau with lightning that is so powerful that it fuses him into, like, the rock walls of the tunnel, and Oniwa has to, like, use his stone affinity to, like, commune with the stone and, like, politely ask the stone, like, please release my friend, and it just, like, it squeezes him out, and he comes out and he's fine. On this journey, they also find the Rahi Nui, which you remember recognized Vakama when it fought against the other Toa in the Place of Shadows. This is when they fought the Rahi Nui the first time. Remember, the Rahi Nui is like a bizarre amalgam of other Rahi, and it's wicked powerful, And there is energized protodermis here, and a drop of energized protodermis falls on Oniwa, and I kind of thought that any contact at all with energized protodermis either kills you instantly, or it transforms you into your destined superform, depending on your destiny. But I guess it's not enough. Just a little tiny drop falls on Oniwa, and he just goes, ow, it hurts, it sizzles. I'm gonna tell you how they beat the Rahi Nui, because it's very weird. So the Rahi Nui is basically designed to kill Toa, and so it is not harmed by elemental attacks. It absorbs elemental attacks, and when it absorbs them, it becomes bigger. However, Vakama and Nuju, I think it's Nuju, because Nuju's the smart guy. Nuju examines its footprints when it's growing bigger, and he realizes that his footprints, while getting bigger, are actually getting shallower. So the Rahi Nui gets bigger when it absorbs elemental energy, but it doesn't get heavier. It stays the same mass. So to beat it, they just shoot it with so much elemental power that it just gets bigger and bigger, and its molecules get farther and farther apart, and it just drifts apart and becomes like a gas. And that's how they beat it. I guess it gets better later, but for now, this is how they get rid of it. They just turn it into a gas. They beat the Rahi Nui, but the Rahi Nui has a stinger of a Nui Jaga? Yes, it has the venomous stinger of a Nui Jaga. It's able to hit Nokama with its poison stinger and poisons her, which is bad. Oh my god. The Ga-Matoran virtue of purity, opposed by the element of poison. Just like the Rakshi. It's like they planned it. Anyway, Nokama is badly poisoned. They're getting down into some weird stuff now. Like, there's energized protodermis here and crazy things like the Rahi Nui. They know that there's nothing they can use to cure the poison up on Mata Nui, so they're like, our only hope is to keep going down and like get back to Metru Nui and find something, or hope that we figure something out along the way. And Matau insists on carrying her, and this is as good a time as any to mention that I don't really like Matau, and I feel like there's a strong case to be made that much of his personality comes down to what one might describe as workplace sexual harassment. He's very weird and like flirty to Nokama, which is odd, not just because we know that these creatures don't reproduce sexually, but because like, Greg Farshti specifically says, not only do they not reproduce sexually, they don't know romance. They don't know love. Like in the Templar animations, Matoran have crushes on each other. Greg was like, not my Matoran, except that they do, because Matau is weird and clingy and flirty with Nokama, and Nokama clearly doesn't like it and tells him like, stop it, you're annoying me. He'll occasionally make a little suggestion like, we should go off on our own together, or like, why don't you hold my hand so we don't get scared, or whatever. It's not so bad, but he's the only one that does it, and you still wish he would stop. And this is one of those times he's like, no, I'm gonna carry Nokama. I will carry Nokama's poisoned corpse. Nobody else touch her. She's mine. It's not that bad. So Matau carries Nokama. They delve down deeper into these tunnels, just like, hope this leads to Metru Nui, I guess. And they come upon the lair of a being. And this being is a giant plant monster. It's like a series of roots and twisting vines. And this calls to mind the Morbuzak, remember the giant plant that was slowly destroying Metru Nui before the Toa Metru came along and dealt with it. Well, this is like the Morbuzak. This thing is called the Karzani. It's not called Karzani because Karzani, we're told at this point, is actually somebody else. Karzani is basically a mythical being who is kind of like the Matoran devil. The mythical Karzani, the guy, not the plant, rules over a realm also called Karzani, where basically lazy Matoran are sent as punishment. So if you're a Matoran and you don't do your work, you might one day end up spirited away to this hell world of Karzani as punishment. So basically this plant is named the Karzani to evoke the same fear that one might get when one thinks of this Matoran devil. So this plant is the Karzani, named after Karzani, the mythical guy. And the Karzani tells the Toa Metru, he's basically the Morbuzak's brother. He and the Morbuzak were both made by Makuta. Makuta made the Karzani to attack and weaken Metru Nui, to do what the Morbuzak did, basically, but the Karzani was too good at it. The Karzani wanted to just kill all the Matoran. It wanted to, like, annihilate Metru Nui. So Makuta took the Karzani out and put it here, where it couldn't get at Metru Nui, and then he made the Morbuzak a kinder, gentler demonic plant being that didn't seek to destroy Metru Nui and all the Matoran. It just sought to terrorize them. It wanted to rule them, basically. So the Karzani is the even more evil precursor to the Morbuzak, and it hates the Makuta for creating it and then for locking it away, denying it its, I don't know, birthright or whatever. And it tells the Toa Metru, I can cure Nokama, and it stretches out a little vine and it drops a little magical droplet of goo onto her, and it temporarily cures her, and he's like, this is temporary. I can make a permanent antidote, but only if you bring me energized protodermis. The Karzani wants energized protodermis so that it can be transformed in basically the same way that the Toa Nuva were transformed. It wants to be transformed into its destined super version. So the Toa Metru are like, well, we have no choice or Nokama will die. So we'll do it. So Karzani tells them where to go, and they follow his directions, and then Oniwa gets attacked by a thing. A face-hugging creature, like, jumps out of the rock and, like, attaches to his face and gives him a vision of monsters that have taken over Metru Nui. It's the things that the movie is about, so we'll get to it later. But he has this vision, and this thing that attaches to his face and gives him a vision, it's called a Kratana. We'll see them again later. They're sort of like a Krata. They're sort of like a Krana. They attach to your face and they give you a vision, and that's all they do. And whenever a character needs to have a vision, usually it's a Kratana that does it. I have nothing else to say about Kratana. So they go where the Karzani told them to go, and they find Makuta's lair, Mangaya. And he's got pools of protodermis, energized protodermis, and they find a bunch of other, like, weird, messed up, mutated Rahi, and it turns out that the Makuta makes these Rahi by himself, using energized protodermis to, like, transform and recombine them. And this is the origin of the Rahi Nui and why it's, like, a weird amalgam of other Rahi. So the Makuta is kind of playing Legos with these Rahi creatures, taking them apart and putting them back together. He's sort of a scientist in that way. And energized protodermis is a part of how he does that. And they're like, cool, we can get some for the Karzani. But as they go to get some, the energized protodermis, the silvery stuff, forms into a guy, this entity. The protodermis entity is what this thing is called. All energized protodermis is kind of a part of this one mind, it turns out. And it talks to them, and it's like, I'm older than the universe, you're an insect to me, what do you want? And they're like, we want some of your substance. And he's like, I don't think so. So he takes a bunch of little Rahi and turns them into, like, super Rahi, because that's what energized protodermis does. It turns you into a super version of yourself. Or it kills you. So he attacks the Toa Metru with these super Rahi, and they fight, and it's really hard, but they manage to get some in a little special vial that the Karzani gave to them. They get some, and they're trying to get away, and he tries to turn into, like, a tidal wave and drown them, but Wainua, I think, drills into the columns in the room and, like, collapses the whole room. So they cave in the cavern on top of the protodermis entity, and this subdues it for now. So they escape. And they get back to the Karzani, the plant, and they give him the energized protodermis, and he's like, yes, my destiny. And he puts it on himself, and he just dies. And the Toa Metru are like, well, he was not destined to transform. That's a bummer. However, he did honor his end of the agreement and give Nokama the antidote, the permanent antidote, before doing this. So Nokama is okay, and the Toa Metru are able to go on their way and continue looking for a way back to Metru Nui. So, the moral is, don't have ambitions if you're evil. Okay, that's Maze of Shadows. Next book. The Toa need to continue their journey on water again. Protodermis water, naturally. So they hunt through Makuta's lair for parts. They find more Vaki transport parts. They put together a ship. But remember, the Likon, their first ship, was only able to stay afloat because it had the 6, later 5, Matoran spheres strapped to it. So to make their new ship buoyant, they take logs from the now dead Karzani, and they chop up logs, and they put these logs on their ship, and they christen this one the Likon 2. So they sail the Likon 2 the rest of the way back to Metru Nui, and when they arrive, they find that it is covered in spider webs, and also that the Vaki that are there now, they've been affected by some weird energies, and they now speak. They didn't used to speak, but now they do. And Oniwa, who I don't think I mentioned this, but Oniwa did help build the Vaki. He didn't design the Vaki. Nuparu designed the Vaki, but he, as a Pomatoran crafts dwarf, as a Pomatoran craftsmatoran, he did help in their construction, so he understands them somewhat, and he says that he thinks that they were always speaking, they just were speaking in like a high frequency signal that they couldn't hear, but now something has happened and they've lowered their frequency and now they can understand their language. And frankly, this doesn't even really make that much difference, but it is remarked upon and I might as well tell you about it. So they find that these webs that are covering Metru Nui, there are cocoons, and these cocoons sort of ooze with this weird coppery liquid that has mutagenic properties, and it isn't said outright, but it seems to me like it might be related to energized protodermis somehow, but they don't actually say that. Metallic fluid that causes you to mutate, I don't know, it seems like the same thing. Not exactly, but kind of. And Wainua, he knows a lot about various rare Rahi, so he knows that this is venom of the Visorak. This year's medium-sized villain sets. They are a species of intelligent spider Rahi. They come in 6, They speak with a language of like vibrations that they shake their webs to communicate through, which I think is a neat detail. And they have on them, and this is like the new play feature for this season, is they have these things called Rotuka spinners, which is basically there's like a ripcord. You ever play with one of those toys where like it's like a little helicopter and you pull the cord and the spinny thing goes it's like a little miniature version of that, and it shoots a little helicopter thing. That's a Rotuka spinner. The Visorak have them, and other things this year will have them as well. They're sort of like the collectible thing that you could buy like a refill pack of instead of Kanohi masks or Kanoka discs. The in-universe explanation for like what Rotuka are, it's like a form of energy. Obviously, as a toy, it's a little plastic thing, but in universe, it's a form of energy that a creature can sort of like collect in like a spinning form and then launch if they have the launcher. Like every creature, I think this might be from the Encyclopedia Updated, every creature has Rotuka energy, but you need either an artificial launcher or to have like naturally evolved a launcher in order to actually shoot it as a weapon. The 6 kinds of Visorak, they don't exactly have elemental powers, but they have Rotuka spinners, and all of the Rotuka spinners share the property of that they paralyze you with a sort of electrical pulse, but each Visorak's Rotuka spinners can also do one other thing. The Votorak's Rotuka can cause burning pain. The Bogarak Rotuka, okay, this one's weird. It can do 2 different things. If you're underwater and you get hit by a Bogarak Rotuka, you will swell up and float to the surface. If you're hit on land with a Bogarak Rotuka, you're dehydrated and turned to dust. That one's rough. The Keelarak Rotuka is acid, very similar to the Lirak Bohrok, green Bohrok. The Sukarak's Rotuka encases the target in a slowly shrinking electrical field. Like a cage, I guess. The Roparak Rotuka drains the target's energy, and the Unarak Rotuka will temporarily numb the target. Those are the 6 basic Visorak, the mook bad guys of this arc. There are a couple other Visorak and Visorak adjacent creatures, but I will get to them when they come up. So they decide to head down into the archives, I think to like find out more about the Visorak. They're going there for some reason. On their way into the archives, they find, guess who's trying to get out of the archives? An ash bear. Not just any ash bear, but Gralok the ash bear, the same one from the Mask of Light movie. He's wounded. I think it's a he. No, it might be a she. Like a she-bear. Anyway, it's wounded. Even though they're in a hurry and they've got business to attend to, they stop to show a little mercy to this poor ash bear Gralok, and they combine their elemental powers and heal it somehow. Anyway, they keep going towards the archives. Vakama is leading them, and Vakama is like, we gotta keep going, and Okama tells him he's getting reckless. He was like too unconfident as a leader before, and he's trying to like overcompensate and be overly confident, and they end up walking into a trap laid by the Visorak. So they get hit by the Visorak's Rotuka, paralyzed, captured, infected with mutagenic Visorak venom. They manage to break out of the cocoons, but when they do, they come out changed. They are now the Toa Hordika, weird, ugly monster versions of Toa. They get out of these cocoons and they're like, oh my god, we're hideous, we're monsters. They're all like lopsided, like they got one big arm. The masks are fused to their faces and they don't have any mask powers. However, they do have Rotuka, so turning into a Hordika allows them to finally shoot their long untapped Rotuka energy. They do paralyze, but they can also just do like an elemental damage. That's what's different about each of their Rotuka abilities. So no more mask powers. Now we have Rotuka spinners. So they fall out of their cocoons, and they're gonna fall to their deaths, but they get caught by these guys. These guys are the new small sets for this season. They are the Rahaga, and they are kind of like Turaga, except they have Rakshi heads, and they're little hunched over, little wizened old guys with staffs and Rotuka spinners, obviously. So the 6 Rahaga catch the falling Toa Hordika and they explain to them, yes, you've been mutated by Visorak venom, you're a Hordika now. Now you're a slave to the beast within. They say that being a Hordika makes them like more powerful, but also subject to bestial instinct. The Rahaga are Norik, Iruini, Bomonga, Kualas, Pokes, and Gaki. The Rahaga, in particularly Norik, tells the Toa Hordika that he believes that there is a certain special Rahi that has the ability to transform them back into regular Toa. And all of the other Toa Hordika are like, yes, let's do that. And Vakama is like, hang on, our first priority should be rescuing the Matoran, and this will cause a rift between them, between Vakama and the rest of the group. But Norik tells them, yeah, there's this mythical Rahi called Kitongu. Kitongu would know how to cure Hordika venom, and the other Rahaga don't. They're like skeptical that Kitongu exists. They say they've looked for him before and they've never found him. The thing about the Visorak is they're not just here for no reason. They're here under the command of some bad dudes. Actually, some guys that serve Makuta. Now, Makuta is still sealed in the Crystal Toa seal against the Great Barrier. So he's still out of commission, but he's not dead. And these 2 guys, Sidorak and Rudaka, are his minions, and they have led the army of Visorak, which also serve Makuta. They've led them here basically to reclaim the city in his honor, I guess. Sidorak is more ambitious. Like, he kind of thinks, well, yeah, I technically serve Makuta, but I mean, he's not around, so I'm basically king now. Rudaka is his lieutenant, but is more of a true believer and sort of a zealot about serving Makuta. She seems like she might be in love with him. Or maybe she just thinks she stands to benefit by serving him better than Sidorak does. Anyway, they're engaged to be married. Like, Sidorak is the king, and he's going to marry Rudaka and make her his queen soon, I guess. I don't know why they don't just do it. Don't know what the holdup is. They're planning to do that. Of course, Rudaka doesn't really want to do this. Rudaka doesn't actually like Sidorak. Nobody really likes Sidorak, actually. He's kind of a blowhard and everybody makes fun of him behind his back. That's kind of his thing. She serves him as a lieutenant and pretends that she's going to marry him just long enough until she can betray him and usurp him. So that's Sidorak and Rudaka. So the Visorak officially serve Sidorak because he's like their king, their commander, but they're more afraid of Rudaka. So Rudaka actually commands them. Like, if she gives them a command secretly, they will obey Rudaka's commands over Sidorak's commands. And what exactly are Sidorak and Rudaka, you might be asking? Because they're not Toa. They're not anything else we've seen. They're just these new things. Well, the answer is they're just their own things. Sidorak is just a member of some other species that comes from an island. It'll be a long time from now before we hear about these in the books, but I'll just go ahead and tell you. His species is from an island called Stelt. Actually, Kreka is also from his own species. Not the same species as Sidorak, but his species is also from Stelt. Rudaka, her species actually has a name. Her species is called the Vortix, and the Vortix come from an island called Zia. And none of this matters right now, and I'm sure at this point in the storyline, nobody had even thought of Stelt or Zia. By the way, when they were in the cocoons, Sidorak, he was just going to kill them. Because, like, oh, we don't need Toa interfering with our conquest of the city. Rudaka, like, talked him into not doing that. I guess so that she could hopefully use the Toa as pawns, which she does. But her reasoning to him is like, you're a king, sire. You should give them a more worthy death than just killing them. You should kill them worse somehow. And he's like, yes, I should kill them worse somehow. And then they just escape. I feel like that wasn't a very well-articulated thought. The Rahaga hate Rudaka because a long time ago, thousands of years ago, they used to be a Toa team called the Toa Haga. 2 special edition medium sets this year were Toa Norik and Toa Iruni. They actually used to work for Makuta. They used to be his, like, personal guard, basically. They would be called upon to fight off Rahi attacks, not because Makuta couldn't deal with Rahi attacks, but because it just wasn't worth his time, and it was easier to just have his guard deal with them. They also mention an organization called the Brotherhood of Makuta, some kind of organized group around Makuta that serves his ends. And these Toa Haga were part of it or worked for it. However, they didn't give up their Toa power and become Turaga. No, I know what you're thinking. Oh, okay, so the Rahaga must have also been mutated by the Visorak venom. Wrong. Basically, one day they realized that Makuta, oh wait, he's actually evil? He's actually oppressing the Matoran. He's not protecting them. So we're gonna fight him, actually. We're turning on him. And also, the Brotherhood of Makuta had allied themselves with the Dark Hunters. So the Toa Haga opposed the Brotherhood and the Dark Hunters. The Toa Haga stole from Rudaka both the Makoki stones and the Kanohi Avoki. And for this, Rudaka punished them. So Rudaka also has a Rotuka spinner, which has the property that it can mutate anything it hits into basically anything, it seems like. It has nothing to do with energized protodermis or Visorak venom. It's just another third thing that can also mutate stuff. And she did it to the Toa Haga and turned them into these things, and in mockery, she gave them the new name Rahaga, a combination of Rahi and Haga, their team name. So that's their tragic backstory. On the subject of masks, back when they were Toa Norik wore the Kanohi Pehuki, the mask of diminishment. He could shrink himself. And Irunia wore the Kanohi Kualzi, the mask of quick travel. Basically teleportation. We don't see the designs for the other 4, I don't think ever. And they're not really mentioned. We probably don't learn this until later, but whatever. I'll just tell you right now. Toa Gaki wore a mask of clairvoyance. Toa Pooks wore a mask of emulation. What the heck? Oh, it lets him, like, copy abilities. Bomongo wore the mask of growth. It lets him get huge. And Kualis wore the mask of Rahi control. The Rahaga have been living in the sewers of Metru Nui for, like, thousands of years. Like, they were there before the Great Cataclysm and Makuta destroying the city, and before Sidorak and Rudaka bringing the Visorak hordes. They'd just been there for long time, keeping watch in case this ever happened, and now it has. The Visorak are here, and the Rahaga are like, this is our moment. Minor note, Kualis tells Nuju that he knows how to speak to birds. Remember that on the island of Mata Nui, Turaga Nuju doesn't speak the Matoran language. He only speaks in bird whistles. A connection is made. A setup is established to a future payoff. There's a series of animations. They're not made by Templar Studios. They're made in a new style. They're called Toa Hordika and the Mask of Light. It's 6 cartoons of basically a Rahaga tells one of the Toa Hordika, you have to retrieve a Makoki stone. So then they go, do a little adventure, fight some Visorak, retrieve a Makoki stone, and then after 6 of these, they get together, they put the 6 Makoki stones together, and remember, the original intent for the Makoki stones was they were gonna open the way to the Makuta's lair in the first arc, but they were scrapped from that, so now here they are, and what they do now when they're brought together is they open a big door somewhere in Metru Nui, and the Kanohi Avoki is behind the door. So the Rahaga hid it there after stealing it from Rudaka, and then they scattered these Makoki stones to be retrieved by the Toa later in order to unlock it. So that's how the Toa Metru, now the Toa Hordika, later the Turaga, obtained the Evoki, and they brought it to Mata Nui, and they hid it somewhere where the future Toa of Light would eventually find it. So once all this is learned, the party splits up and they go around Metru Nui. They're looking for parts to build airships to make traveling back to Mata Nui easier, for more easily transporting the Matoran spheres. They all go to different Metrus and they're looking for different things. Apparently the Visorak, or at least the Unarak, can perfectly mimic voices, and they trick Matau when he's scavenging for airship parts. They trick him into opening a door and letting them swarm in and attack him and Iruna. I feel like that one's pronounced differently than it's spelled. But anyway, the Unarak mimic Nokama's voice. And Matau, who is like weirdly sentimental about Nokama. The girl better open the door, and then they get owned. Iruni tries to warn him, and he should have listened to Iruni, but he also didn't know that the Visorak could do perfect voice mimicry, which I wouldn't have suspected they could do either. It says here, and I had forgotten this, that Nokama goes to the Great Temple and is grabbing great masks, and I think she might be bringing them up to the island and might then later be scattering them for the later Toa to find. All these like caves and challenges the Toa Mata had to deal with. Nokama just put them there. People in this world love to just scatter things around and put them in hard to reach places so only a hero can find them later. The Toa stones, the Kanohi masks, the Nuva masks, the Evoki, the Makoki stones. Did I say that already? It's just part of their culture, I guess. They're all going around on their own, trying to obtain airship parts, and long story short, they're all finding suspicious documents and like records and carving stones that suggest to each of them, like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have been the Toa Metru. Like, Vakama finds some discs that were made with the images of destined Matoran on them, but the images on them, they're not of him, they're of these guys. Nuju finds some tablets talking about prophecies about these guys, the guys who knew the locations of the great discs, and all of them start to think like, wait a minute, were these guys the ones destined to become Toa, and we just did by accident? Vakama finds Likan's diary, basically, and Likan wrote to himself, the stars, the prophecy, and just kind of common sense suggests that the destined Matoran that were destined to know the locations of the discs would be the chosen ones destined to become the Toa, but like, my gut just tells me no, it shouldn't be them, it should be these other 6 guys. And I guess Likan just went with his gut on that. All of the Toa, especially Vakama, discover this and they're like, oh, we weren't the chosen heroes, we're like this by accident. Oh, the reason why we're such a bad Toa team and we don't get along and we fight all the time and we hate each other is because we were never meant to do this. It should have been these 6 punks that were hoarding the discs for themselves. They all were jealous of the glory, and it should have been theirs. They were right. We're an aberration of destiny. And obviously, this is extremely demoralizing for our heroes. This strikes a critical blow to their already low team morale. It's a combiner set, I believe. Technically another variety of Visorak, and it's bigger, and it's called the Kagarak. And the Kagarak's Rotuka spinners, I don't really know how to say it other than that it banishes you to the Shadow Realm. Anything they hit is like enveloped in darkness, and they go to an alternate pocket dimension that is nothing but darkness. Long story short, Wainua and Bomonga get hit by one of these, and they're banished to the Shadow Realm. And the funny part about this to me is that, like I said before, Wainua is gotta have one of the worst mask powers. The Mask of Night Vision. I would probably say it's the worst mask in the whole series. But if there's one situation that you would really want to have a mask that does nothing except let you see in the dark and emit light, probably would be when you're banished to a realm of darkness. Unfortunately, he's a Toa Hordika right now, and he does not have his mask power. His mask's been mutated and it doesn't work anymore. So, oh well. Fortunately, another Visorak also got hit and banished, and they're like, oh, there's a Visorak here, and the Visorak starts walking, and they're like, just follow that Visor. He probably knows where he's going. Sidorak remember, interim king of the Visorak. His plan to deal with this Toa problem, he's gonna summon this creature called the Zevon, and the Zevon is not a variety of Visorak, it's just another visually similar creature that the Visorak have the ability to summon when they get all their Rotuka spinners together. And the Visorak they're following leads Bomonga and Wainua out through this portal that the Zevon is summoned out of. Wainua and Bomonga come out through it as well. That's how they escape the Shadow Realm. When the Zevon is summoned, it's basically a free-for-all between all the Visorak are fighting, all the Toa Hordika. The Kagarak are there, and the Zevon has showed up. But who shows up but Kraka, the shape-shifting Rahi from the archives, who has actually been sort of working for Rudaka this whole time, but with the intent to eventually betray Rudaka. So she's the Toa's temporary enemy, but the Rahaga reveal that it was actually Rudaka and the Visorak that are responsible for wiping out the rest of Kraka's kind. So she switches sides, like, now's my time. I'm betraying Rudaka. Now I'm gonna fight with the Toa. And she has with her the Tatarak. Remember, the dragon that was yelling, tell me the answer, and they broke the floor and let it fall back into the archives. Well, she's brought it back out of the archives, and she's riding it like a steed because she told it that the Visorak have the answer to the question, and they're not telling you. So let's beat it out of him. And the Tatarak seem to like that. So now the Tatarak and the Kraka are working together. Long story short, Kraka and the Tatarak fight the Zevon, and they end up knocking it and themselves. All three of them end up tumbling head over heels into a Shadow Realm Kagarak portal. So the three of them fall through this portal and they're gone. It's a little sad because Kraka sort of turned good for a second there, but now she's gone. But the threat of the Zevon is eliminated, and this is a big L for Sidorak. The Zevon plan didn't pan out. This battle, by the way, it took place inside of, it's not the Colosseum, it's just like a Visorak tower. Well, this is where this battle was taking place, and all the Visorak were like swarmed in to fight the Toa. And so once the Zevon is gone, the Toa actually run outside, and they use their elemental powers, stone and ice and earth, to like seal up the walls and like enclose a large portion of the Visorak inside of it. And the Visorak like get antsy and they just start killing each other. Once this operation is done and the Visorak all turn on each other, the Toa claim it as like a temporary stronghold to continue waging their operations. Huge L. Humiliation for Sidorak. He's not beaten, but he's kind of humiliated. He's like, okay, well, I'll summon more Visorak and you'll pay for this, Toa, Hordika. Big W for the Toa, right? True. However, the last nail in the coffin for the Toa's morale, Oniwa has discovered a tablet from Makuta's lair, Makuta's diary or whatever. He wrote that the reason why Likan changed his mind, instead of making these 6 Toa, he decided to make these 6 Toa. He was going to manipulate Likan. He was going to psychologically influence and manipulate Likan into doing that and changing his mind. So the reason why these 6 are Toa is because Makuta exerted his influence to make it so. So Makuta is kind of responsible for these guys being Toa. This was his doing. And the reason why he did this, the tablet explains, is because these 6 were followers, basically. They would be more obedient, so they would form a more coherent team, whereas these 6 were epic-based free thinkers who think for themselves rather than just taking orders, man. So he knew that they would be a terrible Toa team who would clash with each other and not work well together. And this was his plan, and it's working because they all hate each other. He had it all figured out. He knew exactly what he was doing. It's over. The Toa, Metru, are a cursed team. Their destiny is rotten, and now they're ugly freaks on top of it all. Why even go on? Just to remind you, all of this is still flashback. The Toa Nuva and the Matoran are on their way back to Metru Nui. Vakama is telling all of this as a story, and Vakama, all the Turaga really, but especially Vakama, are like really embarrassed about it. They didn't want to admit that any of this happened. They didn't want to admit that they got turned into monsters. Vakama definitely does not want to tell them about what he did during the events of the movie, which I'm about to get to. And I just find it very relatable that, like, they won in the end, right? And we know that because they're here and they made it to Mata Nui and the Matoran escaped to Mata Nui. So we know they eventually succeeded. But the Turaga still find it humiliating that any of this happened. When Vakama says how embarrassing he finds all this, Tahu says, but yours is a tale of triumph, Turaga. Sure, triumph, I guess. But what about all the temporary embarrassments we suffered along the way? Things come to a head with Vakama fighting against the other Toa. The other Toa don't like his methods. He's being too reckless as a leader. They all want to focus on finding a way to cure their affliction, whereas he thinks they need to secure the Matoran spheres first and foremost. He gets wicked mad, and he runs away from the other Toa, and he gets captured by the Visorak, and they bring him, not to Sidorak, they bring him to Rudaka. So Rudaka basically tells Vakama, I want you to become the commander of the Visorak. And if you do this, if you become our ally, we'll just let you take the Matoran spheres. If you command the Visorak, you can just have them bring the Matoran spheres to the island for you. That would accomplish the goal. So it's kind of reasonable. It doesn't cure his mutation, but it does accomplish the mission. I would say that taking her deal is basically a good idea, except that it also involves capturing the Rahaga and then capturing the other Toa, because the other Toa won't go along with it. So yeah, he takes the deal because it kind of makes sense. She tasks him with capturing the Rahaga, which is bad, not a nice thing to do. But yeah, Norik and the Rahaga and the other Toa are like, well, Vakama's evil now. Let's just worry about our own stuff. Let's go find that Rahi, that mythical Rahi Kitongu, who is the only being that knows how to reverse Visorak venom mutation. Oh yeah, it's only Norik. Only Norik of the Rahaga believes in Kitongu, so the other 5 don't go with them to find him. So while they're on this mission, Vakama captures the other 5 Rahaga and takes them to Rudaka as hostages. It's not cool. It's not cool. Shouldn't have done that. I get it, though. Okay, bada bing, bada boom, skipping ahead, they find him. By the Great Spirit, Kitongu was real all along. The mythical Kitongu, we found him. However, he says, well, he doesn't talk, but he can understand what they're saying, and he says, no, I won't turn you back. Idiots. But I will help you fight against the Visorak and Sidorak and Rudaka. And they're like, well, I guess that's something. They attack the Colosseum, the seat of Sidorak and Rudaka, and now Vakama's command of the Visorak. Oh yeah, Kitongu climbs up the Colosseum to attack Sidorak and Rudaka directly. And they knock him off the tower, and they've beaten him, basically, but Rudaka's like, that's not good enough. That's not kingly enough, Sidorak. You should fight him in one-on-one combat. And Sidorak's like, okay. And he can't, because he's not very good at that. He's not that strong. So Kitongu literally just kills him off camera. He just gets killed by Kitongu, and Rudaka thinks it's funny. During the battle, Matau's like, hey, Vakama, I'm sorry I was mean to you. More gracious than I would be, I think. They already kind of didn't like each other. If my former leader left my group, joined my enemies, and kidnapped my friends, I'd be like, well, I'm just gonna kill him now. Matau does give him, he says, like, let's be friends again, and Vakama is convinced. He's like, okay, you're right. This is nuts. This is crazy. I should stop being evil. Actually, Rudaka's evil. Shouldn't work for her. Rudaka, she has a piece of Makuta's seal, the Toa seal that is binding him. She has a piece of it, just like embedded in her chest. So after Sidorak's dead, she goes to confront the Toa, and all the Toa shoot her with their, elemental Rotuka spinners, as one does. And then she's like, oh, Vakama, you won't shoot me, right? You're my friend now. And he's like, I'm actually betraying you, Rudaka. And he, again, just like Matau, didn't listen to Iruni. Norik is like, hey, Vakama, don't do what you're about to do. And Vakama just completely ignores him. And he's like, I'm betraying you. And he shoots her with his red elemental Rotuka spinner. And, okay, when he's telling the Toa all this, he's embarrassed by, like, how bad their teamwork was and how they didn't get along and how they didn't embody the virtue of unity. And he's embarrassed that they got turned into monsters. And he's embarrassed that he betrayed the other Toa to temporarily work for Rudaka and command the Visorak. And I get all that, but also I feel like Tahu said, yours is a tale of triumph. Like, you came out all right in the end, right? And all of it is kind of justifiable. Him choosing not to listen to Norik and shoot Rudaka with this thing is, like, actually the most catastrophic thing. It's like the most catastrophic thing we see happen Maybe the entire series. Aside from things that happen in the distant past, like, this decision is a monumentally bad decision with consequences that will last forever. He shoots her with his Rotuka spinner, and okay, remember how the Toa seal was formed by the combination of their 6 elemental powers? Well, now Rudaka has been shot by their 6 elemental powers in Rotuka form, but still. And somehow, this combination of the 6 elemental forms again combine into the piece of the Toa seal that she's got in her, and this undoes the seal. Makuta is free. He's back. It's over. This is literally the worst thing that could happen. They don't actually deal with it in the movie. It's just kind of understood like, oh, geez, we freed Makuta. We'll have to deal with that eventually. Oh, well. Rudaka appears to die. This might be a bit of a spoiler, but I'll just tell you, she isn't dead. Once Makuta was freed, he used his power to poof, teleport her away to safety. I don't know if that was the intent when they actually made the movie, but that's how it's explained later. So yeah, Rudaka is actually not dead. But Sidorak and Rudaka are both defeated. Makuta does not make an appearance, so that leaves Vakama as still basically in charge of the Visorak horde, and he just tells them all, like, disperse, leave. So the Visorak just leave Metru Nui. I guess Makuta didn't feel like keeping them there for the moment. The Visorak disperse. At this point, Kitongu is like, okay, actually, now I will turn you back if you want to turn back. And they're like, yeah, it's our destiny, actually. It's our destiny to go back to being Toa so we can fulfill our mission. And he's like, all right, cool. I love the Great Spirit. I love Unity Duty and Destiny just as much as you guys. So he turns them back. They take the Matoran spheres, and now they're able to finish building their airships that they were trying to assemble. And now they take airships back up through some other series of passages that I guess they find. They're able to find airship routes through the porous passageways up in the dome to Mata Nui somehow. Before I get to the last book in this arc, I want to talk about a story that was not its own book, but it was a story in the Bionicle Encyclopedia called Birth of a Dark Hunter. Now we're getting into a little bit of the weird stuff. A little bit of the weird history that you might not really know even exists if you just played with the toys. So the Dark Hunters, you remember that Nadiki and Kreka were Dark Hunters working for Makuta when he was disguised as Duma. So Birth of a Dark Hunter takes place 3,000 years ago. So 2,000 years before the Great Cataclysm, the fall of Metru Nui. 3,000 years ago, something was going on called the Dark Hunter War, where the Dark Hunters were attacking Metru Nui, trying to take it over, basically. Now, it turns out that at this time, there were many Toa in Metru Nui. There were more than just a team of 6. There was Turaga Lee Khan. He was there. There were at least 6 other Toa who they talk about are currently guarding Duma against Dark Hunter attacks. And then there's the other Toa in this story, Toa Nadiki. That's right. Nadiki used to be a Toa. So Nadiki is on night patrol, basically, against Dark Hunter attacks, and he gets attacked by this Dark Hunter named Lariska, and she basically stops her attack and offers him a deal. Lariska says, join the Dark Hunters. You can join the Dark Hunters if you help us take Metru Nui. And Nadiki is like, I'll help you take Metru Nui, but I want to rule the city. You need to make me the leader of the city once you take it over. And Lariska's like, yeah, sure, okay. To me, that seems ridiculous. I can't possibly imagine that they intended to make good on that promise, but we don't actually get to find out what they would have done because Nadiki tells Duma and the other Toa that the Dark Hunters have established a base camp in a canyon in Pometru, and he says, yeah, Lee Khan, we can wipe all the Dark Hunters out in one fell swoop if we just surprise them while they're camping in this canyon, but we need to take all our Toa. All our forces have to go there. And of course, the idea is that the Dark Hunters are not there. They're going to be on the walls of the canyon, and they're going to rain down attacks on the Toa and rout the Toa, and that'll be it, a decisive end to the war. And Lucan and Duma are like, sounds good. I would love to end this war. Let's go do it. So they march out the Toa into this trap, and they get there, and Likan's like, where's the Dark Hunters, Nadiki? And Nadiki says, oh, they're here. And then the Dark Hunters appear surrounding them. But then Likan's like, aha, all right. there's the signal, and then even more Toa show themselves surrounding the Dark Hunters. Turns out they had gotten reinforcements the night before, and Nidiki had been acting suspicious, and Likan had followed him and saw his secret liaison with Lariska and knew they were being betrayed. So Nidiki's outed as a traitor. The Dark Hunters they're defeated, but Likan and the Toa are like so ridiculously goody-goody. Let's be clear. Like this was going to be a slaughter. The Dark Hunters were going to kill all the Toa. The Toa do not kill the Dark Hunters. They're like, okay, we sent word to the Shadowed One. By the way, the Dark Hunters are led by a mysterious person called the Shadowed One. He'll come up again. Yeah, Likan basically just says, okay, just agree to surrender and we'll just let you leave. And so they do, and they just let the Dark Hunters walk out of there. No casualties. I'm sure they won't, mount another attack in this continuing war. I'm sure they'll just honor a ceasefire because you said, oh, we got you, now agree not to attack us anymore. I'm sure that'll be fine. They banish them, they send them out, and they're like, Nidiki, you get out. Go with them. You're not welcome here anymore. You're no longer my Toa brother. So Nidiki is like, well, okay, I guess I have no choice. He goes with the Dark Hunters. He joins the Dark Hunters, but he's not a respected member because the Shadowed One knows that he was going to betray the Toa, and he looks down on him for it. He thinks, oh yeah, Nidiki's a scumbag. He can work for me, but he's just like a grunt. He can't go on missions. We can't trust him to go on missions. He can work as like a trainer for from the other Dark Hunters, training them in combat and whatever, training them against Toa powers. I guess that's useful, but he's not my guy. He's assigned to work with Kreka, who is like a dumb brute who is ceaselessly loyal to the Shadowed One. Nidiki is a schemer, and he would betray the Shadowed One if he got the chance, but Kreka is a dumb idiot, and he's like, we gotta follow the boss's rules all the time. And so, because Kreka's always there, Nidiki has no opportunity for scheming. So Nidiki starts plotting how he's going to escape, basically. He's not allowed to leave. He's not allowed to stop being a Dark Hunter, but he doesn't like it. They're on another island, by the way. The Dark Hunter's base is on an island called Odina. He's like, well, I can't go back to Metru Nui because they know I'm a traitor. I'm banished from there, but maybe I could escape to some, southern island. Some other Matoran inhabited island where they haven't heard about me, and I could just pretend that I'm a Toa in good standing and just go back to being a Toa hero. That would be pretty good. That was a pretty sweet deal. All things considered. So he's plotting how to do this when one day on Odina, Brutaka comes to the island from Zia. She says she's seeking training as a Dark Hunter. And he sees Brutaka and he's like, she could be my ticket out of here. So he basically accosts her and is like, hey, what do I got to do to get you to take me with you when you leave after you get the training you're looking for? So Brutaka says, okay, meet me on the beach tonight. And when he does, Brutaka shows up and shoots him with a mutation Rotuka spinner. Turns him into a freak. Turns him into a bug freak. By the way, Nidiki hates bugs. He has a phobia of bugs. So she does this as a sadistic way to maximize his suffering. So she's there and the Shadowed One is there. And they explain that, Brutaka paid for her training by snitching on Nidiki and telling the Shadowed One that this guy was planning to betray him and escape. So they turn Nidiki into a freak so that he can never escape and go back to being a Toa somewhere. Now he has nowhere to go other than Odina that'll let him do anything. Nobody else would want him. So this is the tragic backstory of Nidiki. Funny note, on Odina, now the beach where Nidiki was mutated is called Nidiki Beach, to commemorate a really funny thing that happened once upon a time. By the way, Nidiki, when he was a Toa, wore a mask of stealth. The final book in 2005. It takes place after they've been cured of their Hordika affliction, so they're back to being regular old Toa Metru, and it is as they are taking the last of the Matoran spheres out of Metru Nui in their airships that they've built and are bringing them up to the Island of Mata Nui. Vakama is like, wait a minute, guys. I have some unfinished business. I have one last thing I need to take care of. And he jumps off the ship and he dives into the ocean, the Silver Sea. He's looking for the Kanohi Vahi. Remember, he made the Kanohi Vahi, but then in the battle against Makuta, he knocked it off the island and into the sea. So he's diving down, looking for the Vahi. and he finds it, but it's cracked and like time energy is leaking out of it. The plants around it are growing weird because of this time energy seeping out. Also, it's been corroded orange, which I think is a reference to the fact that the first edition of the Vahi was in orange plastic, and then later editions of it that you could get were gold. So it's like, oh yeah, the reason that other one was orange was because it was like corroded orange. Didn't really need explaining, but they explained it. While he's retrieving the Vahi from the sea, he's randomly struck by a water spout. It just pulls him up out of the ocean and like smacks him on, I'm not even sure if it's rocks on the Great Barrier or just like an island in the middle of the ocean, or maybe it's like the edge of Metru Nui. He gets smacked on some rocks. He loses consciousness. Well, as he's losing consciousness, a creature appears over him and takes the Vahi and leaves. And he's like, what the heck? But he passes out. And when he wakes up, he's back to being a Matoran in Metru Nui, like before all the stuff happened. Him making the Vahi, Duma being revealed as the Makuta, becoming a Toa, and all that stuff. And he's like, wait, was it all a dream? Was being a Toa all a dream? And he's in what appears to be like an alternate timeline where he and the other 5 Toa Metru didn't become Toa Metru. Instead, these 6 became Toa Metru, as all indications seem to say was actually destined to happen until the Makuta interfered with Likan and mind controlled him to make these guys the Toa Metru instead. It's almost like he's back in like the correct timeline where destiny unfolded as it was meant to. So Vakama thinks that he's been sent back in time by the mask. And so he runs to try and find the other guys and try and tell them like, guys, we're supposed to be Toa Metru, as though they would even understand what that means if his theory is correct and he's been sent back in time. Like they wouldn't, none of that has happened. They wouldn't know, but he acts very silly. He goes and he finds Nuju and he's like, hey, Nuju, in another timeline, we became Toa Metru. And he's like, okay, I guess. And he's like, what do you know about a Kanohi Vahi? And he's like, I don't know anything. And then, all of a sudden, in the middle of the day, a freaking Kirak Vaki explodes through his window, and he's like, no, I swear I was working. I swear I was working. And the Vaki just like, staff of confuses him, turns him into a vegetable for a minute, and Vakama just runs out of there. And this to me is like the most horrifying demonstration of, if you slack off, the Kirak will, the Vaki will just Kool-Aid Man explode into your place of work and attack you. The Vaki might have actually been there because Vakama was making inquiries he wasn't supposed to be making, but Nuju seems to think like, oh, this is because I wasn't working. So to Nuju, it's like, oh, this happens sometimes. The City of Legends. While this is happening, Vakama, he starts to see like visions of the real Metru Nui that's all destroyed and messed up in the real timeline. And it's like, oh, what's this? Is this just another vision? Because remember, Vakama has visions. So he goes and he finds Nokama. And when he finds Nokama, Toa Vizsla is basically scolding her because Toa Vizsla discovered Nokama was doing experiments on energized protodermis. And Vizsla is like, you're not allowed to do that. After we became Toa, we banned all experiments on energized protodermis without explicit permission from a Toa or the Turaga. You can't be doing this. This is against the rules. Nokama's like, yes, Toa Vizsla. I'm sorry, Toa Vizsla. Remember that Vizsla was keeping a weird stalker like worship prayer wall with all of Nokama's accomplishments before this happened. So now that's who's in charge of Nokama. By the way, the reason why they explicitly say this, the reason why they banned experiments on energized protodermis is because they thought that it might theoretically be discovered a way to use energized protodermis to make a Matoran become a Toa, and they were like, we don't want any more Toa. No one else can be a Toa, so we're banning energized protodermis. No more experiments, because we don't want that to happen. That's explicitly the reason. Awesome. These new Toa, they were not able to successfully defeat the Morbuzak. The Toa Metru beat the Morbuzak in one day. These guys have been Toa for who knows how long. The Morbuzak is still active. Matau is dead. He died in a Morbuzak-related car crash. I'm not the biggest Matau fan, but I probably wouldn't wish death on him, so that's unfortunate. Vakama recruits Nokama. I guess they're trying to, like, find some records of the Kanohi Vahi. He's trying to find, like, is there a Vahi in this timeline? Who has it? What's going on with that? I guess because he still thinks he's been sent back in time, and maybe he thinks he can use the Vahi to get back to his own timeline. Or he just wants to know what's up. So while they're going around looking for clues, a Morbizak vine comes up and attacks Nokama. She, like, kicks it and, like, beats the Morbizak. And Vakama's like, huh. How did you do that? Oh, well, I mean, I guess let's keep going. They're in Metru looking for tablets with records of the Vahi. As they're just looking for stuff, remember that thing that jumped out and attached to Oniwa's face and gave him a vision? Another one of those. It's a Kratana. Jumps out and attaches to Vakama's face, and it gives him a vision, and the vision is from a Toa of Sonics called Krakua. And Krakua just gives Vakama an ominous message that, like, one day, Vakama, you will face the darkest fate imaginable. And Vakama's like, what could that be? You mean, will I have to face Makuta? And he says, no. You will have to watch as 6 other heroes go off to fight evil, and you will be able to do nothing but wish them well on their journey. And that's the message from Krakua. Toa Likon, who is still alive in this other timeline, shows up and pulls the Kratana off of his face, and Vakama's just weirded out enough by all this that he gets suspicious of all these goings-on, and he decides, I don't think any of this is real, and he throws a disc at Nokama, and it's true. The disc goes right through her. She's not real. The illusion is broken. All of this was fake. This was a Makuta-induced illusion. Nokama has been just a blue Visorak, just pretending to be Nokama this whole time. Toa Likon was actually Makuta. He's just right there. Makuta's right there. The Morbizak vine that attacked them before was not the Morbizak. We'll tell you what that was in a second. So Vakama's a Toa again. So he's like, oh god, I gotta fight Makuta. But Makuta's like, no. I actually want to work together with you for a minute. Because that thing that took the Vahi, when you retrieved it from the sea, that was a thing called the Voparak. And the Voparak is a creature that exists specifically to hunt down and find the Vahi. And he works for the Shadowed One. Remember, the leader of the Dark Hunters. And I don't want the Shadowed One to get the Vahi. I want the Vahi. So I would like your help in tracking it down, just because. And Vakama's like, well, I don't really want to help Makuta, but I do want to track down the Vahi so that I can take it, so I guess I'll go along with this for now. So they track down the Voparak, and the Voparak is like a time being. His power is that when you get close to him, time accelerates really, really fast, meaning that you age really fast and you die. So rather than fight it directly, Makuta just sends wave after wave of Rakshi at it, and the Rakshi just turn to dust as they attack it, but they can get like one good hit in before they die. And he doesn't care. He's got infinite of them. But the Voparak has already given the mask to the Shadowed One, so they go track down the Shadowed One, who's in the Great Temple in Metru Nui. You know who else is there? Kitongu. He's just hanging out now. Also, there's this other guy, Sentrak, who is the Shadowed One's bodyguard. Shadowed One's bodyguard. Sentrak has like a petrifying ability. He can turn you to stone. Well, he can turn you into stone protodermis. Vakama escapes him by shooting a vial of energized protodermis that happens to be there with fire, and it explodes super powerfully because energized protodermis is the most powerful thing in the universe. Makuta fights Kitongu, and the way that he beats him is that he uses his heat vision to fuse... Okay, Kitongu's got like an open and closing Rotuka spinner compartment in his chest, and Makuta I-beams welds shut this compartment so that like Kitongu's Rotuka spinner is trapped inside of him, and like I guess it would kill him. I think he manages to get it open again, but it's like, oh, if it's fused shut, I'll like explode from the contained energies. So they find the Shadowed One, and then him and Makuta are arguing over who should get the Vahi, and then Vakama tells the Shadowed One about how Makuta absorbed Nadiki and Kreka to make his new body. And Shadowed One is like, oh my god, you're right. You're made of pieces of my two guys. And he didn't like Nadiki, but you know, it's still unacceptable. Basically, Makuta requested the aid of these two Dark Hunters, and then he just ate them. That's unacceptable. So now he's gotta die. So Makuta and the Shadowed One fight, and in the melee, Vakama's able to snatch the Vahi and use his disc launcher jetpack to escape. So the Shadowed One has disintegrating I-beams. It's not heat vision, it's disintegrating I-beams, and in the fight, he blasts Makuta's wings. Remember, he had wings because Nivok was one of the pieces he put together to make his new body. He blasts Makuta's wings with his disintegrating I-beams, and that is why the Makuta that we see in Mask of Light does not have wings anymore. The Shadowed One disintegrated them. And then the Voparak shows up, to back up the Shadowed One against Makuta, but Makuta is like, lol, and he shoves the Shadowed One into the Voparak, and he ages like tens of thousands of years. He doesn't die, though. He's actually fine. He's really mad about it. He's really mad that this happened. But it's not entirely clear that he suffers any ill effects. He is much older, but remember, we will come to learn that these guys are all tens of thousands of years old already. So, like, he might have had hundreds of thousands of years left to live, potentially. So, he's okay, actually. He's just mad. So as he's escaping, Makuta's heat vision clips Vakama's jetpack, so his jetpack is damaged, and he crash lands on the beach of Metru Nui. It's probably the same beach where the Toa Metru landed when they came back from the surface in the Likan 2, and who's there to talk to him but the Karzani? Not Karzani, the plant. Remember how they made the Likan 2 seaworthy by lashing logs of the dead Karzani to it? Turns out he wasn't quite dead. He was just barely alive a little bit, and he sort of like sprouted up out of his mostly dead logs. And actually that Morbazak that attacked Nokama before was the Karzani. And he tells him, Vakama, that thing you found out about how Destiny said that these 6 should have been the Toa Metru, and you became the Toa Metru only because my dad, Makuta, mind influenced him to make that happen? Guess what? Yes, all of the signs of destiny said these 6 were destined to be the Toa. However, they only said that because there is a secret organization called the Order of Mata Nui that has worked for millennia to fake those signs of destiny, specifically to trick Makuta into thinking that you were not destined to be the Toa, so that he would trick Likan into making you the Toa, thinking that that would be making Likan make a mistake, but actually, Makuta was fulfilling the true destiny, which had simply been disguised by the Order of Mata Nui. You are the destined Toa, Vakama. This was your destiny all along. And Vakama's like, oh my god, this is a revelation. I've never even heard of the Order of Mata Nui. And the Karzani's like, nobody has. They're that secret. So he gets this incredible information across just in time for Makuta to show up and kill the Karzani once and for all. And Makuta's like, okay, you were talking to my stupid plant son? Whatever, I don't care. Give me the Vahi. Did I mention that, like, he wanted the Vahi before? He was really mad at the end of Legends of Metru Nui when Vakama knocked it out of his hands, because he was gonna use the Vahi to, like, accelerate his plans with its time powers, but then because he didn't have the Vahi anymore, he was like, well, I'll still do my plans, it's just gonna take a really long time now. So he wants this Vahi to accelerate his plans. Vakama's like, no, I don't want you to have it, and I can't fight you because you're stronger than me, but, and he takes his disc launcher out. And remember, the Vahi is, like, cracked a little bit. So he points his disc launcher at it, and he's like, if you try to take it from me, I'll shoot it and I'll shatter it. And Makuta's like, that might destroy the entire universe. Messing with time, shattering the mask of time, the amount of time energy released could literally destroy the universe. Vakama says it's better to destroy the universe than to let you rule it. And Makuta's like, fine, just take it. Just take it and go. And Vakama extracts from him a promise that he will not come after them or mess with the Matoran on the Island of Mata Nui for 1 year. They have 1 year head start. And Makuta's like, okay, fine. Enjoy the mask. Enjoy your stupid island. And that's pretty much the end of 2005 Bionicle. Vakama finishes telling this story right as their boats in the present day are arriving at the shores of Metru Nui, as in the Turaga and the Toa Nuva are finally, 2 years after getting through the gate in Mangaya, we're finally getting Return to Metru Nui, the City of Legends. There's another canonized fan story. I think it won a contest. It's called The Dweller Report. It is set 500 years in the past from the present day, so 500 years after the Great Cataclysm, 500 years before the return of the Turaga and the Matoran and the Toa Nuva to Metru Nui. So in that interim time, there's a dark hunter called Dweller who is spying on the city. The Rahaga are there, and Duma is there. Duma, who was in one of those spheres, I guess when the Toa Metru opened up all of the spheres, I guess Duma's sphere opened as well. He's just been here for this 1,000 years. With the Rahaga, just fighting off occasional Visorak recursions, maybe doing a little bit of repair work on the city, but like, there's only 6 of them, so they can't do that much. Also, we find out that his mask is called the Kanohi Kiril, and it is the mask of regeneration. It's basically like a healing or a repair mask. Pretty good mask. I would like that mask. It does suffer a little bit from having, in its toy form anyway, the exact same design as Norik's mask of diminishment. But what can you do? Get ready to see a lot more repeated mask designs, by the way. That's going to come up again. At the end of the last book, there is a little time skip forward. After Makuta says, okay, I'll leave you alone for a year, remember the Matoran sphere that fell off of the Licon 1 as they were going through Mavra's cavern. Akmau's sphere. Makuta finds Akmau's sphere, and he opens it and he reawakens Akmau. And Akmau, remember, the spheres remove your memories, so Akmau has no memories. Makuta wakes him up and he explains to him, the other Matoran, they abandoned you, they hate you, they're evil, you should help me work against them. So he wakes Akmau up and, grooms him, you could say. And this is why he doesn't get a name in Mata Nui Online Game 1, the Po Matoran that was selling the infected Coli balls that spread the infection through Pokoro and got Huki sick, that was Akmau, working on behalf of Makuta. So that's the backstory to that. I've mentioned every set that was for sale this year. The combiner sets, well, there was the Kagarak that I mentioned already. There was a creature called the Gate Guardian. I genuinely don't even remember what that is. The Rock Raptor, I guess, is a Rahi of some kind. Sentrak, Shadowed One's Bodyguard, was a combiner model. The Shadowed One, also a combiner model. The Colony Drone, that's some kind of like Visorak Servitor creature. Oh, the Protocairn. The Protocairn, it's like a Matoran that has been exposed to energized Protodermis and survived. They would just attack the coastline of Metru Nui sometimes. Very disturbing. The Frostellus is another Rahi. The Paracrex, another Rahi. Venom Flyer, Rahi. The Voparak. It was a combiner set, but it was later released as an official set you could buy separately. The Zevon, a combiner set. Just gotta say, I've been working on this video a really long time. As I record this now, I'm not even close to done. I'm like halfway done. This is gonna be another, wouldn't be surprised if it's another 2 months at least. I knew this video was gonna be long when I set out to make it, but it has exceeded my expectations. So we better get right back into it. But before we do, let me just say, I don't have any sponsors or anything like that. If I'm lucky and YouTube doesn't demonetize this video for no reason, as it sometimes seems to do, I might make some ad revenue off it, which is great. But the only guaranteed way that I make any money off of making YouTube videos is at my Patreon, patreon.com/BenSaint. And if you would care to support me there, I would appreciate it very much. And it makes it possible for me to do stuff like this. Okay. Back to Bionicle. A couple things I missed. Let's just clear house for a second. So the Toa Hordika, when they are Hordika, they do have their their tools transformed as follows: Blazer Claws, Fin Barbs, Fang Blades, Claw Clubs, Thumpers, Hordika Teeth, of course, natural Ratuka launchers, and combat staffs. Okay, I think I have a foggy memory that the combat staffs thing is from like a playset. There's one playset that has like miniature Toa Hordika figures, and those ones do not have their normal Toa tools. They all have combat staffs. As they're about to make their final embarkment in the ships, I think, back to Mata Nui, Nuju reveals Koalas taught him to speak the bird language. And then later, after he becomes Turaga, he transitions to only speaking it, and I guess his logic is he's going to make himself deliberately hard to understand so that only people with the patience to put up with that will talk to him, because he doesn't want to talk to anyone who won't put up with his nonsense. Very cool, Nuju. One more note about Akmau. So Akmau gets taken out of his sphere and groomed by the Makuta. I would think that the Turaga would probably have known that Akmau was the one that they lost. Who was the one that we dropped? Oh, that guy who sort of like was working with Nadiki. He's missing. I guess it was him. Cool. At some point, Akmau must have showed back up. Maybe they just never noticed that he was back, or maybe he was hiding and being back only covertly. And then later he spreads that infection through Pokoro, through the infected Koli balls. And then after that, he's just openly living in Pokoro. In Mata Nui Online Game 2, he's just like a sales guy. He's just selling normal stuff. Did the Turaga figure out that he was the one selling the infected Koli balls? Maybe not. Maybe they just never put it together. Or maybe they did know it was him, and just like in Metru Nui, they knew he was working for Nidiki, but they didn't do anything about it. Maybe they were just like, don't do it again. And he was like, okay, sure, I guess I won't. I'll just sell bamboo rods. It's a bit hard to figure out how the whole timeline of that would make sense, but I'm not here to solve these riddles. I'm just here to tell them to you. Something I discovered as I was editing the last section, 2005, I'm going to say this is true. Regarding the Voparak, I uncovered some deep lore. This is not in the book. The book doesn't really say much about like where he came from, just that he exists to hunt the Mask of Time. Outside sources, the Encyclopedia Updated, and Greg Farshty on the forums, and certain promotional materials all seem to suggest that he was made into the Voparak by the Brotherhood of Makuta. Now, the encyclopedias say that he was just from some species that was very destructive. What it doesn't say is something that the other two sources, promo images, like ad copy from the comic books, as well as Greg Farshty, the two of them say Voparak and Sidorak used to know each other. Specifically, they're from the same species, and Voparak used to be Sidorak's clan leader, and Sidorak like betrayed him to the Brotherhood of Makuta and basically gave him over to the Brotherhood of Makuta for experimentations, which turned him into the Voparak. This is not in the encyclopedia, but the other sources say it, and I don't see any conflict, so I'm just going to say it's all true. Sidorak and Voparak never interact that we see, so who knows if Sidorak would have recognized him or anything. It says in the encyclopedia that the way he was transformed by the Makuta was using energized protodermis as well as Rudaka's Rotuka spinner of mutation. And then the Brotherhood of Makuta gave the Voparak to the Dark Hunters to like train him in discipline, but then the Voparak ended up betraying the Makutas and becoming loyal to the Dark Hunters. I guess this was a thing that the Brotherhood of Makuta did, because remember Rudaka, who we know works for Makuta, and she also went to the Dark Hunters for training. I'm unclear on if Rudaka was working for Makuta at that time, remember during the events of Birth of a Dark Hunter with Nidiki. Anyway, this is why the Voparak works for the Dark Hunters now. About Rotuka spinners, Sidorak's toy ad says that his Rotuka ability is obedience. The Shadowed One also has an individual Rotuka spinner, Madness. Kitongu's Rotuka is apparently an absorption Rotuka. Intelligent species, individual members of the species can have their own individual Rotuka powers, whereas an unintelligent species or like a Rahi species, all the same members of the species have the same Rotuka power, like all the Bagarak have the water Rotuka that makes you float in water, and etc. The Visorak are intelligent. They have a language that they communicate with. So maybe it's a Rahi, non-Rahi thing, but Kitongu is a Rahi, and maybe all of his species would have had an absorption Rotuka power. We'll never know, because he's the last of his kind. Food for thought, I guess. Alright, 2006. I said that the 2004 Toa Metru were a little bit angsty. 2005 is it's a little dark, like they get turned into monsters and mutated. 2006 is when it gets edgy. We've spent 2 years getting ready to sail and then sailing across the sea. 2 years of flashbacks of the Toa Metru and their adventures. And now it's finally time to get the head back to the City of Legends, Metru Nui, and awaken the great spirit Mata Nui. Bada bing, bada boom. They get back to Metru Nui, and just like was shown in that one contest entry story, the Rahaga are there, and Turaga Duma is there. And they're just like, hey, welcome back. Good to see you. I guess they probably couldn't have come up to Mata Nui because the journey is so dangerous. So they've just been chilling down here in Metru Nui. But now we're back. The 6 Turaga and the 6 Toa Mata, now Toa Nuva, have brought back all the thousands of Matoran. We're repopulating the city. Okay, but the city is still it's messed up, it's broken, it's unoperational. The Great Spirit still slumbers. And that's bad. However, it's actually so much worse than that. So the Matoran, they set to work, they start like repairing all the damage because there were earthquakes when Makuta did his thing and all that. They're working. It's a big reconstruction project. While that is going on, Turaga Duma and the other Turaga, they all convene and have a secret meeting. And they're all like, hey guys, have you been reading these prophecies? Have you been observing the stars? And they're all like, yeah, we've been observing the stars. It's not good. Turns out, the great spirit Mata Nui, he does slumber. But in addition to slumbering, he is dying. And he is actually going to die, like, really soon. Things are actually so much worse than anyone thought, and it's, like, almost too late to do anything about it. They've been up on the island for 1,000 years, and now they're back, and bam, Great Spirit's got, like, a month to live. The general consensus among the Turaga is we're not going to tell the Matoran about this, because there's literally nothing they can do. If the Great Spirit dies, the universe ends. Like, it's totally over for everything. And if that happens, there's nothing they can do. Let's just let them have that month to enjoy themselves and just live pretending there's some hope for a future. So that's the plan there. However, they're not going to do absolutely nothing. They don't tell the Matoran about any of this, but they do tell the Toa Nuva. They bring the Toa Nuva together and they're like, hey guys, don't tell the Matoran, but the universe is doomed. There's like a 1 in a million long shot chance that you guys could maybe fix it. There is a secret, super special mask called the Mask of Life. And if you get it, maybe we could stop Mata Nui from dying and the universe won't end. And the Toa Nuva are like, all right, well, that's what we're for, so, lead the way. So the Turaga bring them down, and underneath Metru Nui, there's techno stuff, there's wonders untold, and there's a chamber with like a big pool in the middle and 6 Toa canisters. Remember, they woke up in the canisters, they had no memories. And they're like, these are just like the Toa canisters we arrived on the island of Mata Nui in. Is this where we came from? And the Turaga are like, no, not from here, but you must have come from some room just like this because these canisters are what's used to transport Toa around. And one of them, it might be Pohatu or maybe Liwa, is like, wait a minute, didn't the prophecy say that we fell from the heavens to Mata Nui? And the Turaga are like, yeah, sure. You did, because you must have been like launched up out of this place and then fallen into the sea. So you kind of fell from the heavens, and the Toa are like, oh, okay. I see. I think they seemed a little disappointed. Yeah, so these Toa canisters, they're used for Toa transport down here in this mysterious place. So they're like, you gotta get in these canisters, and they're gonna bring you to another island. An island called Voyage Nui. It's not on the Silver Sea down here in Dome Land. It's up in the other sea, the Surface Sea. That's where the Mask of Life is. Retrieve the Mask of Life. It's the only way to save the Great Spirit from dying. It won't wake him up, but we've got more pressing matters than waking him up right now. We gotta stop him from dying. So the Toa Nuva have a new mission. Retrieve the Mask of Life from Voyage Nui. This is the first depiction of the Mask of Life that I'm aware of. Don't take its design too seriously because it'll change a bunch of times. Its Matoran name is the Kanohi Ignika. Maybe Ignika. It looks like Ignika to me. There's not that much consistency with pronunciation with this stuff. They get in the canisters and they're just, I think they like burrow through the wall or they get shot through some tubes of fluid or something. They get shot out into wherever. However, Takanuva, they tell him, you're not going on this mission because we need at least one Toa around to defend the Matoran against stuff. Rahi or Frustellus, so you're sticking around. Jala, Takanuva and Jala are still best buds. Jala can tell that the Turaga are hiding something. Something's up, and nobody's seen the Toa Nuva in a while. And he's like, Takanuva, something's up. And Takanuva's like, I'm really not supposed to tell you what's up. Your silence says it all. The Turaga are clearly hiding something. He goes to the Turaga, and he's like, tell me what's up. Oh, Jala? Based Jala, the way that he gets Nokama to crack and tell him the truth, he organizes labor strikes. Like, he organizes the Matoran to start striking and not working and demanding that the Turaga tell them, like, what's up. And Nokama is the one that cracks. Nokama is like, all right, fine, I'll tell you. The universe is doomed. We've sent the Toa Nuva on a last Hail Mary mission to maybe save it. It's probably not going to work. And Jala's like, okay, thank you. Back to work. Strike over. The fate of the entire universe hangs in the balance. So I know I'm just a Matoran, but I'm going to do what I can. And I'm going to get my coolest friends to come along with me. So he gathers up a little strike team. Himself, Kongu, the Lay Matoran, Gukko Bird Rider, Matoro, Ko-Matoran, New Jews Translator, Huki, Sports Ball Guy, Po-Matoran. So that's these 4 of the original Mictoran. Then the other 2 he chooses are Holly from Mata Nui Online Game 2 and Nuparu. Maku and Onepu get a little bit shafted, but you know what, sucks for them. So these 6, along with Takanuva agrees that he's going to accompany them. They're like, we're going to follow the Toa Nuva and help them in any way we can. They too go down into the tunnelways or whatever underneath Metru Nui. I don't know, digging around, looking for like secret hatches or or trap doors to go through. I'm not entirely certain how they make this trip, but they find tunnels and stuff to go through. And they're like, okay, so this Voyage Nui place, it's to the south and it's on the surface. So we have to go up and south. So if we just we'll go down underneath, we're not going to sail across the sea because that's dangerous. I think it's time to get the map back out. Before I forget to mention this, Voyage Nui, in the Matoran language, it means great journey or great voyage. Nui, great, Voya, journey. This is where Voyage Nui's at. It's south of Mata Nui, but on the same sea, up on the surface. The Toa Nuva are headed there by Canister. This Matoran strike team, led by Jala, is headed there on foot via underground tunnels, so down through this subterranean portion, up and south is what they say they're gonna try and head towards. So yeah, this Island of Voyage Nui will be the setting for the 2006 season. Now there's another short story canonized by a fan. It's called Hope. Basically is just about the Matoran struggling to survive on Voyage Nui, preparing for a hurricane, and then they get hit by a hurricane. Voyage Nui is like a terrible place. There is vegetation and plant life on Voyage Nui, but it's like a really harsh environment. There's storms. Parts of it are freezing and parts of it are super hot. There's like a narrow belt called the Green Belt where vegetation actually grows and it's habitable, but it's a pretty small part of the island, so there's not that much in terms of natural resources to go around. There are Matoran living on Voyage Nui. They're a little bit different than the Matoran we've seen. They have a different build, as all previous iterations of Matoran has. These ones have yet a new build, and also they all carry weapons. These Matoran are strapped. They do not have a Turaga. They actually used to have a Turaga, but the Turaga died. Along with many of the Matoran here died. There was a kind of natural disaster here, worse than any of the other stuff that happens here. It was 1,000 years ago, so it was at the same time as the Great Cataclysm. The two things are connected. Some terrible thing happened on Voyage Nui, and lots of Matoran died, and the Turaga died. Also, after that, another part of the island called Mahri Nui just broke off, and Mahri Nui was inhabited, and like big chunk of the Matoran population just sank into the sea along with it. I think Mahri Nui was like how it's like kind of a horseshoe shaped. I think Mahri Nui used to be like the empty part in the middle, but that's just my guess. It broke off and sank. Every so often, the Matoran on Voyage Nui still throw stuff into the sea as like an offering, basically, to these like lost Matoran. What a frivolous gesture. No way that'll ever come back or anything. Silly superstitious Matoran. Go back to playing sports, why don't you? Actually, I don't think they play sports on Voyage Nui. I don't think they have their own version of Koli or Akilini. They're too miserable for sports. They're too put upon, too destitute. So this is the setup for 2006. The Toa Nuva are on their way here to look for the mask. So these 6 canisters wash up on Voyage Nui, and there were no Toa on Voyage Nui, but boy could they have used some, because life is so hard and miserable here. So the Matoran are like hyped. They're like, oh my gosh, do we have Toa now? Can they help us like survive all the deadly Rahi and stuff? Maybe they can help us like build better shelters for ourselves. Oh, we can build infrastructure or something. Oh, I'm so glad we're gonna have some Toa. So these 6 Toa come out of the canisters. These Matoran have never seen a Toa before, so they just are like, oh, is that what a Toa is like? Okay. They are, in fact, imposters. These are 6 guys who just happen to kind of look like Toa, to have a sort of similar build, who have just showed up here and are pretending to be Toa in order to dupe these Matoran into a scheme which will soon become apparent. So these 6 guys, they have nothing but disdain for the Matoran. They show up and they're like, yeah, we're Toa. Now start working, get to work. And they start ordering them to like build temples to themselves and like underground complexes for them to use. Actually, the underground complexes might have already been there because Voyage Nui, kind of like on the island of Mata Nui, there's like stuff under the ground. There's like techno things. Voyage Nui might have had some of that as well. These 6 dudes pretend to be Toa and they put the Matoran to work, basically work them like slaves. So these 6 things are called the Paraka. Paraka is not the name of their species. Their species is the Skakdi. These are 6 Skakdi, but their group is called the Paraka. They call themselves that. And some people will tell you that Paraka is a slur. Not really. It's not like a nasty word for a Skakdi or anything. It's just an insult in the Matoran language that means a thief and a murderer. Somebody called them this insult and they basically were like, yeah, that is us. That sounds cool. We're gonna reclaim it. These are 6 just monstrously evil dudes who are here to, dupe and abuse these helpless Matoran who already have it hard enough. Leave them alone. This is like Dark Bionicle. Voyage Nui is like, what if Mata Nui were all messed up and twisted and evil? Haha. And it's twisted and evil because they rap. Okay, they don't actually rap, but the commercials had rap in them. The Bully, the Beast, the Trigger, the Tracer, the Snake, and the Loner? Whatever, that's what the commercial calls them. The names, those nicknames don't even mean anything. Their names are Redak, Hakan, Avak, Thok, Vezok, and Zaktan, or Zaktan. Here's the Paraka. So the Paraka all have slight variations in personality. Vezok is kind of a little bit dumb for reasons. Zaktan is the most like cold and cruel. Hakan is kind of boisterous. Hakan is my favorite one just because he has maybe my favorite line ever. As they're tormenting and persecuting the Matoran, one of them asks him like, why do we have to build this temple to you? Is this what Toa normally do? And Hakan's like, this temple's dedicated to the 3 most important things in the world. And the Matoran's like, unity, duty, and destiny? And Hakan says, nope, me, myself, and I. He's the best. They're like a dark inversion of the Toa. Matoran society prizes unity, working together. The Paraka all fight for themselves and fight amongst themselves. Their only duty is to their own bottom line. And destiny, I don't know. Maybe they have none. But I guess they're the same in that the Toa also always fight and don't get along. These guys fight and don't get along even more. They never work as a team. And that's their downfall. Each of them has like a vision power and also another like random power. Hakan has heat vision and mental blasts. Vezok has impact vision and power absorption. He can basically like copy or steal. The wiki says he can copy their natural abilities, which does not include Rotuka abilities or Kanohi powers, just so you know. But it would include like elemental powers, I think. Redak has infrared thermal vision, and also he has power adaptation. If you hit him with a power, he becomes resistant to that power, so like a certain form of attack only works once on him. Avak has telescopic X-ray vision, but he's also got probably the best freaking power ever. This is like a devil fruit power. He's got the power to create a perfect prison. Whatever sort of thing could contain a guy, he can make it. For like contain a fire Toa, well, he can make an ice cage whose ice is so cold that it absorbs all heat so that the fire can't melt it. Or to contain like a stone guy, he could make a cage of like acid that is so corrosive that the stone would melt rather than bash it. Like he can just make whatever it would take to contain a guy perfectly. He can just will it into existence. It's temporary, but it lasts for a while. And like, that's a winning power. Whatever you want it to do, it does. Thok has like spellbinder vision, like fascinating hypnotic vision. Also, he can like animate objects and make them come to life and do his bidding. Zaktan he's got laser vision. More importantly, he's actually made of a swarm of tiny insects called protodites. He is also very much like devil fruit, like Logia. Like, you can't even hurt him because you can slice his arm off, but it just comes apart into a cloud of little insects and just reforms. And he can like reshape himself and stretch his arms out. He's like an amorphous being made of little bugs. And he's wicked strong. These are the powers that they actually use. The whole Skakti thing situation is very convoluted. You can tell that they come in the 6 colors. They do have elemental powers, kind of, but Skakti are weird in that they are elemental, but they can only use their elemental powers when they, like, cooperate with another Skakti. So they rarely use their elemental powers because, like, these guys they're bad dudes and they're pretty strong, but they're hampered by the fact that none of them like or trust each other. They're all constantly, somewhat comedically, like, ready to backstab each other and betray one another. Zaktan is the leader, but only because no one else has managed to, like, catch him unawares and usurp him. He is the strongest, but, you know, if anyone had the chance, they would stab him and take over. So these 6 guys are here, and they want the Mask of Life. They, too, are after that thing that the Nuva are coming for. So they tell the Matoran that they're Toa here to help them, and they say, in order for us to help you, you need to build us a temple, and you need to start doing all this work. They have them start draining the volcano. Voyage Nui does have a small volcano on it. They have them drain the volcano, I think because they think that, like, the Mask of Life might be at the bottom of the volcano. It's not, but they have them do this anyway. The Matoran are like, why are the Toa making us work? They're treating us so bad. They're so mean to us. What are we doing? And then in, I think, the one instance of them using their elemental powers, they cooperate just long enough so that Hakan can use his fire powers to manipulate the magma in the volcano. I think it might actually be Hakan and Redak using, like, fire and stone together to manipulate the magma to make it into, like, a giant magma monster. And then one or two of the other Piraka show up and kill it, and they're like, see? All you Matoran would be dead if we, Toa, weren't here to protect you, so you better do what we say so that we'll keep protecting you in case that lava monster comes back. This is the only time they work together to use their elemental powers to dupe the Matoran into we better do what they say. A couple of the Matoran are suspicious and don't buy it, and they form a little group called the Voyage Nui Resistance. The 6 small sets this year: Velika, Kazi, Piruk, Garan, Balta, and Dalu. And basically they follow them around and they keep looking at them and seeing them like, oh, why is a Toa doing that? Ooh, that's not very Toa-like. Like Avac. Avac is the one guy whose rap nickname, The Trigger, is kind of apt because he builds weapons. He builds these weapons called Zamor launchers, and Zamor launchers fire Zamor spheres. And Zamor spheres, it's just an empty sphere of like some kind of like glass or crystal, but it's like an ethereal glass or crystal that you could theoretically like put anything into. You can like pass it through like another glass structure with some fluid in it and bring it out, and now it's got the fluid in it. So it's this container, and you could put lava in it, which would do some damage. You could put energized protodermis, which would be crazy. Like what would happen? You could put anything you want in there to do whatever you feel like. Yeah, he's making these weapons, and the Matoran resistance are like, what are Toa making weapons for? That's messed up. So seeing him making these weapons, Dalu uses her weapons. She's got these like rods, and these weapons she's got give her the most insane power. She has the power to just like enhance someone's abilities, whatever that means. And she uses it on Avac. He's trying to like walk to meet with the other Piraka with these weapons that he's made. And she like enhances his speed, so he accidentally runs real fast and runs into a wall. And then she enhances his strength, so as he's trying to pick up a rock that fell on him, he like throws it up too high and it crashes on him. She does this and messes with Avac, giving him a lot of like slapstick, comedy injuries. But this takes a lot out of her and she like passes out. But anyway, all the Piraka get together. They talk about these Zamor launchers. They show them to Zaktan, and Zaktan is like, you idiots. These worthless Matoran, they'll do the trick, but not for long. We won't need them for long, but for now they're useful. And then he like beats up the other Piraka with his demon bug clouds because he's evil. Zaktan has this tank of this like greenish glowing evil stuff, which I believe he refers to as a virus. And so he's like, cool, Avac, thanks for the Zamor spheres. And he puts the sphere in and he fills the spheres up with these viruses. They call all the Matoran together. Big meeting for all the Matoran. We 6 Toa, we're your bosses. We got a big announcement for you. Ooh, the will of the Great Spirit has revealed a prophecy. Everyone get together. It'll be really funny. So all the Matoran get together on this beach, and then this 6 Paraka, like, ambush them, come at them from all sides with, like, machine guns, like, firing these Zamor sphere and just mow them all down. Okay, so these Zamor sphere launchers with this quote-unquote virus in them, this stuff, like, turns them into slaves, basically. They turn them into, like, slave zombie Matoran, and now they're much more obedient, and now they're, faithfully doing all the work that the Paraka tell them to. Big success for the Paraka, big W. Everything's going as planned. They're going to get that Mask of Life, lickety split. So the Matoran resistance, those 6, they avoided all this, but they couldn't do anything to stop it. However, at this point, the Toa Nuva, sent from Metru Nui in their canisters, they arrive on the island, and they're like, hey guys, we're 6 Toa. We're here to help. And the resistance are like, well, first off, you look weird because they're Toa Nuva, which is like a mutant Toa. First off, you look weird. Second of all, we've heard that before. The last time some Toa showed up, they were fakers, they were imposters. We don't trust you. So they don't have the Matoran's help. And they find the Paraka, and they fight the Paraka, and they just lose. They just lose. It's pretty much a fair fight. Even though the Toa are powered up with their Nuva powers, energized protodermis, favored by destiny, they just get owned. They get their masks knocked off, stolen, maskless, and the Paraka take them prisoner and they throw them in the freaking dungeon. It's over. Oh, but wait. Jala's strike team still is climbing down some tunnels under Metru Nui. They're still on their way. Looks like they're our only hope. What will become of the Toa Nuva? What will become of Jala and his intrepid band of misfit Matoran? Well, I'll tell you. Wow, I just discovered a new technique for rolling. Okay, cool. There's the Paraka. There's the Matoran resistance members. Oh, and this guy has nothing to do with anything. He's not canonical. Remember how I said that as a little promotional set included with Duracell batteries, they released Good Gold Guy, aka Tiraga Likan? Well, there's another promotional set. This one's just called Good Guy. He's no one. He's not real. He's a maskless Matoran ? But he's a big meme. He's a Bionicle meme. Everybody loves him. So there he is. This is when Good Guy came out. There are other promo sets that I am not going to mention going forward because, again, they're not canonical. Only Tiraga Likan is canonical, and only by some weird quirk of Greg confirming that, yeah, this is Tiraga Likan. There's more promo sets that have names like Good Guy and Bad Guy. I'm not going to mention them. We're sticking to canon here, okay. The Toa Nuva have been defeated by the Paraka, demasked, and the Paraka, well, Zaktan is like, okay guys, don't keep them prisoner. These guys have fought Toa before, and they say that they've killed Toa. They don't like them. Zaktan's like, yeah, normally we would keep prisoners and ransom them, but we can't risk it right now. It would complicate things too much to have Toa running around. Just kill them, throw them into the volcano. So they drag the mostly unconscious bodies of the Toa Nuva to the volcano. Mount Valmai is what this volcano is called. And they're going to throw them in, but coincidentally, the volcano starts erupting, and they're like, this is dangerous, let's get out of here. So they just drop the Toa and run away. They drop them like, oh, I'm sure the volcano will take care of them. Well, of course it doesn't. The Paraka are holding their masks in their stronghold. I guess if they really wanted to be rid of the Toa threat at this point, well, they could throw the masks into the volcano and destroy the masks. I mean, they couldn't get their masks back and potentially become combat ready again, but I guess they just didn't think to do that. The Toa Nuva managed to escape. They meet up with the Matoran resistance again, and again, the Matoran resistance think these guys are probably just more imposters. They're weird-looking Toa. We don't trust them. Because they're maskless, they're weak, so the Matoran try to fight them, and they're, like, actually kind of successful. Dalu, remember her weird weapons, which I have now learned are called chargers? The ones that she used to, like, enhance Avac's abilities to mess with him. She uses them on Gali, and she enhances Gali's vision so much that, like, Gali becomes able to like perceive the entire universe. All the vastness of space is like revealed to her in an instant, and the realization is like so much that it drives her insane. We don't know exactly what she saw, just the incomprehensible greatness of the universe. Mind breaks her, and she becomes a gibbering catatonic mess for a minute. So they're like, okay, well that's bad, but we're not Paraka. Have mercy, Matoran. And they're like, okay, oops, sorry. The Toa Nuva have such a terrible track record after their transformation. It's really sad. Hope things turn around for them soon, but I guess we'll see. The Toa Nuva and the Matoran resistance figure out that they're on the same side. I think it's Kazi. One of them is like, hey, I've actually been secretly talking to this guy. There's like a guy on this island, and we should probably go meet that guy. So he brings them to meet this guy who has just been like hiding out on the island underground in tunnels or somewhere. This guy, Axon, he's actually a member of the thing that the Karzani, the plant, told Vakama about. The Order of Mata Nui. Axon is a member of Order of Mata Nui, and he is here because he knows that the Mask of Life is here, and he's here to guard it, and he doesn't want the Paraka to get it, so this is an ally. Species-wise, okay, I don't think he's part of any species. Like, Kreka was a part of some species from Stealth that we just don't know the name of. Same with Sidorak. Axon, pretty sure he's not any species, he's just a unique being. He does wear a Kanohi mask. He is the kind of creature who can use a Kanohi mask, of which some creatures are and some are not, but he can. His mask, I think it's one of the better masks. I would rank it highly. It might be like top 5. He has the Mask of Truth, the Kanohi Road, or Rode, I think it's Road, which basically just tells him whenever anyone's telling the truth or lying. Very useful, I think. It also lets him see, like, invisible things. Really strong guy, and he's here to help, so that's pretty good. Pretty good news for the fate of the Great Spirit Mata Nui. However, the Paraka, some of them are aware of this other guy, Brutaka, who is another, technically a member of the Order of Mata Nui, but he's kind of gone rogue. Him and Axon were like old buddies. They both used to work together for the Order of Mata Nui, and then at some point, basically after the Cataclysm and after Mata Nui was put to sleep, Brutaka lost faith and stopped believing in the power of the Great Spirit. I think he might have thought either the Great Spirit is never coming back, he's been defeated, he's powerless, or the Great Spirit probably didn't go to sleep. He probably just abandoned us. He just left and has abandoned his children, and God is dead, and nothing matters. The Order of Mata Nui are sort of like Jedi, I guess, and he's sort of like a fallen Order of Mata Nui member. So him and Axon, we're friends, but they're enemies now. Brutaka is another. Pretty sure he's just a unique being. No particular species, but he does wear a Kanohi. He has the Kanohi Olmec, which is the mask of dimensional rifts. He can open dimensional portals. This is probably the best mask. Period. You'll see why. This mask can pretty much just do anything. Brutaka's thing is like, I think his logic is like, since the Great Spirit is gone, has abandoned us, the Mask of Life, which is like the most powerful thing in the universe, should just go to the strongest so that whoever gets it can maybe like become a new god, basically. He's just here to like help whoever is the strongest succeed in claiming the Mask of Life, because he thinks they should just take it since the Great Spirit Mata Nui is gone and doesn't need it anymore. Whereas Axon still believes in the Great Spirit, still believes that he can be revived and is just sleeping and has not abandoned us, and he'll be back, and you'll see he'll come back and he'll bring food and water and smite our enemies. So Axon is keeping the faith and faithfully discharging his duties of guarding the Mask of Life, whereas Brutaka has abandoned them. He's willing to help some of the Paraka betray Zaktan. I think he's talking to Hakan. Whatever. He's in cahoots with some of the Paraka, but not all. That's the developing situation on Voyage Nui. Back to Jala and our crack team of Matoran, who are on their way to help somehow. Oh, geez. You know what? I'm going to need to bring that map back down. The Matoran have come down through some underground tunnels out the bottom of Metru Nui. Voyage Nui is on the surface, and it's to the south. So let's just head up and south, and and hopefully we'll find it. They find this mysterious dark tunnel, like a hole with like pure darkness inside. So they find this dark tunnel. And Takanuva's like, oh, darkness, I'm good at dealing with that. I'm like the opposite of that. Let me just head in and scout it out and we'll see what's in there. So he goes in, but it blocks his light power, so he gets lost in there. So the 6 Matoran are like, okay, we gotta rescue our friend Takanuva. He's our only hope. They basically form like a chain and like they hold hands one after the other. They go in, like trying to like feel out where Takanuva went, and they grab the person's hand in front of them, and then they go in and they grab the person's hand behind them, and Matoro goes in. He gets scared, and he's like, oh god, where's the person behind me? And he grabs the person behind him. He grabs their hand. He's like, okay, good. Phew, I thought I was lost for a second. They find Takanuva, they come out of the hole, and Matoro comes out the back, and he was the last one, and there was no one behind him. And he's like, whose hand was I grabbing? Ooh, spooky! No time to worry about that, though. We've got a mission. It's somewhere around this point. They're talking about spirituality and stuff. I think it might be like superstition, because Matoro's like, whose hand was I grabbing? Was it a ghost? And Holly is like, next you'll tell me you believe in a magical land of Artaka, where all the Matoran can go to be safe from evil. Which, if you remember, there was that choose your own adventure game in like season 2, where the 2 Matoran go looking for a place called Artaka to try and defend against Makuta, the great haven of Artaka. It's a mythical place of safety. These Matoran on the surface tried to find it as a way to defend against Rahi attacks, but they couldn't find it, and eventually they found Mangaya, and they heard Makuta's voice, and they got scared and they ran away, as they should, and they were like, all right, you know what? Looking for Artaka is a fool's errand. Let's just go back to Mata Nui, and instead of following some wild goose chase looking for some mythical place of safety, let's just go back and, do our best to contribute to the war effort to defend our people. Like, yeah, it's the best we can do. Holly also does not believe in a mythical land of Artaka. As they continue on, they find a mask from a fallen Toa. Some Toa must have died here and left this mask, and it's not a mask we've seen before. Takanuva puts it on and finds that it is a mask of, it lets him read thoughts, and he's like, wow, cool. I'm going to use my Evoki, though. They eventually come to like a magic doorway that Takanuva can't pass through, and he's like, I simply can't pass through. If this like repels my light power, I just can't pass through it because it's magic. And the other Matoran are like, well, I guess you better go back. We're probably gonna die on this journey. This is like the most dangerous journey imaginable. They really need a Toa, but they're like, we're dead set. If the Toa Nuva don't succeed in their mission, the universe is dead, so we're gonna risk it all. You can't continue, Takanuva. Thanks for your help. Go back and tell them our story. Just like Tahu saying that we'll fight and we'll die, but we'll send Takua to go back and chronicle our story. Takanuva's not the chronicler anymore. Holly was named chronicler after he became Takanuva. Now Holly is on this suicide mission, so I guess there is no chronicler at the moment. I mean, who needs a chronicler when the universe is about to end? Recording history for who? Anyway, they go through this magic door that Takanuva can't pass through. Takanuva goes home. Going through this, they find like a big mountain, and they try to climb it. And then, like, the canyon around the mountain fills up with manus crabs, the things that were in Mangaya, in Makuta's lair, the things that the Toa had to fight to get to Makuta. They're like the ultimate Rahi. They're super strong. And this place is full of them. They're like, oh, crud. And on the top of the mountain, a Matoran is there, and he's like, welcome, come with me. He brings our heroes to his master. This place that they've arrived at, this is the realm of Karzani. Like the one that the plant was named after, the Karzani. This is the realm of Karzani, and his master is Karzani, basically the Matoran devil. Basically, they've arrived in hell. They've reached Matoran hell, and this is hell. So they're trapped here by the manus crabs on this like dry, arid, giant mountain. There's no sea. This is a landlocked region. The legend of Karzani is basically that lazy Matoran get sent here, ones that don't work hard enough. So in Karzani, you have to work, and if you stop working, the rocks here have this evil property that if you sit on them, you will start to become a rock. So you can't sit, you can't rest or else the rocks will start to turn you into a rock and you will eventually become petrified and die and become a statue. So this like mountain is covered with these petrified statues of Matoran who were ones that just couldn't work any harder. That's the stakes here. That's the kind of place this is. So yeah, they're brought before Karzani himself, the Matoran devil, this like hulking monster man with like a patchwork, like half and half mask, and he's got a flaming chain is his weapon. And Karzani takes all their Kanohi masks. He takes away their identities, basically. You have no name here. You have no mask. Give me your mask. He takes them, including Jala's mask, which was Turaga Likan's gold how. So that's like an important thing, and Karzani just stole it. Jala tries to resist having his mask taken, but Karzani uses his Kanohi power. His Kanohi is the Olisi, and the Kanohi Olisi gives its target like a vision of like the worst possible fate. So to break his spirit, Karzani shows Jala what would have happened to the island of Mata Nui if he had not died in the Mask of Light movie and allowed Takanuva to realize his destiny and defeat the Rakshi. Basically, Makuta would have taken over and the island would have fallen to darkness and it would have been, terrible. This rattles him enough that he has no choice but to give over his Kanohi. Again, Jala is defeated by fear. So he took their masks away and he's like, give them some new masks. Except, Kongu, he still has that one mask that they picked up, the one that let Takanuva read minds. So he puts that one on rather than be given a new one. It doesn't really make a difference, honestly. The other 5 just get new ones, and they're all put to work, except for Holly, who Karzani keeps as almost like a Arabian Nights situation, sort of. He basically tells her, like, you are gonna come and stay with me, and you're gonna tell me what's been going on in the 100,000 years that I have not heard from the outside world. You're the first Matoran to come here in 100,000 years, and you gotta tell me what's been going on. Does he say it's been that long since he's had contact, or just that he's been there that long? He's been there at least 100,000 years. But it's been a really long time. He wants Holly to tell him all about the goings on. So once they're put to work, they find stuff, they find records, they find statues. They let them figure out sort of the history of Karzani. So the thing about like lazy Matoran being sent here, that's the legend, but the truth is a little bit different. The real deal with Karzani, in the distant past, it was not lazy Matoran being sent here as a punishment. It was like defective or damaged Matoran that would be sent here to be fixed and repaired. However, Karzani is just bad at that, and he's terrible. So he would fix them wrong, and he wouldn't actually fix what was going on. The Matoran that he fixed, he would send them to Voyage Nui. And the reason why the Voyage Nui Matoran look different, and they have a different build and weapons, is because he just made them wrong. And he sent them there and he gave them weapons to make up for their deficiencies. And he's like, here, get out. And eventually, I suppose it would have been Turaga that would send damaged Matoran here. Eventually, Turaga, all over the universe, figured out, this guy, he's not doing his job right. We should stop sending Matoran there. So eventually, they stopped sending people there. And that's why the place has been closed off and nobody's come here in however many thousands of years. And of course, the Voyage Nui Matoran don't remember any of that. I don't think their memories were erased when Karzani sent them there. I think actually, remember how I said 1,000 years ago during the Cataclysm, there was a terrible event on Voyage Nui that killed a lot of people and killed the Turaga? I think that event was just so traumatic that all the Voyage Nui Matoran just like forgot everything. They have really fragile memories, I guess. If you rattle them too hard, they just forget their whole life story. It's fine. So the Matoran are like, well, we don't want to get rebuilt like that. As if we didn't have enough reason to want to get out of here. Let's get out of here. So they meet this crazy Matoran. He's been here for however many thousands of years. Who even knows how long? I guess he must have been like one of the last batch of Matoran that were sent there before people stopped sending Matoran there and Karzani stopped sending them away once they were fixed. And this crazy Matoran tells them that he is a Toa canister builder. Like, he used to work on building Toa canisters back when they used to do that. And the Matoran are like, really? Can we see him? And he's like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll show you. So he brings them to this secret room where they have all these Toa canisters, just like the ones that washed up on the Island of Mata Nui, just like the ones that the Toa Nuva took to get to Voyage Nui. There's a bunch here. And they're like, can we take these? And this crazy Matoran's like, no. You can't take these because these are just for Toa. A Matoran that tried to ride in these, they would die. for some reason. It would kill them. This crazy Matoran, he knows all this secret lore about like Toa and stuff, and he tells them there's prophecies that say the 7th Toa appears in times of great darkness or trouble. Takanuva was the 7th Toa. He appeared to defend against Makuta. So this guy explains that because that's the prophecy, they only sent Toa in these canisters. They would do it in groups of 6. And they're like, well, why didn't you do it in 7? Because then there'd be the 7th one who's there to defend against the great trouble. And they're like, well, if you don't have the 7 Toa, then there's no great time of trouble. The 7th Toa appears in times of great darkness, therefore only have 6 at a time, and then there's no darkness is going to appear because the prophecy couldn't be fulfilled. I guess it makes sense. Anyway, yeah, he's got 6 canisters here. That's why he's telling them that. Jala is like, all right, you say these canisters will kill us, but like it's our only way out, so we're going to use it we're going to do it anyway. But we got to go get Holly. Meanwhile, Holly is making Karzani madder and madder because the things she's telling him about the outside world, she says that, yeah, the Great Spirit has been put to sleep and Makuta is now, the strongest thing in the universe. He's ruler of Metru Nui and the Island of Mata Nui and et cetera, et cetera. And Karzani is like, no, this doesn't make any sense. I'm the strongest guy in the universe. What the heck are you talking about? You're lying. You're a liar. So he's getting madder and madder. And for some reason, him being this mad makes him bring Holly to the furnace where the other guys are supposed to be working. And he finds them at the canisters and he brings Holly. So Holly's there. They're all there together. Karzani's there and he's mad as hell and he's got his flaming chains. And he's so mad that he's like, all right, the 6 of you, I'm going to show you the worst thing ever. So he uses his Kanohi Olisi and he shows them a vision so they see the entire universe go dark. The waters in Metru Nui rise up and fill the dome and the skies go dark and everybody drowns and everybody dies. That's like the worst possible future that he could show them, and he showed them it. And it's very scary, obviously, but Karzani also sees it, and Karzani is shook by it because he apparently did not believe in the Great Spirit, but this vision has shown him if the Great Spirit dies, this is what will happen, which means there is a Great Spirit and he's stronger than me, and that makes me angry. So Karzani is like stunned by this. He's flying into a rage, but in the moment that he's stunned, basically the 6 Matoran are like, if that's what'll happen if the Great Spirit dies, that means he's not dead yet. That means we still have time. There's hope. So they jump into the canisters. Yeah, the guy said this will kill us, but it's our only shot. So they jump into the canisters and they activate them and they like bore through the wall and they manage to get away in the nick of time from Karzani. All right, so back on Voyage Nui, the Matoran resistance and the Toa Nuva, they don't have their weapons or their masks, so they're in a bad shape, but they are sneaking in to get their stuff back. The Paraka are in the middle of betraying each other, like they're trying to attack Zaktan. Avak puts Zaktan in prison, but Hakan attacks Avak. Redak attacks Hakan. Thok is fighting. I don't even know who Thok is fighting. They're all just opportunistically trying to attack all of the other ones to become the leader. But Brutaka is there. While the others are all fighting, Zaktan, who's in Avak's cage, he convinces Brutaka to help him out, and Brutaka frees him from the cage, and then Brutaka steps in and defeats the Toa Nuva and the Matoran resistance. So once again, the Toa Nuva are owned, and they get put in prison again, and the resistance members are in prison again now, so things are even more hopeless. But right at this moment, the Toa canisters from Karzani are arriving at Voyage Nui, and miracle of miracles, as they're arriving, the red star up here, it moves across the sky because it's part of the sky. The red star miraculously intervenes and sends down lightning and zaps the 6 Toa canisters, and as they wash up on the beach, the 6 of them step out and they are no longer Matoran. They have been transformed into Toa. They are Toa Inika, which means power of the star. And this time, in a timely fashion, 6 more spirit stars are immediately created over the island, no delay this time, above Voyage Nui, meaning that now immediately everybody knows they're here. 6 new Toa have arrived. So the Ignika, they're very weird Toa because of this method of being transformed by lightning from the red star. In universe, I guess that's why they're so weird, but the real reason is they're just have a bunch of weird like play gimmicks and construct ways that they're built that are different, and they just tried to explain that in universe somehow. Their masks are like soft rubber instead of like hard plastic. In universe, the masks are actually organic and they're like alive. The wearer can like communicate telepathically with them. In Kongu's case, the mask like directly tells him how to use its power so that he doesn't have to struggle. The Toa Metru had to struggle with learning their mask powers. These masks just tell them how to use their power, so they don't have to struggle like that, which is nice, I guess. Under the mask, so the toys just had like a smooth white and green plastic instead of like the gray Bionicle face with the mouth that you stuck the little mask piece into. And this is explained in the books as under the mask, they're just like pure light. Their heads are just like pure glowing red star power light. The pieces were supposed to be glow in the dark, so like their eyes would glow, but they don't. They're not. They're just smooth white. They have lots of like light up weapons and stuff, like their swords and stuff. You press a button and they like light up. The power of the star, the lightning power, is like infused with their elemental powers. So in addition to like fire from Jala, the new Toa of fire, and water from Holly, the new Toa of water, etc. They have elemental powers, but when they use them, they're also like infused with lightning. So each of them has like a sub-type of electricness. Speaking of glow in the dark, the Paraka, the teeth do glow in the dark. So I gotta imagine that maybe the heads of the Toa Inika were supposed to be made of the same glow-in-the-dark material as the Paraka teeth were made of, and they didn't do it for whatever reason. And the other play feature for this season that both the Ignika and the Paraka have is the Zamor launchers. They fire those spheres full of whatever liquid they put in them. The Zamor launcher is like, it's like the new gimmick, action play feature-wise, of this season. Basically, you would load a little ball into like a chamber, and it would sort of slot into a little spring-loaded tweezer, and then a little pin at the back. You would push it out over the threshold of the little tweezer's curve at the end, so once you push it out far enough, the tweezer would like snap back behind it and poof, shoot it out like a little pinball. And the Ignika, they have not just a single loader, they have like a big like tall magazine with like 4 spheres on top of each other, so you can launch them one after the other. It's kind of neat. So the Ignika, they all have new masks given to them by Karzani, except for Kongu, who has the mask that they picked up on the way there. Now they've become great, but again, they're not just normal great Kanohi. They're this like weird organic living version of a Kanohi. Kongu has a great Suletu mask, the mask of telepathy. Jala has the Kanohi Calyx, which is the mask of fate. The wiki describes it as the Calyx lets the wearer perform at the peak of their natural abilities. You never fail at something that you could have succeeded at, but it doesn't let you do anything that you couldn't possibly do, which in real life, I feel like that would be the most amazing mask power to have. But in the context of a fictional story, it's like totally worthless, because in a story, anything that the character needs to get done that he's capable of will be done. It's just like protagonist power, but he's already a protagonist. Great. Holly has the Kanohi Elda, which is the mask of detection, which basically just gives her like a sense to detect, I think it's living beings. Any living creature, she can detect it even like through rocks and stuff, behind walls. Huki has the Kanohi Sanok, the mask of accuracy. If he throws something, he's very accurate with it. You know, it's nice. Nuparu has the Kanohi Kadin, or the mask of flight, and this one is just the better version of the Miru. It instead of letting you levitate, it just lets you fly at will, like Superman. Really good power. Kongu's jealous, of course, because Kongu is a bird flyer, a Gakko bird pilot, and so he thinks that he should have gotten the mask of flight, and it's not fair that a low-down, dirty Onu Matoran got it, and he's right, of course. And Matoro gets the Kanohi Aiden, which is the mask of spirit, which basically he gets the power that Brook gets post-time skip in One Piece, where he can sort of go comatose and let his ghost out of his body and go roam around invisibly. He uses the power by accident, and he's like confused. He's like, oh god, why am I lying on the ground? Why can't you guys hear me? Because he's a ghost. But Holly's mask of detection can detect him, so he's able to converse with Holly. Also, I think Axon is there, and I think Axon's mask of truth can also detect his ghost there. If I'm misremembering, and that didn't happen, it doesn't matter, because I'm sure that the Kanohi Road would be able to detect it. Jala Inika wielded a energized flame sword. Holly Inika wielded a laser harpoon. Kongu Inika wielded a laser crossbow. Huki Inika a laser axe and a climbing chain. Nuparu Inika a laser drill and claws. And Matoro Inika an energized ice sword. And of course they all had Zamor launchers. Obviously. Notice they're all laser and energy. That's the whole Ignika power of the star, lightning infusion, made of light under their masks thing that they got going on. AKA a lore justification for all the fancy light up elements that you could see them in the box on the store shelves and press them and they would make sound effects and light up. Like I said, 2006 is when Bionicle gets edgy. The dark and evil, one might say thuggish, Paraka, somewhat urban coded. Honestly, not really. Only in the commercials. And only because they gave them a rap theme song. Well, guess what? The Toa Inika are here to defeat the evil power of rap with the righteous power of, what do you even call it? Alt pop rock? It's not nu metal. Wikipedia describes them as alternative rock, pop punk, and emo. All you gotta keep is strong. Move along like I know you do. Yeah, it's epic. It's based as hell. It's not really canon, but I can't let this moment pass by without mentioning the Save the Band promotion, wherein LEGO aired commercials where a kid would deliver a newscast claiming that the real-life members of the band, the All-American Rejects, had been kidnapped while on a cruise liner by the Paraka and were being held hostage on Voyage Nui. And I don't know, I guess you had to play flash games or maybe send in box tops or whatever, write letters to your congressman to get them freed. I don't know what the point was. Unfortunately, the All-American Rejects are never mentioned in the actual books. But that doesn't mean that they can't exist somewhere. I mean, they're the All-American Rejects, but rejected by who? The Great Spirit, Mata Nui. So the Toa Nuva and the Matoran Resistance have been captured. So they take Garen, who is, I guess, the leader of the Resistance. They put him in a torture chamber called the Chamber of Truth. It's just a room with a mechanical floor that can tilt, and at one end of it is just lava. Vezok is interrogating him, and every time he thinks he's lying, he tilts the floor a little more. He's asking him stuff about the Mask of Life and about Axon, and he just wants information, and Garen is like lying. He's like, no, I won't tell you anything. So he's tilting the floor more and more. And then he asks him about the 6 spirit stars. Like, what are these 6 stars in the sky? What did you do? And Garen, this is how Garen finds out that, wait, there's 6 new spirit stars? That means that 6 new Toa have arrived. Haha, we're saved. So he answers that one truthfully. He says, there's 6 new Toa and they're gonna kill you, Paraka. You're done for. And this makes Vezok really mad, so he tilts the floor to kill him. But in the nick of time, the other Matoran Resistance have somehow escaped, and they show up and they rescue Garen. So having escaped from the Paraka stronghold, the Matoran Resistance, they've seen the spirit stars, they track down and they find the Ignika, and Axon's there too, I think. They have a skirmish with Vezok, and Vezok, like, copies their abilities, but he has to run off. Vezok tries to shoot them with the Zamor spheres full of the virus, but it doesn't work. I think it's because of their Ignika properties that this zombifying virus does not affect them. Virus. So after that, they get Zamor launchers. Velika, the Pomatoran of the Resistance. Velika is like a little mysterious... He's like a little Yoda. He always speaks in, like, riddles and parables. The bird soars through the sky. But if I were a colossus, and the sky were beneath my feet, could it truly be said that the bird flies underground? That's the kind of thing that Velika is on all the time. But anyway, Velika gives them Zamor spheres full of energized protodermis. Don't know where he got that. But it turns out that if you shoot a Matoran who is zombified with the virus, with energized protodermis, that frees them from the zombification. Doesn't kill them or mutate them like it normally would. It just one dose, I guess, frees them. So that's convenient. The Matoran Resistance, they go to try and break in again to the Paraka stronghold to get the Toa Nuva's masks. The Paraka have a bunch of, like, robot sentinel guardians. They have, like, gun turrets, and they have these robot sentinels called Nektan. And I don't know, just remember that name. And when they're in there, there's yet another Paraka mutiny. So Hakan has a Zamor sphere that contains within it Vezok's ability to absorb powers. And he shoots that at Brutaka, but then Thok just like bumps into Hakan. It absorbs Brutaka's power, but it splits that power between Hakan and Thok. The two of them are now like super buffed. So Hakan and Thok, now that they're super strong, they abandon their other two co-conspirators, Redak and Avak, as they then go off on their own to claim the Mask of Life for themselves. Of course, they end up fighting with each other, and during the fight, there's an explosion, which I guess just coincidentally happens to open up a cave entrance that leads to the Mask of Life. All that stuff about draining the volcano didn't matter. Forget about it. They blew up a hole, and down this hole is where the Mask of Life is. They found it. The way is opened. The next book in the series is called Legacy of Evil, and it's actually a bunch of flashbacks about the history of the Paraka. So let's go through it. They're a species called the Skakti from an island called Zakaz, on which they are the dominant species. So 7,000 years ago, in a Toa Tower, an outpost, Hakan and Vezok were working together, and they managed to steal the Makoki Stone. Not the Makoki Stones, the singular Makoki Stone from this Toa Tower. However, once they do so, a Dark Hunter who also wanted the Makoki Stone, this Dark Hunter is named Ancient. He just happens to have the other four Paraka with him. He just got them somewhere. He picked them up. And he's like, oh, you guys got the Makoki Stone? That's cute. I'll take that, and also you're coming with me and you're becoming Dark Hunters now. And they're like, okay, I guess we have no choice. Ancient is like the Shadowed One's like right-hand guy. Greg said that Ancient is of the same species. Like, the Dark Hunters are all different species because they're just like a mercenary band. If you're a Dark Hunter, you just work for the Shadowed One and you go off on missions for him and retrieve him stuff, and he pays you, I guess. The Dark Hunters are all different species, but Ancient, he's of the same species as the Shadowed One. He's from whatever island he's from. We never find out. They knew each other before he even founded the Dark Hunters. So Ancient is kind of a big deal. Also, it's Ancient that calls them Piraka, as in the insult that means thief and murderer. And that's when they're like, haha, yeah, we totally are that. Sounds cool. I think this was written later, but I have it in my notes here now, so I'll just mention it now. There was another contest-winning story called No One Gets Left Behind. I think the prompt for this contest was like, write about a Toa who is trapped in the Shadowed One's, like the Dark Hunter base. The story is about Toa Norik. Remember him? The guy who became the Rahaga? It takes place 7,000 years ago. So yeah, pretty well before the Toa Dark Hunter War. But I mean, the Toa were still good guys. Dark Hunters were still bad guys. In this story, Toa Norik, he had this partner called Toa Varian, who was a Toa of psionics. Another of these wacky elements. What do they think of next? Psionics Toa are female, like Gamatoran. Another bunch of girls. Norik and Varian were approached by some Matoran who said that some Toa had gone missing. They wanted them to help rescue these missing Toa, and then they get contacted by another Toa, a Toa of Sonics, who simply calls himself Gray. And so they adopt code names. Is Norik red and Varian is gold? Because psionics Toa are blue and gold. That's their color scheme. This Gray guy tells them that he was one of the missing Toa, and he wants them to help him get his two comrades back. So they go to his village. In this village, there are these two Dark Hunters blowing stuff up and causing mischief. These Dark Hunters are called Lurker and Gatherer. And Gatherer, I mentioned hours ago that there was one Matoran who like builds himself into a bigger guy. That's Gatherer. He is a former Onu Matoran who became a Dark Hunter and they did some stuff to him and changed him around. And now whenever he goes on a mission, he collects a piece of his enemies and he puts it in his body and he just makes himself bigger and bigger. And why doesn't everybody do that? I don't know. That's what robot warriors made of Lego should do. Like that should be like the whole point of being one of these little Bionicles, but it's not. Whatever. Note about the Dark Hunters, there's a guidebook called The Dark Hunters that is where like a lot of the information about all these guys comes from. Gatherer and Lurker and Dweller and Ancient, and have I mentioned any other ones yet? Lariska, I'm not sure if she's in there. I don't think she is, even though she's like one of the only important ones. This Dark Hunter guidebook has way more in there. There's a bunch that are not ever mentioned or relevant in the books at all. They mostly have names like a verb, gatherer, lurker. From what Greg said in various interviews and forums and stuff, it seems like he was given by LEGO a list of approved names. They said, here are some names you can use for characters. And he, to a certain extent, had free reign over what to call things. But because he had a limited number of them, he had to double up on them, which I think is probably why the plant, the Karzani and Karzani have the same name, and the land of Karzani, they all have the same name. And I think that's also probably why the Dark Hunters don't have unique names. They're just named after things. Landmarks will be named after people, like, okay, remember Naho Bay on the island of Mata Nui? Much later, there is a Toa of water mentioned who was called Toa Naho. Greg, whenever he can, he either uses like a non-name for a name, like the Shadowed One, or Gatherer, or etc., or he doubles up with like Naho or Karzani. Pretty sure it's because he only has a limited number of names he can use and he doesn't want to waste them. Also, funny thing about the Dark Hunter's guidebook, it has Kitongu on the cover, even though Kitongu is absolutely not a Dark Hunter. This is just a mistake. But guess what? Greg finds a way to fix it, and I'll tell you about that later. So these Dark Hunters are there. Gray and Norik and Varian attack them on a boat. They're like taking a boat away from this village. They attack them on the boat. They get beaten, but they get away. But they're like, oh no, Gray got taken prisoner. We have to go back for him. Varian's tired, so Norik gives her a mask of elemental energy, which is just another Konohi mask, and what it does is it just replenishes your elemental energy instead of giving you a separate ability. Seems like a pretty good mask. You can just use pseudo-infinite elemental powers. She uses her psionic powers to stop the boat. They go back. This time they lose for real. They get taken captive. They get taken back to Odina, to the Shadowed One's fortress, and the Shadowed One is like, Varian, my pretty, we've captured Gray and Norik and you. Choose one of the other two and I'll let them go free. Of course, she chooses Norik because she knows Norik and he's her friend, but she doesn't know this Gray guy. Turns out she made the right choice because Gray was actually an imposter the whole time. He was a shape-shifting Dark Hunter named Triglax. The Shadowed One just wanted to take a Toa prisoner. I don't know why he lets Norik go. I guess he only wanted one. So he takes Varian and he like seals her in protodermis. He puts her in like suspended animation. Just as a trophy. This is the grim fate of Varian, the Toa of Psionics. Sad times. Yeah, that story wasn't written until 2010, but I just decided to tell it here. So after 2,000 years living on Odina as Dark Hunters, Zaktan is finally like, hey, my fellow Skakdi, racial solidarity, let's overthrow this place. Let's become the bosses. Let's kill the Shadowed One. So they try to stage a coup and overthrow the Shadowed One. However, unfortunately, the Dark Hunter fortress on Odina is like a magical building like Hogwarts that it just like rearranges itself when it wants to. So it just rearranges itself in order to confuse and frustrate the Paraka so that they just can't do what they're trying to do. So they get lost, and eventually the Shadowed One hunts them down and finds them and is like, oh, trying to overthrow me, will you? Ha, I like your gumption, so I won't kill you. Well, I won't kill all of you. I'll kill one of you. So Zaktan was the leader. So he tries to kill Zaktan by shooting him with his disintegration eye beams, the same ones that disintegrated Makuta's wings. However, for some reason, his disintegrating eye beams just splinter him into a swarm of protodytes. It doesn't fully disintegrate him, it just turns him into this living cloud of bugs. And I guess the Shadowed One's like, well, I guess he's learned his lesson. You know, he survived my one attempt to execute him, so I guess luck's on his side. Good for him. All right. You've learned your lesson. Go on, get out of here. 1,000 years later, so now 4,000 years before the present day, 3 of the Paraka, they're sent by the Shadowed One to free this creature called the Konohi Dragon, which is like frozen in an iceberg around Metru Nui. They break open the iceberg or melt it or whatever. They free the Konohi Dragon and set it loose on Metru Nui. And then they go to Turaga Duma and are like, hey, Duma, the Dark Hunters say we won't kill you if you just let us establish a Dark Hunter base here in Metru Nui. And Duma says no, and Vezok is going to kill him, but Toa Likon shows up and is like, not today. Not today, Satan. Likon drives them off. Konohi Dragon is still on the rampage, but they get it under control. They end up bringing the Konohi Dragon to Zia, which remember is the island that Rudaka is from. I'm not sure if Zia, like, pays them for it, like buys it from them, they might probably be intending to use it as a weapon. Zia's whole thing is that they're like arms manufacturers and they trade in weapons. Presumably they want this Konohi dragon for something related to that. Quick note about the history of Voya Nui. So 1,000 years ago, at the same time as the cataclysm which destroyed Metru Nui, back then Voya Nui was actually a part of a larger landmass called the Southern Continent. Don't worry about the Southern Continent for now. Just know that during the cataclysm, Voya Nui actually broke off and flew off of the Southern Continent, and it came to rest on the surface ocean. I think it erased most of the Matorans' memories because it was so traumatic. This is what killed lots and lots of Matoran, and it's what killed the Turaga that used to live here. Turaga Jovan, and he was a Turaga of magnetism. Did he go insane, or did another Turaga go insane? No, sorry. Jovan did not go insane. Don't mean to slander Jovan's character. Jovan was an upstanding individual until his tragic death during the Great Cataclysm. Let's set the record straight. Let's get that map back. This is a good time for that. Alright, Zia is where Rudaka and the Vortix are from. Zakaz is where the Skakdi and the Paraka are from. Stelt is where Kreka and Sidorak and I guess the Voparak are from. I mentioned that there is a southern continent. I'm not going to put that on the board yet. That'll be important later. The existence of a southern continent implies the existence of a northern continent. Indeed, there is a northern continent. Not as much happens there. Remember, this is just a two-dimensional projection. Some of these might be more east or west of each other. These islands and the northern continent are all reachable by sea routes. Karzani is not reachable by any sea route. Karzani is landlocked, which is why it has not had visitors for tens or 100,000 years. There's an argument to be made that some or all of these might actually be inside of the same dome. For instance, it's possible that maybe Stelt or Zakaz or Zia, or maybe even all three, might actually just be separate islands inside of the same dome as the northern continent and just like off of the coast of it. That's possible. I think it makes more sense and is more cohesive, and it just feels, the way they talk about them and how separated they are, it feels like they all have their dome. I can't prove it. That's what I think. But, reasonable minds can disagree on this issue. I'm going with my interpretation, which is that each of these islands is their own separate dome. There's one sea route out of Metru Nui that they take from the Voyage of Fear, and then the Vaki close the gap behind them. And then they take another. Well, first it's underground, and then it's by sea. In Web of Shadows, they get to Mangaya, and it's in or around Mangaya that they find the Karzani. And then from Mangaya, they take a sea route. I guess they must take it the rest of the way? Maybe this is the Voyage of Fear, and this is the route back that they took for in Maze of Shadows. I forgot to put Mount Valmai on Voya Nui. So the thing about Voya Nui breaking off the southern continent, Voya Nui, it houses the Mask of Life because it was a part of the southern continent where they hid the Mask of Life during the Great Cataclysm. The piece of it that had the Mask of Life in it broke off. The southern continent is down here. Voya Nui was down here in the subterranean dome world. And the piece of it where they had hidden the Mask of Life, because it's the most powerful thing in the universe, other than maybe energized protodermis, broke off and flew up and came to float basically on top here. And so this is where the Mask of Life is. It's flown up and is resting up here for reasons. So next, 3,000 years ago. So this is at the same time as the Toa Dark Hunter War. And indeed, this next bit is from the Dark Hunter War. So Hakan was there, and he saw Toa Likan overhearing the conversation between Nadiki and Lariska, where Nadiki tried to betray Metru Nui. Oh crud, Likan has figured out the ruse. Likan is gonna win the war now. So Hakan made a deal with Likan. I guess Hakan still had the Makoki Stone, and he offers it to Likan. I'll give you this Makoki Stone. Just let me escape. And also, I guess part of this deal was that Nadiki would go with them, with the Dark Hunters when they were defeated. So this all ties into that. This is why Nadiki went with the Dark Hunters. Likan, he wants the Makoki Stone back. I mean, one, I guess it's just a valuable artifact, but also, I guess Likan was stationed at that Toa Fortress or Toa Tower where Vezok and Hakan stole it from. So Lee Khan is like, oh, that was stolen under my watch. I can undo my mistake of letting that happen. All right. Yeah, I want the Makoki Stone back. So he gets it back. However, after that, the Shadowed One will eventually steal the Makoki Stone back again from Lee Khan once he gets it back from Hakan. And then he breaks it into 6 pieces with the idea of ransoming it back in 6 parts to get 6 times the ransom. So this is why later when we see the Makoki Stones, there's 6 pieces. I think Nidiki in Birth of a Dark Hunter, like, overhears some other Dark Hunters talking about how they're going to steal this thing called a Makoki Stone and break it into 6 parts. However, of course, he never gets the chance to sell it because, of course, the Toa Haga rebel against the Brotherhood of Makuta, who at this time I think were allied with the Dark Hunters, and they steal the Makoki Stones as well as the Kanohi of Oki, as we know. 2,750 years after that, so a mere 250 years before present day, Zaktan, Thok, and Redak, they're still with the Dark Hunters. They're on a mission. They're in like a former Brotherhood of Makuta base that I guess the Dark Hunters have captured. At this time, 250 years ago, I guess the Brotherhood and the Dark Hunters are at war with each other. They must not be at war in the present day because Nidiki and Kreka were leased out to Makuta, so. But 250 years ago, they were at war. These Paraka are fending off this base against forces of the Brotherhood of Makuta. Somehow Rudaka sends them a message and tells Zaktan that this used to be a Brotherhood of Makuta base, and there's secret information here. He lets the other guys deal with the war effort, and he goes looking for this information, and he finds tablets and wall carvings. We don't get to know what's on them, but basically they detail Makuta's secret plan. Makuta has a secret plan whose scope dwarfs everything else. This Brotherhood of Makuta versus Dark Hunter war, it's small potatoes compared to what Makuta has in store. It's just details. Taking over Metru Nui, that's part of it, but that's just one step in a much, much grander plan. And Zaktan reads all this, and whatever it says, it changes the game for Zaktan. Zaktan does not reveal what is in these secret inscriptions to the other Paraka. He's just like, okay, I see. Makuta is up to something bigger than any of us ever imagined. We need to be anticipating this and working to prepare for it. Minor lore note here, the how, like the mask how, it's sort of a symbol for Mata Nui himself. So if there's like a stone carving that has a how inscribed, it's meant to represent the Great Spirit Mata Nui. It's like the mask among masks, or I guess maybe just because it's the most iconic mask, or maybe that's why it's the most iconic mask. In the comics, Axon says this to the Matoran resistance, and it's confirmed in the books when Zaktan finds those secret writings in that Makuta stronghold, the one that tips him off to Makuta's grand plan. It's sort of a symbol for the Great Spirit himself. Fast forward to a month ago. So this would have been like immediately after Takanuva defeated Makuta in the events of Mask of Light. So Makuta defeated, and basically this is a big deal because Makuta is kind of an important guy. So word gets around and the Paraka hear about this and they're like, whoa, Makuta's defeated? Well, we gotta go loot his stuff. I bet he dropped some sick loot. So they break ranks with the Dark Hunters. They're like, this is it. We don't even like the Dark Hunters that much. We've been hanging around here for 7,000 years. I think it's time we get a move on. They run away from Odina. I didn't put Odina on here. Odina's location is kind of secret. I think it's like to the east or west, somewhere around this region. So they run away from Odina and they head to Mangaya, and they get there. And Hakan finds this artifact called the Spear of Fusion. But the Spear of Fusion, yeah, it combines things. I don't know if it ever says this, but I wonder if maybe the Spear of Fusion was what Makuta used to create the Rahi Nui by combining a bunch of Rahi into a bigger Rahi. I don't know, that's just speculation. But Hakan picks it up and accidentally fires it in reverse, and it shoots Vezok. It actually split Vezok into 2 beings, and one of them was just Vezok, but dumber. Like, it just made him dumber because his intellect was like split in half. Because Vezok used to be smart and now he's kind of dumb. And this is why. The other half is sort of the 7th Paraka, and his name is Vezon. It's the Matoran word for double. This 7th Paraka, Vezon, some of them are like, let's take him with us. Zaktan is like, no, we don't need a 7th guy. This guy's a freak anyway. They all get in a big fight over it. Oh, they get attacked by some Mana Ko. Remember, that's the combiner model of the 2 Manus crabs. So Mana Ko show up and they run off. Vezon disappears with the Spear of Fusion. Now the other 6 Paraka, the original 6, suddenly are overcome with this idea. It all enters their heads at the same moment, like, hey, wait a minute. There's a thing called the Mask of Life, and it's the most powerful thing in the universe, and we gotta get it, and it's on Voyage Nui, and suddenly I know what Voyage Nui is, and I know exactly how to get there. Okay, let's do it. This idea just immediately takes all of their minds at once, and they're all immediately in agreement that they need to do this. So they go up from Mangaya to Mata Nui, and they find the original 6 canisters that the Toa Mata arrived on Mata Nui in, and they plot a course for Voyage Nui, and they get in those canisters, and they sail in those canisters to Voyage Nui, and they agree, like, when we get there, we'll pretend to be Toa, and the Matoran will just trust us, and they'll do whatever they say. Somehow they all have the same idea, and they go, and that's how they got to Voyage Nui, and that's what happened. That's the backstory of the Paraka. So back to the present day. After remembering, like, how far we Paraka have come, like I said, Hakan somehow exploded a hole in the ground that led to the Mask of Life. The other Paraka catch up with them, and through some sort of power-absorbing shenanigans, I think they extract Brutaka's superpowers out of Hakan and Thok. They turn them back normal. The 6 of them get back together again. They're like, we really hate each other, but, we've opened the way to the Mask of Life, so I guess we're allies again. Let's all cooperate and go get it. I'm sure we can share it most adequately. Let's just put our differences aside. Let's go get that Mask of Life. But they're also pretty sure, hey, I think that 7th guy's been here. I think that 7th guy got here to the island before us, and he's been here, so let's just keep an eye out for him. All right? That's everything you ever needed to know about the Paraka. So at this point, we get a flashback to over 100,000 years ago. Remember, that's how long Karzani says he's been in his realm. So before that, we see the Mask of Life being put here in its resting place, which is called the Chamber of Life. And it was put there by, okay, here's a throwback, the Great Beings. Remember, I don't know if I've even mentioned the Great Beings yet. These have been brought up a couple times before. I might have glossed over them because they haven't really been relevant until now. Remember the whole legend about how Mata Nui fell from the heavens and then he was cursed by Makuta and put to sleep. The Great Beings are the ones that sent him. So the Great Beings, they predate and are perhaps the superiors of the Great Spirit himself. They're kind of a big deal. We don't know much about them, but yeah, they made the Mask of Life and they put the Mask of Life here in the Chamber of Life. So the Chamber of Life is inside Voyage Nui, which is kind of just floating. It's sort of this wedge shape that's just kind of floating on the sea. And inside is this tall vertical construction. It's like a series of stairs and like branching pathways that lead down to the Chamber of Life at the bottom of this thing. And these are called the 777 stairs. They put a bunch of psychological challenges in your path for anyone that seeks to claim the Mask of Life. Physical challenges as well. So the Paraka, they're going down the 777 stairs, and there's like a fork path left or right, and I think it's the right is blocked, and they can only go left. So they go left, and they encounter this being there called Irnak. He's sort of like a Skakti boogeyman. I guess the Skakti leaders tell their underlings about Irnak. And he's like a mythological creature who just comes to your town and just devastates it and turns it into a smoking crater and kills everyone and then leaves. And that's Irnak. He's like a fear monster. He like makes your fears come to life, which is kind of also what the Mask of Life is doing. He shoots Zamor spheres out of his body and hits the Paraka with them. And when they get hit, like things they're scared of happen. Like Thok, he has the power to animate objects. So he's trying to animate like the walls of the tunnel and like bring them crashing in on Irnak, but Irnak hits him with a Zamor sphere. And so in Thok's mind, it's like it's happening to him. He thinks he's being crushed by the walls. He hits Hakan with one and Hakan like becomes really hot. Like he starts like heating up as though he's going to melt, like his fire powers are running amok or something. Zaktan tries to flee, but Irnak, he like absorbs Zaktan into his mind. So Zaktan goes into Irnak's mind, and he's in, like, his brain, and he's, like, seeing his brain from the inside, and Irnak is thinking at him like, "You're in my mind, little Paraka. You're lucky I'm thinking about you right now, because if I were to stop thinking about you, you would cease to exist completely, even as a thought." So Irnak eventually just lets Zaktan back out into the world. They're at a stalemate, because Zaktan is like, Irnak's not real. This is just an illusion being created by the Mask of Life to, like, put us off getting it. So if we simply stopped being afraid of Irnak, it would disappear. But we can't do that because he's too scary. That's completely impossible. But you know what I can do is just kill all of us, cave this cave in and crush all of us. And then if we're all dead, then we won't be afraid of it anymore. And then it'll die. And Irnak's, like, impressed by this. He's like, wow, you're trying to scare me, the fear monster, with the fear that you'll kill yourselves, which will kill me. I gotta say I'm impressed. Good job. All right, you can go. The Paraka pass by Irnak's chamber. Back in the Paraka stronghold, Axon and Brutaka are having, like, a final showdown. Brother against brother. Why did you abandon the Order of Mata Nui? Oh, God's not real, idiot. And they're fighting. And they're evenly matched. So Brutaka uses his Kanohi Olmec. He opens up a dimensional vortex, threatening to push Axon through it. But he doesn't. Remember how Zaktan had the big vat of the green virus? Well, it's here, and Brutaka is, like, very interested in it. And Axon, like, I guess just in, like, a desperate play, just smashes the chamber and just releases all this green gaseous stuff out. It just escapes and just explodes everywhere. And Brutaka's like, that's really bad. Why did you do that? Axon does overpower Brutaka. He knocks him out. Exactly when Brutaka goes down, like, instantly, this guy appears. This, like, giant Batman named Botar. He's another Order of Mata Nui member. He's not a Rahi, but he's like a bestial man guy thing from some southern island. The map's rolled up. There's the islands up north. There's, like, Zia and Stelt and Zakaz, and the northern continent and the southern continent. And these are, like, relatively developed and civilized areas. This is, like, the global north. Everything's south of the southern continent. There's more stuff south of the southern continent, but these are usually just called the Southern Islands. And I don't think any of them, except maybe one, is even referred to by name. And they're mostly just considered, like, no man's land. Like, nobody really lives down there, except, like, bestial wild men like Botar. Anyway, Botar is like the jailer of the Order of Mata Nui, and he shows up as soon as Brutaka's defeated to be like, oh, you knocked out the criminal? I'll take him. I'm taking him to jail. I'm taking him to Matoran jail. Not Matoran jail. He's taking him to a place called the Pit. It's like jail hell for criminals of, like, a cosmic scale. Powerful entities and, like, war criminals who oppose the will of Mata Nui are taken to the Pit. And Brutaka betrayed the Order of Mata Nui, so that's him. So he's going to jail. But Axon's like, no, wait, don't take him. He can maybe be good again. But Botar's like, nope, sorry, rules are rules. So he poofs away with Brutaka, and Axon's like, nah, I'm getting him out of there. I'm getting him back. So Axon leaves, and then the dimensional gate that Brutaka opened with his Olmec, it's still open, and guess who comes out of it? It's the Kraka and the Tatarak. They're back, and they're better than ever. So the Toa Inika, they go after the Paraka. They go down the same staircase, the 777 stairs. Remember how there were two ways to go and the right way was blocked? Well, now the left way is blocked, so the Ignika have to go right. So they go down a different pathway down this place, and they encounter Toa Likan. Of course, he's just an illusion projected by the Mask of Life, but they see a vision of Toa Likan, who I guess they would have heard tales of from the Turaga, and he says, like, turn back, it's too dangerous. And the Ignika are like, would you turn back? And he's like, no. Well, then move aside. And he's like, okay, I will. Go on. That was their first test. After that, they come to a room with a bunch of villains from the past. So, like, there's a Rakshi, there's a Bohrok-Kal, a Bohrok and a Bohrok-Kal, and a Nui Rama and a Muwaka. Okay, so just a bunch of monsters. Oh, and Makuta. There's these freaking mooks and also Makuta, and they get attacked and they're fighting them. The Ignika are like, oh geez, and they fight back, and as soon as they strike, their enemy instantly dies. But as soon as they fall on the ground, oh god, it wasn't a monster. It was the Toa Nuva. The Toa Nuva were disguised and illusioned as these 6 enemies, and we struck them and they died instantly, and now they're dead and we just killed the Toa Nuva. Oh my god, we just killed the Toa Nuva. What the heck are we gonna do? What are we gonna tell everyone back on Metru Nui? We killed the Toa Nuva. So this is difficult. This is hard to cope with. They're all like completely like shaken and horrified by this. But Jala is like, all right, guys, I know we just killed our friends by accident, and this is like the worst thing that ever happened. But like, there's nothing for us to do except just keep going and try to get the Mask of Life and try to save the universe. It's what the Toa Nuva would have wanted us to do. The ones we just killed, they would want us to keep going. And everyone's like, I guess you're right. I guess we gotta keep going. So they just keep going. Fortunately, Kongu looks back one last time and he sees them disappear and he's like, oh guys, it was also an illusion. They weren't actually the Toa Nuva. They were just an illusion too. It's fine. Phew. Really thought we killed our friends for a second there, but it's fine. It was just a test, guys. It was just a test. It's okay. Big relief. Next, the Ignika encounter a room with a voice recording by the great being that placed the Mask of Life in the chamber. He left a recording here that's like, all right, to progress, one of you just has to die. One of you just sacrifice yourself and die. Who's it going to be? And they're all like, no, we're not going to sacrifice ourselves. We're not going to die. But Motoro is like, no, you know what? I'm the most useless one. I'm not like a great athlete like Huki. I'm not another great athlete like Holly. I'm not a leader like Jala. I'm not a warrior like Kongu. Who's left? Oh yeah, I'm not a genius engineer like Nuparu. I just translate Nuju's bird speak for a living. That's what I do. I'm the least useful one. I'll do it. I'll die. And they're like, please don't. And he's like, nope, if it's the only way, I'm doing it. And the great being, there's just a laser, just evaporates him, destroyed instantly. So Motoro's dead, and everyone's like, But the great being speaks, and he's like, you've proven your point, you were willing to die, good job, that's good enough, I'll bring you back though. So he restores Motoro, Motoro's back. I guess the great beings just have the power to do that, so Motoro is back, but he was dead for a second there, but now he's back. Jala also died for a minute, back in the movie, so I guess they have that in common now. Motoro just laid down his life and was ready to die to advance the cause of saving the universe, so quite nice of him. Next up, they encounter a room full of these creatures called Protodax, which are actually just like a giant form of the little tiny insects that make up Zaktan. He's made of protodites. These are giant protodites, Protodaxes or Daxies. But anyway, that doesn't matter because more importantly, there's a guy in this room called Umbra. And Umbra is the 5th figure that they sold wearing a black Kanohi Ruru. I guess they must have made too many Kanohi Rurus and they just wanted to use them up along with a bunch of other pieces. He's also got wheels for feet, like roller skate feet. The Toa Inika are like baffled by his feet. They don't seem to understand the concept of a wheel. They just say he's got bizarre round feet that let him move fast. What's going on? Umbra is he's not an Order of Mata Nui member. He's not an illusion. He's like a guardian of the Mask of Life. The Mask of Life sort of ensnared him into its service somehow 100,000 years ago or tens of thousands of years ago, and he's just here to protect it. And his thing is that he's like a light man in the sense that he can like become living light, like he can turn himself into a laser and like shoot himself around like Kizaru from One Piece. And he's wicked strong. And the Ignika can't beat him, but they manage to get rid of him by Motoro creates ice, like glass, that like reflects him out through like a hole. Or maybe they like refract him into a wall so he crashes into a wall or something. Whatever. They use ice mirrors or lenses or something. And then they can leave. So right at the entrance to the Chamber of Life, the Paraka are there and they set up an ambush. So they battle the Paraka again. This time they win. The Paraka tried to go in, but they were no match for the thing inside. The Mask of Life, okay, it is there. However, it's guarded by yet another guy, and the guy guarding it is the 7th Paraka, Vezon, the double of Vezok. Vezon is he's kind of like a weird psycho. He's kind of like a babbling idiot. He's a little bit like Gur from Invader Zim. Kind of lol random. Although he doesn't really have time to make many jokes in this tense encounter they're about to have. He's this madman who he's crazy, but he's not necessarily stupid. Like, remember, Vezok kind of became stupid when he was split by the Spear of Fusion. So Vezon got, like, his intelligence, whereas Vezok was left with his rage, I guess. He came here ahead of the other Paraka. The Paraka do notice Vezon when he's created by the Spear of Fusion. They all get in a big fight over it. So Manako show up and they run off. Vezon disappears with the Spear of Fusion. He manages to find... Makuta just had a Toa canister. It says on the wiki that he had gotten it from killing a former member of the Order of Mata Nui. This guy takes a canister and he sets off for Voyage Nui. And the Mask of Life allowed him to enter its chamber and made him its, like, guardian. And the way that it did that is it fused itself to the top of his head. Paraka don't wear masks, so he's not wearing the mask. It's just the top of his head just is the mask. His face and the mask are like two halves of the same plastic piece. He also has the Spear of Fusion, for whatever that's worth. And he's riding on this, like, spider creature called Fenrak. Vezon does not have any of Vezok's, like, superpowers. Like, he doesn't have elemental powers, he doesn't have vision powers, copying ability. Vezon doesn't have that. But the Mask of Life gives him some stuff. Him and Fenrak, his, like, spider steed, they both have the ability to absorb kinetic energy, which in practical terms, physical hit on them doesn't do anything, and in fact it heals them and makes them stronger. So you have to hit them with, like, energy powers. Huki, like, trying to throw a rock at him with the Mask of Accuracy doesn't work. Jala's, like, firepower, that works, because that's not kinetic energy, that's thermal energy. He uses the Spear of Fusion, Radak and Vezok. He fuses them into one giant Paraka combo. You would think this would be a combiner set, but it's not. It's book only. He sticks it on the other Paraka. The Paraka have to fight this fusion of the two. So once they figure out the whole kinetic energy thing, they use their elemental powers and they push Vezon and Fenrak back into, like, a pool of lava. And he goes down into the lava. They presume he dies, but the Mask of Life is down there, and Jala is like, I can't survive jumping into lava, but I'm kind of fire resistant because I'm a Toa of fire, so maybe I can survive a little bit. So I'll probably die, but I guess I'll just dive down there and get the Mask of Life because it's the most important thing in the universe. But it's okay. He doesn't have to, because in final form boss battle fashion, Vezon and Fenrak come back out, but now Fenrak has been transformed into Kardas, the Kardas dragon. I guess it's stronger than Fenrak, but its ability is kind of worse. Like, Fenrak had a very useful ability in that concussive energy would heal it. Kardas's ability is that it's continually generating explosive force inside of itself, and it has to continually release these explosions or it will explode and it will die. So being the Kardas dragon seems like a real liability. So they're battling this constantly exploding dragon, and Kongu, his Kanohi Suletu, it tips him off that the Ignika, the Mask of Life, is actually sentient and has a mind of its own. So he uses his mind-reading Suletu power to read the Mask of Life's mind, and he discovers actually the Mask of Life really hates and despises Vezon. I guess he made a mistake letting him be his guardian, and learning this really enrages Vezon. This really hurts Vezon's feelings a lot, and he goes into a tantrum about it. And while he's distracted by this, Jala shoots Kardas and Vezon with a freezing Zamor sphere, and Kongu says the Mask of Life is thinking that it wants Matoro. It wants to be with Matoro. Matoro, I know the Mask of Life is fused to his head, but you should go and get it. So Matoro climbs up onto this frozen guy, and yeah, when he tries to retrieve the mask from Vezon's head, it comes right off. When it's attached to Vezon's head, it's the same color as Vezon, which is like this gray silvery color. Once it comes off, it's gold. Gold is its, like, normal color, but for various reasons it does change color, and these will be explained later. This design here is how it looks in the Voyage Nui online game, which I'm not going to talk about because it's the same story, but in video game form, and a lot less of it. This is what the Mask of Life looks like in that game. When it's on Vezon's head, it looks completely different. It's also backwards because it's, like, fused backwards to his head, but even still, the way that it looks, it doesn't even resemble this. And then when it comes off, it has yet another design. I mean, here's how it looks in the comics. There, it's starting to get around to what it'll eventually look like. They do eventually settle on a form that looks like this. The way the Mask of Life looks at this point is a little bit fluid. Motoro successfully retrieves the mask. However, despite wanting to be with Motoro, the mask then flies out of Motoro's hands, flies out the chamber, up the 777 stairs. The Brutaka try to grab the mask as it's flying up out of the chamber. They don't get it. They try to fight the Ignika. It doesn't work. They lose. Shoots out across the landscape and shoots down into the ocean. Bloop, just goes down into the depths of the sea. The Ignika are like, okay, I guess we better follow it. But so yeah, the Mask of Life went into the ocean, so Holly, who you would think would be good at this kind of thing, jumps in to try and get it out of the ocean. But she doesn't have the Mask of Water breathing like Gali. She gets overwhelmed by the pressure of trying to dive deep down into the ocean to retrieve this mask. And she's actually gonna drown. And in fact, she would have drowned because none of the other 5 Ignika can get her. But she's actually brought back up to the ocean by a mysterious Matoran who was just in the sea, and this Matoran somehow struggles and gasps for air and brings Gali back up, and then he just dies. Remember I said at some point after the cataclysm that split off Voya Nui from the southern continent. Sometime after that, a piece of Voya Nui called Mahri Nui broke off and fell into the ocean. Well, it turns out the Matoran on Mahri Nui survived, and Mahri Nui fell to the bottom of the sea, and through a bunch of sci-fi nonsense, the Matoran are actually still alive down there. And this was one of those Mahri Nui Matoran that rescued Holly. And that's where the Mask of Life has gone. While all this was happening, the Matoran resistance helped the Toa Nuva escape from being jailed by the Brutaka in the Brutaka stronghold. They retrieve their masks. They retrieve their Toa tools. The Toa Nuva are back, baby. So the Ignika come up from the chamber. They meet the Toa Nuva. The Matoran resistance have explained to them that there are these 6 new Toa, and they're like, wow, I can't believe you Matoran became Toa. That's crazy. Who would have thought? Weird, wacky. The piece of Voya Nui that broke off basically fell down to the seafloor and landed here. So it turns out that there's a plant called bubbleweed that grows deep in this ocean. And this bubbleweed produces air, and I guess when this giant landmass fell to the seafloor, all the bubbleweed was shaken and shook loose a ton of air, and it all congealed in a big air bubble around Mahri Nui. And the Matoran there, they did suffer some consequences of this, but in general, they've been able to manage to live inside of this bubble in this now underwater sea city called Mahri Nui. We never find out what Mahri Nui means. I assume it means Great Sea. Mahri just sounds like marine. But yeah, this broken off piece that became Mahri Nui, it's still connected to Voya Nui by a thing called the cord. Remember that Voya Nui broke off of the southern continent, which is down here in this underground realm where everything is made of protodermis. The material of Voya Nui, it's protodermic material. The molten protodermis inside of Mount Valmai sort of stretched and oozed out and formed this long, hollow tunnel, basically. This long, stone series of tunnels that can be navigated. And Axon explains all this, and he's like, Toa Inika, you must still go after the Mask of Life. Your mission is still to prevent Mata Nui from dying. He's still on death's door. The Toa Nuva, now that they've been rescued from the Brutaka, they have to go back to Metru Nui. Their quest is to awaken him. So the Ignika have to save his life, and the Nuva must go and awaken him, and these are 2 separate quests. So the Nuva are great to see you guys became Toa. Congratulations on that. Love it. Goodbye. And they go off to do some stuff that I'll have to get back to that later. But yeah, so they can't dive. Holly just tried to dive after the Mask of Life, and she almost died doing it. They're gonna have to go underground and go through more tunnels and take the cord to get to Mahri Nui to follow the mask. And this is the setup for the 2007 arc of Bionicle, the Mahri Nui saga, sometimes called Creeps from the Deep, in which Bionicle goes under the sea at last. Let's talk about sets. There were 2 large sets with Vezon. There was Vezon and Fenrak, and there was Vezon and Kardas. Those were 2 separate sets you could get. There was the good gold guy. There was also just the good guy. There were others too. There was a bad guy who was a little mini Brutaka. Oh, Piruk and Catapult. I guess there was a little catapult toy that came with a Pyrrhic Mini. There was something called Quick Good Guy White and Quick Good Guy Red and Quick Bad Guy Yellow and Quick Bad Guy Green, and I guess Quick is like a Japanese convenience store. It might have been like a Japan exclusive promotional set. These aren't canon, who cares? Combiner sets. There was a Lava Hawk, which is a Rahi you could make out of some Matoran. There was a Dagger Spider you could make out of the other Matoran. Botar was a combiner set combining Axon and Brutaka. The Kardas Dragon was originally a combiner set combining Fenrak from Vezon and Fenrak along with Axon and Brutaka. Later it got its own set. The Protodax was a combiner set that combined Hakan and Zaktan and Avax, so 3 of those guys. No combiner set for the combination of Redak and Vezok, even though that's like a canon merging of 2 Piraka. I don't understand the priorities of what gets a combiner set. Toa Jovan was a combiner set. The Turaga of Voya Nui who died in the Cataclysm. Yeah, his Toa of Magnetism form was a combiner set that you could make from Holly and Nuparu and Huki. And there was also a play set. I don't usually mention the play sets, but this one included a creature called the Caravan Crawler. There was a Piraka Outpost and the Lava Chamber Gate. I think the Caravan Crawler you could make out of pieces from the Piraka Outpost and Lava Chamber Gate playsets. It's a Rahi that is like modified. They basically make this Rahi into like a living transport vehicle. They hollow out its innards, but it still can move. I guess I should mention that in 2006, there was also released a video game, Bionicle Heroes. It was actually several video games because it was on several different platforms. It was on PC, PlayStation 2. It was on the Nintendo DS. It was actually a first-person shooter on the Nintendo DS. Anyway, I played the PC version. It's about going to Voya Nui and fighting the Piraka as the Toa Inika. It's not canon. Bohrok are there. Visorak are there. Rudaka's there. Kreka's there. It's its own thing. I don't even want to talk about it. It's an okay game. Seemingly built on like the Lego games engine. Games like Lego Star Wars and Lego Indiana Jones and stuff. It's got the same like breaking stuff and picking up tons of Lego widgets, I guess. But it's not canon, so I don't care. Okay, 2007, the Mahri Nui arc. We're going under the sea. They're taking the cord to get there. So the Toa Inika go down through this cord, which is, in practice, as you're traversing it, it's basically just a long, winding series of tunnels that go down one very specific path. There are threats in the cord. There are these things called the Zyglak. So the Zyglak are these, like, amphibious reptile people. They're not Rahi. They're another intelligent species like the Frostilus. The defining trait of the Zyglak is that they're just completely deranged and they hate everyone and they hate God and they hate themselves. They hate the Great Spirit. They just oppose all goodness. They're just this savage species of pure evil, amphibious demons that just hang out in the cord, I guess. This is just where they live and they hate being intruded upon, so they fight back at the Ignika. The Zyglak are actually the result of the same process that made the Krana, as in the thing that pilot the Bohrok. When the Krana were being made, some of what would have been Krana instead turned into Zyglak. This is just what it says in the Encyclopedia Updated. Very bizarre. I don't understand why that would be the case, but that's what it says, so it's canon. The small sets this year, there's only 2 Matoran, Dekar and Defilak. The other 2 small sets are not Matoran. It is these 2 undersea creatures called Hydruka. Their names don't matter, but Thulox and Morak. The Hydruka are just Rahi that the Matoran that now live on Mahri Nui, the ones that fell down from the crumbling piece of Voya Nui. They live under the sea now, and they collect air from the airweeds, and there's a big field of airweed, and these Hydruka are what they use to harvest it. Hydruka just naturally, eat or collect, I guess, air from these airweeds. And they can also expel it in the form of an air launcher from their tail. It's just a natural weapon that they have. Also, the Matoran have artificial air launchers that shoot like a bubble of air, which, I guess in the logic of Bionicle, if a thing lives under the ocean, then it likes water and it hates air, so an air bubble is like a damaging form of attack against any undersea creature. It is identical to a Zamor sphere launcher, but the Mahri Nui ones are air launchers and they're shooting air bubbles, not Zamor spheres. So Mahri Nui. Life is tough down here in Mahri Nui for these Matoran. They are not adapted for this environment, but they're just lucky that a bubble formed over their town, and so they they can survive. They have like a rotating democratic system, an anarcho-syndicalist commune, you might say, where they each take turns of like a month at a time being president or mayor or whatever, and then they rotate out. When our chapter begins, Defilak has just become interim president, or whatever you want to call it, of Mahri Nui. He feels that the thing that they need to do is make an exploratory expedition into this region of the sea that is like kind of underneath Mahri Nui, because Mahri Nui is kind of on like a cliff, and there's like a dark region of the ocean underneath it called the Black Water. Defilak's worried about possible threats that might come from the Black Water, so he wants to go and scout it out. So him and Sarda and Idris and a fourth Matoran, an Onu Matoran called Gar. These four guys, well, they get in this, basically this rickety Ocean Gate sub, and the expedition goes about as well as me choosing to frame it that way would imply. They get attacked by Takia sharks, and the sub goes down, and they sink in the Black Water, and it's over. Or is it? Kind of. Once they sink, they get picked up, saved, I guess you could say, captured by this guy, Prydak, who is the leader of these guys, the Baraki, Kalma, Takadox, Elek, Mantax, Karapar, and of course, Prydak. So Baraki is the Matoran word for warlord, and they're called the Baraki because 80,000 years ago, the Baraki were 6 warlords from 6 different regions of the world, specifically the underground dome world. They decided to form an alliance, which they called the League of Six Kingdoms. And as the League of Six Kingdoms, they were almost unstoppable. They tried to take over the entire world until they were stopped by the League of Makuta. Now, this was before the Toa Haga rebelled against Makuta. The Toa Haga rebelled against the Brotherhood of Makuta when they realized that Makuta was bad, actually, because he was supposed to be good. This is far enough back that Makuta actually was good, or at least he was working on the side of good. He was working to protect the Great Spirit Mata Nui. Remember how Makuta used to be his brother? That was the legend that the Turaga told on the Island of Mata Nui. Well, I don't know about brother exactly, but he was an ally of the Great Spirit Mata Nui, and he fought to defend the Great Spirit against these Baraki, who kind of sought to conquer the universe and thereby, in a way, usurp the Great Spirit. So the Baraki's rebellion and their attempt to conquer the universe was put down by the forces of the Brotherhood of Makuta. However, their audacity in attempting to conquer the universe and essentially usurp the Great Spirit actually did eventually go on to inspire Makuta to one day attempt to do something similar, which of course led to the Cataclysm, etc. Just like we saw when Axon defeated Brutaka and then Botar showed up to whisk away Brutaka for his crimes against the Order of Mata Nui to the great cosmic jail called the Pit. The same thing happened when the Brotherhood of Makuta defeated the Baraki. Botar whisked the 6 Baraki to the Pit, and they were there ever since, until fairly recently. So the thing about the Baraki is they didn't used to look like this. They were originally 6 different species. They were all considered very, beautiful and examples of perfection of their respected species. They were land dwellers, except for Elek, who later on we will see members of the species that Elek came from, and they are amphibious. So the exception of Elek, they were land dwellers. However, they have now been mutated into this sea-dwelling monster form, and they consider themselves like hideous freaks. They liked being beautiful, examples of genetic perfection, and they're mad about it. They're mad that they're ugly now. Let me explain how they got mutated. The Pit, the place where these cosmic war criminals are brought to by Botar, it just so happens to be right here, kinda near the seabed. And during the Great Cataclysm, earthquakes and stuff, it was a big disaster. It was felt everywhere, not just in Metru Nui. The pit actually broke open, and seawater from the surface, rushed in and flooded the pit. Now, there are certain pockets of it in there that might still have air in them. It's a jail, it's like a big, complex facility. So that's not to say that 100% of it is now underwater, but much of it is. So the pit flooded, but the other important thing that happened was that in breaking open, some sort of contaminant, some kind of chemical substance was released from this contained region in the pit. This contaminant, this mutagen, seeped into the water and contaminated all of the water in this area. So all of the water in a sort of vaguely defined area around where the pit broke open, including the black water, possibly extending somewhat outside the black water, is contaminated by this stuff called the pit mutagen. And the pit mutagen makes it so that if you're exposed to this water around Mahri Nui, it mutates you into an aquatic version of yourself. So very conveniently, it just happens to mutate you into the sort of thing that can survive down here. However, it doesn't turn you amphibious. It makes you a pure water breather. So if you get mutated this way, you permanently become mutated and a water breather, and you can no longer breathe air. So it's actually kind of bad. So the Baraki are now these hideous aquatic beasts, and they can't breathe air, so they can't return to the surface anymore. They can't go back to leading armies on the surface, which they're very angry about. However, they are aware that the Mask of Life has just jumped ship from Voyage Nui and come down into somewhere in this region. And this is their chance. They think the Mask of Life is the most powerful thing in the universe. We could probably use its power to restore our old bodies and go back to being warlords and leading armies and conquer the universe like we always wanted to. Let's get that mask. Speaking of being mutated by the pit mutagen, Brutaka, remember, he was just brought here to the pit by Botar. Well, guess what? He's immediately out. Elik and Karapar, they brought Brutaka from the pit because they were hoping that Brutaka would kill Prydak, because they wanted to usurp Prydak, but it doesn't work out for them. Yeah, the Baraki, kind of like the Paraka, are constantly infighting and all trying to backstab each other all the time, but they're a lot better and sneakier at it than the Paraka. They don't just get in random fights, but they're always scheming. He briefly makes an alliance with the Baraki. Him and the Baraki both want to find the Mask of Life. His allegiances at this point are a little bit questionable, but he hooks up with the Baraki, immediately is out of the pit. Don't know why Botar even brought him here in the first place. The place has been broken open for 1,000 years at this point. Botar must just be an idiot. He must just be running on autopilot or something. By the way, Brutaka is mutated. He is now an underwater creature. He can no longer go back up to breathe the air. He's a water breather now, seemingly permanently. Also, speaking of being mutated by the pit mutagen, the reason why the Matoran of Mahri Nui, again, there's a new build. They have the like wing-shaped Hordika piece as like their main body. The reason these Matoran look different from the other Voyage Nui Matoran is that when they fell into the ocean, remember, the peace broke off of Voyage Nui somewhat after the cataclysm had happened that split Voyage Nui off of the southern continent. So when they fell into the ocean, the pit mutagen was in the water. So they did get under a bubble and managed to get out of the ocean. So they didn't get fully mutated into like aquatic Matoran. They're still air breathers and they need the bubble to live. But I guess they just got a little tiny dose of it, and so they just messed them up a little bit, and now they look different. Back to the Matoran. This other Matoran finds the Mask of Life because it's just come down here and it just kind of fell on the ground outside of Mahri Nui. Someone else finds it and hands it off to Dekar, and Dekar wants to take it to like the council, the thing that Defalak is like the temporary leader of. So Dekar, on the way there to bring this mysterious mask, he gets attacked by a venom eel, which is just a native Rahi of the Mahri Nui region, and he finds that he can't kill it because any wounds he inflicts instantly heal. And this is an example of a thing that the Mask of Life does. The Mask of Life basically gives anyone who has it like a curse. I guess the curse it may have given to Vezon might have been fusing it to Kardas aka Fenrak. Well, it curses Dekar with this inability to hurt anything, or anything that he hurts is also healed. It'll do this more later. The Mask of Life, it gives everyone who has it like a weird ability. It's different for everyone. The Matoran that had the mask that passed it off to Dekar, it cursed her. She was a Gamatoran. Plants around her would grow really big and become very vigorous, and basically while she held the mask, the plants tried to attack her. Dekar saved her from that, which is why she gave it to him. So this ability freaks Dekar out so much that he tries to destroy it because he thinks it's too powerful. and it's dangerous. And the mask retaliates by taking the venom eel and turning it giant. So now there's this giant venom eel that is on the loose. And this giant venom eel actually ends up attacking the Baraki and causing enough of a distraction for Defilak, Idris, and Gar, not Sarda. Sarda actually went missing during the Ocean Gate accident, but the venom eel lets Defilak and Idris and Gar get away. They get back to Mahri Nui. The venom eel, it would attack Mahri Nui, but Defilak, I guess he breaks all the light stones in town. He puts out all the lights in town, so the venom eel isn't attracted to it, so it goes off to do something else. Good job, interim president of Mahri Nui, Defilak. After this venom eel incident, the Baraki and Brutaka track the Mask of Life to Dekar, who still has it. The Baraki are like, give us the mask or we'll kill you. He's like, no. Brutaka is like, give me the mask. I'm a member of the Order of Mata Nui. I serve the Great Spirit. I should have the mask. And Dekar is like, I've never heard of that before. I don't believe you. Nobody's ever heard of the Order of Mata Nui before. Even the Baraki. I don't even think they're familiar with it. Everyone just thinks he's lying. It's unclear whether Brutaka is still bad or whether he's like changed his ways and like Axon's words got through to him. After he tries to reclaim the mask on behalf of the Order, the Baraki turn on him and Kalma takes him prisoner, using a giant squid, which he commands. They've all got creatures that serve them. Kalma in particular commands a bunch of squids and tentacled things, and also he is the guy who raises, okay, so rather than air launchers, the Baraki use a thing called a squid launcher. Kalma raises these vampire squids, which are basically, they shoot them out of like a crossbow and they latch onto things and suck their blood. All the Baraki use these, but this is sort of Kalma's thing. Like, if he wanted to, he could take away these vampire squids and then that would be bad. That's one thing he's got going for him. Unique abilities, like Kalma has like a big tentacle. Takadox has like a hypnotic vision. He can like look into your eyes and like compel you to do stuff, sort of like a vampire. Karapar and Mantax, I think they're both just strong. Like Karapar is kind of dumb and the strongest physically. Mantax, he's got like electrokinesis, like he can sense electrical fields. It's like a power he got from being mutated. Mantax also he's got venomous spikes. That's pretty good, I guess. LX thing is that he has minions. He's got the best minions and the most of them. And Pridak is basically, he's the strongest, or the best fighter. Maybe not the physically strongest, but he's the most deadly of them. Pridak just has generally enhanced senses. He's really good at noticing things. And he commands the other five. They all obey him. Tentatively. They're not elemental in any way. They just happen to have these 6 colors because that's Bionicle for you. Anyway, Dekar, Pridak steals it from him, but the Mask of Life, like, does like a burst to like stun everyone. I guess because it doesn't like that. So the Mask of Life knocks everyone out. Dekar wakes up. He doesn't want the mask. He tries to leave it behind and just run away, but he's running out of air. They have like a bubble of air around their head, kind of like the sap bubbles that they use in One Piece. As he was using it up, it was like shrinking. He was like running out of air, and the Mask of Life, it's like cracked, like it's a little bit damaged. Kind of like the Kanohi Vahi was when it was at the bottom of the sea and Vakama retrieved it. It was cracked and time energy was leaking out. The Mask of Life is similarly damaged. And from its little crack, to save Dekar, it created some bubbles of air that just merged with his head bubble and gave him a little more time to breathe. But now he tries to run away from it. But as he's trying to run away, he's running out of air again. And this time the mask does something a little more drastic. In the books, I think this is pretty explicit. In the comics, you don't find out that this is what happens until later. It's sort of revealed in an exposition dump after everything else that's about to happen. The mask transforms Dekar into a duplicate of an Order of Mata Nui member who died in the Cataclysm, who used to be the jailer of the pit. Botar is not the jailer of the pit. Botar puts people in the pit. This guy, Hydraxon, is responsible for, I guess, keeping everyone in the pit, or he was. He's dead now, but now Dekar has become a new version of him. And he has all of Hydraxon's old memories. He completely thinks he's Hydraxon. He is still Dekar, but he, like, forgets that he was Dekar, except occasionally his memories jog, and he's like, oh, wait, who am I? Am I a Matoran, or am I this new guy? But for all intents and purposes, he is this guy, Hydraxon. Hydraxon is not mutated by the pit mutagen. Greg said the original Hydraxon was not a water breather. This new version is. So the mask has basically turned Dekar into a version of Hydraxon as though he had been mutated. After Hydraxon gets created or recreated out of Dekar, there's just going to be a series of little skirmishes. Someone fights someone else for the mask and someone else steals the mask from them, and it just gets passed around a whole lot. Mantax, he briefly has the mask, and when he has it, it gives him the ability to passively leech energy from surrounding creatures. At one point, Prydak has it, and when he's got it, it like heightens his mental characteristics, including his insanity and his anger. He's already extremely insane and angry, so I guess the mask just makes him even more so. Elec has a minion, Nocturne. Nocturne was not mutated. He just always looked like this. For some reason, the pit mutagen just doesn't do anything to him. He was another monster who was jailed in the pit. Whatever island he came from, he was so strong and he got so mad that he shattered his island in two. Elec passes off the mask to Nocturne for a minute, and while Nocturne has it, anything he touches dies instantly, which actually makes him sad. Nocturne enjoyed hunting, and now he can't hunt because things just die instantly and there's no sport in that. And while he has it, he drops the mask, and it drops onto some little crustacean or other, and it mutates this random little fishy thing into this creature, Gadunka. He's just some dumb little Rahi that gets turned giant, and the mask also curses him with an ability to devolve things. And so Gadunka is just another monster that is roaming around, getting into fights. The Ignika are still coming down this cord, but they're having so much trouble battling. There's just tons and tons of Zyglak. Actually, the Venom Eel, the giant Venom Eel, which the Ignika, the Mask of Life, made, that's like its guardian now, so it's sort of serving the mask. In kind of the same way that Umbra was its servant or Vezon was its servant. So this giant venom eel actually attacks the cord and breaks open a part of it. I guess water's probably rushing in. The Toa Inika are let's just bust out of the cord and just try to swim the rest of the way. Which seems like a really awful idea considering what happened to Holly when she tried that exact thing, but they do it anyway. Now, I know what you're thinking. Oh, okay. So they go out into this black water and they come into contact with the pit mutagen and it transforms them into a new form, right? Wrong. When they come out into the water, the Mask of Life senses that this is happening and it releases a burst of energy. I think it's the same burst of energy that knocked out Prydak when it stole the Mask of Life from Dekar. But this burst of energy envelops the whole area and it knocks the Toa Inika out. And when they come to, the Mask of Life, its power, has done probably the exact same thing that the pit mutagen would have and transformed them into aquatic versions of themselves. But no, the Mask of Life did it. No pit mutagen was involved. Probably. But either way, the result is the same. They are now the Toa Mari, and they are an aquatic version of Toa. They can no longer breathe air. They are now purely aquatic, water breather only. This is them now. Just like the Baraki, they are now confined to the sea, which is a big problem, but we'll deal with that later. Despite being sort of mutant aquatic Toa, they're actually kind of a lot less weird as Toa Mari than they were as Toa Inika. They no longer have the thing where they're made of light under their masks. They no longer have lightning-infused elemental powers. Their masks are no longer sentient organic Kanohi. They've become regular Kanohi, kind of. They're not exactly normal Kanohi. They do have some alterations, they have tubes sticking off of them and stuff that make them suitable for wear by an underwater creature, but they're just a slightly modified version of masks that we haven't seen before, but that are understood to have existed before. So Jala now has the Kanohi Arthron, which is the Mask of Sonar, which I think is pretty self-explanatory. He now wields an aquatic power blade. Holly wears the Kanohi Faxon, the Mask of Kindred. It lets you mimic Rahi abilities of Rahi native to the environment you're in, so underwater Rahi at the moment. Holly now wields Proto-Steel Talons. Huki has the Kanohi Garai, which is the Mask of Gravity, which lets you just manipulate gravity, which is really good. I think this one's top tier. You can pretty much just invalidate an enemy by just put really strong gravity on them, and what are they going to do? They're just stuck to the floor, and it's over for them. Huki also wields an Aqua Warblade and Electrified Chains. Nuparu has the Kanohi Volatak, the Mask of Stealth, which, it makes you stealthy, not invisible exactly. So is it better or worse than the the Huna. It camouflages you and mutes sound around you, so it doesn't make you fully invisible like the Huna, but it does deaden sound, which the Huna doesn't do. So take your pick, I guess. Nuparu has a razor-edged proto-steel shield and an aqua blaster blade. Nidiki, when he was a Toa, also wore a Volitak, a mask of stealth. Kongu has the Kanohi Zath, the mask of summoning, summons local Rahi to his aid. There's no Toa tool listed for Kongu. Rather than take like a dedicated Toa tool, he just takes 2 of the new weapon this season, the Kordak Blaster. I think it's spring-loaded. I think you press a little button and it's spring-loaded. It shoots little missiles. The Baraki have squid launchers. The Toa and most of the Titan sets, or the large sets, have Kordak blasters. The small guys still have pitiful little air launchers, which are just Zamor spheres, basically. So last season. Motoro, well, his new Toa tool is the Twin Cutter. He has the Kanohi Trina, which is the mask of reanimation. It basically lets him reanimate dead things as zombies. So he has like this necromancer mask, which later on, I think it's just something Greg said, but this is considered like an evil mask. Motoro didn't choose it. You know, he's just stuck with whatever the Mask of Life gave him, but the Mask of Life decided to give Motoro this like unholy mask of zombie raising, which he finds very disturbing, as I think most people would. 2007 Mahri Nui Huki, and also last year 2006 Huki Ignika. You might notice that they're not brown anymore. They're yellow. Karapar also, he's not brown. He's yellow. Oh, and Dekar too. Brown just didn't sell very well. Every year, every set, they'd have 6 sets. One of them would be brown. The brown figure just always sold the worst. At this point, they're like, let's try yellow. Brown is out. The sales figures just weren't there. So the newly re-transformed Toa Mari arrive in Mahri Nui. They meet Defilak, and Defilak is suspicious of them. He's like, oh, now Toa are showing up to help us. You didn't do anything during the Great Cataclysm when Voya Nui was broken off the southern continent. You didn't do anything when Mahri Nui broke off Voya Nui and sank into the sea. But now, just because the mask is here, you're here to help? Okay, great. He lets Motoro come into the village, but Motoro, he tries to pass through the big air bubble that surrounds the village, and he starts choking and dying once he gets in there. And this is when they realize, oh my god, we can't breathe air. How are we going to go back to Metru Nui? Because Motoro can't breathe the air, Defilak is like, what the heck? Who ever heard of a water-breathing Toa before? You guys must be allies of the Baraki. Get the heck out of here. So the airfields, where the airweed is growing the air that they use to breathe, the airfields are under attack by Karapars, squids, or crabs or something. The other 5 Toa Mari go to protect the airfields. Motoro, he gets exiled from Mahri Nui, he's not allowed in, and then when he's pushed out, Hydraxon, aka Dekar, but he thinks he's Hydraxon now. He shows up and he's like, oh, an ally of the Baraki? You're going to jail. Putting you in the slammer. Yeah, so Hydraxon just arrests Motoro on suspicion of being evil. So he takes Motoro to the pit, locks him up, and is like, you're gonna be here a long time, kid. And then he assigns to guard him a robot. The robot's name is Maxilos. This is him. There's implied to be like many Maxilos robots. The Maxilos robots are just a kind of robot that served in the pit as robotic prison guards. He assigns him this one particular Maxilos robot who also has like a dog, an aquatic dog Rahi named Spinax. Sorry, it's an energy hound, excuse me. Spinax technically belongs to Hydraxon. He's like on loan to this Maxilos robot. It's technically Hydraxon's dog, but the real Hydraxon's dead, so whatever. So as soon as Hydraxon leaves, the Maxilos robot suddenly stops acting like a robot. He's like, hey Motoro, what's going on? And Motoro's like, who are you? Get this, right? Get ready. So the Maxilos robot is possessed by Makuta. Makuta's spirit is here in this robot, and now he is Motoro's jailer. Remember when Axon and Brutaka were fighting, and Axon smashed the vat of the green virus that the Brutaka had used to zombify the Matoran and released it. And Brutaka was like, oh no. Well, that green gas was Makuta. It was not really a virus. It was the substance of Makuta. Specifically, it's a substance called his antidermis, which is basically his essence. Makuta's body is malleable. He's a shapeshifter, but his essence is this green energy gas called antidermis. When Takanuva was crushed under that door at the end of Mask of Light, the doorway leading to Metru Nui, Makuta's body was destroyed, but destroying his body does not kill Makuta. It just released his antidermis, which would eventually die if it didn't receive a new body after a while, but it could survive for a while just in gaseous form. And it just hung around in Mangaya. And then eventually the Brutaka showed up, having heard that he died and coming to loot his stuff, and he was just kind of hanging out as a cloud, and he infected their minds all at the same time with the idea, you need to go get the Mask of Life. It was actually Makuta's mind control influencing them to do that, because Makuta doesn't want to get the mask himself, but he does want someone to get it for mysterious reasons. He was using the Brutaka as pawns, and I guess this included pretending to be a virus in a tank and being shot into zombify these Matoran as part of their scheme. And so then once the Brutaka were defeated, he just followed them down here again into the pit, and now he's possessed this robot body. That's just something he can do. He can form a metallic body for himself to inhabit. He can also possess the bodies of robots and stuff. Anything without a spirit, he can possess. So obviously Matoro is like, oh no, Makuta, that's bad. Just like with Vakama, Makuta's like, hey Matoro, listen, I know we're enemies, I guess, but I actually want to work with you. I need your help with something. Come with me. Just trust me, bro. I just want to show you something. I just want to show you something real quick. Let's just hang out for a minute. And Matoro, he doesn't have any choice. Makuta's his only way out of the prison, so he's like, well, I guess I'll go with you. Makuta breaks Matoro out of jail, and the two of them go off on a little side quest. And by side quest, I mean they will meet up with the other Toa Mari. Makuta demands that Matoro not divulge that he is Makuta in a robot body. So Matoro keeps having to lie to the other Toa Mari and be like, oh, don't worry about this robot. We're just hanging out. He's like my new buddy. Don't worry about him. He's chill. And everyone is like, something's off about Matoro. Why are you being so shady, Matoro? It's actually reminds Matoro of when he was Nuju's translator back on Mata Nui. Because he was in such close communication with Nuju, he knew many of the Turaga's secrets. Like, he knew that they had come from this underground city of Metru Nui, stuff like that. And he had to lie to all the other Matoran all the time because he was sworn to secrecy to Nuju. So he's like, again, I have to lie to my friends again. Despicable. At one point they go off again, and Matoro has to use his Kanohi Trina to reanimate some dead Rahi to attack the Baraki, and he doesn't like it. It's very unsettling for him. There's a part where the Baraki just like take all the other 5. Besides Matoro, they take the other 5 Mari prisoner. Nuparu uses his Mask of Stealth to like sneak away from the group, and then he comes back later to free the other ones, so they get out of the pit. On their way out, that's where they find the Kordak blasters. The Kordak blasters are somewhere in an arsenal down in the pit. Oh yeah, the Mari make a deal with Kalma and Karapar. They make a deal where like the Baraki want to be restored to their former bodies and be made beautiful again and be able to breathe air and go back to being warlords. They strike a deal with these two that's like, listen, leave us alone, let us get the mask, we'll return your bodies after we get it. Just let us do our Toa thing. Nothing comes of this. Gadunka tried to like fight Nocturne for the mask. Nocturne ended up getting it back. Eventually Hydraxon, who I think is like mad that Matoro broke out of jail, he's out looking for Matoro, and he runs into Nocturne and he fights him, and he sees the mask, and for a minute his memories of Dekar are jiggered, and he's like, wait a minute, the last thing I was doing when I was Dekar was I wanted to destroy this mask because it's dangerous. He tries to destroy the mask again, this time by firing his Hydraxon Kordak blaster at it. Alright. At this point, this is where it gets a little bit hard to maintain like a chronology, because while the books were still coming out, Greg was writing not just the books, he was writing these side stories as well, and they were in the form of like regularly updated blogs on the Bionicle website. Sometimes they would be in the form of like audio podcasts that he would read, and you could download the audio and listen to them. And they came out chapter by chapter, and they would come out interspersed with each other, like new chapter of one, and then a new chapter another, and a new chapter another. So these are kind of all happening like at the same time, and actually, if you were to read them in exactly the chronological order, I think you would see this new chapter of this one leads into this new chapter of this one. So these are all interlocked with each other. I'll try and get through them in as coherent a fashion as I can. Dreams of Destruction is kind of about a new Toa Lesovic. He has a tragic backstory. A long, long time ago, in a crucial battle, he hesitated at exactly the wrong moment and the rest of his team died. And he's been trying to redeem himself from this failure ever since. Lesovic, his Toa team was called the Toa Kordak, like the Kordak blaster. And by the way, the word Kordak is the Matoran word for desolation. So I'm not sure why this Toa team had that name, but they were the first Toa team ever. There were Toa before this, but this was the first time 6 of them banded together in a marketable set. It was like 100,000 years ago, so this is like as old as anything we've heard of before. And one of his fellow Kordak members was a Toa of Lightning named Nikila. Yeah, so here's another Toa element, and I guess Toa of Lightning are female. At this point, the female Toa are Water, Psionics, and Lightning. And they're all blue, or they're all partly blue. Psionics are blue and gold. Lightning, I think, are blue and white. And the existence of Toa of these elements implies Matoran of these elements, and Turaga, I suppose. So yeah, the team was formed 100,000 years ago, and then 90,000 years ago, it was against a group of Zyglak. The rest of the team was killed. Lesovic returned to his homeland in shame after this failure of a mission. And by the way, his homeland, we don't know exactly where it was, but it was the place where he, as well as Dekar and Defilak, and Sarda and Idris came from originally. And after he returned from this mission, I think it might have been because of the loss of their Toa team, I alluded to this before, their Turaga went insane and sent all the Matoran to Karzani while he was away on this mission. So he went on this mission, this terrible thing happened, and then he came back to find even more tragedy had been following him because all of his Matoran friends had been sent off by this insane Turaga to Karzani to be, well, first they were fixed, and they would have become like the Voya Nui Matoran after that, after the breakage of Voya Nui. And they all would have mutated into Mahri Nui Matoran. And so ever since then, for 90,000 years, Toa Lesovic, who, by the way, he wears a Kanohi Faxon just like Holly's, although I think there's like a minor difference between the two, but it's a Faxon. Did I mention he's a Toa of air? He is. He's green, in case you couldn't tell. And his Toa tool is an air sword. Oh, speaking of green, a famous foible of the Bionicle figures around this era, in 2007, they started to use these lime green joints, and something in the molding process went wrong with the lime green plastic, and infamously, lime green joint pieces from this era are just completely brittle, and they snap, and they're completely useless. So like every figure that includes lime green joint pieces from now, it's a mess and it just doesn't work. Lesovic suffers from this more than most. So Lesovic is on a 90,000 year quest to hunt down Karzani and make him pay for, messing up his friends. Now, speaking of Karzani, remember that when we last left him, he'd had his world completely rocked by the revelation that Makuta had taken over Metru Nui, and that there exists somewhere out there a great spirit that is the greatest power of all, and therefore stronger than him. After that whole incident, Karzani, he left the realm of Karzani, and he's here. He followed the Ignika in their canisters to Voya Nui and now to Mahri Nui, and he got down in the water. He's tracking the Ignika, now the Mahri, and he, like them, well, not like them because they were transformed by the mask, but Karzani gets transformed by the pit mutagen in the black water, and now he looks like this. Now he's this weird, bug fish thing. This is just what he looks like when he's aquatic. There's illustrations of what he looked like before his mutation, but there's no figure. As a set, the only one that exists is him in his pit mutated form. It's really different. It's really weird. I don't really get it. But yeah, the two figures for Idris and Sarda, they were not sold separately as a small set. They were included in the set with him as his prisoners, I think, with his chains, because he's got the flaming chains. There's also a trap in his set that you're supposed to trap him in. The Matoran can trigger the trap and incapacitate him, but I get ahead of myself. So remember how I said that in that Ocean Gate submarine accident, Sarda went missing. Sarda does not get intercepted intercepted by the Baraki well, it's because somewhere in that event, Lesovic, who is here tracking Karzani, Lesovic just finds Sarda, maybe on the ocean floor somewhere, and picks him up. By the way, Lesovic is also pit mutated. Sarda at this point also becomes pit mutated. I'm honestly not sure why more of the Matoran are not pit mutated. Like, these guys go out in the water. Maybe it's taking the water in their lungs that causes the mutation, because these guys keep a bubble of air around their heads from the airweed. But Sarda, because he ends up in the black water from this submarine accident, he gets fully mutated and becomes a fully aquatic Matoran. Anyway, Lesovic finds Karzani, attacks him. They have a battle. Karzani ends up attacking Sarda, and Lesovic has to retreat to protect Sarda, but he's like, okay, I'll be back for round 2, Karzani. This is it. I'm getting you. After 90,000 years. Meanwhile, Matoro, broken out of jail by Makuta in the body of the Maxilos robot. Makuta takes him deeper into the pit. He wants to show him something in the pit. He brings him to a cell where there is like a dead, shattered body of a Toa. It's a Toa of water. Matoro's like, what is this? And he's like, listen, I need you to use your Trina, bring this Toa back to life. And he's like, who is she? And he's like, don't worry about it. Just do it, or I'll kill you and all your friends. And Matoro's like, well, all right, you drive a hard bargain. So he brings this Toa back, and she's not herself. Like, she's not really back to life. She's a zombie. She's mindless. And he's like, okay, now we gotta go on a little errand. So they leave the pit with this shambling zombie. The backstory to this Toa of water, more than 3,000 years ago, so before the Toa Dark Hunter War, in Metru Nui. Remember back when Nadiki used to be a Toa? Well, Nadiki and Likan and this other Toa of water, Toa Tuyet, the three of them were part of a team called the Toa Mangai. Mangai is the Matoran word for protector. They were protectors of Metru Nui, and also that's why Makuta's realm is called Mangaya, because he, back before he turned evil, like back when he was like fighting the Baraki to defend against the League of Six Kingdoms, he was the defender of Metru Nui as well from this nearby realm. And also, Toa Likan was the leader of the Toa Mangai, because Toa Likan is the man, and he's our guy. Toa Tuyet was in the Toa Mangai, and then one day, Matoran started getting murdered, and these murdered Matoran would be found with a tablet that said Toa Tuyet placed on their bodies. And Toa Tuyet said, oh no, I know what's going on. This is a warning to me. The Dark Hunters, they want this magical artifact that I have. They're going to keep killing Matoran until I give them what they want. So there's this thing called a Nui stone. A Toa stone is a stone that you put some Toa power into. It passes on Toa power to another Matoran, or summons 6 Matoran to the Island of Mata Nui sometimes. A Nui stone is sort of like the opposite of a Toa stone. It's a stone that passively absorbs Toa power at a slow rate from any Toa in some radius. So it absorbs Toa power over a long, long time, and over time it can eventually accumulate way more Toa power than a Toa stone. But the Nui stone, if a Toa has it, basically can multiply their power. It has way more Toa power than a regular Toa is meant to have, so a Toa with this Nui stone would be unstoppable. And the Dark Hunters want it. However, Likan eventually works out that actually Toa Tuyet is killing these Matoran herself and leaving these tablets to frame the Dark Hunters, because the Dark Hunters do want the Nui stone, but she wants the Toa to fight the Dark Hunters to keep them away from her. So he's like, what the heck, Toa Tuyet? And she's like, yeah, it's true, I'm evil. Likan's like, get her, book her, put her in the slammer. She tries to use the Nui stone to fight off Likan and Nadiki. She like rises up on this water spout. Likan actually, he uses his fire powers to freeze the water spout that she's on by like using his fire powers in reverse to like freeze it. So I guess that's just a thing that a Toa of fire can do sometimes. And then Nadiki like shatters the pillar of water with his scythe, and this knocks her off balance, and the Toa stone like falls out of her hand, and I think it hits the ground and it like explodes and it shatters, and pieces of it end up like embedded in her Toa armor from the explosion. And Likan says, okay, put her in the dungeon, put her in the slammer, we'll figure out, we'll have a trial or something. But before they can put her on trial, frickin' Botar shows up to whisk her away to the pit because she's too powerful, she's a cosmic level threat, and that's where she stayed for the next 3,500 years. But then apparently, in the cataclysm that broke open the pit and flooded it, some say that she was just killed in the accident, but others say that she actually died while helping Hydraxon help others escape from the pit while the flooding was happening after the cataclysm. So possibly Tuyet had like a redemption before her untimely death, but we don't know for sure. So her body is just here, but it still has the pieces of the Nui stone embedded in it. And Makuta wants the Nui stone. So he has Motoro zombify her corpse. All he needs is like a single piece of the Nui stone. He can use that to reconstruct the Nui stone if he has another thing called the Staff of Artaka. Remember back in like 2002, that Choose Your Own Adventure game about the two Matoran looking for the great sanctuary of Artaka to protect themselves against, I think, the Bohrok? Turns out, just like the mythical hell realm of Karzani, the great sanctuary of Artaka does exist, and there is a guy named Artaka who lives there and is its king, basically. He's a mysterious, ancient, godly figure who no one has ever even seen him before. So just like Karzani rules Karzani, Artaka rules Artaka, and he also has a magical staff called the Staff of Artaka, and it's like a powerful creative thing that can just assemble and reconstruct and make things. And so Makuta is like, if I get the Staff of Artaka, I can remake the Nui Stone. That's what I need Tuyet for. So how is Makuta going to get the Staff of Artaka? Thank you for asking. Let me explain. So the Staff of Artaka is not with Artaka in Artaka. It actually was placed in the archives of Metru Nui like a long time ago. I'm not sure how long ago. And it was placed there because, remember the Toa Nuva? Remember like the main characters of this whole story? After they were saved by the Ignika, they departed back to Metru Nui, and Axon gave them a quest. Basically a list of tasks that they had to accomplish to do their part of the job of reawakening the Great Spirit Mata Nui. The Ignika, now Mahri, are doing their thing to make sure he doesn't die. The Nuva have to fulfill all these fetch quests, fulfill a bunch of prophecies in order to bring about the Great Spirit's reawakening. Retrieving the Staff of Artaka is one of the things they have to do. It's not in the archives anymore. The Dark Hunters at some point in the past stole it, and then the Shadowed One sold it. He gave it to Zia, the island of Zia, for weapons for the Dark Hunters to use. Because remember, Zia is like an arms dealer island. That's their whole thing. Makuta wants the Staff of Artaka, so he telepathically communicates with... Okay, remember the Brotherhood of Makuta? Well, now it's a whole organization, but like the key members of the Brotherhood of Makuta, they are other Makuta. Yeah, Makuta is actually a whole species. There's like a bunch of them. The Makuta that we have known ever since 2001, this evil spirit embodying destruction on the island of Mata Nui, the whole time he was a member of this species of Makuta, and his actual name is Pterodax. Going forward, I might occasionally call him Pterodax. Generally, I'll probably call him Makuta or the Makuta. If I say Makuta, I'm talking about him. But he telepathically confers with another Makuta, Makuta Icarax. And he tells Icarax, I do want you to go and get the Staff of Artaka, but first, I want you to go to Metru Nui, where, the Paraka, when they were in his lab stealing his stuff, they got given the quest to go find the Mask of Life. They also took the Kanohi Krakan, which was just lying there on the ground. I think it was Vezok took the Krakan. On their way out of Mangaya, they passed through the sea around Metru Nui. And on their way out, like the Krakan attacked Vezok, like it blasted him with shadow bolts or something, and he was just like, and he just threw it overboard into the Silver Sea. So that's where the Krakan is. Makuta tells Icarax to go and retrieve the Krakan. He had another mask. It was the Mask of Scavenging he used to have, but when we'll see him later, he will have the Krakan. Makuta doesn't need a mask anymore because now he's in this robot body. So Icarax gets the Krakan, and then he's like, cool, and then he goes to Zia to retrieve the Staff of Artaka. Him and Onua both arrive there trying to retrieve it at the same time. They have a battle. Icarax wins. Teleports away, I think, because Makuta can teleport. Makuta plural. All the powers that Makuta has, all Makuta can do all those things. All 42 powers of all 42 different types of Rakshi: heat vision, camouflage, weather control, teleportation, chain lightning, etc., and on and on and on. So this is great for Makuta Pterodax. What's not so great is that he actually runs into Karzani after Lezovic gets chased off. And remember, Karzani doesn't recognize any being as greater than him, so he's naturally rivalrous towards Makuta. So he attacks, smashes the zombified Toa Tuyet into pieces. This makes Pterodax, aka Makuta, really mad, and he unleashes like a psychic attack that like shreds Karzani's mind. Karzani is left like a whimpering like husk, and he like slinks off into the distance, like in terrible mental agony. So a sound defeat for Karzani. But Makuta's like, actually, it's fine. We don't even really need her to be a zombie. I only need one piece of the Nui stone, so I could have just taken a piece of her. Making you revive her, Matora, that was just to mess with you. I just wanted to freak you out. I just wanted to ruin your day. And I did. Makuta Icarax teleports in. Him and Pterodax rendezvous. Icarax passes off the Staff of Artaka and then teleports away. And Makuta's like, great, I got a piece of the Nui stone in a chunk of Toa Tuyet. I've got the Staff of Artaka. Here we go. And then right at that minute, Brutaka, he's just like, yoink, and he grabs the Staff of Artaka and he's like, can't let you do that. Can't let you do that, Makuta. So Brutaka, he's a good guy again. He's on the side of the Order of Mata Nui again. He's decided to have faith in the process. The words of Axon reached him, I guess. And then Botar appears and takes the Staff of Artaka to where the Toa Nuva need it. And Makuta is just like, oh, darn. Let's talk about the Toa Nuva. The tasks that the Toa Nuva have to do, there's a list of instructions in the Great Temple. The first thing on the list, it's the Staff of Artaka. They find out that the Shadowed One stole it. They go to Odina first to try and get it from him. They meet the Shadowed One in his temple, or in his fortress, and he tells them, no, I sold it to Zia. And also he tells them, yeah, Rudaka is like a double agent. Rudaka has been playing both sides, the Dark Hunters and the Brotherhood of Makuta. She sells information to one, and then she turns around and sells information back to the other. She's gotta go. She's an enemy of everyone now. So they all get in, I guess they're probably taking a boat across the Silver Sea. I didn't put Odina on here. Its location is kind of mysterious, and it's probably just kind of to the east or west instead of on the north-south axis, but it's like around here somewhere. As they're leaving Odina, Pohatu, he just decides, just to troll the Shadowed One, he just does something to the stone of the fortress as they're leaving, so that, like, yeah, once we leave, the Shadowed One's whole fortress is just gonna crumble to dust. Lamau, so that'll be pretty funny. I mean, I'm sure the Dark Hunters can rebuild it afterwards, but I'm sure it was a big hassle for them. The Nuva travel to Zia, and when they get to Zia, remember how the Paraka had reawakened the Kanohi dragon, and then the Toa Mangai had sold the Kanohi dragon to Zia. Well, they get there and they find that the Kanohi dragon is on a rampage in Zia, and so is the Tatarak. And remember, the last time we saw the Tatarak, it was with Kraka, and Kraka had intended to betray Rudaka. Presumably Kraka took the Tatarak here, and now it and the Kanohi dragon are just like going at it and laying waste to each other. The thing about Zia, it's a heavily industrialized, like evil weapons manufacturing island. There's also a mountain on Zia. It's like a living, thinking mountain. I think the mountain like eats people that die on it, or something like that. Part of like Zian culture, Vortex culture, you have to climb this mountain with a partner. Like you and one other person climb the mountain together, and you reach the top, and this is how you like show that you're like a real boy. It's your bar mitzvah, basically. It's good to reach the top of the mountain, but it's even better to reach the top of the mountain alone, because it means you could do it on your own, and also you were strong enough to kill your friend. So yeah, Rudaka like killed her partner on her own like journey up the mountain because she's real evil. The Vortex have a messed up culture. So while we're here, Onua goes, he's like, well, I guess I'll go get the Staff of Artaka. So he goes to just get it from like whatever room it's in. And right at that moment, Icarax shows up and manages to take it from him. Onua doesn't get it. Darn. Also, while they're here, the Rahaga, the 6 little guys from Web of Shadows, they just show up just to like help out. There's a humanitarian crisis on Zia in the wake of the battle between the Kanohi dragon and the Tatarak. And they get there and Rudaka is like, what are you doing here? And they're like, we're here to help your stupid island, you idiot who we hate. The Nuva are there too. And so she, I guess maybe to just curry favor with the Toa, because maybe she thinks they're the winning side now. They're the guys to back. She Rotukas the 6 Rahaga and she undoes the mutation and she turns them back into the Toa Haga. The Toa Haga are just back. Great for them. Congratulations. Maybe she does it so that that the Haga can help out better with the Kanohi dragon and all that. Zia thought they could handle this dragon situation, but it's not working out. So yeah, now the Haga are like, okay, we'll stay and fight the Kanohi dragon and get the Tatarak under control. You, Nuva, go and keep doing your fetch quests. So they pursue Icarax from Zia. I guess he teleported to Karzani. Somehow they make it to Karzani. And while they're there, just incidentally, the Toa Nuva just round up all the Matoran that are still trapped there. And they just kind of herd them out, bring them to, I'm not sure where, maybe Metru Nui or maybe just another island. They free all the Hell Matoran from Hell. They're so like brainwashed and like downtrodden that they need to be talked into leaving, but they eventually get them to go. Icarax attacks them. And there's a battle, and did I mention that all of this is related in a blog? Like, Gali is literally writing all of this in, like, her blog. Well, she's keeping a diary of their travels. So they fight Icarax, and during the battle, Gali uses an ability that we have not seen before. It's just a thing Toa can do, wherein they basically gather up all of their elemental power and unleash it all in a single burst, and it's called the Nova Blast. So Gali uses a water elemental Nova Blast to, attack Icarax, I guess, and it just floods Karzani. So, I guess we can... Gali Nuva's Nova Blast has just permanently altered the landscape of Hell. Icarax manages to teleport away. However, floating on the water after she does this, they do find Jala's former golden how that used to belong to Toa Likan. So that precious artifact has been retrieved. Toa Tahu takes it. So they've just failed to get the Staff of Artaka. That was like a thing they had to do and they just didn't. But they're like, okay, well, next, I guess. So Tahu and Kopaka go to a couple of islands in the south because I guess there's a bunch of volcanoes that are going to go off and they need to stop these volcanoes from going off. So they do that. Maybe Kopaka like cools down the lava and Tahu also cools down the lava because now we know that Fire Toa can just use cold by doing hot in reverse. Pohatu and Onua go to some different southern islands in search of an artifact called the Heart of the Visorak. This will do something later. Liwa it just goes missing and nobody knows where he is for a while, but we'll find out eventually. Okay, remember the Barog? Sorry, not the Barog, the Bohrok. Well, I mean the Barog too. So it turns out that the Bohrok, they were sort of trying to awaken the Great Spirit Mata Nui in their own way, because part of what has to happen is the Bohrok have to successfully complete their mission to clean the Island of Mata Nui. They have to scrape it clean and destroy it. The Bohrok are, they're part of this whole prophecy. The Island of Mata Nui was a great temporary refuge for the Matoran from Metru Nui after the Great Cataclysm, but, it served its purpose, and we gotta revive the Great Spirit Mata Nui. We gotta reawaken the Great Spirit, so it's gotta go. So Gali goes back to Mata Nui, to the Bohrok nest. She finds the Barog. She frees them just like the Bohrok-Kal tried to do. And the Bohrok just continue their mission. They sweep clean, smooth out the whole surface of the whole island of Mata Nui, just demolish it. But as they're doing this, it's not instantaneous. So Gali is just kind of hanging out on Mata Nui, just sort of looking around at the destruction. On Mata Nui, while the Bohrok are doing their thing, Gali sees the body, the text just says it's a Rahi dragon, but it's implied to be Kardas, the thing that Vezon was fused to when he had the Mask of Life fused to him. I guess the Tatarak, after it appeared with Kraka, the Tatarak beat the Kardas dragon and then went to Zia, probably with Kraka. Kardas dragon fled to Mata Nui from Voya Nui, and then it just tried to fight the Bohrok swarms and it died. There's a telescope, maybe even the one for Mata Nui Online Game 1, that you would see the red star through and it would tell the prophecies. Well, she decides to take another look at the red star while she's up here. Remember, they've got all of their masks, so she's got not just her... Is it the cow? Is water breathing the cow? Well, she's got the Akaku, which is the X-ray mask. And so while she's looking through the telescope at the red star, she decides to use the X-ray mask and she looks through the red star and she's shocked to see, wait a minute, there's something alive. Something is alive inside the red star. What is it? She doesn't know. So once Gali's been up here for a bit, the island of Mata Nui has been cleansed by the Bohrok. She's like, well, better go back, meet my friends. And then Botar appears, and Botar's like, nope, you're coming with me. Botar teleports her, not to the pit. He teleports Gali to a place called Daxia. And Daxia is another secret island where the Order of Mata Nui have their base of operations. So all the Toa Nuva are there. Well, not Liwa. I think Liwa's still missing. No, he's not missing. He's back. He says that a weird voice sent him also to Mata Nui, and he just happened to miss Gali while he was there. But he went there to retrieve the Great Sundial, which, remember, was the thing in the Mata Nui Online Game 1. The thing that you had to put the little shiny thing on and use the light stone, and it revealed that little chamber with the glowing how. Yeah, that's what he was getting. And I don't think we ever find out whose voice it was. It's just a voice told him to go get the sundial. Anyway, in Daxia, the Order of Mata Nui, there is a guy here in the order. His name is Trinuma. He's like a 9-foot tall guy. He's a combiner set. Trinuma, actually, he's a combiner set from the next season. He was not given a design until later. Trinuma and the Order of Mata Nui, they have the Staff of Artaka. Brutaka got it back from Makuta, fought Makuta. He told Motoro, get out of here, go back to the other Toa Mari. I'll keep this guy busy. He fought Makuta. He got the staff. He brought it here. And now Trinuma has it. And he's like, check this out. And he puts it on this altar or in this device. And it starts glowing. So it turns out the Staff of Artaka, it's the most powerful thing in the universe. It has the power, when put right here, to just fix all the damage that was done during the cataclysm. Like, you know how when Makuta, like, destroyed Metru Nui and caused earthquakes and shattered it, that happened all throughout this underground universe. Every dome experienced that. It was a worldwide catastrophe. Well, guess what? This thing pretty much fixes all of that. It doesn't wake up Mata Nui, because to wake up Mata Nui, there's a place called a universal core that this thing can't fix. That thing has to be fixed manually. But everything else, don't worry about it. The Staff of Artaka fixes it. Now, once the Great Spirit is reawoken, everything will be as it was before the Cataclysm. Nice. So Trinuma's like, okay, you gotta go to the Universal Core, and you gotta do that. However, first thing, I'm sending you to a very special place, and he teleports them to the Island of Artaka, the place where this mysterious guy, Artaka, who nobody's ever seen, is. They arrive there, and then there's a cliffhanger to be continued in the last book of this season, which is called Downfall. All of those serial stories, Into the Darkness, the Gali Nuva blog, Dreams of Destruction, and the Many Deaths of Toa Tuyet, all of that sets up for the events of Downfall. So before he goes back to the other Toa Mari, Makuta tells Motoro, you have to get the Mask of Life. Now remember, Makuta wanted the Paraka to get the Mask of Life and do something with it. And now he wants Motoro to do the same thing. So something is insidious about the Mask of Life, and Makuta doesn't want to get it for himself. He wants someone else to get it. But like, Motoro knows that the Mask of Life is the only way to save the universe, so he's like, well, I mean, I still want to get it. And Makuta says that for the mask to do its job, the cord, the strand of protodermis connecting Voya Nui and Mahri Nui, will have to be destroyed. And this is likely to destroy Mahri Nui as well. After he fights Brutaka, remember the Baraki? Yeah, they're still around. Now, the Baraki still hate Makuta because it was the Brotherhood of Makuta that stopped their rebellion with the League of Six Kingdoms to take over the Matoran universe. Have I mentioned that's what this underground world is called? It's called the Matoran universe. So Mantax reveals that he has discovered an 80,000-year-old thing that he calls a tablet of transit. This was a thing that the Brotherhood of Makuta would basically give to their allies to identify, like, hey, other Brotherhood of Makuta members, don't kill this person. Let this person go freely. And it was in, like, the Baraki's quarters. So he has known for I'm not sure how long that 80,000 years ago, that's when the rebellion happened, one of the Baraki betrayed the other 5 to the Brotherhood in order for amnesty. Yeah, mercy by the Brotherhood of Makuta, basically. It was Takadox. Takadox is the traitor. He's the sneakiest, most conniving one with his hypnotic vampire vision, so yeah, he's debatably the most evil one of all. Him or Prydak, probably. So, the Baraki end up attacking Makuta once they find out he's in the Maxilos robot. They don't have their old army, but they each command, like, a big fleet of, like, undersea Rahi and stuff, so they each kind of have an army of a sort. Quote, 5 Baraki and their armies charged in the greatest attack on a single being in the history of the universe. So that's what we're talking about. Motoro freezes Makuta. Jala tries to grab the mask, but he thaws him out with fire powers. Pterodax has Spinax attack Hydraxon. Once Hydraxon knows that Pterodax is in the Maximus robot, Spinax, the energy hound, turns on its former borrowed master because it is Hydraxon's dog at the end of the day. Maxilos was just borrowing it. Oh yeah, Holly stopped, Hydraxon was gonna destroy the mask of life, but Holly stops him, I guess. That was a fake out. He didn't actually do it, so it's fine. Of course, the Kanohi Ignika's guardian, the giant venom eel, shows up in the fray. Everyone's just attacking everyone. Oh, Gadunka, Huki wrestles Gadunka in a contest of strength. It's just a big melee at this point. Everyone's just grabbing the mask and punching each other and shooting each other with beams. The Ignika are like, okay, we gotta fulfill this prophecy. We have to break the cord. So the Ignika evacuate the Matoran up the cord into Voyage Nui. While they're going up, they get attacked by the Paraka, not Vezon, he's not there. The original 6 Paraka have all been exposed to pit mutagen, and they've all been transformed into snakes, like they just have their head and like a spine. So they've become these aquatic water snakes. They fail in their attempt to thwart the Ignika. The ad for this season featured them riding like a vehicle down to the sea, and I'm pretty sure that's meant to be the caravan crawler. Excuse me. The caravan crawler was a Paraka vehicle. The terrain crawler is the vehicle that brings them down. In the ad, it feels like the terrain crawler is bringing them all the way down, and it's like their base of operations for Mahri Nui. In the book, they definitely do not arrive in Mahri Nui via the terrain crawler, although they do take it, they do get in it at some point. So once the Matoran are up in Voyage Nui, I think they're like inside the chamber. They're not like on the surface. The Mahri, they break the cord, separating Voyage Nui and Mahri Nui. So what happens next is, because the staff of Artaka was placed in that thing by Trinuma, the staff of Artaka is trying to repair all the damage to the Matoran universe. And remember that Voyage Nui broke off of the southern continent, which is in the Matoran universe. So now the staff of Artaka is trying to pull Voyage Nui down to rejoin the southern continent. However, the cord was holding it in place, but now the cord's broken and it can go. So Voyage Nui starts moving down and south. The book describes that Voyage Nui moves south, which means Voyage Nui would be to the north of Mahri Nui, because on its way it crushes Mahri Nui, just scrapes it off the bottom of the seafloor, and it's just obliterated. Also, the pit is said to be like the southernmost region of the inhabited universe, or something like that. The way that I have it here, the southern continent is south of the pit. But if the pit is south of the southern continent, then there's no way that Voyage Nui would move south to rejoin the southern continent, which is what the book says it does. Some of these islands could theoretically share a dome with the northern continent. It's even theoretically possible that there might simply be one giant dome that contains the northern and southern continents, and maybe also these islands as well. Some of that might potentially explain some of these discrepancies, but in the end, I just had to make a judgment call about what do I think is the most likely and what is the most consistent with the most things that are said. This is what I think is the best way to understand it. So, Voyage Nui, because of the staff of Artaka, wants to come down here and go back into this dome and slot itself into the southern continent where it broke off before. So they know that they have to go where it is going, because that's where the mask must be used. Makuta must have told them this. And down here, there's like a big hole in the seafloor, and there's a huge whirlpool of the water like rushing into the southern continent. It's actually like filling up this dome, but like really slowly, because yeah, a ton of water is gushing in, but like the southern continent, it's like continental size. So there's so much volume in here to fill. So the thing that Trinuma was talking about, the universal heart, which is also where the Mask of Life must be used, this is where the damage is that the staff of Artaka could not repair. They have to go and use the mask there. It's the only way to do it. It's actually underneath the southern continent. The Chamber of Life in Voyage Nui is actually like a piece of like a sort of cap or shell or dome that surrounded the heart of the universe, basically. Speaking of heart of the universe, the name of this place is Karda Nui. Don't know if it's ever actually translated directly, but clearly it's meant to reference cardiac, heart, kokoro, heart. Heartfelt. Do you know what my Karda Nui is? Well, it's right here under the southern continent. So this little gap in this shell around Karda Nui, this is where the Chamber of Life used to be, and it wants to like slot in to complete the shell. But if it does that, then they won't be able to get into Karda Nui and use the Mask of Life, which is what they have to do. So they're racing Voya Nui as it's moving south, trying to fall into this giant hole. But as they're going, all of them together, they feel a sudden sense of loss or emptiness or disconnection in their very souls. They can all sense Mata Nui has died. It's over. Every Matoran, every Toa back in Metru Nui, all throughout the universe, they all feel it at once. The divine light has been severed. And they're like, well, wow, we just failed in our mission. All of this was for nothing. So the thing that Karzani showed them, the sky going dark, the domes all filling with water, the seawater rising and everything drowning down in the Matoran universe, that's all gonna happen. The Baraki, they still want the Mask of Life. Who cares if the Great Spirit's dead? We can still use the Mask of Life's power to revert ourselves. Maybe we can conquer the surface, or maybe we could do something else. Who knows? Yeah, the universe is gonna end, but we're not all gonna die instantly, so we can still do conquest, with whatever time we've got left. We still want that mask. Very unhelpful of them. So the Toa Inika are like, Matoro, you've got the mask. You're the mask's chosen one. Try to get it to Karda Nui. We will stand here and we will hold off the Baraki for as long as we can. This is a suicide mission. We can't fight all 6 of their armies. We will die, but there's nothing else to do. Maybe if we just get there, we can do something. Maybe we can still revive him even though he's dead. And Matoro's like, okay. Got it. The other 5 stay behind to fight the suicide battle against all the combined forces of the Baraki. Matoro, Voya Nui's still going. He's got to race it into the southern continent's dome, so he's falling for a long time. He's falling with Voya Nui, and he has to streamline himself and try to fall faster than Voya Nui. So he's under Voya Nui as it's falling, and remember, this is a huge... This sphere is miles and miles and miles wide, maybe even hundreds or even thousands of miles wide. And he just barely manages to squeak in right before the whole island just boom, right here in this slot that it's going back to. The dome of Karda Nui is largely filled with water, a mixture really of the protodermic Matoran universe water and the surface non-protodermic water. It's roughly half full. But anyway, Matoro, he makes it just in time. He gets in right before Voya Nui slams into place, and now he's in Karda Nui, and he's falling. He's falling through this, it's still a huge dome. The place is full of mist, and all this water's falling around him, so it's hard to see. And there's light here kind of emanating from the watery surface below him, and there are some dark shadows flitting around under him. But he can't make out what they are. This is as he's falling. And so once he's in here, in Karda Nui, he just knows instinctively that he has to put the Mask of Life on. So he puts it on, and the mask speaks to him. And it shows him its history. It shows him how once upon a time, thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years ago, there was another Toa team that had to come here and use the Mask of Life in order to save Mata Nui. Mata Nui fell ill and he was dying once before. They had to do this too. And another Toa put the mask on. And it turns out that the Mask of Life, it will save Mata Nui's life, but the person that puts it on has to sacrifice themselves. So Matoro, he has to die to save Mata Nui. He sees what happened to the last Toa that did this, and the last Toa, it says that he tried to be brave, but he met his end with fear and regret. But Matoro does not. Matoro has fully recognized that this is the only way to save the universe, the only way to save my friends. If I don't do this, everyone will die, including them, so it's completely worth the cost of my death in order to save the universe. So he has no doubts at all. He doesn't hesitate. He's like, yep, Mask of Life, take me. I'm ready to go. The Mask of Life is like, wow, the other guy was scared. I'm kind of impressed that you're not scared. Okay, well, tell you what, since I'm the most powerful thing in the universe, I'll perform a miracle for you. Make a wish and I'll grant it for you before you're sacrificed to the Great Spirit Mata Nui. And Matoro's like, okay, well, my friends are fighting the Baraki. Send them back to Metru Nui. Keep them safe. And the Mask of Life's like, okay. done. Now, amusingly, the battle against the Baraki is going pretty bad, as they knew it would, and Jala, at this instant, he's gonna do a suicide attack. He's gonna do what Gali Nuva did in Karzani and do a Nova Blast. He's gonna do a Fire Nova Blast, which is basically gonna be like setting off a nuke, and it's gonna destroy him and the other Toa Mari and all the Baraki and everything here, but he's like, well, the universe is over. Might as well do this now. So he's setting up to do it, and then Matoro's miracle happens, and they reappear in Metru Nui, and he's still charging. They're like, Jala, stop, we're back. And he was like this close to just nuking Metru Nui when he gets teleported back. The mask also, because the mask is the most powerful thing in the universe, it also makes them amphibious. It transformed them into underwater only, can't breathe air Toa before. They're still Toa Mari, but it's made them amphibious now. So now they can just breathe air as well. They're good. They can live in Metru Nui just fine now, in case you were worried. But yeah, Matoro, he makes this last wish, and he accepts his fate, and he falls the rest of the way into Karda Nui, and his body just dissolves into energy. The mask transfers his life energy into the Great Spirit, and the Great Spirit is resuscitated. Like the burst of energy from Matoro's dissolution, like defibrillates his heart. Karda Nui. It brings him back from the brink of death. Back in Metru Nui, the other Toa are like, wow, we did it, we survived. What happened to Matoro? And the Turaga understand this about the Mask of Life, and they're like, we all felt Mata Nui die. We all felt it in our souls, but he's back. We can feel his presence return. And if that happened, it means that Matoro must have sacrificed himself. He's gone forever. And this is, this is tough. This is tough for them to get to grips with. After Takua gave up being chronicler and became Takanuva, Holly was appointed chronicler. Now she's back, but she's a Toa now, so they appoint a new chronicler. Kopiki from Mata Nui Online Game 1 is the new chronicler, and he's tasked with writing down all this stuff, like their adventures in Voyage Nui and Mahri Nui, and what happened to Matoro. They have to eulogize Matoro, of course. To remember his great sacrifice, he is basically Bionicle Jesus. He sacrifices himself to save the universe. Remember back in 2001, when he was just a little McDonald's toy. Look how far he's come. So yeah, the Mask of Life dissolves Matoro's body into energy, and it just falls and lands in the fluid at the base of Karda Nui, and we'll see what happens with that in a little bit. Actually, we'll see what happens with that right now. Because remember, the Toa Nuva, they were in Daxia. This is my best guess for where Daxia is. Take it with a grain of salt. And then they were teleported to Artaka, which is somewhere. And in Artaka, they don't actually see Artaka. They basically get teleported to the shores of the island, and there's a Matoran there, and this Matoran leads them to his master, and they basically just go right up to the gates of this fortress of Artaka. And Artaka, who it turns out is the one who made all the Nuva masks. Like when they became Toa Nuva and all the Nuva masks appeared and they had to gather them on the island, and it was a very minor plot point. Yeah, he made them. Maybe had them ready to go and he just teleported them wherever to a bunch of out of the way locations for challenges to occur. So the Toa Nuva briefly converse with Artaka through the walls of his fortress, and he basically tells them, all right, I'm sending you to Karda Nui. That's where you have to complete your mission to awaken Mata Nui. So he just teleports them there. So they're teleported to Karda Nui, and they're also transformed. So Karda Nui, it's full of water. Down at the level of the water, there's swamp. They have to skim over the surface of this swamp because the water down in the swamp is mutagenic. Possibly because the black water of the pit flowed down and is what is contaminating the water of the Karda Nui swamp, or it could just be its own different mutagen that is just flowing out of Karda Nui because of all the damage during the cataclysm. Either way, it's also mutagenic in a similar way to the black water, but it doesn't turn you into an aquatic version. It tends to turn you into a freaky bug version of yourself. Some of the villains this year will be sort of vaguely bug themed because of this mutagen. Up above the swamp, okay, so Karda Nui is full of these giant stalactites hanging from the roof, and sometimes the stalactites fall and sort of crash into the swamp and just kind of stick out. They embed themselves in the ground and they just kind of stick out and they become these tall pillars, and Matoran live on top of these pillars and on like ledges on the sides of these pillars. Artaka gave them what he calls adaptive armor, and the adaptive armor, I guess, reconfigures itself to just look whatever way or be shaped in whatever way would be most advantageous for the wearer. Why make a new set of armor for Toa whenever they have a new environment? Why not just make them some, oh my god, just like Mega Man X, the AI Dr. Light, he designed the armor so that his AI self in the hologram could continue to adapt the X armor in the future, make it better and better, and adapt it to his circumstances. Great minds think alike. All this is to say that the Toa Nuva, they're still the Toa Nuva, but their armor has been made adaptive, and it adapts themselves so they can fly. These are like the flying Toa now. Even though they transformed and they all look completely different, they're still Toa Nuva. And despite them looking absolutely nothing like they used to, their masks are still the same. This is still the Hau Nuva. This is still the Pakari Nuva, the Miru Nuva. I know, it's ridiculous. Who would even think to call this a Hau Nuva? But it is. It has the same power. It still, like, can shield himself and his nearby allies, etc. So no change in mask powers. However, they do get some new Toa tools, adaptive tools, naturally. Artaka's just on a kick. Tahu now has rotating fire blades. Liwa has an air saber. Pohatu has twin propellers. Onua has a multi-resistant shield. Kopaka has a blizzard blade. They've also got, just like they had the Kordak blaster and the sea squids and the squid launchers, this time the new weapons are the Midak blasters. In universe, they basically do a blast of pure light. I should mention the new villains this year. This is the Brotherhood of Makuta. 6 new Makuta who are all working, well, mostly they're working with Makuta Pterodax, but some of them are a little bit mutinous, but we'll get into it later. Anyway, these are Makuta, so these are shadow beings. So the Midak Sky Blaster fires light blasts, basically, which is, you know, a good thing to use against a Makuta. And something used by, not exclusively by the Makuta, the Ninra Ghost Blaster. They are made by a group of iron elemental Matoran called the Ninra Ghosts, who are like weaponsmiths. That's it. The Ninra Ghosts make the Ninra Ghost Blasters. The Midak Sky Blasters were made by Artaka, but the name Midak Sky Blaster, Liwa just likes the name Sky Blaster and decides that it's a cool name for a weapon and decides to call it that. Pohatu just names the weapon the Midak Sky Blaster after a Matoran, an Onu Matoran from the Mata Nui online game 1 named Midak, and this was the guy who was just hanging out outside of the Onu Koro caves with that Usal crab with the little sprig of like grass coming out of his mouth. That guy was named Midak, and I guess Pohatu just liked him. I guess Midak liked to hang out outside and in the sun more than regular Onu Matoran do, and so he thought that that light connection is like, it reminds him of Midak. Oh, the Tridax pod. So the Makuta, these Makuta, or some of them anyway, they have a weapon called the Tridax pod. Now, Tridax is also another Makuta. He's not one of these Makuta, but he's a different member of the Brotherhood of Makuta. Don't know why this is called the Tridax pod. Maybe he invented it. I don't know. It seems to be a part of their body. Basically, they have this like rib cage that they can open up and drop this like bomb out of, and these little blue things come out, and these little blue things are said to be shadow leeches. And shadow leeches will attach to a creature, like a Matoran for instance, and like suck the light out of it, and it becomes a shadow Matoran, which is basically like a dark, evil, Makuta-aligned version of a Matoran. I forgot to tell you what happened with Lesovic. Let me circle back to that. When Makuta and Karzani had their battle, Lesovic and Sarda, and also Idris, who I guess they found somewhere. Also, Idris is now mutated and aquatic. So all 3 of them are now water breathers. They watched that battle. They watched Karzani like limp off, having been psychically maimed. They're like, let's follow Karzani. It's time for revenge for what you did to my people. So they follow Karzani, and Karzani like crawls into a cave somewhere to like whimper and lick his wounds, I guess. And Lesovic tries to attack, and Karzani lashes out with the Olisi. But instead of showing the worst possible future to cause him to be stricken with terror, he instead shows him an alternate timeline vision wherein his team was not killed. Remember, his team was killed by a Zyglak. Lesovic is like hypnotized, and he's just standing there like catatonic, believing that he's in this alternate world wherein his team is still alive, everyone is still living on whatever island they came from before they went to Karzani. The Turaga never went mad. He's still hanging out with Nikila. He's not, ashamed of having destroyed killed all his friends, gotten them all killed. Sarda and Idris are like, he's completely out. We can't shake him out of this vision. He doesn't want to be woken up so bad that he isn't responding to us trying to shake him out of this hypnosis he's in. So Idris and Sarda are like, well, what are we going to do? I guess it's up to us to beat Karzani. To be fair, Karzani basically just got a lucky shot on Lezovic. Lezovic was uniquely vulnerable to this particular attack due to his tragic past. So that just happened to be exactly the thing that would take Lezovic out of the fight. Other than that, though, Karzani is like a vegetable. Or Karzani is like wicked messed up. He slinks into the cave to hide again. And the two Matoran, basically they set up a trap, and then they run into the cave, and Karzani tries to attack them, and then they run out of the cave, and Karzani just chases them out and runs into this trap, and it snaps shut, and it traps him. The toy set that you could buy with Karzani came with Idris and Sarda and a trap to reenact this scenario. And this happens right as Lezovic, he's talking to Nikila in his alternate vision of reality, and he's like, wait a minute, we didn't fight an acid cloud, we fought some Zyglak, and they killed you. And she's like, that's silly. That's ridiculous. That would never happen. You would never hesitate at a critical moment and cause our team to all die tragically, silly Billy. And he's like, wait a minute, that's exactly what happened. And he snaps out. He's like, oh, right, everything's terrible. Oh, but at least you got Karzani. So he's gonna kill Karzani because the whole point is revenge, but he looks at this trapped, psychically maimed, deranged, presumably weeping Karzani, and he's like, he's defeated. He's already so wretched. We can't even do anything worse to him than what's already been done. There's no point in exacting further revenge. Whatever, let's just go. And it's implied that Botar will appear and whisk the now defeated Karzani. Botar is such a hero. Whenever a bad guy has already been defeated, Botar's there to now it's time to go to jail. When the enemy is fleeing and defeated and their back is turned, I'm your man. Botar brings people to the pit, but the pit is just open, and it has been open for who knows how long. I'm not sure how effective the pit even is anymore, but Botar is like a dumb beast, man. Maybe he doesn't even know. Maybe he doesn't even realize that all his prisoners are escaping. He just passes them off to Hydraxon, I guess, and leaves the rest to him. Wait, no, Hydraxon was dead for all that time. Maybe Botar just dropped them off into this pit and they just left out the door into the black water. Who knows? So that's what happened with Lezovic. Lezovic is just going to be a lone, avenging hero, I guess, wandering the Matoran universe, righting wrongs, fighting injustices wherever he goes. Sarda is going to be his little buddy. Oh, but I guess they'll be only underwater because they're aquatic now. They're going to be like Aquaman and his sidekick, basically. Does Aquaman have a sidekick? I don't think so. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy. It's a better analogy. And Idris is just like, okay, well, it was nice beating Karzani with you. I'm going back to Mahri Nui. And they find a cave with some equipment in it, and it's diving equipment that would have let an air breather swim down, and breathe air underwater. And Lezovic is just like, oh, I know what to do with this. And he just reconfigures it into a reverse version that lets a water breather breathe water in air. So he sends Idris back to Mahri Nui, and I guess Idris is just going to go and live in Mahri Nui just with this water breathing contraption now. Speaking of being a mutant water creature rejoining society by way of a water-breathing contraption, Brutaka, who, remember, retrieved the staff of Artaka just in time for Botar to teleport it away, and then he fought Makuta, and then neither could defeat the other. Makuta left to go and deal with the, who's gonna get the mask situation. But after this Brutaka, he goes back to the Order of Mata Nui, which I assume he goes back to Daxia, where its headquarters is, and I guess because he ended up fighting Makuta and helping out with the staff of Artaka and all that, he's allowed to rejoin the Order of Mata Nui, despite his past lapses in loyalty to the Great Spirit. Exemplary service earns him a second chance. But he is now aquatic, so from this point on, he rejoins the land dwellers. Unlike the Toa Mari, who the Mask of Life just gives the power to breathe air or water equally, he doesn't have that. He now must wear some sort of fishbowl contraption over his head to keep him breathing water, even though he's operating back on land like he used to. Speaking of Nikila and the Toa Kordak. Nikila is a Toa of lightning, and this is reminiscent of, alright, this isn't really canon, so I'll only mention it briefly, but there was a pretty widely believed rumor or a fake post before the movie came out, the first movie, Mask of Light. There was word on the streets that a seventh Toa would be coming. Of course, that turned out to be the Toa of Light Takanuva. But before anyone had seen the movie or knew it was going to happen, someone photoshopped an image and pretended it was a leak, and it got widely circulated, and everyone believed that the seventh Toa was going to be the Toa of Lightning, Voriki. So now we have canon confirmation that Toa of Lightning do or did exist. They're not purple like Voriki was supposed to be, but close enough. Eventually, Greg does canonize that the elemental prefix for lightning is Vo, as in voltage, like Voriki. On that subject, we've seen Toa of Psionics. The prefix for psionics is Se, as in cerebral. Toa Jovan was a Toa of magnetism. The prefix for magnetism is Fa, as in Faraday, as in Faraday's law. There are Toa of Sonics, Krakua, the guy who delivered a message through Kratana to Vakama in Makuta's illusion vision. I'm sure you recall. The prefix for sonics is de, as in decibels. We have not seen any Toa of iron yet, but there are Matoran of iron, specifically the Ninra ghosts, the one who make the Ninra ghost blasters. Those are Matoran of iron, which implies the existence of Toa of iron. The prefix for iron is fe, as in ferrous. I'm not sure if or when we'll see these next ones, but I'll just tell you there are Toa of gravity. The elemental prefix for gravity is Ba, as in baryons. There are Toa of plasma. The prefix for plasma is Su, which the wiki says is short for superheated, which is so stupid, I hope it's not true. There is also an element called the green, as in plants, and the elemental prefix for that is Bo, as in botanical, and I don't think we ever see a Toa of the green. There are no Toa of shadow, but we know that the elemental prefix for shadow is Kra, as in the Krakon. And then there's light, prefix is Av, the Avoki. In Karda Nui, the Matoran that live here are Av Matoran. I believe they're the first Matoran ever created. These three Matoran, Tanma, Solek, and Photok, they are three Av Matoran who live in Karda Nui. At the time that we get here, which is right when the Toa Nuva get here, they are beset by the Makuta, as in the plural Makuta, the Brotherhood of Makuta, who are here spreading shadow leeches through their Tridax pods. And shadow leeches are turning the Av Matoran into Shadow Matoran. A Shadow Matoran can be made out of any kind of Matoran. Doesn't matter if you started as an Av Matoran, Ta Matoran, or whatever. If a Shadow Leech latches onto you, Shadow Leeches suck the light out of you and leave you full of shadow. And then you are a Shadow Matoran, which is not a Kra Matoran. I don't think anyone ever calls them that. A Shadow Matoran is basically just an evil Matoran. I think they might have some darkness bolts. I don't even remember. And so the forces of the Shadow Matoran are attacking the Light Matoran. And so basically a guerrilla war is going on in Karda Nui among these giant stalactites sticking out of this swamp. Matoro, when he was falling from the sky, basically, into Karda Nui, he saw dark shapes swooshing around underneath him. Those dark shapes were, I think it was specifically Vampra. It was some of the Makuta who just happened to be flying by when he was falling, putting on the Mask of Life. Incidentally, when he put on the Mask of Life and sacrificed himself and turned into energy and revived the Great Spirit Mata Nui, the energy blast that resulted from that, it was a blast of pure light, and it was so bright that it blinded these three Makuta. So these three Makuta are now blind, and the way that they deal with that is that they are meant to be paired with these three Shadow Matoran, Radiac, Gavla, and Kirop. These little Shadow Matoran, you could stick them together, like they click together on their backs, so they were meant to like ride on top of the backs of these Makuta. When they're linked this way, they can form like a psychic link. So basically the Makuta can see through the eyes of the Matoran that is riding on them, so they basically serve as their eyes because they've been blinded by this huge cosmic flash of light from the Mask of Light. Sorry, Mask of Life. Do not mix those up. When the Toa Nuva arrive in Karda Nui, like I said, this war is going on. The Av Matoran need protection and help in this battle against the Makuta and their Shadow Matoran. But also, they are tasked, I think the Order of Mata Nui or Artaka tells them this by, like, telepathy. They need to find 6 things called keystones. I'll tell you why they need to find them later, but the point is they need to find keystones. The way they released the sets this year, instead of releasing all the bad guys and then all the good guys, they released 3 and 3 at a time and then 3 and 3 at a time. So basically they split in half. The first team of 3, Pohatu, Liwa, and Kopaka, stay up on top of the stalactites and help the Matoran that live there fight against the Shadow Matoran, and they face off against these first 3 Makuta, Antraz, Kyrox, and Vampra. These are the flying Makuta that were blinded by the Mask of Life. These Matoran ride these Toa. These Matoran ride these Makuta. It's like poetry. You know, it rhymes. Anyway, this first set of 6 was called the Fantoka set, the flying up in the sky above Karda Nui set. The second set of 3 and 3, Gali, Onua, and Tahu, along with Krika, Gorast, and Bitil. This is the Mystica set. Now, the Mystica go down below the giant stalactites, down into, like, the swamp and the mutagenic fluids that are flooding the lower part of Karda Nui. And down there is where they're searching for the keystones, fighting the Makuta to find them and such. All of these Makuta, they're not all necessarily as powerful as the Makuta, as in Makuta Pterodax, but they're all on a level with him. They're the same sort of thing. And they all have access to all 42 powers that Makuta has, which are the same 42 powers that Rakshi could have from the 42 different Krata. They all have that going on. They all can do the Shadow Hand thing that he used to attack Vakama and absorb Kreka and Nadiki and Nivok. They've all got that as well. They all each have their own Kanohi mask, and all of them wear what Greg calls an immoral mask, basically a mask with an evil power. You remember Matoro was also given an immoral mask. The Kanohi Trina, the Raised Zombies mask, that was also an immoral one. Each of the Makuta have one as well. Antraz has the Kanohi Jutlin, the mask of corruption. Vampra has the Kanohi Avsa, the mask of hunger. Drains light from its targets, not unlike a Shadow Leech, so it's like a vampirism, but for light instead of blood. Kyrox has the Kanohi Shelek, the mask of silence, which I'm not really sure what is so immoral about that one. Krika has the Kanohi Krast, the mask of repulsion, which just pushes things away. This one's actually really good because he can push the ground away from himself, which lets him fly. So it also gives him the power to fly, just sort of by accident. Gorast has the Kanohi Felnas, which is the mask of disruption. It disrupts abilities which can have unpredictable effects depending on what ability it is disrupting. This mask apparently makes Gorast need to feed on light. Gorast is like a ravenous light-sucking beast. The Kanohi Motrek, worn by Bitil, probably the weirdest one, the Mask of Time Duplication. If you've read Homestuck, Dave Strider, as the Knight of Time, can just, like, bring versions of himself from the future and the past, create, like, a horde of himself to help him do stuff. That's what the Mask of Time Duplication does, but only from the past. Bitil can bring versions of himself from the past to help himself in the future. Now, the version of himself from the past doesn't remember anything that they did in the future. So, Bitil will occasionally just disappear and come back randomly and not know anything that happened in the intervening time. And the implication is that he was briefly summoned to the future by his future self to do something, and he came back with no memory of what he was doing there. So that's how Bitil can just multiply himself indefinitely. There can be as many iterations of Bitil as there need to be at any given time. Note about the Brotherhood of Makuta. It's kind of okay to still call, or for certain characters to still call Makuta Pterodax just the Makuta, because the way that the Brotherhood of Makuta is organized, this wasn't always the case, but at a certain point, they all decided that they would each rule or protect, because they used to be protectors of the Matoran and of the universe. Each of them would be given like a region to be the protector of. If you lived in that region, you would be under the protection of the Makuta of your region, who you wouldn't even know their name. You would just know, oh, he's the Makuta. You might not even know that there are other regions with other Makuta. You would just know, I live here, this is the Makuta. So, Makuta Pterodax was the Makuta of Metru Nui. Metru Nui Matoran, they just knew him as the Makuta. It's like a title, basically. So the other Makuta, they would have each been given like a domain to have been the protector of. Some of them are confirmed, some of them are, it's just assumed, but I think we know that Bitil was the Makuta of some of the southern islands, possibly the west chain of southern islands, because there is a west and an east chain of southern islands, which I'll circle back to that. Gorast was apparently the Makuta of the Trenkrom Peninsula, which remember is part of the northern continent. Some of these are not entirely confirmed. Krika may have been the Makuta of the rest of the northern continent aside from the Trenkrom Peninsula. Vampra may have been the Makuta of Odina. Antros may have been the Makuta of Zia. Kyrox was apparently the Makuta of whatever island Kitongu was from, and also the island called Visorak, which is where the Visorak, the species, came from. Makuta Icarax, remember the guy who retrieved the staff of Artaka for Pterodax. I guess he was the Makuta of Karzani. There's another Makuta, Tridax. I'm not sure what he was the Makuta of. There was a Makuta called Kojol, who I think is dead. I think he died at some point, who was apparently the Makuta of Artaka. I'm surprised Artaka even needed a Makuta since it had our boy Artaka living there. But I guess he never comes out of his fortress, so what do I know? There was another Makuta called Spiria, the Makuta of Zakaz, which is the place where the Skakti, as in the Paraka, come from. He may have also been the Makuta of Artidax, the southern island. And remember, the southern islands are mostly not noteworthy, except Artidax is. Makuta Pterodax was not always the leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta. There was a previous leader, Miserix. Under Miserix's rule, 80,000 years ago was when the Baraki led the League of Six Kingdoms in rebellion against the Brotherhood of Makuta in an attempt to become rulers of the Matoran universe. Shortly thereafter, there was another incident, the Matoran Civil War. It started with a trade dispute between Ta Metru and Po Metru. The other Metrus got dragged in, and it ended up being Ta Metru, Onu Metru, and Ga Metru against Po Metru, Le Metru, and Ko Metru. The city broke out in civil war for like 500 years or so. This event was so disruptive that it weakened and sickened Mata Nui so much, the Great Spirit Mata Nui, like God was so hurt by this event that he started dying. This was the other time, the only other time before now the Mask of Life had to be used to save the Great Spirit's life. Remember that there was one Toa who used it before Matoro. He was part of a team which included Toa Jovan, but that's neither here nor there. We don't actually know the name of the Toa that sacrificed himself. Jovan is the only member of that team whose name we know. Basically, the consequences of this Matoran civil war were so potentially disastrous that Makuta Miserix, then the leader of the Brotherhood, was like, okay, we need to take a firmer hand in watching over these Matoran and making sure that they don't pull any of this nonsense anymore and endanger the whole freaking universe like they did this time. And this was when he assigned one Makuta to every region. Everywhere in the Matoran universe, some Makuta needs to be there to keep an eye out and make sure that nothing like this ever happens again. The Brotherhood of Makuta's headquarters is on an island called Destral, which is capable of teleporting. Like, it can appear in different seas and different domes. Much of this history of the Brotherhood of Makuta is related in the Mutran diaries, which are the writings of this one Makuta Mutran, who was a large set, along with his little minion, Vikon, his little baby servant, a Shadow Matoran, naturally. He's like a scientist. He's like a mad scientist, and I'm pretty sure he invented the Shadow Leeches, like he bred them or created them. That's kind of a thing that all Makuta do. Not the sentient species, but all the Rahi were created by Makuta. The Makuta are like scientists, but they also kind of see it as an art. They concoct new Rahi in their laboratories, and they send them out there just to see which ones are successful. And they sometimes bicker with each other about whose Rahi are better than whose, and whose versions of such and such Rahi was better. Remember, they found Makuta's lair. The Toa Metru did. They found his lair, and it had the Rahi Nui in it. That was all these pieces of Rahi stuck together that he was putting together with energized protodermis. This is what Makuta do. They use energized protodermis as well as viruses. viruses, and they put viruses into energized protodermis, and these viruses are also part of like concocting a new Rahi. So when Makuta was that gas that was in that tank, and they were using his essence to zombify the Matoran on Voya Nui, and they called it a virus, no, that's been retconned. That's not what viruses are. They were just wrong about that. Viruses are something else that Makuta used to make Rahi. Speaking of being a gas, Makuta, their actual essence is this green antidermis gas energy, and they just kind of hold together pieces of armor as sort of like an artificial body. They inhabit mechanical things, including their own bodies that they build for themselves. They didn't used to be like that. They used to be biomechanical like other things in the Matoran universe. They just eventually evolved, obviously not through natural selection because they don't reproduce. They Lamarckian evolutioned their way into just not having real bodies anymore. One day, one of the Makuta was just like, hey, I don't have a body anymore. And the others were like, oh, weird, us neither. Cool, neat. It was Kojol. Makuta Kojol was the one who first realized like, ooh, wait, why is my body made of green energy now? The rest are like, hey, mine too. And now they're made of energy, which apparently makes them physically weaker to some extent, but it makes them, you can't kill them by just destroying their bodies. They are vulnerable to certain forms of attack, like light attacks can damage their antidermis directly. If they're removed from their body and they have no body to inhabit for a while, they will dissipate and die, but it takes a while for that to happen, and it's hard to damage the pure antidermis. Light attacks can do it. Certain forms of attacks can do it. But generally it's an advantageous thing to be bodiless. They get the Ninra ghosts that I mentioned. They bring these weaponsmiths, the Ninra ghosts, to build them proto-steel bodies. They add additional armor and stuff to their bodies since they no longer have useless flesh taking up the space. They're pure proto-steel, which is the hardest material in the universe. Last note about Kojol. The reason he died, after the Makuta positioned themselves as sort of de facto rulers of all the different regions of the Matoran universe, Artaka created the Kanohi Avoki, and the Makuta didn't like this at all, but they weren't going to do anything about it because Artaka's like really powerful. But Kojol decided to attack Artaka and take the mask, which he did successfully. He suffered huge losses attacking this fortress, and it was a whole big hullabaloo. But he got the mask, he got the Avoki, so the Brotherhood came into possession of it, and of course later it would be stolen by the Toa Haga when they realized that the Brotherhood had turned evil. But despite succeeding at this, because he did so of his own initiative and not on Makuta Pterodax's orders, Pterodax had him executed and they made it look like an accident. I believe it involved accidentally releasing like a proto-steel eating virus that just devoured his body and left him bodiless, and he dissolved. They didn't used to be evil. When they were originally made, they were good, or they were the same as anyone else. They could be good or bad. They simply just decided at some point, like maybe they voted on it, to just deliberately decide to just purge all the light from themselves. Like the Shadow Matoran are Matoran whose light has been absorbed and it makes them evil. They decided to deliberately just purge the light from themselves because light makes you good, compassionate, and empathetic and nice, and that's weak. And they didn't want to be weak, they wanted to be strong, so they just got rid of that stuff. They made themselves evil just because they wanted to. They accidentally evolved to have no bodies, seemingly at random, because it was advantageous, and then deliberately they decided, let's be evil because it's advantageous and we want to be stronger. It's better to be evil. It's an advantage, so we'll do it. Good? No thank you. Light? After they purge themselves of light and become evil on purpose, all the Makuta collectively resent the Matoran because the Makuta are basically the authority. They're the closest thing to like a ruling body the Matoran universe has. They're in charge of keeping order and keeping everyone safe, more or less. And yet the Matoran worship and give honor to the great spirit Mata Nui, who doesn't actually seem to like do anything. He's just kind of God. He's just sort of, he's all around us, he's ineffable. And the Makuta really resent that. They don't know what's with these Matoran. Could you not honor us at least a little bit? The Matoran, no, it's all about the great spirit Mata Nui for them. So the Makuta have a long-standing, they resent the Matoran, they want to be idolized by them, but they're not really. The Baraki Rebellion gave Makuta the idea, well, these idiots can't take over the universe because we'll just crush them, but maybe someone could. Like, maybe someone who's powerful enough and wise enough actually could take over the entire Matoran universe. So he forms a plan to do this, and he proposes this to the rest of the Brotherhood of Makuta. Basically, it splits the Brotherhood down the middle. Some of them are for it, some of them are against it, including the leader of the Makuta Miserix. So basically, Makuta Pterodax attacks Makuta Miserix, fights him, defeats him. He just does a coup. Anyone who's loyal to me, anyone who wants to join me in my attempt to take our rightful place as rulers of the universe, join me. Anyone who is not with me, we're killing you. He orders the other Makuta, kill all the dissenters. Not exactly sure how many were killed in the rebellion. Plenty. Miserix is supposed to be killed, but he's not. All the surviving Makuta are ones that are loyal to Makuta Pterodax, but some are more loyal than others. Krika, actually, was supposed to kill Miserix, execute him, but Krika took pity on Miserix, and instead of killing him, he actually just brought him to a southern island called Artidax and hid him there in exile. And Mutran knows this, but he doesn't really care that much about it. He's not particular one way or the other, so he does not divulge this to Pterodax. Mutran also knows, okay, remember when Zaktan, thousands of years ago, in that Brotherhood of Makuta outpost, found tablets detailing Makuta's secret plan? Well, Makuta's secret plan is based on some secret knowledge, some extremely forbidden knowledge that nobody knows. But Mutran knows, because in his diary, he writes that he went once upon a time, long time ago, to a certain secret southern island. And on this secret southern island, it turned out that there was imprisoned a giant... there's no other way to say it. There's a Lovecraftian monster. There's an ancient Lovecraftian monster that's older than the universe, just trapped on some random southern island somewhere. This is Tren Krom's island. The creature is Tren Krom. Yes, the same Tren Krom as in the Tren Krom Peninsula and the Tren Krom Break. And I don't know why the Matorans seem to love to name things after Tren Krom. I don't know why they love Tren Krom so much. Because Tren Krom is just like a colossal... He's not biomechanical. He's the only non-biomechanical creature in the entire universe. Well, other than the Makuta, I guess, because they are like have no bodies at all. Tren Krom is a giant organic blob of like red gelatinous goo, eye sockets, and tentacles and psionic powers. And he's so horrifying to look at that you go insane if you look at him for too long. And a long time ago, Mutran just happened to pass by this island, and Tren Krom like reached out his mental proboscis and like mind linked with Mutran briefly because he wanted to learn about what was going on outside this island that he's trapped on. And he touched Mutran's mind, and Mutran got some of Tren Krom's knowledge as well. And Mutran learned the true nature of the Matoran universe, which is key to Makuta's plan for how he intends to take over. Now, Mutran is not in a position to really do anything about it because he's not going to oppose Pterodax. Mutran just does what he's told. It's unclear to me how many of the other Makuta really understand the nature of the plan. Mutran definitely does, because of this Tren Krom encounter. He may be one of the few. These 6 Makuta are all more or less in line with Pterodax. Krika goes along with what Pterodax tells him to do, but he's secretly kind of is sort of iffy on the plan, doesn't really have any faith that the Makuta, plural, the Brotherhood, can pull off whatever it is they're doing, thinks the plan is probably just a harebrained scheme and they're all doomed. I like Krika a lot. He's like the Eeyore of the Brotherhood of Makuta. Gorast is a little different. Gorast is like a fanatically devoted to Makuta. She's also female. Somewhere, maybe it was on the forums, Greg said that there were originally 100 Makuta and 15 of them were female. Uneven gender split. Gorast is one of the females, and she is fanatically devoted to following Pterodax's orders, maybe in love with him, if such a thing even exists among Makuta. I think that's kind of funny, given that, at least in the movie, Rudaka also seemed to be maybe in love with Pterodax as well. An image is cohering that Pterodax is sort of like a ladies' man, such as one can be in the Matoran universe. Maybe not, because Rudaka, she was betraying the Dark Hunters by selling information to the Brotherhood of Makuta, but she was playing both sides and also selling information from the Makuta to the Dark Hunters. So really, she's just out for herself. Icarax. Now, we saw Icarax deliver the staff of Artaka, and at the time, it seemed like he was just doing whatever. He was just taking whatever orders he was given. Pterodax is not actually present in Karda Nui for any of what's about to happen. He's off doing some secret stuff to make the final preparations for his secret plan, so we'll get back to him. He's sort of off screen, and these guys are just here doing things going along with the plans or reacting to Makuta's plans however they feel like. Icarax is basically like, well, if Pterodax isn't here, Icarax kind of thinks that he should be in charge. Icarax is not the most powerful Makuta, that's Pterodax, but he is the strongest in like physical combat, and he's sort of uppity about it. Icarax would probably try to take over the Brotherhood if he thought he could do it. He's got the Kanohi Krakan. He picked it up off the shores of Metru Nui. Icarax is kind of what they say in Game of Thrones, they say every lord's got like some unruly bannermen that are ready to take over if he slips up. Icarax is like Makuta's unruly bannerman, sort of his questionably loyal second in command, who would definitely usurp him if he got the chance. Speaking of Metru Nui, Icarax passed through there to pick up the Krakan after the Paraka dropped it. While he's there, he may have been the one to drop a Shadow Leech. Remember, Takanuva has just been hanging out in Metru Nui this whole time, and then the Toa Mari come back. You save the Great Spirit. Good job. Oh, Matoro died. That's really sad. But, we saved the universe, so mission successful. Basically, one day, Takanuva just randomly gets hit with a Shadow Leech, just as he's, like, walking down the street. Remember, the Shadow Leeches turn Matoran into Shadow Matoran. So the Shadow Leech jump on him and they start sucking his light out. And he's like, oh, God. He, like, shoots it with a laser beam from his hand and, like, burns it off, like, before it can finish sucking his light out. But it gets some of his light, and so it sort of, like, darkens him, leaving him kind of a messed up, half light, half shadow, twilight version of himself. He wakes up in the archives on like a slab, like an operating table where they take like dead Rahi when they've been brought in to be like examined. And he's with this Toa of water and a Toa of sonics. And it's Krakua, the same guy that sent that message to Vakama all those years ago. And the Toa of water is Toa Helrix, who is the oldest Toa in the universe and also the leader of the Order of Mata Nui. Krakua is not technically a member of the Order of Mata Nui, but he's their ally and he works with them all the time, so he might as well be. Helrix is like the leader and the founder of the Order of Mata Nui, and she's like, hey Takanuva, great to meet you. We need to tell you some really important stuff. We want you to go join the Toa Nuva in Karda Nui. It's the most important place in the universe. It's the heart of the universe. We're going to get you there. But first, let me give you some secret knowledge. And she takes out another Kratana, and she latches this Kratana onto his face, and it gives him a vision, and it shows him the whole backstory of the Toa Nuva. The history of the Matoran universe is roughly 100,000 years, maybe a little more. Toa Helrix is the oldest Toa in the universe. She was the first Toa ever made. But she's not that much older than the Toa Nuva. The Toa Nuva were created in Karda Nui. They lived among these Av-Matoran. Back then, Karda Nui was just like a desert. And kind of like Takanuva right now, one day the six Toa Nuva just woke up. Of course, they looked like this at the time. This was before their transformation and then their other transformation. But they woke up on six, operating tables where they had just been constructed, and they were like, who are we? Where are we? And they were like, you're the Toa Mata and you've just been born. Now start training. The Order of Mata Nui, including Hydraxon was like their trainer, basically. He was their coach, and he had them do all these team building exercises and physical training and learning to use their mask powers and learning to use their elemental powers. They had to fight against these living lightning bolts that lived in Karda Nui at the time, light elemental monsters that would be a nuisance every now and then. Okay, they look like lightning bolts, but they're called Avoka, and Av means light, because Karda Nui is sort of a light elemental place. That's why the light Matoran live there. They get trained by Hydraxon. They tell Tahu and Kopaka, and they don't tell the other four. Tahu and Kopaka are secretly told, hey, when you guys' training are done, you're actually going to have to get sealed away for like hundreds of thousands of years or however long it takes, because you guys are going into reserve. You're going to be like the universe's last line of defense. You were some of the first Toa created, so we're going to seal you away in case of emergency. So we're going to have to put you in hibernation. The time draws near for this, and then like an energy storm starts in Karda Nui. Karda Nui is like the heart of the Matoran universe. And I think these energy storm is it being like activated to power like the rest of the Matoran universe. This was about 100,000 years ago. The Av-Matoran continued to live here, including Takua. He is actually an Av-Matoran. He was an Av-Matoran the whole time. He used to live here in Karda Nui, and some of these guys even remember him and like wonder where he went, actually. Whatever happened to old Takua? 60,000 years ago. So this would have been 40,000 years after these memories and visions that Takanuva is receiving through this Kratana, there is an event called the Time Slip. There is exactly 6 months that nobody in the universe remembers what happens, and there are no written records of it anywhere. This is noted in the Bionicle Worlds guidebook, which is one of my favorite guidebooks. It's just lore dump the book. The Time Slip is mentioned in Worlds, and I believe the explanation for what happened is given in the Makuta's Guide to the Universe, which is another guidebook. Basically, what happened during the Time Slip is that the Order of Mata Nui, an organization so extensive and so powerful that nobody's ever heard of them, and yet they can seemingly do anything, they erased everyone in the universe's memory for this period during which they secretly smuggled out, not all, but some of the Avmatoran, because they knew that the Makuta were evil, and they were creatures of shadow, and therefore a potential Toa of Light was theoretically the most effective way to counter their power, and the Avoki existed, but in order for the Avoki to bring about a Toa of Light, there would need to be Matoran of Light. And so they thought the Makuta might conceivably try to genocide all the Avmatoran to make sure that no Toa of Light can ever arise. Therefore, we're going to take a small number of Avmatoran and spread them throughout other parts of the universe, bring them to other islands, and disguise them as other kinds of Matoran, just so that there will always be some somewhere that could potentially become a Toa of Light, just as a failsafe against the Makuta's power, the Brotherhood's power. So this is why Takua was secretly an Avmatoran. He was brainwashed into thinking, I mean, he eventually lost his memories due to the spheres in which he was brought to Mata Nui, but in Metru Nui, he also was brainwashed and had his memories removed and was convinced that he was a Tamatoran by the Order of Mata Nui during the Time Slip. He was an Avmatoran all along. By the way, the thing about Avmatoran is that because light, color comes from light, and white light includes all the colors, therefore an Avmatoran can change their color at will. They can appear whatever color they want to. So all three of these are Avmatoran in spite of different colors. Takua he looked red because he thought he should be red, and so he was. Not knowing that he was Avmatoran, he must not have even thought that he could even change his color, even if he wanted to. Anyway, this storm happens. The Toa Mata are sealed away inside of this thing, this chamber, this spherical object called the Codrex. And the Codrex is in the center of Karda Nui. It's this highly secure spherical building that contains a whole bunch of tech. It's got all kinds of weird sci-fi stuff in there. It's got vehicles that the Toa could use, and it's got the containment chambers wherein the Toa were put into suspended animation in their canisters, where they would be suspended for so long, 100,000 years or so, their organic parts would wither away and their parts would all fall apart, but they would technically still be alive. And then eventually, when Takua assembles the Toa stones, I guess this caused the Codrex to eject their canisters, and then they were shot into the sky, and then they landed in the ocean and floated onto Mata Nui, and then they came out and they assembled themselves, not remembering any of what had happened before they were put into suspended animation. That's the story. In the present day, when the Toa Nuva get here, this jogs their memory too. They're like, wait a minute, we've been here before. I think this is where we came from. And their quest, now that they're here, is they have to find the Codrex. They have to find where it is now that Karda Nui has been transformed by all these stalactites and all this water and the swamp and stuff. And the keystones, the things that they are looking for, the collectible this year, getting all the keystones together forms the key that opens the Codrex and will allow them to get in there and do whatever it is they have to do. So Takanuva receives all this information through the Kratana, and then Brutaka, who, by the way, when Takanuva got attacked by the Shadow Leech, he senses there's a Dark Hunter in the archives, and he's like, oh, I gotta do something about that, and then he gets Shadow Leeched. Turns out he was right. Dweller, the same Dweller from that short story, The Dweller Report, where he was spying on the Rahaga and Turaga Duma in Metru Nui after the Cataclysm. Brutaka, found a Dweller somewhere. He's like, don't worry, he's been taken care of. So Brutaka is here, presumably with a fish tank dome over his head because he's a water breather now. And Toa Helrich is like, okay, on behalf of the Order of Mata Nui, Takanuva, I'm sending you as well to Karda Nui to help the Toa Nuva in their quest for the Codrex. And Brutaka gives him, remember that a voice told Liwa to go to Mata Nui and get the Great Sundial? Well, they used a disc of shrinking to shrink the sundial, and now it's a normal size sundial, or a handheld sundial, and he gives him the shrunk sundial, and he's like, use this. The sundial points to the Codrex. This is what it's for all along. So when you get there, you can use it to help the Toa Nuva find where they need to go. Brutaka, you remember, the Kanohi Olmec opens dimensional portals. So the plan is he's going to open a dimensional portal and let Takanuva teleport right to Karda Nui. Very convenient, right? However, the Olmec has been damaged, possibly in the battle with Makuta or just in all the trials and tribulations that Brutaka has gone through. Brutaka's getting kind of messed up by all this. So the Olmec has been damaged somewhat, so it's not 100% sure that the teleport will work, but they're but it's your only chance. It's the best chance. If it doesn't work, I'm sure you'll figure it out. It's fine. They open up a dimensional portal. Go on, Takanuva. Get in. Your destiny awaits. You're their only hope. And he's like, okay. So he goes through the dimensional portal, and there... Should I even get into what happens in the portal now, or do I need to step back and get back to Karda Nui? I don't know. I'll have to reflect. All right, I'm gonna take a break from filming for now. Whoa! Sorry about that. I know it was only a few seconds for you, but I just went on a months-long reality-swapping, multiversal, alternate reality adventure. I went to an alternate reality where I hit my all-time personal best on the bench press, and another where I learned how to make wine and got really weirdly into it for a while, and another where I finally completed delivering all my books from the Slime and Punishment Kickstarter. Huh. Wacky. Most hauntingly, I actually visited another timeline where you watched this entire video and didn't become a channel member or patron at patreon.com/bensaint. Truly nightmarish. Anyway, I gained a bunch of secret knowledge on my travels, so now, instead of waiting until the end of making this video and then going back and adding corrections, I have future sight to let me correct my mistakes before I even made them. So let me address some of those. So the original 2001, original McDonald's Toys Mictoran figures. These are the 6. However, there was kind of a 7th one. You couldn't get it at McDonald's. It was packaged with a CD-ROM demo called the Power Pack, and it was a figure of Hafu. Remember Hafu, the Pomatoran sculptor from the Mata Nui online game? I've gone back and forth on whether I should put him on here. I kind of think I should. Not sure if that's a hot take that anyone's going to get mad at me about. Might be a little bit of a contentious inclusion, but Hafu, debatably one of the original Mictoran. He was sold as an official set that you could buy, so I think he meets the criteria. Here's something that I wish I had mentioned during the Voyage Nui saga. Remember way back when the 6 Matoran, Jala, Hali, Kongu, Huki, Nuparu, and Matoro, were traveling underneath the city and they found their way to Karzani. There was that bit where Takanuva went into that dark tunnel and then the other 6 all joined hands and followed him in a chain, and Matoro at the end felt someone grab his hand, and then he came out the other end and there was no one behind him. So it was who was that? The answer to that is that it was the Mask of Life reaching out to him. The Mask of Life had already chosen Matoro as its chosen one. Remember, when they defeated Vezon, Kongu read the Mask's mind, and the Mask was thinking that it didn't like Vezon anymore, it liked Matoro. Basically, the Mask had already picked Matoro even back then, and Matoro felt the Mask's hand. The Mask works in mysterious ways. Another weird little bit about Matoro, the Encyclopedia of Bionicle says that when the Toa Inika were going down the cord, on their way to Mahri Nui before they became the Mahri, as an Inika, he had the mask that sort of let him become like a ghost and send his spirit out to go scouting. The encyclopedia says that he was using that and he's left his body unattended, and the antidermis of Makuta came down through the cord, on its way to inhabit the body of Maxilos and possessed him. I don't know. I guess they managed to drive it out and he went on his way, but he was briefly possessed by Makuta at the time. This does not happen in the book, but it says that it happened in the encyclopedia. So I guess I'd say it is canon. Maybe the book just skipped it. I don't know. If this did happen, the Toa didn't know it was Makuta. They were just Matoro was taken over by a malevolent presence and they were confused, what happened for a second. And then they figured out later, it was Makuta's antidermis. Speaking of the Mask of Life, so you notice that here it is on the board and it's silver. It's normally gold, but when the universe is in danger, it turns silver and then it starts a countdown. It gets darker and darker, and it eventually turns black. And when it is black, it basically is like an emergency shutdown. It like destroys the universe. The Matoran universe is destroyed as like a failsafe, like a self-destruct to prevent something even worse from happening. What could be worse than the entire universe ending? I don't know. Maybe something. Karzani's vision. The dome is filling with water, everything crumbling, everyone dies. That would happen. Now that I think about it, I think that the reason it would happen might be because the mask would turn black and initiate a self-destruct to destroy the universe function. I think it might be the case that if Mata Nui simply died and the Great Spirit were dead, the universe would just go dormant and be dead, and maybe it would deteriorate over a long period of time. I don't think it would immediately destroy itself, except that the mask does do that if things get bad enough. So the mask might be the reason the universe would be destroyed in such dramatic fashion. So I said the mask was darkening when they were out in the black water in Mahri Nui, and the mask was in danger, and the universe was about to end. I was wrong. That did not happen. Greg clarified this on the forums. The mask was gold all throughout that. Why, you ask, when the universe was literally in danger and Mata Nui was right about to die? Greg said that the mask does its countdown thing when it's inside the Matoran universe. Mahri Nui and the Blackwater is outside the Matoran universe. It's up on the surface, basically, in the sea, on the surface sea, outside of there. So outside the Matoran universe, it does not do that. The Matoran universe is these domes underground. During the events of Mahri Nui, the mask was up here. Outside the universe, it did not do its thing, turning black and counting down to destroy the universe, etc. After the business with Matoro, the mask fell down here into the swamp. The mask is like alive and it has a will. It's kind of not really like a thinking thing. Although its encounter with Matoro made it more of a thinking thing, awakened its thoughts or its humanity, I guess you could say. It basically starts to think about Matoro and think like Matoro. So as it's sitting down here in like the muck and the grime at the bottom of the Karda Nui swamp, it basically thinks to itself, that guy was really brave and cool, and I like him, and I want to be like him. And to do that, it summons its life power, and it like coalesces the swamp goo and the swamp soil and plant matter and stuff, congeals it into a body, a Toa body for itself. It also makes a sick hoverboard for itself while it's just making stuff out of swamp goo. Right there, wearing itself as its mask, it's this thing. This is Toa Ignika. He's not like actually a Toa. I mean, he looks like one and he's shaped like one. He has elemental powers of life, but his elemental powers are just the powers that the Mask of Life has. It has command over the power of life, which is really strong. It's way stronger than a regular Toa power. He can basically just will anything to die whenever he wants to. He can just like think thoughts at it and its life will accelerate and it will age to infinity and crumble to dust in a second. He's like wicked powerful, but he has the mind of like a baby. He's literally just started thinking conscious thoughts like today. He's this ultra powerful thing walking around with the power over life and death and a baby's brain, riding his sick hoverboard hither and thither. And I say he because literally this is true. This is not a joke. The first thing that the Toa Ignika does when he creates himself is he gives himself pronouns. He thinks to himself, I am no longer it. I am he. So don't get it twisted. Ignika wants to be a Toa, so he goes and he joins up with the Fantoka, that's Liwa Pohatu, Kopaka. The three of them are assaulting a hive that the Makuta have built where they're breeding shadow leeches, that they're taking over the Matoran with. Ignika goes and joins them. They have a battle. The Makuta try and get tricky and use their illusions to make the Fantoka see the Ignika as like a monster, like a giant worm, I think. So they're attacking the Ignika thinking he's a worm because like the Ignika could kill them all in a second, and he starts to kill them and suck their life life energy out, but I think they get help from the Avmatoran, and it flickers the illusion, and they figure out the ruse, and then they escape, and then the Ignika withers a vine that's holding this. It's like a giant stone beehive that's hanging from the top. I put the map up again. It's hanging from the ceiling of Karda Nui, and he withers the vine and the whole thing just and obliterates this big part of their operation. Makuta Icarax shows up again to join the battle. Remember how the Makuta used to be biomechanical and then they evolved into pure energy? The Ignika's life powers revert him backwards in his life cycle to be biomechanical again, which makes him stronger because a physical body is more powerful than a wispy immaterial essence, but it also causes him excruciating pain because remember his body is artificial. He's not naturally shaped that way. They built this armor for his spirit to inhabit. His flesh is just squeezed in between this mass of metal plates, and I guess that causes him pain. And so I don't know, that's just what happens to Icarax. That's his nature now. So meanwhile, the other three Toa, the Mystica, they're down in the swamp looking for the keystones, not the Mako keystones, the keystones, fighting the other Makuta. Long story short, they are successful in their battle. They retrieve the other keystones from, some Matoran have one, and the Makuta are guarding another, and they do some tricks. The Mystica and the Fantoka meet up again. The six Toa are together again. They're winning. And then they just take the keystones, and they just make their way to the Codrex. Remember how I said that Takanuva was given the great sundial, which points to the Codrex? Forget about that. It doesn't matter. They already found it, and he's not even there yet. Oh well. Actually, I think a later book retcons it and is no, Takanuva actually arrived before they went to the Codrex. They're definitely mentioned as reaching the Codrex before Takanuva is mentioned getting there, but maybe it happened out of order. So we come again to a point in the story where, in between books, the story devolves into a bunch of episodic chapter by chapter short stories that are all sort of happening interlaced with each other. Kind of like in Mahri Nui, there was the thing with Toa Lesovic was happening at the same time as the Gali Nuva blog, and the backstory about Toa Tuyet. Oh, Tuyet. That's right, I forgot. Look, I hinted at this before, and then I forgot to give the payoff. So before I forget, Toa Tuyet, in her story, how she was trying to protect the Nui Stone from the Dark Hunters. They said the Dark Hunters had been attacking, and they've been having to fight them off. Well, they mentioned fighting a Dark Hunter who had shapeshifted into a giant yellow Rahi, probably the same shapeshifting Dark Hunter that Toa Norik and Toa Varian met up with in No One Gets Left Behind. There was the Toa of Sonics called Gray, who was actually a shapeshifted Dark Hunter named Triglax. So this is Triglax, and he was shapeshifted into a giant yellow Rahi. That's Kitongu. And this actually explains why the Dark Hunter book had Kitongu on the cover, even though Kitongu is not a Dark Hunter, he's a Rahi. It was Triglax shapeshifted into Kitongu. So technically it's Triglax on the cover. Thank you, Greg. That was killing, it was eating me up. And it's all good now. Right, but anyway, at this point, the story splinters into all these chapter by chapter side stories. Let's start with Federation of Fear, which is actually really funny. I'm not the first to make this comparison, but it's kind of impossible to avoid. It's basically Suicide Squad. The Order of Mata Nui, they have all these prisoners that they've imprisoned in the cosmic jail of the pit, and they've got their new guy, Brutaka. He was a wayward son for a while, but he's back in the fold. The first assignment that they give him, because Brutaka is kind of a little bit of a bad guy, he's a little edgy, so maybe to test his loyalty or whatever, they assign him a team of bad guys to whip into shape and go on a suicide mission because no one would miss them if they died and they're expendable, but also the mission's really important and they need powerful dudes to do it. So the Order of Mata Nui puts Brutaka in charge of Vezon, Rudaka, Karapar, Takadox, and Makuta Spiria. Remember, Spiria is the Makuta who is responsible for experimenting on the Skakdi to give them superpowers and make them all into psychopaths. So all the other ones are just prisoners of the Order of Mata Nui. Makuta Spiria is there basically for protection against the other Makuta, because if the other Makuta find him, they'll kill him. He's an outcast. So their mission is to go to, I mentioned this before, the southern island called Artidax. This is the island that Tahu and Kopaka were sent to prevent a volcanic eruption on. It is the island where Makuta Krika brought Makuta Miserix, the former leader of the Brotherhood of Makuta, after Pterodax deposed him. He was supposed to kill him, but instead he was sent into exile by Krika. So Miserix is there, and the Brotherhood wants to go there and free him because they know that Makuta Pterodax is about to enact the plan, and we don't know what the plan is yet, but they know he's up to something. And they think that Miserix would be a powerful ally and they'll need his help in order to stop him. So we're not told where the journey starts. Probably Daxia. They all get on a boat and they're like, okay, well, we're all on the boat, but we need a bigger boat. So we're gonna first go to Stelt. Long story short, they steal a bigger boat from a trader there. He's said to be of the same species as Sidorak was. He recognizes Rudaka as like the guy who killed Sidorak and he wants to kill her, but they knock him out and they take the boat. So they start sailing south, but Makuta Spiria, he's got schemes, and he is actually allied with the Zyglak. Shocking that anyone could ever ally with the Zyglak, but he managed to do it somehow. So he has a bunch of Zyglak show up on like rickety ramshackle junk boats. They mutiny against Brutaka, they hold Brutaka captive, Spiria takes over, and then he sets sail for Zakaz, where, I mean, they don't like him on Zakaz. The Skakti are not fans of him any more than anyone else is, but I guess he just is familiar with Zakaz and he thinks he can form a stronghold there. So he and his now fleet of Zyglak ships land on Zakaz, and the Zyglak and the Skakti start killing each other. But then, under the ocean, under the boats, a bunch of creatures who Karapar and Takadox recognize. It's not Elek, but it says that they look like Elek. These are maybe the creatures that Elek used to be when he was a warlord before he got mutated by the pit mutagen. And these guys are aquatic, so these guys actually did breathe water before. But they are friends of Brutaka, and they help and they destroy the Zyglak ships, and they put down Spiria's rebellion, and they take Spiria captive again. Spiria can't just leave because if the Brotherhood find him, they'll kill him. So Spiria's like, oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I'll go to the brig, sir. Also, just at this moment, another boat shows up, a Dark Hunter boat, and Lariska, the Dark Hunter, the one who offered Toa Nidiki the deal, betray Metru Nui and we'll make you its king. It's that Dark Hunter. She shows up and teams up with them. She's working with Brutaka. The Order of Mata Nui and the Dark Hunters are actually in alliance now, basically because the Brotherhood of Makuta is the enemy of both of them, and, you know, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We're never given a description of Lariska, hardly at all. All we really know is that she uses throwing knives, and the one thing that's mentioned about how she looks is that one of her arms is completely mechanical, like she is missing or had to amputate an arm, has a fully mechanical one instead of a biomechanical one. It's funny to me that anyone even remarks upon this, because this is a world where swapping out pieces of your body is not exactly unheard of behavior, so I don't know why anyone even thinks to mention this, but they do. This is kind of Lariska's one trait. So Lariska joins up, and now they finally leave Zakaz, and I don't know which route they take, but they go south. So they're finally headed to Artidax, but before they go, they have to stop and pick up a cache of weapons that the Order of Mata Nui left for Brutaka to pick up and arm themselves with. However, it's been dropped off at, like, not the place it was supposed to be dropped off because something happened with the people who were delivering it, which are Trinuma and Botar. They were supposed to bring it to one place, but they got interrupted and they landed on the wrong island. And then while they were there, maybe just by coincidence, Makuta Icarax, who I guess was on his way to Karda Nui, just happened to pass by, and he fought the two of them, and he actually killed Botar. He crushed him with magnetism, so Botar is dead. But just so you know, don't worry, it doesn't matter. They immediately replace him with another guy who looks exactly the same, and is only ever referred to as Botar's replacement. So It's fine. But Trinuma gets away. But anyway, they leave this weapons cache here. Icarax didn't need it. They go to get it, and on this island, Spheria realizes that they're actually on Tren Krom's island. This is the island that Makuta met Tren Krom and learned the secrets of the universe. Tren Krom, uses his psychic powers and, manipulates the island and, summons them inside of his cave and basically wants to know, tell me what's been going on in the outside world. Grabs them with psychic tentacles and reads their minds and stuff. And he finds out that Makuta is enacting a plan, and he, Tren Krom, knows what the plan is. I guess he is able to infer it. Karapar tries to sneak up on Tren Krom and hit him with an axe while he's got these other guys grabbed in tentacles, and Tren Krom just blasts him with a psychic. It just obliterates him, crystallizes him, and shatters him into nothing. He's dust now. He's gone. And Tren Krom gives a little bit of his backstory. He says that he is older than the universe, and he was made by the great beings, basically to be in charge of the universe, like the great spirit Mata Nui is the god of this universe. Tren Krom was the original god of the universe, or he was the original prototype god of the universe who controlled everything, and then they got rid of Tren Krom and they banished him to this island, and then they installed Mata Nui as god of this universe. The great beings did that. So Tren Krom, I think, is kind of jealous. Sort of considers himself the rightful ruler of the universe. And he also mentions that when he was I guess notified that the great beings were getting rid of him, the guy who delivered the message was that canister maker that the Matoran met in Karzani, the crazy guy. That's what drove him insane, was meeting Tren Krom to tell him, hey, you're fired. But anyway, Tren Krom and these guys, have this nice little exchange of information. And Tren Krom basically tells them, okay, I've looked at your mind, I've seen what's going on in the universe, and it seems like it's a terrible place. Seems like you've all messed it up beyond repair. I don't even want it anymore. Just leave. Just go live in this terrible universe that sucks and is bad. That's worse than anything I could do to you, so just leave. Goodbye. And then they leave. So they finally arrive at Ardedax, and there's a complex here where Miserix is imprisoned. It's full of anti-Makuta traps. So they send Makuta Spheria in first because he's a Makuta, so he'll trigger all the traps, and then the rest of them won't have to deal with them. As they're doing this, however, Takadox, who, by the way, Takadox is he seems sad after Karapar gets killed. Some of them think is he sad that his friend died? Other ones are no, Baraki don't have friends. They don't get sad. That's stupid. But maybe he is. Maybe he's depressed that one of his only not friends, but a guy he's known a long time is dead. But anyway, he takes the opportunity, he springs a trap and traps the other Federation of Fear guys in a pit, and he runs away and he steals their boat. And he sails it away himself, which is exactly what any of them should have done if they got the drop on him. I can't blame him at all. He's here against his will. But the rest of them, they make their way inside. They find Miserix. He's tied down with these magical chains. He sees Spheria. It's kind of ironic because Spheria is now despised and hated by the Brotherhood of Makuta. But Miserix is oh, hey, Spheria. Yeah, I remember you. When Pterodax betrayed me, you were the first one to defect, betray me, and join his side. Great to see you. And he just eats him. He uses his shadow hand and he sucks up Spheria and he eats him, and Spheria is dead. And good riddance to Spheria. Brutaka's okay, Miserix, Pterodax is doing some evil stuff and we want your help to fight him. And Miserix is yeah, okay, I do hate Pterodax more than anything, so yeah. We're not friends, obviously. I'm a bad guy, but we have a common enemy. Just like the Order of Mata Nui and the Dark Hunters. We have an uneasy alliance. So they free Miserix, and fortunately Miserix is a giant dragon, so they don't even need the boat anymore. The rest of them just climb on Miserix, and Miserix just flies them away to another island. So that's the story of the Federation of Fear. Miserix is freed. Mission successful. A globe-trotting adventure. Back on Zia, the Toa Haga had arrived. Well, they had arrived as the Rahaga, and Rudaka had reverted them to the Haga so that they could help fight the Tatarak, who had been fighting with the Kanohi dragon and ravaging the island. So they're still doing that. And then a ship arrives. I think 2 separate ships, actually, but it doesn't matter. Ships arrive, and the shadowed one, of the Dark Hunters, shows up. and he says, hey, I'm taking over the island so that Zia can't supply any more weapons to the Brotherhood of Makuta. And the Toa Haga are like, well, no, we're going to fight you because you're evil. But then Helrix is also there, and Helrix is like, no, we're allies now. I want him to take over Zia. Just let him do it. Remember, nobody knows who Helrix is because nobody knows who the Order of Mata Nui is. Like, most people have never even heard of it, or if they have heard of it, they think it's like a myth. So they are not particularly impressed by Helrix. They don't know who she is. Apparently, Helrix has decided that it is time to begin the Destiny War, the ultimate confrontation between the Order of Mata Nui and the Brotherhood of Makuta. No more secrecy. The Order of Mata Nui is coming out of hiding. It's open warfare time. So she says, no, Haga, you're going to do what I say. And they're like, well, we don't want to. But they do it anyway. So she tells them, okay, you need to go stop Makuta Pterodax. Because Makuta Pterodax, now we find out, the reason he's not in Karda Nui, he's in Metru Nui. In fact, he's doing something under the Colosseum. That's where, I don't know, some secret stuff is to be done. They have to go to Metru Nui. They're told to destroy the Colosseum and get under it. They arrive there, and the Toa Mari are there, and they're like, oh, hey guys, who are you? We've never met you before. And they're like, oh, hey guys, we're some Toa. We're going to destroy the Colosseum. And the Mari are like, what? And so they fight. They're like, you can't do that. There's a misunderstanding. We're going to have a battle. But then they're like, wait a minute. We're all good guys. Oh, you just want to get under the Colosseum. Okay, let's just work together and do that. So they, like, figure it out. They, like, build a device, and they use their elemental powers, and they, like, crack open a big hole in the side of the Colosseum, and the Toa Haga are like, thanks for your help, guys. And they go down under the Colosseum to do a mission, and we'll get back to them later. Also, Helrix or someone in the Order of Mata Nui gives the Haga Zaktan. Remember, the Paraka are snakes now. Well, they took Zaktan as a snake in like a fishbowl, and they gave it to the Haga. I don't know why they did this. Go do that, and by the way, here's Zaktan in a bowl. And Gaki, Toa Gaki, she has the Mask of Clairvoyance. As they're going to this mission under the Colosseum, she sees like a vision. She's like, oh no, we're going to a place of death. One of us will not return. It's a prophecy. Spoiler, it's Zaktan. They like drop the fishbowl and he dies. They're actually all fine, except Zaktan. But actually, Zaktan is also fine. He actually turns up later anyway. So it doesn't matter. They tried to fake you out, but then it turns out the fake out was a fake out and nothing actually happened. So after this thing with the Haga, the Toa Mari are still sad about Matoro. They built Turaga Oniwa built a giant statue of Matoro in the town square, kind of like the big statue of Kamina in Gurren Lagann, or any other thing where they build a statue to a hero. I guess Gurren Lagann didn't invent that. A Order of Mata Nui agent called Jomak. The Order of Mata Nui has like a bunch of random characters who are never like visually depicted in any way, but they're all some weird freaks that are some species that we've never seen, and they have powers that nobody else has, and Jomak is one of those characters. She's described as like a woman in black armor, and she can like disperse herself into like a cloud of like crystals, kind of like Zaktan can become bugs. She can just like split herself apart into crystals. Anyway, she shows up and she says, Order of Mata Nui mission, here's the Heart of the Visorak. Remember the Heart of the Visorak? That was a thing. I think it was Onua was dispatched to the Island of Visorak to obtain the Heart of the Visorak. That was one of the quests they had to do when the Toa Nuva had to do all those things to pave the way for Mata Nui to reawaken. Jomak gives them the Heart of the Visorak, and they says, you guys have to go back to Artidax. Remember, Artidax is where they went to go get Miserix from, and they're like, okay, and they get on a boat, and they spend, I don't know how many days it takes, all the way from Metru Nui to Artidax. Nothing happens on the trip, but they arrive there, and who do they find on Artidax but Takedox? Takedox, he stole the Federation of Fear's boat, but I guess it just broke, and he just didn't actually get to leave. He's still there on Artidax, and he's like, hello, Toa. I see you've brought a boat. And he sees that they have the Heart of the Visorak. The Heart of the Visorak, like, controls all Visorak, so all the Visorak in the universe are all converging on Artidax. They're, like, riding on little pieces of flotsam, and they're floating here on the sea. They're, by any means necessary, the entire population of the universe's Visorak are converging right now. And Takedox is like, okay, I see what's going on. By the way, I just saw two two mysterious beings, which I would assume are probably some other miscellaneous members of the Order of Mata Nui, show up here and do some weird stuff to the volcano, and now it's about to go off. Tahu and Kopaka had previously prevented it from going off. Now they've set it to go off. Remember, Takadox has hypnotic vision. He hypnotizes the three Toa, and he gets on their boat, and he sails away again. The Toa Maori are stuck on the island. The Visorak are all coming. The volcano's about to explode. They just kind of shake off the hypnosis, and they're like, oh, we should swim away. And they just like swim a little away from the island, and then the Visorak all get on the island, and then the volcano erupts, and all the Visorak are destroyed, but the Toa barely escape the volcano, so everything's fine. Jomak shows up, swooshes them away, back to Metru Nui. Why didn't Jomak just take the heart of the Visorak? Why? I don't understand what they needed the Maori for. Whatever. Jomak explains, we're back in Metru Nui. The Order of Mata Nui is here. We're using the city as we're staging a battle against the Brotherhood of Makuta. Basically, we've drawn the forces of the Makuta here. We're making our last stand here in Metru Nui. The Turaga were uncooperative. We have confined them inside the archives. The city is under lockdown. We're having a battle. I don't care what you think about it. This is what we're doing. Get on board or get out. So, obviously the Toa are mad about this, but there's nothing to be done. The war is on already, and there's no stopping it until it's over, so they have no choice but to go along with it. Oh yeah, now that they've all been trapped by the Order of Mata Nui in the archives, Vakama sees the Voparak, his old nemesis from Time Trap, back when he was a Toa. Well, now he's a Turaga, but the Voparak shows up again and steals the Mask of Time. It was just in the archives this whole time. The Voparak's back. I guess I'm thinking this probably happened because the Order of Mata Nui allowed it to happen, because they're now in cahoots with the Dark Brotherhood, so that sucks. Vakama's very upset about this, but you can't fight the Voparak. He's too powerful, so he escapes with the Mask of Time, which has always been so helpful. Metru Nui is here. There's Mangaya, and the Bohrok nests are kind of above Mangaya. So they're kind of close to the Bohrok nests. Vakama asks the Mahri to get Krakua, the guy who hangs out with the Order of Mata Nui, even though he's not technically in it, to use his sonic powers to try to find special frequencies that the Bohrok will respond to. The signal that tells the Bohrok to awaken is a sonic signal, and maybe Krakua can artificially duplicate it, and if the Bohrok wake up, they might attack the Makuta. Long story short, it works. They awaken the Bohrok, and then a bunch of Bohrok show up, and the Bohrok swarm also join the battle. Very cool. Oh yeah, speaking of the Bohrok, back in Karda Nui, remember Karda Nui? The Toa Nuva, walking around, they find a bunch of dead Avmatoran, and these dead Avmatoran spontaneously mutate and change into Bohrok. And it turns out that's what a Bohrok is. It's the next stage of life of an Avmatoran after it dies. It's not really clear if all Avmatoran this happens to, or if it's just some of them, but all Bohrok were once Avmatoran who died. That's what's finally explained as the origin of the Bohrok. And if you go back and you look at concept art, it's pretty clear that this was not the original idea for the Bohrok. They really seem to suggest that the Bohrok are a dark reflection of the Toa, or a parallel life form to the Matoran Toa Turaga species. I, for one, didn't even have any questions about the Bohrok. It's okay, the Bohrok are just a thing that exists in this world. I wasn't expecting to get any further elaboration on that, but they did. I guess I don't hate it. I don't really see what it adds either. I'm sure this was not the original intention when it was written, but sure. The Bohrok are dead Avmatoran. And remember, the Bohrok themselves are mindless automaton. They're basically just machines, and it's the Krana inside of them that have that can think. So they basically just become robot mechs for these weird little worm things. Very, very strange. Why does it happen? I don't know. No real reason. Biomechanical life is just funny like that. Oh yeah, Brutaka goes and meets back up with Axon. They're back in the order together. This is what Axon wanted. He wanted to redeem Brutaka, and I guess it worked. Brutaka's back. They team up again. They're sent on a mission by the Order of Mata Nui to Zakaz, The Order of Mata Nui is working with the Dark Hunters. They'll work with anyone. They've got Makuta Mizorix working with them now. Anyone who will help them, they'll take the help. They don't have any standards. So Brutaka and Axon go to Zakaz to make allegiances with the Skakti. The Skakti do not have a leader. They are basically a bunch of, like, tribes of barbarians, basically. So there's just a bunch of, like, warlords that lead their little packs around and all fight and squabble with each other. So they go there to meet as many warlords as they can, offer them an alliance before the Brotherhood of Makuta can do that. In particular, they go for one specific warlord called Nektan. And remember, Nektan was the name of the little, like, robots that the Paraka used in the Voyage Nui game. And it was also the name of, like, some other, like, mechanical device. It's the name of all these Skakti mechanical devices, but it's also the name of this one warlord guy, and I don't know if there's a reason for that. It's just the case of just just conservation of names again. So basically, they tell Nektan, like, we've already allied with all the other Skakti tribes. Like, if you don't, you're gonna be, like, the odd man out, and you're gonna get wrecked. And he's like, okay, yeah, we'll ally with you. And of course, that's a lie. We'll go tell every other warlord the same thing. And then after this is done, they say it's like a southern island just off the southern coast of the southern continent, so just a little bit down here. They're at, like, a staging ground where a bunch of Skakti tribes of barbarians are battling against Rakshi. And I'm not sure why they're all here exactly. Maybe the Rakshi were, like, coming up north and the Skakti went down and met them. There's a big battle between Skakti and Rakshi going on here. Axon and Brutaka are there, but they're not there because of the battle. They're actually just there on a different mission, because this unnamed island, there's, like, a cave here, and there's, like, an evil pool of ooze, and this pool is, like, the birthplace of the Makuta race. All Makuta were, like, generated out of this slop. And they've come here to destroy it, like, just in case another Makuta might potentially be birthed out of it. They're like, we should destroy that pool. And, like, yeah, you should have done that at some point. I guess better late than never. So they're here to destroy the pool, but as they're about to do it, the pool doesn't want to be destroyed, and it makes a wave and it pulls them in. They're submerged in the pool and they're gonna drown. Well, Axon's gonna drown, except Brutaka, the pool, like, absorbs into him and, like, fills in his body, and he becomes infused with the collective power of the entire Makuta species. He becomes supercharged by this green antidermic ooze. He saves Axon from drowning, and then once they're out, Brutaka's, like, glowing green and crackling with green lightning and, like, floating off the floor. He's become a god. He's muttering these deranged things about the shattering and, the 3 that must be made one and the 2 that must make them one. He starts referring to himself as we, more pronouns. Woke. Whatever intelligence is responsible for creating the Makuta is, like, in him now. But he still needs a little fishbowl helmet to breathe. He still can't breathe air. Meanwhile, the Shadowed One, who, remember, has been granted stewardship, basically, over the island of Zia. While he's there, he just happens to find a Vortex who has... Okay, remember Makuta Kojol accidentally, but not really, killed by a protodermis-eating virus? Shadowed One just finds that virus. A Vortex just has it, and he, like, gets it from him. And he's like, whoa, this is, like, really good at killing Makutas. This is, like, really, really powerful stuff. And Ancient actually was a spy for the Order of Mata Nui, like, I think the whole time, which at this point is sort of irrelevant. Now the Dark Hunters and the Order of Mata Nui are allied with each other, but I mean, I guess they could fight each other again in the future. So he's sort of technically a traitor. The Shadowed One kills him, not because he's a traitor. He doesn't find that out. Just because Ancient, he finds out that he's discovered this Makuta-eating virus. It's, like, too important, and he doesn't want Ancient to spill the beans, so he kills Ancient to protect the secret that he has this thing. This virus is, like, really important. Jomak says that the way that they lured the Brotherhood of Makuta to attack Metru Nui is that they pretended that they were producing this virus in Metru Nui, and that was, like, enough of a threat that the Brotherhood of Makuta, like, mobilized. They also say something about, like, this is the virus by which Makuta, as in Makuta Pterodax, took down the Great Spirit Mata Nui. You know, the inciting incident of the whole story. The cataclysm. When Mata Nui went to sleep, they had to go up to the Island of Mata Nui and live there because the Great Spirit was slumbering. This protosteel eating virus might be the same virus, or there might just be two different viruses. The way that Makuta did it caused the Great Cataclysm by putting the Great Spirit Mata Nui to sleep with a virus that put him to sleep. I don't know. Viruses. How do they work? One more order that Helrix gives, she sends orders to Hydraxon. I mean, he's technically, Dekar, but whatever. They're just treating him like he's Hydraxon now. She sends orders to Hydraxon. We're gonna ally with the Baraki. They just let the Baraki out. They can be warlords again as long as they do war on our behalf. Actually, I mean, Karapar was killed by Trenkrom, and Takadox was, until recently, stuck on Artidax, but the other ones, Elek, Kalma, Pridak, and Mantax. Those four are now doing warlord stuff on behalf of the Order of Mata Nui. Remember that room that Zaktan found in that Makuta base where he found the inscriptions that showed him Pterodax's plan? Well, Pridak finds that same base destroyed and crumbled, so all the stones are collapsed, but Pridak is like, there are some weird inscriptions on these stones. He literally just builds it again. He puts the stones back together so we can read the inscription. So now Pridak too knows Pterodax's secret plan. The Order is allied with the Dark Hunters, so you would think that therefore the Baraki would also be allied with the Dark Hunters by, like, extension, but not really. So he goes to the Shadowed One and he says, hey, Shadowed One, we're both allied with the same people, so we probably should be allies already, but since we're not, I've heard that you have a secret virus that can kill Makuta and also maybe is the thing that can take down the Great Spirit that Makuta used to take on the Great Spirit. It might be the same virus. And I know the secret plan, and these two things are connected somehow. I'll share my secret knowledge with you if we were to be allies. And Dark Hunter Shadowed One is like, okay, all right, I want secret knowledge. And the last set of secret orders that Helrix gives is to Trinuma to take Vezon to Destral. Remember, Destral is the secret base of the Brotherhood of Makuta. Trinuma and Vezon have a secret mission there, but before I get to it, it intersects with another story. Brothers in Arms is about two Matoran from the Trenkrom Peninsula on the northern continent. Mazika, a Co-Matoran, and Voltraz, a Ta-Matoran. By this point in the series and in the toy line, size creep has advanced so much that these Matoran and all the Av-Matoran in this part, they're really big. They're like almost as big as the original Toa Mata sets. Like they're much bigger than the Mictoran were. And it's not just an Av-Matoran thing. Mazika and Voltraz are like this too. But anyway, they're like mortal enemies. Voltraz is just like a psycho, like murderer, thief. He just like steals stuff and kills everybody. He's a real Paraka of a Matoran, you could say. Among other things, he stole a tablet of like some really important information because Mazika was studying the mysteries of the universe and he had a tablet with important information about Makuta, like the species Makuta. I think it had information about the Makuta pool, like where it is and like how to use it, and if the Makuta found it out, they could potentially make more Makuta, so that would be bad. And so one day, Mazika and Voltraz, they're just fighting on a cliff top. Mazika wins and he knocks Voltraz off a cliff, and Voltraz like falls seemingly to his death. Makuta Goras shows up and like recruits Voltraz to like be my minion, and I think she turns him into a Shadow Matoran, but like he's already so evil, I don't know if it even matters. Meanwhile, an invisible guy named Gerbraz, he is an Order of Mata Nui member who is completely invisible. I guess there was like a science accident one day and it turned him and his weapons and all his equipment invisible. Gerbraz shows up, spooks him by like putting his invisible hand on his shoulders, like, hey, don't be scared. I'm just an invisible man, but I'm here to tell you, we at the Order, we really love what you're doing. We love your initiative. I would like your help with a mission. We have to find a Day Matoran that's a Sonic Matoran. And this was 5 years ago, by the way. 5 years before the present day. Gerbraz took Mazika to a Day Matoran village to find Krakua. Meanwhile, Makuta Gorast also sent Voltraz to the same village to find Krakua. I guess it was really important that they find Krakua. I'm not sure what is so important about him, but they go and they find him and they fight each other again. Again, Mazika gets away and they get Krakua with the Order of Mata Nui, take him away to train him to be a Toa, to awaken his Toa energy or whatever. And Mazika's like, I hate Voltraz so much. I want you to train me. I want you to make me a killer. I want to kill that guy. They're like, all right, cool. Sure. No problem. So I guess for 5 years, Mazika, like, trains in combat and goes on, like, random misadventures whenever he hears that Voltraz is up to no good. He gets Toa Helrix to give him a swamp strider. It's like this giant walking vehicle. He's just, like, the toughest and most badass Matoran ever. Voltraz also has a cool vehicle. He has like a jet fighter, like a flying vehicle. I guess he used it to attack a village. So Mazika goes and finds, not Voltraz, but he goes and he finds the Fey Matoran. He's a rogue member of the Ninra Ghosts who apparently did modifications on the vehicle, which Voltraz used to attack this village. Scares him, knocks his mask off, tells him, like, tell me where Voltraz is. But he's like, okay, fine, please. He said he was going to the core, meaning Karda Nui. Please don't break my mask. And Mazika just smashes his mask right in front of him. Nasty thing to do, though. So he takes his Swamp Strider, and he's friends with the Order, but he's still not allowed to just barge into Daxia. But he just, like, barges into Daxia, fights his way through. He's like, I want to talk to Helrix. What is the core? I want to go kill Voltraz. When he gets there, Helrix is not there. There's another guy, another Order member called Tobduk. Tobduk is like an edgy psycho killer. He's like an assassin, but he's always angry, and he feeds on anger, and he wears a Kanohi Sanok, and he has a tragic backstory about how his people lived on the Isle of the Visorak, and then one day a Makuta created the Visorak, and it killed all his people, and he was the only survivor, and then he became a psycho killer bent on killing the Makuta. Cool. About the Order of Mata Nui, the 3 agents, Gerbraz, Tobduk, and Jomak, the Bionicle Worlds guidebook is written in character as a document Toa Helrix has prepared to brief Order of Mata Nui members on the state of the world. And these 3 are credited as being the agents that assembled or wrote down all the information. Anyway, these 3 are, like, named after 3 real-world people who I guess were part of the Bionicle team. Tobduk is named after Toby Dutkowitz. Jomak is named after John McCormick, and Gerbraz is named after Jeremy Braziel, and I guess these were 3 artists on the team. Not sure why they got their OCs in there, but they must have done something to make Greg like them. So Tobduk's like, alright, you can come on a mission with me. We're not going to go find Voltraz, but I want you to come on a mission with me anyway. Their mission is going to Destral, the base of the Makuta Brotherhood. Which, remember, Trinuma and Vezon are also going there. So Trinuma and Vezon get to Destral, and Trinuma just lets Vezon get captured. He, like, gives Vezon some fake information to give to the Makuta, but I'm pretty sure he actually gave him, like, real information, knowing that Vezon would betray him and try to give them real information instead of the fake information that he was supposed to give him. So he actually ends up giving him fake information, thinking that it's real, or something. Whatever. He gets captured and brought before the guy in charge of the fortress of the Makuta right now is a Makuta called Tridax, like the Tridax pods. So Vezon's like, they told me to tell you that they're going to attack this place, but they're actually going to attack. I don't know. I'm sure that what the Order wants is for Destral. Remember, Destral has the ability to teleport, or rather, Tridax has the ability to make Destral teleport. So what the Order wants is for Destral to move to Metru Nui and fight Metru Nui. And that is what ends up happening. Remember, this all ends with, like, a big war between Metru Nui and the Brotherhood of Makuta. Well, that's because Tridax literally, like, teleports the island to right next to Metru Nui, because that's, like, their emergency plan for if they're under attack. Vezon tells him, they told me to tell you that they're gonna attack, so you should teleport to Metru Nui, but don't do that, because that's fake information. They're not actually going to do that. So he does it thinking that they are going to attack, because he does do it. Okay, whatever. He doesn't trust Vezon. He takes him prisoner. He chains him upside down in his torture chamber, but not before showing him, okay, right, Tridax. The way that he can teleport the island is because he has one of the only 2 Kanohi Olmec in the universe. The other one, Brutaka has, it's the one that can open dimensional portals. Now, it's heretofore only been used for teleporting from place to place. I guess it also did open the portal Kraka, and the Tatarak came out of, it can open dimensions to the Field of Shadows, alternate dimensions like that. It can also open portals to alternate realities. So Tridax shows Vezon his collection of Takanuvas. As in, he has a dozen or two, he has a bunch of alternate reality versions, doppelgangers of Takanuva, all of which he has brought here to this dimension, put them in stasis containers using shadow leeches to infect them. So some of them are like shadow leech enshadowed and they're shadow Toa. Some of them are not. Some of them are like halfway transformed. Remember, this universe Takanuva was attacked by a leech, but it only got partway through. So he has been like half shadowed and now he's like Twilight Takanuva. So the same kind of thing has happened to all these Takanuvas that he's got here. And he's just like, yeah, I'm going to turn all these guys into shadow Toa and they're going to do my bidding and I'll be the most powerful thing in the universe. Speaking of shadow Toa, apparently the plan in writing this arc was that Akmau, remember from Metru Nui, the evil Pomatoran, he was going to be turned into a shadow Toa by these leeches. He would come back as like a major villain. That didn't happen. They turned the Matoran into shadow Matoran, and these Takanuva from other dimensions have been sort of enshadowed, but the Akmau thing didn't happen. Ikarax, when he attacked Takanuva in Metru Nui, I think he might have been there looking for Akmau because he was like a servant of Pterodax. He might have been there to leech Akmau and turn him into a Shadow Matoran and make him his minion and take him with him. Didn't happen, though. We will see Akmau again, though. He's not gone, but he does not become a Shadow Matoran. Anyway, he's got this crazy collection of Takanuvas in stasis, and Vezon's like, well, okay, that's messed up. Haha, I love being tortured. I'm a madman. And then there's like explosions, and oops, it turns out that the place is being attacked. Maybe he does successfully teleport to Metru Nui. It does get there somehow. So right at this moment, freaking Tobduk and Mazika show up, and Tobduk challenges Tridax. Tobduk has the proto-steel eating virus, so he uses that. It completely devours Tridax's body. He uses like a staff and shoots like a laser of light that just completely dissolves his freed antidermis once his body's gone. Tridax is obliterated. Mazika is supposed to kill Vezon, but he doesn't because he doesn't know who Vezon is and he doesn't see any reason to kill him, so he doesn't. And then they leave. They go to Karda Nui. Mazika finds out that the core is Karda Nui, and he goes there to find Voltraz. Voltraz is there to bring Ikarax that tablet that he stole, which has all that important information about the pool of Makuta. Mazika gets there, they see each other, they're on Swamp Strider and on the Jet Fighter, and they're like, oh boy, it's my old nemesis, time to battle, and they charge each other, and then right at that moment, when they're about to hit each other, both of them also pass through a dimensional portal, and they end up in an alternate reality. They are vanished from this universe and they wind up in another one. I'll get to that. For now, though, after Mazika and Tobduk leave Vezon, he's there in Destral, which maybe has gone to Metru Nui. Tridax is dead. Vezon is free to go, and I guess he takes the Olmec. I don't know why Tobduk and Mazika didn't take the Olmec, but Vezon takes the Olmec, and he starts using it to open portals and just teleport around the universe. It had to be him that opened the portal that sent Mazika and Voltraz to another reality. So Vezon, this crazy guy, he's just opening portals to alternate realities. He has the most powerful thing in the universe, and he's just causing chaos with it. So Helrix is leading troops battling the forces of the Brotherhood of Makuta. She fights a battle on Ninra, which she narrowly wins. The Order successfully takes Ninra, the island, back from the Brotherhood. So Helrix's Kanohi is the Kanohi of psychometry. She can hold an object and her mask will like tell her like where it's been. She can like see an object's past. She fights this battle on Ninra and beats an army of Rakshi. And remember that Rakshi are made when a Krata is dipped in energized protodermis. Helrix wants to find the source of the energized protodermis that the Brotherhood of Makuta are using. So she takes pieces of the Rakshi, uses psychometry, sees into their past, and identifies like, okay, there it is. There's an energized protodermis pool here. I'm gonna go find it. Also, she's got Kitongu with her. Kitongu is just there helping her. He's her sidekick now. Because Kitongu wants to fight the Visorak. Helrix tells him that they're gonna eliminate the Visorak for good, meaning the thing about how they gave the Toa Mari the heart of the Visorak and sent it to Artidax and blew up the volcano. And I guess this convinces him to hang out with her. I think it's still on Ninra. They go to wherever this pool of energized protodermis is, and just like when the Toa Metru were coming down through the tunnels and they found Makuta's old laboratory, the energized protodermis there was alive. There was the protodermis entity. Toa Helrix finds the protodermis entity inside this pool, and it basically wakes up and is like, what do you want? I'm older than the universe. I'm the most powerful thing in the universe. Die. It makes a giant tidal wave of itself, and it's going to crash into her and Kitongu, and she's like, oh, this is really bad. I can't do anything about this. However, at that moment, a portal, yep, it's Vezon, a portal opens up. Helrix and Kitongu are like, we're going to die if we stay here. Let's go. They jump through the portal. Vezon comes out of the portal with his Kanohi Olmec and is like, oops, what did I walk in on? And he gets hit by this giant wave of energized protodermis. And let's just leave it there for now. That's Vezon's fate for now. So all these side stories, Helrix, Brutaka, Miserix, it all converges on the Toa Haga. They've gone under the Colosseum to find Pterodax. They make their way through some chambers. There are traps. They trigger a lava trap, and Miserix saves them from it. Miserix is there. He went off on his own. He went to Stelt. He says that he found a Makuta there, an unnamed Makuta who I guess was the Makuta of Stelt. Told him that Pterodax was here, and then Miserix ate him just like he did with Spiria. That's what he says. So the Haga with Zaktan and Miserix team up to confront Pterodax. And then a dimensional portal opens up, and Helrix and Kitongu come through. I think the portal just happened to bring them here. And then behind them, in the same portal, or maybe a second portal, I don't know, Axon and Brutaka also come here. Brutaka's newfound god wisdom told him that this is where he needed to be. So the Toa Haga, Zaktan, Makuta Miserix, Helrix, Kitongu, Axon, and Brutaka are all assembled under the Colosseum in Metru Nui. They know that Pterodax is here, and indeed, he is here, but he's not in like a body. He's just sort of all around them, speaking as a disembodied voice. And he says, good try. You found me, but it's too late. I'm gonna enact my master plan. And then he shatters Zaktan's bowl and kills him. He actually turns out not to be dead, but... So, Makuta have mind control powers, but Order of Mata Nui members have like special mental barriers or special mental training that allows them to resist Makuta mind control. So he can't mind control most of them, but he can mind control the Haga, and he does. He like hypnotizes them into believing that they won and they beat him. And so they're just like, hey, we did it, mission accomplished, and they just leave. And he says, yeah, so they're just gonna go out into Metru Nui and see it under siege by the Brotherhood of Makuta, but I've warped their minds so that they're gonna think everything's fine no matter what. So the Haga are just walking around hypnotized. Makuta Miserix, Pterodax, he doesn't kill Miserix, he turns him into a painting of himself on the wall. Yeah, Miserix is not dead, but he is, like, suspended in animation while he is a painting. It might just be that he made him appear as a painting, and also he thinks he's a painting. It might be some kind of illusion thing. Turning people into paintings is not a normal power that Makuta have, so it's probably a mental trick, but that's how it's described. Brutaka and Axon and Kitongu, Pterodax just teleports them away randomly. He just scatters them throughout the Matoran universe. He's like, goodbye. Helrix, he does not get rid of her. He keeps her as like I don't want to say a slave. He's just going to keep her around, like, for company, because he's like, I'm going to enact my plan. And I just want someone around to watch me do it. I want to, like, enjoy your horrified reaction as I enact terrible deeds on the entire universe. That's what he wants. And he gets it. Helrix is his captive audience for all he is about to do. I've been avoiding it. It's finally time to talk about what has Takanuva been doing. Not the alternate Takanuvas that Tridax was keeping in his basement, although those do wake up, and we'll see them later. The real Takanuva, he went through that dimensional portal that Brutaka opened for him with his messed up and broken Kanohi Olmec. So because it was messed up, it does not send him to Karda Nui like it was supposed to. It sends him to a series of alternate realities, and the first of these alternate realities, there's a part of me that wants to say it's my favorite Bionicle book of all. It is called Bionicle, The Journey of Takanuva. It's literally for babies. It's like a kindergarten level, really short, simple sentences, and the whole thing is probably like 100 words long. Some kindergartner who had never even heard of Bionicle probably had this book and read it and was like, who is this? Who is this robot? But anyway, so he comes out of the portal in this alternate universe in like a forest where a floating, what is described as a spectral mask talks to him and swooshes around like the Cheshire Cat. And the spectral mask is like, oh, thank goodness you're here. You look like a hero. We need some help. there's a village nearby that's been attacked and you need to save it. And Takanuva's like, okay, no problem. And he goes to this village. There's these little creatures that I think are like similar looking somewhat to Matoran, but they're not Matoran. They're called the Kestora. There's a bunch of Kestora in this village fighting this like giant monster. And Takanuva's like, oh, okay. And he goes in and I guess he probably shoots lasers. He fights the monster runs off. The little Kestora are not grateful. They make fun of him and he leaves. And the mask is like, what are you doing? The big monsters live in that village. The Kestora have attacked the village and captured it from them. You were supposed to help the big guy. And Takanuva's like, crud, what have I done? So he goes and he finds the monster and he's like, hey bro, sorry about that. I'll help you out. And monster's like, okay, cool, thanks. And they come up with a plan, and Takanuva goes and he uses his light laser powers to make a fireworks display at night, and all the Kestora are so fascinated by the fireworks that they go outside to watch it and they don't notice the big monster burrows underground, goes into the city, locks the gates, locks all the Kestora out, city reclaimed, Kestora defeated, happy ending. Takanuva goes and he finds the spectral mask, and the spectral mask is like, now you've learned a valuable lesson, Takanuva, about never judge by appearances, and if you make a mistake, it's good to apologize and try to make up for it. And Takanuva's like, yes. Anyway, can I leave now? And the mask is like, yep. And this mask, I guess, can also open dimensional portals, and he opens up a dimensional portal and he's like, okay, be on your way, traveler. So Takanuva gets into this portal, hoping that it will bring him to Karda Nui, but it doesn't. It brings him to another alternate reality, and this one is not a story written for babies. This one is, for adolescents or whoever was reading Bionicle.com at the time. So the next alternate reality Takanuva gets to is described in a story called The Kingdom. This is an alternate reality where the Mahri Nui, specifically Matoro, failed to use the Mask of Life to save Mata Nui from dying. As Matoro was rushing down the waterfall and into Karda Nui, the island of Voyage Nui slammed into place behind him. He was too slow in this universe and he didn't make it in. The island landed before him and sealed his way in so he could not get in, and Mata Nui died. Now, what I said before about how the Mask of Life would count down and turn black and set off the apocalypse and destroy the Matoran universe, that didn't happen in this universe for whatever reason. Instead, once the Great Spirit died, the Matoran universe started to just slowly decay. It started to crumble and water started leaking in. Curzani's vision of the universe ending was coming true. But in this universe, all the species of creature that live in the Matoran universe, Matoran, Vortex, Skakdi, not the Makuta, of course, and also not the Zyglak, but everyone else worked together, and they all migrated as much of their population as they could, just like the Matoran of Metru Nui had done when Mata Nui was put to sleep. They had migrated up to the island of Mata Nui. Well, in this case, the entire population of all the species of the Matoran universe, they all do the same thing to escape the crumbling Matoran universe. They all didn't make it. I'm sure there were casualties, but lots of every species made it up onto the island, and of course it was very crowded, so they started building additions onto the edges of the island and expanding the island artificially, and they turned it into a much bigger island. All the species live and work there together now, and that's the kingdom. There's a unified coalition kingdom of all these biomechanical creatures living on the island of Mata Nui. The Zyglak and the Makuta are not here. The Zyglak decided that they would rather just die in the Matoran universe than collaborate with everyone. Good riddance. The Makuta, obviously they were gonna try and take over. They're sealed back down in Mangaya. They've been there for 10,000 years. So this is also a little bit in the future. They say they've been there for 10,000 years and things are going well. It's kind of like a paradise. Honestly, it's kind of sick. Honestly, it's kind of like a better ending than the actual good ending of saving Mata Nui. The Great Spirit dying kind of brought out the best in everyone. It's awesome. One marginally bad thing is that everyone kind of hates Matoro and see him as a coward because he failed in his mission. Kind of unfair. He hesitated to go down the thing and go after the island, and that's why he was late and he didn't make it in. So I guess he sees himself as a coward. Everyone else sees him as a coward. He's allowed to live, but he lives out on the outskirts. Nobody talks to him or associates with him, and everyone hates him. Maybe not the other Maori, but the population, by and large, blames him for this terrible thing that happened. Ooh, the universe ended. Ooh, we all had to form a coalition government. The only thing that's wrong is that because, the island is situated above the Matoran universe, and the Matoran universe is crumbling, when it crumbles, the island too will also crumble. So the island will not last forever. So they're working together to try and find a more permanent solution. And this is my favorite detail from this story. Nuparu and Nuju have been collaborating, trying to build rocket ships that will be able to migrate the population into space. And this makes perfect sense to me because Nuparu is an engineer and Nuju is an astronomer. He knows the stars. So, they would be the two that would lead that work. They're working on, a prototype rocket to start exploring space and see, is there somewhere else we can go? Yeah, in case you were wondering, they are on a planet. There's no other islands on the planet that they're on. There was Voyage Nui, but that was very small compared to Mata Nui, and also it fell back into the Matoran universe. Mata Nui is the only landmass. So once it crumbles, it's space or nothing. So that's what they're trying to do. The leader of the coalition kingdom is Turaga Takanuva. This Turaga Takanuva became a Turaga because he sacrificed his Toa power to create 6 new Toa, just like Likan with the Toa Metru. The old Toa are still around for the most part. Huki and Pohatu are dead. They were killed by Rakshi before the light barriers were set up. I think everyone else is still alive. The new Toa he created are Kapura, my guy, Balta, Dalu, Velika, Defalak, and Tanma was the new Toa of light. So 2 fire, a water, a stone, and an air, and a light. I guess it depends on whether you buy Greg Farshti's whole, it's all predestined and there's no free will explanation of how it works. You could interpret that to mean that Dalu, Velika, Balta, Kapura, Defalak, and Tanma all have latent Toa energy that could theoretically be awakened even in the regular universe, or maybe this timeline's versions of them do have that potential and our universe's doesn't. Or you could just say, no, anyone could theoretically become a Toa if the right circumstances happened. That's not what Greg says, but it's up to you. What do you think? Write a comment. Do you think the real Tanma has latent Toa energy? What about Kapura? Let me know down in the comments below. In Brothers in Arms, Gerbraz tells Mazika when they're going to find the Matoran Krakua. I should have mentioned this at the time. They find him because he's humming, and that's a weird thing for Sonic Matoran to do because Sonic Matoran have really good hearing, so they're really sensitive to sound. So everything's really quiet all the time. They keep things really quiet. Toa of Sonics are rare because unlike most Toa, which resist their own thing, like Fire Toa are fire resistant, Sonics are actually vulnerable to their own form of attack. Because they have super sensitive hearing, they do super effective damage to themselves with their own sonic power. But anyway, Gerbraz says the reason they'll know it's him because he's humming and he's acting weird. He says that lots of latent Toa Matoran just are a little weird and eccentric. He says that it's their brain knows that they have some locked potential that could be awoken any moment, and it just I don't know, it just makes them weird. So for my money, Kapura is the most eccentric Matoran out there. So if anyone had latent Toa energy, I do think it would be him. The members of the council that rule along with him are Turaga Duma, a Skakti warlord, possibly Nektan, Rudaka, the Shadowed One, Toa Helrix, and some Matoran from Ninra. The Dark Hunters have become the cops. They are the cops in the kingdom. They confiscate Takanuva's Staff of Light, which remember is just basically what they call any weapon. It looks like a spear, but whatever. It's his staff. They confiscate his staff because in the kingdom you're not supposed to have weapons. But then some stuff goes down, and I'll get to that. But they give him new weapons, and this is the reason why the new model of Takanuva has new weapons, and canonically he gets those in this alternate reality of the kingdom. A twin-bladed lance is what they say they give him. It's the future, so they've invented better light staffs and stuff. They have these light barriers that keep the Makuta in the crumbling universe. Basically, the light barriers fail, a bunch of Rakshi get through, and they start attacking, and Takanuva and Matoro go to fight off the Rakshi, and then Makuta Pterodax shows up. In this universe, because Mata Nui died, his plan failed. So instead of going through with his grand scheme, instead he went for plan B, which was he took over Icarax's body and then he ate all the other Makuta, and he's agglomerated himself into he's like a giant hulking colossus mega Makuta. So he comes crawling out from underneath the island. He wants to attack and kill everyone, and he's wicked strong, and they try to fight him, and it's not very effective, but okay. Makuta uses his shadow hand and he eats Matoro. Merges Matoro with him, the same as he did to Nadiki and Kreka and all the other Makuta. So Matoro gets merged, but apparently, because his plan failed and the universe ended and basically all his ambitions for ruling the Matoran universe were crushed, in the 10,000 years since, Makuta has lost all his will to live. His spirit is broken. He has no real will to carry on doing this. He's just doing it out of habit at this point. He's got so little will that Matoro basically just overpowers him. Matoro's mind is stronger than Makuta's, and he just drops dead. So, I don't know, did Matoro also want to die? Or maybe just the tension between the two of them was too much that they couldn't carry on living? I'm not sure why, but he drops dead. And so, a little ironically, now Matoro is a hero in this universe as well. He died so that the giant Makuta Colossus would also die. The Makuta threat is gone forever. There's no more Makuta. Hopefully they can, make it to the stars and propagate the biomechanical multi-species confederation, one hopes. Anyway, that's what happens with the kingdom. Once that's all dealt with, they just get this universe's Brutaka to use his Konohi Olmec and opens up another portal and is like, okay, hope you get where you're going this time, but, we'll see. He jumps through another portal, and he goes on to the next and third stop on his multi-timeline journey. The third one is a story called Dark Mirror. Dark Mirror is another what-if scenario, alternate reality. Kingdom was what if Matoro hadn't sacrificed himself to save Mata Nui. Dark Mirror is what if Toa Tuyet had succeeded in harnessing the power of the Nui Stone. When Likan and Nadiki stopped her as she was, powering up with it, in this universe, Nadiki attacked Likan. So in this version, Likan was killed by Tuyet and Nadiki, and Tuyet went on to took over in place of Turagaduma, imprisoned Turagaduma, put him in stasis in the archives, and established a Toa dictatorship. All Toa are the supreme beings, and Matoran are, their servants. The Matoran are scared of the Toa because they all rule with an iron fist. They conquered the universe, basically. They destroyed the Dark Hunters. They destroyed the Brotherhood of Makuta, the Skakdi on Zakaz, the Vortex on Zia. The Toa have conquered them all. And because they conquered everything and were so powerful, Makuta Pterodax was not able to do the Cataclysm. Mata Nui was not put to sleep. They did not have to go to the Island of Mata Nui. The Great Spirit just kept on going, and they just kept on living in Metru Nui and all over the place. Everything was fine. For the Toa, anyway. So in the Dark Mirror universe, Takanuva finds Takua, his Matoran self, in jail. The Toa have, imprisoned him because he's just a rascal, basically, because he's lazy and he doesn't work, so he gets to the rack. Takua tells him about Duma is in the archives, so he goes to the archives and he rescues Duma, and then Toa Tuyet shows up, which is bad. They're gonna get killed, but turns out it's not Toa Tuyet, it's actually Pterodax, shapeshifted to look like Tuyet, and he and a couple of other Makuta are here, and they've managed to survive by shapeshifting to avoid detection. So Takanuva, he wants to find this universe's Brutaka so he can use the Olmec powers to go through another portal and hopefully get back to the real world again. Pterodax tells him, if you help me fight against Tuyet, I'll help you find Brutaka. So Takanuva says, okay. So he goes on a mission to intercept Jala, who is still a Matoran in this universe. Likan was never able to create the Toa Metru, so Jala's still a Matoran, but he's loyal to Tuyet, and he is transporting the Mask of Time to Metru Nui so Tuyet can have it. I don't know how it got wherever it was, but whatever. It's on its way to Metru Nui. It's guarded by Toa Koalas and Toa Bamonga. All the good guy Toa are bad in this universe. Almost every single Toa is just totally down with Tuyet's let's oppress the Matoran and be fascist dictators. They just go along with it. Almost. There's a couple exceptions. Tahu and Kopaka they just work for Tuyet. They enforce Tuyet's law. Gali and Karzani work together in the re-education center to brainwash people, I guess. Oh, maybe that's maybe Karzani's mask power is used to like psychologically torture and mind break people. Maybe that explains why all the Toa are just like fine with it. Yeah, that's a theory. But yeah, there's no Toa Metru, but the Toa Mata are here. They're not Toa Nuva. They didn't, mutate with the energized protodermis thing. Tuyet learned about the Toa Mata and was able to fake the signal. I guess the one that Takua set off by aligning the Toa stones in Kini Nui. She was able to fake it using some sort of device in the Colosseum, I think probably under the Colosseum in the area where the real Universe's Pterodax is enacting his master plan. So something down there helped her do it, and the Mata arrived, and now they work for her. Mostly. Anyway, Takanuva goes and he meets Koalas and Bomonga, and he pretends that he's here on Tuyet's bidding to join them and help them guard the mask. They believe him for a minute, but he finds out from them that Brutaka is dead. Bomonga, I think it's Bomonga, killed him. So he's been duped. Toa Lesovic shows up, and Lesovic intercepts the cart, just blows Koalas and Bomonga away, meets up with Takanuva, and is like, hey, Takanuva, you're from another universe? Cool. I'm one of the few Toa that are resisting Tuyet's control. So he brings Takanuva to Po Metru at night under cover of darkness. This is a secret thing. There's a place called the Throne of Stone where Pohatu is basically the leader of the anti-Tuyet resistance, which is there's a couple of Dark Hunters that have survived. There's a couple of Matoran. Akmau is part of the resistance, which I guess makes sense because Tuyet is anti-Makuta. Although, since the events with the Metru happened, Akmau wouldn't have been groomed by Makuta, so Akmau could be good in this timeline. I'm not sure. Oh, but Krakua. Krakua is always there. He is a Toa in this timeline, and he is a part of the anti-Tuyet resistance. Krakua is just involved in everything, no matter what. Actually, he wasn't in the kingdom. So, never mind. So, Pohatu and Lesovic and Krakua and a couple Dark Hunters and a couple of the Makuta get together and they do a Hail Mary assault on Metru Nui, on the Colosseum. They're okay, we're our little band of guerrilla fighters. We're gonna take on Tuyet. We're gonna bust in there, kill her. It goes disastrously bad. They get obliterated. A bunch of them die. Takanuva does manage to get into the Colosseum and find Tuyet, and she's got the Nui Stone and she's got the Kanohi Olmec. Thank Mata Nui. So they fight a little bit, water against light, shadow too. Takanuva's got shadow powers. He's using darkness powers to blind Toa that are trying to stop his assault into the Colosseum. But anyway, he fights Tuyet. Obviously Tuyet wins. I'm surprised she doesn't just instantly eviscerate him because she's got the Nui Stone. That should make her 100 times as powerful as him. And I think she says exactly that. But anyway, she's I've beaten you, I've crushed the rebellion. However, it turns out that even though the rebellion, they did get crushed, most of them did die, it has sparked a revolution, basically. Because of this assault, more Matoran have rallied and are rebelling. There are ships arriving from Zia and from other islands, and Toa and other species are all converging. This is the start of a whole big battle. It's going to be a whole big thing. And Tuyet's well, I can just kill everyone. And Takanuva says, but who will you be king of then? And she's yeah, okay. So I guess she agrees that she would have to literally kill everyone in the universe in order to stop this rebellion. There's no other way. So she decides that instead of doing that, she's just gonna leave. She's gonna use the Kanohi Olmec, open a portal. She's just gonna go to another universe and just not deal with this whole rebellion thing. So she opens a portal, but Takanuva grabs the mask off her face. So the portal starts to close. He jumps through the portal. Tuyet jumps after him and shoots water and knocks the mask out of his hand. So the mask goes spinning off into interdimensional void. And Tuyet is halfway through the portal when it closes, and it just snaps her in half and kills her instantly. So half of Tuyet's body is just floating in the void next to Takanuva for a while, and he's ew, gross. But he made it through onto the next universe. And thankfully, mercifully, that's it. He finally, this time the portal opens up and he arrives in Karda Nui, and he's got the Great Sundial still, and he meets up with the Toa Nuva in the real world, and they're Takanuva, what are you doing here? And also, Gali remarks that he's gotten really big. This version of him, this toy, is much larger. This is a Titan set. Because he's a light guy, Karda Nui is the core of the light of the universe, and it's like a light elemental place. Him being there, like, enlarges him or empowers him, and that's why he's like 10 times as tall or whatever. I don't know. Oh yeah, in addition to commenting on how Takanuva is huge now and also black, Takanuva also comments on, like, I mean, obviously the Toa Nuva look completely different now, and he makes fun of Pohatu for being orange as well. But Pohatu likes being orange, so he doesn't care. Pohatu actually, like, gets concerned because he's got shadow powers now. The Shadow Leech made him half shadow. Pohatu suspects that Takanuva might be a Makuta in disguise for a minute. The way that Gali proves that Takanuva is, remember in the Mata Nui online game, when Takanuva had to stay behind and guard Kini Nui while the Toa went down into Mangaya, Gali established a mental link with Takua to send him visions of what was going on down there. Well, it turns out that mental link is still there, and she accesses the mental link and is like, yep, it's the same guy I made that mental link with. It's confirmed. It's him. Nice little bit of continuity. But Takanuva has arrived. He can help them find the Codrex. And in the Codrex, they will find the means to awaken the Great Spirit, Mata Nui, at last. But anyway, he finds Gali fighting against Krika, and Krika actually beats Gali and takes her captive, but he doesn't kill her. He actually offers her a tablet of transit, the thing that they gave Takadox for betraying the Baraki. He tells Gali, like, I don't really want to kill you. Just leave. The other Makuta, they actually want you to succeed in what you're trying to do in the Codrex. And remember, Krika is the one who secretly did not kill Miserix, who put him away in exile on Artidax. Krika does not like Makuta Pterodax. He just does what he says out of, like, cowardice, basically. He's too scared to openly oppose him. But he does not want Pterodax to succeed, so he tells Gali, I just want you to leave. But Gali doesn't. She's like, no, I have to awaken the Great Spirit Mata Nui. So Takanuva shows up and scares Krika away. Anyway, after that, they go to the Codrex. They go inside, and inside they find, well, they start to have, like, memory flashbacks of, like, oh, this is where we were sealed away for 100,000 years. They find these 6 light stones in this center platform, and there's all these long pathways leading to sick motorcycles. So they go into the Codrex. Most of the Makuta want them to be in there. They were just trying to, like, delay them, but now they're like, okay, they're in. Good. But Krika and also Icarax. Remember, Icarax wants to usurp Pterodax, so he also doesn't want the plan to succeed, so he wants to stop them. So he starts, like, assaulting the Codrex with gravity powers and trying to crush it. And the other Makuta, there's a Makuta on Makuta battle. Icarax and Krika against the other 4. 5, actually, because Mutran joins in as well. It's Gorast who defeats Icarax, and the way that she does it is they wait until he starts to teleport, and then she uses her Mask of Disruption to disrupt his teleportation, like, mid-teleport, and it, like, scatters his molecules all throughout the universe. It just obliterates him. But inside the Codrex, the light stones, they're like a puzzle that they have to solve. They channel energy into these 6 light stones in some sort of specific order, or that's supposed to be what awakens the Great Spirit. But they go for the motorcycles first. So Liwa jumps on a Axelara T9. Pohatu jumps on a Rocco T3. These are things they have heard of, apparently. They react with, like, oh, cool. A Rocco T3? Heck yeah, always wanted one of these. And Kopaka is gonna jump on a Jetrax T6, but Antraz, Makuta Antraz is in there, and he steals that one. And Antraz is pro Makuta, so he wants them to succeed, so he's not in there to stop them. He might be in there to, like, distract them and delay them. Maybe stealing this motorcycle is part of, like, a delaying tactic. He steals this motorcycle, drives it out into the swamp. There is a high-speed chase as Liwa and Pohatu pursue Antraz on their sick hover cycles in the swamp. That's these 2 figures, by the way, the versions of Pohatu and Liwa on their motorcycles. And their masks are all different. Like, they have these, like, weird fins sticking out of them. And I'm pretty sure that's because they're wearing adaptive armor. So their armor, like, adapts itself for riding a really fast motorcycle. And Antraz too. Antraz just looks different, and it's just because he has a cheaper figure, and it's different, and his figure, it's not, I don't know. Antraz just looks different because it's the limitations of the physical universe. About the motorcycles. Obviously, they're a mostly superfluous story inclusion. Obviously, they're just in there because whoever was in charge of designing the sets designed these motorcycles and were like, these will probably sell. Put them in the story there somewhere, Greg. Make sure you don't leave them out, so they're in there. The most obvious instance of this, and I think the funniest, is that the Jetrax T6 had a special edition that was in yellow. It was the same model, just it was yellow. And this is justified in the story as when Antraz steals the Jetrax, he's like doing a big donut as he's like careening out of the Codrex as he's about to like take off and they have to start chasing him. Well, it says that he bumps into a lightstone, and bumping into the lightstone just makes the motorcycle glow yellow for a second, and then it stops and then he just goes. So for 1 second, the Jetrax was yellow, and if you want your Jetrax to be that Jetrax in that moment, you can pay however much extra money and get the limited edition yellow version. To the best of my comprehension, it does not make it do anything special or make it faster or anything like that. It just briefly was yellow. So while that's going on, Takanuva is like, okay, well, I'm gonna evacuate all the Avmatoran, because remember 100,000 years ago when they sealed the Toa Mata away, when Karda Nui became active, there were huge energy storms. That's gonna happen again when they wake up the Great Spirit. By the way, I wasn't clear on this before, but I was reading, and now I understand that the Avmatoran, when the Great Spirit was awake, you could not live in Karda Nui. It was full of energy storm. The Avmatoran lived in caves underneath the southern continent. You know, the top of the dome, because the dome of Karda Nui is under the southern continent. They were living in, like, up in caves up in there and down in, like, stalactites basically hanging from the ceiling of Karda Nui, and then in time since then, while Mata Nui has been asleep, the stalactites fell down, and basically their homes fell down with the stalactites stuck into the swamp. That's why they live on the stalactites. They always did. They just didn't realize they were stalactites in Karda Nui. They thought they were living in caves under the southern continent. I'm repeating myself now. Okay, anyway. Takanuva goes to get all the Avmatoran and escape up into the roof of get into caves and get away from where the energy storms are going to be. But it's unfortunate because so many of the Avmatoran have been turned into Shadow Matoran by the Shadow Leeches. But guess what? Incredible luck. Mutran has been whipping up some Rahi, insect Rahi called Clack. Actually, we saw Clack before. There were a bunch of Clack flying around in the chamber where Makuta Miserix was being held on Ardedax. Not sure why they were there, I guess as a line of defense, because the Clack have a sonic scream, but it has a side effect that it basically cures Shadow Matoran. It just does that for some reason. When a Shadow Matoran is made, the Shadow Leech creates a barrier around it that keeps light away, so all the light drains out, and then no more light can get in, so it stays like a purely dark soul or essence or whatever. The Clack sonic scream like disrupts that barrier, so once a Shadow Matoran is hit with the scream, light is allowed to re-enter it and it returns to normal. So he brings all the Shadow Matoran that he can get his hands on to the Clack, he has them scream, and they get all cured, and they're all happy, except for Gavla. Gavla legitimately is like, I wish you didn't turn me back. I liked being a Shadow Matoran better. I was never any good at being an Avmatoran. I was better off with the Makuta. I was more effective that way than this way. Now you've turned me back. You've basically ruined my life, and there's nothing I can do about it. Very sad. The only Matoran that is not cured of his Shadow Matoran-ness, Voltraz, because Voltraz is not in Karda Nui at the time. He is in an alternate reality. So, all that having been dealt with, the Toa Nuva returned to the Codrex. Toa Ignika did not know about the whole, like, mask counting down thing. But Icarax, when the two of them fought, Icarax told Ignika, oh, your mask is silver, it's getting darker, this is a countdown, it'll end the universe when it goes dark. So Ignika, who can kind of talk, he tells the other Toa this. They're like, alright, we gotta figure out whatever this stupid Lightstone puzzle, whatever we gotta do to awaken Mata Nui. There's like a proper way to do this that'll like send signals in the right order, and that'll send a signal that will reawaken the Great Spirit. But we don't have time. We gotta get it done fast. So we just gotta cheat. We just gotta send one really big burst of energy through, and like that'll probably do it. But how do we get that much energy? And the solution they come up with is, Ignika, you're the most powerful thing in the universe. You have to use so much energy that you sacrifice your body and basically die. That'll probably work. And Ignika's like, no, I don't want to do that. I want to live. I like my body. Gali says, yeah, but what would Motoro do? And Ignika does want to be like Motoro, and Motoro did sacrifice himself to save the world, and that's basically what they're asking him to do. So he's like, okay, I'll do it. So he emits all his energy, his body dissolves into energy. I think it, like, kills him. Like, I think he's actually dead. Like, the mask still exists, but I think, like, his mind is, like, wiped by it. He, as his own character, does not have anything else to say ever again. So I think this kills him. But at any rate, he goes back to being just a mask. He becomes it. In the book, Gali sees something entering him. Or it, because he's just a mask again. She sees something entering the mask, and she doesn't like it, but she can't stop it, and they have to get out of there for the energy storms. So something's going on with the mask. This is what we call setup. It works, even though it's a completely just made-up last-minute plan. The signal is sent, there's like a big rumbling, and it's felt all throughout the universe. Kind of like when the Cataclysm happened, only in a good way this time, and they're like, oh my god, we did it. We're awakening Mata Nui, the Great Spirit, is coming back. Once again, the energy storms like start up in Karda Nui because Karda Nui is the heart of the universe and it's where energy comes from, and so it starts to rev up again, and they're like, okay, let's get on our stick motorcycles. They speeding out trying to get out of Karda Nui, and you know, the Makuta are here. And remember, this was Pterodax's plan for these guys to come here and make sure that the Toa did succeed in turning Karda Nui back on, to delay them to a certain point, but then let them do it. So this is what was supposed to happen, and the energy storms are happening, and all the Makuta, who are loyal to Pterodax, other than Krika and Icarax, who is dead, they're all like, oh, we can't get out of here fast enough. The energy storms are going to consume us all. We're all going to die. And indeed, that's what happens. The energy storm just rips through all of Karda Nui, atomizes all of the remaining Brotherhood of Makuta. This is like the first time it's really come up, but Toa have like a code of conduct that include not killing. I think they did kill Dark Hunters in the Dark Hunter Metru Nui War, but like in general, you're just not supposed to kill even like the worst bad guys. During the whole saving the Shadow Matoran thing, Takanuva, he was fighting against a couple of Makuta, I forget which ones, it doesn't matter, but he got like really angry. His like shadowness sort of came out and he sort of went into a berserker rage and he was gonna kill the Makuta. I think it was Kopaka stops him like, hey man, you can't do that. That's against the Toa code. We don't kill. Takanuva was like, oh, I'm sorry. What was I thinking? What was I thinking killing a Makuta? So as they're driving out of Karda Nui, they're like, hey, I think the Makuta are gonna die in like this storm. I know it's like would be risky to go back for them, but can we really just let them die? And Tahu is like, they lit this inferno. Let them burn in it. And like, no, they didn't. No, they didn't. You did that. I'm 100% pro killing Makuta. I think they should die. But that's not true. They literally did not light this inferno. You lit the inferno. Just own it. It's okay. It's okay to kill people that are really evil. I don't know. He justifies it to himself like this, even though he's wrong. Tahu's not really like a psychopath at this point. He's not as much of like a fly off the handle and get angry for no reason guy as he was on Mata Nui. They've all grown. They've all become, more mature. One combiner model in 2008. It was a Rahi called the Niazesk, combination of Pohatu and I think 2 of the Makuta, which the lore says is a small little bug that is poisonous and designed to keep bigger Rahi in line. But the combiner model is big, and the reason it's big is basically it mutated in the Swamp of Secrets mutagen and it became a giant version of itself, so it's a big bug thing. There's also an alternate model of the Jetrax. Speaking of the Jetrax, I don't know why I keep calling them motorcycles when they're very obviously pod racers. And with that, believe it or not, the Toa's mission is complete. They've defeated the Makuta and reawakened the Great Spirit Mata Nui, as was foretold in the prophecies that we've been hearing ever since 2001. Remember the task that the Toa had to do before Mata Nui could awaken, including that they had to reawaken the Bohrok so that they could sweep clean the island of Mata Nui as they'd wanted to back in 2002. Well, now that the Great Spirit Mata Nui has reawakened, this stripped clean island of Mata Nui cracks open and something emerges out from under it. And so I think the time has come to reveal the true nature of the Matoran universe. The secret that has driven the entire story ever since it was originally conceived by Christian Faber. The big story engine. So here it is. So the so-called Matoran universe is, in fact, the innards of a giant robotic colossus that has been slumbering under the surface of this planet ever since the Great Cataclysm 1,000 years ago. The Island of Mata Nui rests over the head of the Colossus, covering his face not unlike a mask. The Mangai volcano, his mouth. Naho Bay, his left eye. The Kumu Islets, his beard, if he had a beard. So I guess you could say that since Bionicle means biological chronicle, the biology of which this is the chronicle is the biology of the Great Spirit Robot Mata Nui, because all the characters have been a part of his cyber biology. Mystery solved. So the shape of the map of the whole Matoran universe, I have avoided showing it in its entirety up to now, because when you see the whole thing, yeah, you can see it is pretty clearly in the shape of a humanoid thing. The northern and southern continents are somewhere in its chest or torso. Karzani and maybe Zia and all these are kind of in its like neck or area or thereabouts. Some islands, it's not entirely clear which islands exactly, but some islands on a left or an east and west side that are its arms. And then below the southern continent, there are the two chains of southern islands. There is a west chain of southern islands and a east chain of southern islands. Those are in its legs. You might think they would call the arms like the northern islands, like the east and west chains of the northern islands. No, nobody ever calls them that. They're just other islands up there. This is why previously I've referred to some islands like the Trenkrom Island and the Visorak Island as they're islands that are kind of southerly, but they're not the southern islands. It's because they're not in the leg chains. That's the distinction. But this map was only published in 2008 with Makuta's Guide to the Universe, so it was kind of around the same time the battle for power was happening. Oh, by the way, I didn't mention this arc of like the Toa Nuva in the swamp fighting the Makuta over the Codrex. The name of this arc was the Battle for Power. But earlier than that, there were other hints about the nature of Mata Nui. Here's my favorite one. Remember how Metru Nui has two suns? In Legends of Metru Nui, you see the two suns in the sky, and then, when the cataclysm happens, you see both suns eclipse. Guess what? The suns of Metru Nui are the Great Spirit Robot's eyes. They were open when he was awake, and then when he goes to sleep, he closes his eyes, so the twin suns eclipse. It all comes together. It makes perfect sense. It's perfect! They thought of everything! And even farther back than that, the names of things on Mata Nui, the island, actually kind of give a pretty big hint if you knew what they meant. Let's have a look, shall we? I'm going to refer again to Chuck Schwa's Reddit post. Thank you, Chuck. Mangai, as in Mangaya, the volcano. Maori for mouth. Naho, as in the Naho Bay. Hawaiian for eye socket. Ihu, as in Mount Ihu. Maori for nose. Kauai, as in Kauai Lake and Kauai Bay. Maori for chin. Fao, as in Fao Swamp. Rotuman for cheek. Motara, as in the Motara Desert. Rotuman for forehead. Hura Mafa, the river flowing down out of the Naho Bay. In Rotuman, Mafa is eyes, and Hura means shedding tears. Leva, as in the Leva Bay. Hair. Rotuman. There may be others, but you get the idea. The biggest one, kind of the king of them all, the crown jewel, Mata Nui. Mata, Maori for face. Mata Nui means great face. It was right there all along. So the Great Spirit Mata Nui is essentially the AI or program or whatever you want to call it that controlled this robot, which, by the way, the robot itself is called the Great Spirit Robot. Mata Nui being its sort of controlling spirit or intelligence. So 1,000 years ago, in the Great Cataclysm, Makuta used a virus to basically make the Great Spirit Robot ill, and the robot fell from space. Yes, it was a spacefaring robot. We'll get to that. But it fell from space and landed unconscious on this planet. and its automated, I guess you could call it immune system, its automated safety protocols activated and covered its body and covered its face with this artificial mask to disguise it. A similar thing happened, was it 80,000 years ago? During the Matoran Civil War. The Matoran Civil War was basically so disruptive that it caused Mata Nui to fall ill and was going to die, because rather than performing their normal functions, doing their work and whatnot, the Matoran were at war with each other, and this was disruptive to the Great Spirit Robot's ecosystem, which also made him sick. All of the domes in the locations inside the Great Spirit Robot, Metru Nui, Zia, the continents, etc., all these domes are analogous to his internal organs. In particular, Metru Nui is basically his brain. So when the Matoran stopped working and started fighting, it caused, I guess, some sort of neurological disturbance in him, and it was really bad. All the Matoran and the Toa and the Vortex and the Skakti and the Dark Hunters and everyone is essentially a tiny microscopic cell, more or less, of the body of the Great Spirit Robot. What you essentially have here is a Osmosis Jones situation, only instead of cells in a human body, they're little robot creatures that make up a giant robotic body. But in particular, the Toa are basically his white blood cells, or sort of his immune response to danger. When something, a foreign pathogen, a disease, or some internal conflict or something threatens the health of the Great Spirit Robot, the Toa are created to deal with the threat. Remember that the Toa Mata, and many other Toa, are delivered in canisters. The Toa emerge from canisters. The canisters are like pills. The Toa are like medicine inside of pills. They are medicine men. This was the concept that Christian Faber came up with all those years ago. You see, Christian Faber developed a brain tumor in an inoperable part of his brain. And though it was benign, it did threaten to potentially cause him damage, cost him his eyesight, and things like that. So this was a serious health problem, and all he could do was take pills. They gave him pills to, I guess, to suppress the tumor's growth or something. The point is, he had to take pills to deal with this, serious health condition he was facing. And he imagined that inside of each little pill was a little warrior who would emerge inside his body and go and attack the tumor and try and excise it, cut it out, destroy it. This was the concept from the beginning. It looked somewhat different in early concepts. For instance, the original plan for the first arc where they go down to Mangaya, find Makuta, and defeat him, rather than the Bohrok emerging and attacking the island, the original plan was that they would activate one node of a map, which would correspond to his head, although they wouldn't know it at the time, and this would send a signal to another node, which would have been his hand, and this would have caused the Great Spirit Robot to twitch his hand, and 3 of his fingers would emerge on the distant horizon from the island, and they would have had to travel to the 3-finger islands to do another adventure and activate another node and repeat from there. So, little different from what actually ended up happening. Another thing seen in early concept art, which did kind of make it into the story, was the idea of a whirlpool. A lot of images of Mata Nui concept art show a whirlpool off the coast of the island, the idea being that the robot underneath had sprung a leak or had a hole in it, and that water was draining down into his body, and they would maybe have had to sail into it or something like that. And we do see that near Voyage Nui in the giant waterfall leading to the southern continent, although the whirlpool aspect of it is not very emphasized. Also, one funny thing about Voyage Nui is that it's got like an ice shelf on its southern coastline, and the explanation for that is it being ejected from the southern continent was basically a wound. The Great Spirit Robot and Mata Nui were asleep, but I guess he still had autoimmune functions. Basically, the thing froze as sort of a autoimmune response to prevent damage or keep it in suspended animation or something. And that's the reason why Voyage Nui has ice on it. So, the original legend about Mata Nui bringing the Matoran to the island and Makuta casting a curse on him. This is true insofar as the Great Spirit Robot did bring them here inside of its body when it fell from space. Also, the Great Beings. It's said that the Great Beings sent Mata Nui. Well, The great beings are the people who built the Great Spirit robot, which we will get to in a minute. Speaking of Makuta, so the Toa Nuva return to Metru Nui, and they declare a great celebration. Mata Nui has reawakened. Everything's great now. And at this point, I don't think they know that they're living inside of a robot. Still, maybe the Turaga know? Probably not. And in the middle of the celebration, the stars in the sky, not the sky, the dome in the Metru Nui dome sky, it does have a sky, remember? It has stars for some reason. The stars in the sky rearrange themselves into the shape of the Kraken, and Pterodax speaks from everywhere at once and says, "You played right into my hands. My plan went off without a hitch. The Great Spirit is no more. I'm the Great Spirit now. Get used to it." So this place underneath the Colosseum in Metru Nui is effectively the Great Spirit robot's core processing unit. And this is where Pterodax and his captive Helrix are. His plan, which has gone without a hitch, it's gone perfectly, was to inhabit the computers of the core processing unit and replace the Great Spirit Mata Nui, the AI controlling the robot, with himself, making him the third to control the robot, since Tren Krom was originally the intelligence in charge of controlling the robot, later replaced with Mata Nui. Now, Makuta Pterodax has put his essence into the computers, and he's taken over. So, the Great Spirit Mata Nui is awakened, but the thing that Gali saw entering the Mask of Life in Karda Nui, that was the intelligence of the Great Spirit Mata Nui, which has been basically downloaded into the Mask of Life, removing it from the core processing unit of the Great Spirit robot, replacing it with Pterodax. Pterodax is now the Great Spirit. He is in control of the entire body of the Matoran universe. And then the robot stands up. Mata Nui, the island, is broken. It falls off in pieces. He stands up from the thin layer of surface seed soil that he's been buried under. He stands up in the middle of this planet, and it is an entirely ocean-covered planet. So he stands up in the middle of the ocean, and then the Mask of Life, which is where he has downloaded the Great Spirit Mata Nui's actual intelligence into, he ejects it from the body of the robot. He shoots it into space. So the actual Great Spirit Mata Nui is in the Mask of Life, flying through space to Pterodax knows where. Gotta use the name of the new Great Spirit, or else. Makuta is God now. All is lost. This is why the Mask of Life had the turn black and destroy the universe function, specifically so this could not happen, and yet it happened. It would have been better for the entire universe to be destroyed, but alas, evil has won. Imagine if every delicious can of Summit Gridlock had a tiny little man inside that would rip your guts to shreds. We've hit a major milestone, the end of the 2008 storyline, on to 2009. So the Mask of Life, which now contains the Great Spirit Mata Nui himself, is flying through space. The mask lands on a desert planet called Bara Magna. The idea of 2009 was to do basically a soft reboot. Not the full reboot that they did with Generation 2. Bara Magna was like a soft reboot with a mostly new cast, but some of the old cast would be there, like the Great Spirit Mata Nui. Pictured, the sands of Bara Magna. The desert wasteland. There are creatures and animals and monsters there. They are not Rahi. They are organic animals and plants and stuff. Fundamentally different from the creatures of the Matoran universe. They are not biomechanical in the same way. Okay, well, kind of. There are civilized species divided into elements. The elements on Bara Magna are a little different. There is fire, water, and ice, which are what you would expect, red, blue, and white. There is rock element in the Matoran universe. Rock element was brown. On Bara Magna, rock element is black. There is not a earth element, there is a sand element. Sand element is light brown. There is a jungle element. Jungle is green, so no more air. Now we like jungle. There is also an iron element. It's a little more rare, but it is orange. So these beings are divided into elements. The most common are the Agori. The Agori are little sort of Matoran-esque dudes, biological creatures, but they have mechanical implants or parts grafted onto them. So they are biomechanical, but not in the same way that Matoran are biomechanical. There is a larger species that seems to correspond to the Agori, but they are not the same species, and also we never find out what the big species is called. They simply don't get a name. However, most or all of them do a job called Glatorian, kind of like how Viking was not a ethnicity, it was a job that those people did. We can call the big version Glatorians. It's technically a name of a job and not a species name, but it's the best we get. These guys do not have elemental powers the way that Toa do, even though their designs are like extremely strongly elemental themed, much more so than the Toa, in fact. Doesn't matter. They don't naturally have elemental powers, and I think the text is unclear about whether Glatorian have a tribe. Like the Agori definitely have tribes. Sometimes it seems like the Glatorian are not actually divided into tribes, like their armor and their color is just based on which tribe they're working for. So they're wearing like fire tribe armor, but they're not like from the fire tribe. They're just their employee. This makes it a little bit weird that Mata Nui like awakens their inner elemental power when he gives them their elemental weapons in the movie, but you know, whatever. It's the movie. And these tribes live in a bunch of villages which are inside of big metal shelters that are just kind of scattered throughout the desert. Most of the planet is desert. There's a place called the Black Spike Mountains, and there's an icy place too, the White Quartz Mountains. There's an ice region, a stone region, a big sand region. There's fire regions because there's volcanoes, which is where Volcanus is. There is some water and some jungle, but there's relatively little. Maybe there'll be an explanation for that. The Iron Agori are almost extinct. They don't have a village. Don't worry about them for now. What were the Sand Agori and I guess Glatorian have basically degenerated into these bestial troglodytes. The small ones are called the Zesk, and the big ones are called the Voroks. Uncivilized beastmen who live in sand caves in the desert. They don't speak, they hunt in packs. They've become monsters, pretty much. Now, there are rock Agori. Mainly the rock elemental people that are important are, well, there's two different kinds. There's the Bone Hunters, which are kind of a nomadic group of raiders who are very similar to, but are not the same as the Skrull. The Skrull are basically the Glatorian, i.e. the big rock guys, and they're evil. The Bone Hunters are also evil. The Skrull are the most evil, or they're the biggest organized threat. It's a post-apocalyptic wasteland, so the villages all have to compete for resources. Because warring over resources with each other was such a brutal, expensive, and damaging task, 4 of the tribes, fire, water, jungle, and ice, basically all made a truce and agreed, okay, listen, we're not going to keep fighting wars with each other because we'll all die. Instead, if we have a conflict, we're going to settle it in an arena. We're going to have our Glatorian warriors settle our village disputes via arena combat. So society on Bara Magna is based around, if you're a Glatorian, you fight in the arena for the honor of your tribe to secure resources. Villages are always trying to get and recruit and pay the most bestest Glatorians so they can have the best representation in the arena, so they can win the best proxy wars in the arena to get the best resources. That's how it's supposed to work. The Voroks don't care. They cannot participate in the social contract. They've lost the ability to reason. The Bone Hunters, and more critically the Skrull, basically are like, nah, heck with that. Nah, whatever. We're just gonna keep raiding. We're just gonna keep attacking you guys. We don't want to do stupid little arena combat. Even though the Skrull are the best at arena combat, when a Skrull participates in the Glatorian combat, they always win. They could just win that way if they wanted to, but no, they'd rather just kill everybody. The Skrull are very bad. They are led by a guy named Tuma, an honorable warrior for the most part, even though he's really evil and wants to conquer and kill everybody. The Voroks and the Zesk don't have individual names. Actually, the Skrull don't have individual names. They're all just called the Skrull unless one is like very distinguished and becomes like a high-ranking leader, and then he gets a name. So Tuma has a name, but all the rest are just called Skrull. The Voroks do not have a village. Neither do the Iron Agori. But the Fire Agori live in Volcanus. The Water Agori live in Tajun. I want to say Tahun. The forest Agori live in Tessara. The rock Agori, to the extent that they matter at all, which is to say not very much, live in Roxtus. Also, apparently the Skrull do live in Roxtus or around Roxtus. And the ice Agori live in Eikonox. In addition to the 5 villages, there is sort of a 6th, a neutral meeting ground for the other 5. It's called Atero. It's the home of the Arena Magna. Every village has its own arena. The Arena Magna is like the neutral one where they all have the biggest tournaments between each other. Sort of the home base of the tentative alliance between the 4 tribes. The Agori and the Glatorian, they do not wear front-affixing masks. They wear top-affixing helmets. They don't have Kanohi or any of that stuff that existed in the Matorian universe. It's all about helmets now. Like previous years, the sets this year were released in 2 waves. Let's do the Agori first. There's Ranu. He is the leader of the Fire Tribe. Barracks, who is from the Water Tribe, and he is... She? No. The blue water gender divide thing is no more. Anyone can be a female. I think only Kina is actually female that we see, but I think in theory any tribe has males and females. Barracks is a guy. He's in the movie. Oh yeah, there's a movie this year. He's like a thief with a heart of gold, I guess. There's Tarduk. He's from the Jungle Tribe, and he is a treasure hunter. I don't think he's in the movie, but he does appear in a couple of stories. And then there's Midas, who is kind of the villain. Well, he's definitely the villain of the movie. Well, he's a villain of the movie. He's from the Ice Tribe. He's a recruiter or a promoter for Glatorian. He basically brokers deals for villages to pay Glatorian to fight arena battles, and he's a scummy businessman. This guy, Attackus, is, I think, the only rock Agori we ever see, and apparently he is an assistant to the Skrull. There's the Zesk, of course, which is just the small version of the Voroks. The Glatorian, we have Malum. Okay, Malum, he's like the former champion Glatorian of the Fire Tribe of Volcanus, but he's disgraced because he killed someone in the arena just because he's like a crazy guy and he loses his cool and goes berserk. So he's been banished to the desert. He's basically king of the Voroks. He's established himself as the leader of the Voroks tribe, just being like a crazy nomad out in the desert. He's kind of a bad guy, but he's not actively malicious the way the Skrull are. There's Teryx from the Water tribe. I don't have that much to say about Teryx. He's just an old Glatorian who's been fighting a long time, and he's a veteran of the Core Wars 100,000 years ago, give or take. Same age as the Matorian universe. That's a little weird. 100,000 years ago, there was a conflict called the Core Wars on Bara Magna. Spoilers. Well, not spoilers. I'm telling you the story. The Core Wars are the reason Bara Magna is a desert wasteland. I'll get more into it in a second, but Malum and Teryx are all veterans of the Core Wars. Gresh is a relatively young Glatorian. He's just a baby. He was alive during the Core War 100,000 years ago. He just was too young to participate. So he was a little kid 100,000 years ago, and now he's like a young adult. They're just regular biological organisms, but they have mechanical parts implanted into their bodies. But many of them are 100,000 years plus old as the entire Matorian universe. They just have unbelievably long lifespans. They just do. So that being the case, pretty sure all of these guys, except for Gresh, would have been fighting in the Core War. He's one of the main characters of the arc, aside from Mata Nui, who I'll get to. He's the most straightforwardly goody-two-shoes good guy. No, it's good to help people, actually. Strong people should help weak people, actually. Strack is an ice Glatorian. He is kind of a bastard. In the movie, he just decides to murder Akkar in broad daylight in the middle of the arena battle, even though that's what got Malum banished. I don't know why he would do that. In the books, he's a little bit more reasonable. He's just like a very self-serving, out-for-himself kind of guy. Like, if he finds a stranded caravan on the road, he'll help them if they like give him like half their load. They'll be like, give me all you got and I'll fix your wheel and let you be on your way. He's out for number 1. There's the Skrull figure, of course, which I've already explained who the Skrull are. From the second wave of sets, Akkar is, I don't know, he's just another Glatorian. He's always like, oh, I'm getting old. I'm getting too old for this. He must be unimaginably old. I don't think they ever say exactly how old he is. Kina, I mean, what can I say? She's another Glatorian. I don't know. She's sort of a dreamer. She hates Spherus Magna and believes that there's other worlds out there, which is true. Vastus, I don't know. He's an honorable old Glatorian warrior, veteran of the Core Wars. Gelu, he's another, he's the same. He's a little more of a jerk. He's a little more of a pragmatist than the others. He's not as much of a self-serving jerk as Strack, but he's a little more like, I shouldn't do the right thing because it might cost me something. I might put myself in danger, and I don't want to do that. The black set from the second wave was this guy, Stronius, one of the only two named Skrull. He's like Tuma's second in command, basically. There were a couple more motorcycles this year, or pod races, or whatever you want to call them. There was the Sendox V1, piloted by Crotesius, a fire Agori. The Caxium V3, piloted by Skodonius and Kerbaz, water Agori. The Thornatus V9, piloted by Perditus, who is a fire, not an Agori, a fire Glatorian. And then the Baranus V7, piloted by Samad, and the Scopio XV1, piloted by Telluris. Samad and Telluris are the Iron Agori, who actually get a little bit of spotlight in a side story later, so I will come back to them. Pharaoh and Skirmix, which is a bone hunter riding on his, what's the mount called? A rock steed. Combiner sets. The Sandstalker could be made by combining Malum with Pharaoh and Skirmix. And I think that's all the sets, aside from, there's Mata Nui, of course, and Big Mata Nui, who does not have any greater story significance. They just made a bigger version of him. And Click, no relation to Clack, his little bug sidekick who he meets in the movie. So this season, these figures had a new sort of feature. They basically had like a game you were supposed to play with them. It involved these things called Thornax launchers. The weapon of choice for all the tribes on Bara Magna is Thornax launcher. Now it's a gun that fires this seed of the Thornax tree or bush or whatever. So the Thornax seed, it's just like a really hard, spiky bullet. If it gets overripe, it can become explosive. Apparently, you can also stew them and eat them, although everyone thinks that's disgusting except for the Skrull. The Skrull eat stewed Thornax and everyone thinks they're vile for it. So this is just like the projectile weapon of choice for Glatorian, but it's also involved in this like figure game you would play. Your character came with a little life counter. You would fire your Thornax seed, and basically where the seed landed, you could move your figure. And I think the idea was to maneuver around each other and shoot one another with seeds until you depleted each other's health to zero. I don't know how popular playing with the toys this way was, but it was a function that was built into the figures this year, which is pretty ambitious. I gotta give them that. Those are the toys. Let's talk about the story. There's a short story called Decadence by a fan called Dorek. This was a contest winner and it was made canon. It's just about Malum, Terex, and Vastus leading squads in the core war. Also, there's another guy from Eikonox called Sertavis. He is dead in the present day, but he was kind of important back in the day. Remember, The Journey of Takanuva was like a baby book for little babies? There's another one of those called Secret of Sertavis. This one is about Gresh sparring with Terex. Terex is like, you're too predictable. You need to learn some new moves. Gresh is like, where am I going to learn some new moves? And Barracks shows up, and Barracks has found like a fragment of a scroll written by Sertavis, who was like a great general, a great warrior. Everybody thinks he was really cool. Gresh is like, I gotta find the rest of this scroll that he wrote so I can learn his tricks in combat. And it leads to like an ancient combat facility / library in the desert, and they get attacked by Zesk, and Gresh is like, oh no, we can't fight off all these Zesks. So they spend the night. I guess the Zesks only come out during the day, and then in the morning he sets up a bunch of dummies and dresses them up to look like Glatorian, so it looks like he's got an army, and the Zesks are like, oh no, that's too scary, we can't fight them all, so they run away. Gresh read Sertavis's books, and Sertavis's advice is basically, it's not just about having big muscles and big weapons, it's about being smart and using your head. He throws the book away and he's like, I don't need the book because I know the secret of Sertavis. The secret of Sertavis is to get out of the gym and start working out at the library. Just be smart. Just be clever. Just be clever and you'll win. And that's the secret of Sertavis. There's another short story called The Crossing. I think this one was like only published in Polish. There's a couple of books that were published in Polish first before anyone else. I think they used it as a test market or something. Anyway, The Crossing is about basically after a battle, there's been an arena battle where Eikonox has won. I think they beat Vulcanus, and so Vulcanus owes them like a big load of Excidium metal, which is valuable. I got it backwards. It doesn't really matter, but it's Eikinox that has to send the Exisium to Volcanus. Either way, Strack, Gresh, Tarduk, and Kirbold have to get this shipment to Eikinox. If the shipment doesn't arrive at Eikinox, Eikinox will assume that Volcanus has stiffed them and not paid them what they owed. But of course, the desert is full of hazards and raiders and people that will kill them and steal them, like the Voroks and the Bone Hunters and the Skrull. If they steal it, the truce will be broken and all-out war between the tribes will ensue. A single failed delivery means that all of society falls apart. So that's a recipe for success. They get attacked by Malum and the Voroks, and Malum is like, I want to steal the Exisium, but I won't do it, but in exchange, you have to go and attack the Skrull, because the Skrull stole my sword, and I want my sword back. Voroks and the Skrull, they hate each other more than they hate the other people, because the Voroks are the most voracious desert predators, so they give the Skrull the most trouble. So the Skrull and the Voroks end up fighting each other, and then on their way to Volcanus, they get randomly attacked by Tellurus in the Scopio. Tellurus is basically just a madman who lives in the desert and has this giant scorpion robot that is his pride and joy, and he just loves killing random passersby with it. It's what he lives for. Tellurus is an Iron Agori. Their tribe is basically extinct. They all fell victim to this thing called the dreaming curse, the dreaming illness or the dreaming disease. So this sickness basically meant that they couldn't sleep and have dreams. This would gradually drive them insane and then kill them. Almost all of them are dead. Most of the ones that are not dead have gone insane. Tellurus is one of those. I don't think he's got the dreaming curse. I think he's just gone mad because of what happened to his people. Or maybe he was just a psychopath to begin with. It's not clear. Anyway, long story short, they get the shipment there. Empire of the Skrull is a story about Tuma meditating on the history of the Skrull. The truce between the four villages in the desert lasted a pretty long time and has only recently been disturbed by the Skrull, because the Skrull used to live in the Black Spike Mountains. The reason they've migrated out of the Black Spike Mountains and have now made themselves a nuisance for the rest of us is because these creatures called the Batera, which there is not a figure of, the Batera started attacking the Skrull, and the Batera were too powerful for the Skrull to deal with. They can assume, a holographically, the form of anything. They can just be a tree, or a river, or a rock. So the only way to know that one is there is if you're, very familiar already with the environment, and you recognize, hey, that tree wasn't there before, that rock wasn't there before, that's a Batera. They were easily able to catch the Skrull off guard, and they're way too strong to fight. The Batera wiped out most of Skrull civilization. Tuma was the only leader-class Skrull left, and he was like, okay, it's over. Burn down our old fortresses. We're going south. We just have to raid the other villages to survive from now on. Fun fact, twist, the Batera were made by the Great Beings. Yes, the same Great Beings that created the Great Spirit Robot and Mata Nui. And they were made to force an end to the Core War, the war that all these Glatorian fought in 100,000 years ago. The thing about the Batera is that they're wicked powerful, but they won't attack you if you don't have a weapon. But Skrull always have weapons, and it simply never occurred to them. It simply didn't come up that they would have not been wielding their weapons when a Batera encountered them. So they have no idea that if they simply put their weapons down, the Batera would leave them alone. But they'll never do that, so they're no match for the Batera, and their entire civilization was wiped out, and they had to flee. So Tuma and the Skrull generally are preoccupied with terror that the Batera are going to follow them down from the mountains. So what they do is they occasionally herd packs of Voroks up north into the Black Rock Mountains, basically into the path of the Batera, so that the Batera will kill them first, so that they'll have warning. If they find any dead Voroks, they'll know that the Batera are coming. So this is their alarm system. They kidnap Malum, and they try and get him to teach them how to command the Voroks, because Malum has become king of the Voroks somehow, but they can't do it. The Voroks do it because they respect Malum, and they don't respect the Skrull. So it can't be taught. So Tuma is terrified because there's nothing he can do against the Batera that he knows of. So he goes north to the Black Rock Mountains to find the Sisters of the Skrull. Turns out, the Skrull that we see in, the toys and whatnot, They're just the male half of the species. The females of the species basically decided they wanted nothing to do with the males of the species and just separated themselves. And they stayed in the mountains, and they didn't have weapons, so that the Patera didn't bother them. Tuma never put this together. The Sisters of the Scrawl are all psychics. They believe that they were gifted this psychic power from a great being called Angonse. Tuma goes to meet them. They take Tuma captive because they hate him and they hate all men. Or all Skrull men. And Tuma tells them, I know where Angonse is. You can meet him and get even more psychic power. And they're like, you're probably lying, but okay, we believe you. So they let him go. They let him and Stronius go. Stronius is there as well. So Metis, this guy, meets up with Tuma and is like, hey, I know the secret of how to beat the Patera. I will teach you how to do it in exchange for give me a leadership position in the Skrull military if I help you beat the Patera and then help you beat all these guys and take over the world. And Tuma's like, okay, well, I hate you, but okay, I'll do it. Metis wants to join the winning side. He thinks the Skrull are going to win, so he betrays the other villages. This leads into the plot of the movie. The Skrull are planning to destroy all the other villages, and everyone kind of knows that that's what they want. Everyone knows it's like a matter of time before something really bad happens. But of course, all the other villages are like struggling for resources. This is sort of the theme of the movie and of this whole arc. If the four villages just put aside their differences and banded together, they could go and defeat the Skrull and wipe out this thing that is threatening to kill them all. But because they can't stop squabbling, it leaves them weak and divided so that the Skrull can pick them off one by one. They don't personally attack Volcanus. They trick the Bone Hunters into attacking Volcanus for them because they don't want to reveal that the Skrull and the Bone Hunters are allied yet. They save that for later. Gelu and Gresh discover some like scrolls on the Bone Hunters that have like a plan to attack Volcanus. They go to Tessara to get Vastus for help. Vastus is an okay guy, but he's like, well, I'm not going to go defend Volcanus because it could be a trick, and if I leave Tessara and Tessara gets attacked, then it'll be defenseless. So no, I'd rather stay and defend Tessara than go and defend Volcanus. Anyway, so there's a whole thing. They set up defenses because they're anticipating a battle. Basically, at the last minute, everyone decides, oh, Volcanus is in danger. All right, we will band together and help stop the Bone Hunters. A small W for the good guys. This raid on Volcanus was after the Skrull had already attacked Atero, the sort of main unified city. The Skrull had sort of been playing nice and fighting in the arena up until then. Then they attack Atero, and that's when everyone's like, okay, we kind of knew this was coming. They're actually not playing nice after all. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Before all that, before the Skrull War, there's another story called The Riddle of the Great Beings. In Riddle of the Great Beings, Tarduk, he finds a little piece of metal or stone. He thinks it's a treasure map. It leads to something that looks like a red star. The map up. Yeah, the red star. What does it mean? So he recruits Crotesius and Kerbold to go on a wild rock steed chase, as they call it, in search of whatever this map leads to, up in the Black Spike Mountains, where the Patera are. So these three go into the Black Rock Mountains following this treasure map, and they find this really, really old guy. His name is Surl, and he is one of the oldest creatures we know about. He is 265,000 years old, although there is another guy who's mentioned called Lean, and Lean died around when Surl was born, so Lean would have been even older. We don't know how much older. So Surl is really, really old, and he commands a pack of iron wolves, and he basically just warns them, watch out for the Element Lords. Okay, I didn't mention it. In Decadence by Dorek, the Battle of the Core War, all of the armies, the tribes, were led by these dudes called the Element Lords, and they're exactly what you think they are. There were probably six guys. There was a fire element lord, a water element lord, a jungle element lord, a sand element lord, a rock element lord, maybe an iron element lord. Okay, it's time to talk about this thing. The maze. On the Skrull's shields, they all have this symbol. It's not a Sonnenrad. It is not the Black Sun. I promise. The maze is a construction of the great beings, the ones that created the Great Spirit Robot. It's an ever-shifting maze that is built into the Black Spike Mountains. At the center of the maze is the secrets of the great beings. This is like a heavily simplified map of the maze, but it's constantly shifting. The paths are moving, and the Element Lords, who turns out were made by the great beings as well. They too are trying to reach the center of the maze and discover the secrets of the great beings. So Searle tells them, watch out, the Element Lords are about, and they're really scary. And upon receiving this warning, they are immediately caught up in a crossfire between the Element Lord of Ice and the Element Lord of Fire. Basically a big snowy avalanche and a big firestorm just meet each other in a big explosion, and they just dive out of the way, and they run, and they run. So they leave Searle, and they go on to a place called the Forest of Blades. And the Forest of Blades is ruled by the Element Lord of Jungle, Master of the Green. It's called the Forest of Blades because all the trees, the Elemental Lord of Jungle can control them and have them move freely. All the trees have ensnared warriors, Glatorian and Agori. All these warriors, along with their weapons, are just like trapped in these trees, so those are the blades. Obviously, immediately this happens to them. The Element Lord of Jungle traps them in a tree, and he's like, okay, Tarduk, you're of the green, so you're fine. Crotesius, I don't like you. You're fire, I'm racist. Fire is bad, so I'm keeping you here. The Jungle Lord tells them that he and the other Element Lords used to just be warriors, maybe Glatorian, maybe Agori, but the great beings turned them into these, the 10 Elemental Masters. Well, no, the 6 Elemental Masters. You could call this the Legend of the Elemental Masters if you wanted to. How have I not made a joke about Elemental Masters this whole time? It didn't even occur to me until now. Anyway, one guess. What's the thing that would help them escape from the forest man? Fire. They light a fire and it burns his trees and it hurts him really bad, and he goes, ow, ow, it hurts really bad, and they run away. They escape from the Element Lord by lighting his trees on fire, and they fall into the River Dormus. In the River Dormus, surprise, surprise, it's the Elemental Lord of Water, and he is like, hey, you're in my waters. Tell me where to go. Tell me how to reach the center of the maze or I'll drown you. And they're like, we don't know. And he's like, show me anyway. But they escape from him because the Elemental Lord of Ice attacks and he starts freezing the water. And then the Elemental Lord of Rock shows up and smashes all the ice. And they fly out of the frozen river onto the shore. And the Elemental Lord of Rock takes the form of like a rock version of Tarduk. And he speaks to him as like a rock clone of himself. And he's like, hey, you're looking for the center? Good luck. Bye. And leaves. After this, they find a archway in the mountains. It's a giant magical archway. It's called Spirit's Wish. They've heard legends of Spirit's Wish, and apparently if you walk through it, you get your deepest heart's desire or something. So they walk through the Spirit's Wish arch, thinking that they wish to find the treasure and the red star and the center of the maze and the secrets of the great beings and whatever else, but actually it just teleports them home, and they're like, oh, I guess actually we just wanted to go home. We didn't want it bad enough. Tarduk thinks, no, I'm going to go back. I'm going to go back and get it this time. That pretty much brings us up to the movie. Several of these stories kind of happen at the same time as the movie. The giant robot rises, shoots the Mask of Life with Mata Nui, and he goes through past like planets, and it seems like he leaves the galaxy and goes to a new galaxy. This doesn't really make any sense and probably didn't happen, but whatever. He traveled through space and landed on this planet called Bara Magna, sandy wasteland. When he lands, he does the same thing that Ignika did when it became Toa Inika, uses the Mask of Life's power, and he creates a Toa body for himself. No sweet hoverboard this time. He befriends a Scarabax beetle. This is a species of pest that everyone hates on Bara Magna. The Mask of Life is still the Mask of Life. It still has its powers, although they seem to work a little differently. I think it's just because they didn't want the protagonist to be basically all-powerful like Ignika was, who could just snap his fingers and kill anyone whenever he wanted to. Diegetically, the reason might be because he's outside of the Matoran universe. It doesn't work the same way, or maybe it only works that way on biomechanical creatures, so trying to use it on the non-Rahi species of Bara Magna wouldn't work the same way. I guess that's plausible. Anyway, what it does to this beetle is it turns it into like a shield. It turns it into a weapon. He can use the Mask of Life's powers to transform weapons into super weapons. That's the only thing the mask does anymore. That, and it opens a door later. He doesn't use like life elemental powers, really, except I think he shoots a beam out of his sword later, and maybe that's like a life beam. Unclear. Let's go ahead and connect these characters. There we go. The mask basically becomes possessed by Mata Nui. Mata Nui is the god that they worshipped since time immemorial, as well as is kind of one and the same as the island, since it's sort of his face. I think this guy's called Toa Mata Nui. Like, this is Mata Nui and this is Toa Mata Nui. Not a distinction that exists in the actual books or movies. Although at one point, Akar does refer to him as Toa Mata Nui. Mata Nui, he calls people Toa just as a compliment. Like, if he perceives someone as heroic, he's like, you are a true Toa. Also, he's voiced by the guy who was Worf in Star Trek, and his voice is great. Perfect for the role. Good performance of that character. The other characters, I don't know. Akar is played by the guy who voices Pete from Disney. I don't really like it. It's like the other movies. It's a little tonally different from the books. It's a lot sillier, slapstickier, family atmosphere, sort of whatever. Metis finds Mata Nui and thinks, hey, this guy looks like a warrior. Metis is like a broker of deals for Glatorian. He wants to broker a deal where some village will hire Mata Nui to battle in the arena. Mata Nui doesn't want to do that. He wants to get back somehow to the Great Spirit Robot to save his people from who he knows are now under the control of Pterodax. He doesn't know how he's going to do it, but that's his mission. No time for fighting in the Glatorian arenas. However, because he's such a noble guy, he's observing a battle between Strack and Akar, and he sees Strack cheat, and he's going to kill Akar for no reason at all, even though this means banishment. Don't know why Strack would do this. This is not in his self-interest. So he steps in and he saves Akar. So him and Akar become friends. Akar is friends with Kina, so he introduces him to Kina. Kina is like, oh my god, you're from another world. I have always dreamed of leaving this stupid planet and going to another world. They're like, cool. So he wants to try and figure out a way to get back to the Great Spirit Robot. But just as it happens, the Skrull War is going on. During the movie, Tijun gets attacked. Kina is like, oh my god, they destroyed my village. Oh no, my people. This is the moment when it's revealed that the Skrull and the Bone Hunters are working together. Gresh gets injured. They take Gresh to a secret cave that Kina knows. It's like a secret lair of, turns out, the Great Beings. This is like some sort of magical elemental laboratory where they have these bizarre holes in the wall full of the elements. We see there's a fire element, a jungle element hole, and a water element hole. So they bring Gresh here just to like be safe. Barracks is here, and Barracks like repairs Gresh because these guys are like part machine. Barracks just does repairs on his machine parts and now he's fine. Okay, so in this place, they find the three virtues symbol, unity, duty, destiny. The Mask of Life reacts with it and it opens a secret hole that has, okay, there's writing on the wall in the Matoran language, there's schematics for the Great Spirit Robot. This is the lab or a lab where the great beings were constructing the Great Spirit Robot. The opening where the mask flies through like galaxies and galaxies of space would imply that Mata Nui got here just by sheer coincidence. He happened to land, of all the planets in the universe, he landed on the one that the Great Spirit Robot came from. It's actually not a coincidence, but I'll explain why later. So Gresh is fixed. They go to Tessara. There's a Glatorian fight going on. They're like, hey guys, stop the fight. The Skrull are literally killing us all right now. When they destroyed a Tero, that was fine, obviously. Nobody cared. When they tried to kill Volcanus, obviously nobody cares about that. Water under the bridge. But now they've done it a third time, and now we should really probably do something about it. And everyone begrudgingly is like, fine. But all they're gonna do is like stay and guard the place to prevent Skrull attack. Kina and Barracks get kidnapped. Turns out there's a traitor. I already told you who the traitor is. It's Metis. Metis is working with the Skrull, feeding them information. He gets them kidnapped. Mata Nui is like, okay, you guys stay and guard the people. I'm gonna go off by myself to Roxtus to get them back. He just walks right into Roxtus and he challenges Tuma, the leader of the Skrull, to a fight. Okay, Akar gives some very secret of Certavis combat advice. He shares his eons of combat experience, his wisdom with Mata Nui. Watch your enemy and learn how they fight, and then try to counter it somehow. Think of a way to do that. Journey of the Takanuva and Secret of Certavis were baby books. There's 2 more baby books. The first one is Desert of Danger, when Metis is giving Mata Nui a ride to Volcanus to try and sell him to Ranu. They get attacked by this thing called a sand bat, which is like a burrowing creature. while they're driving, and Mata Nui tries to fight it. He wants to knock its mask off. He's like, oh, where's its mask? Because, to him, god of the Matoran universe, that's how you fight. You knock something's mask off. Metis is like, we don't have masks here. We wear helmets. And also, it's a beast. It has neither. So he just watches the sandbat and is like, oh, it likes to stay underground because it doesn't like the sun. So he just lets it come up to the surface, and it's daytime, so it gets in the sun, and it's like, I don't like the sun, and then it retreats. Why did it even come here in the first place? So he has already used the trick of observing it and figuring out a way to counter it. However, later, the next baby book, Challenge of Mata Nui, Akar says, Mata Nui, observe your enemy, observe how they fight, and try to counter it. And then Mata Nui does that against a beast. Anyway, in the movie, when he gets to Roxas, he does the same thing against Tuma, but by watch him and observe how he fights and try to counter it, he just sees that his back is weak, so he just hits him in the back, and that's how to beat him. So Tuma's defeated, and now, because of the deal that Metis brokered about, I'll show you how to defeat the Batera, you make me second in command. Now Tuma's defeated, so Metis is now in command of the allied Skrull and Bone Hunter forces. So Metis is the big bad, and what ensues is basically a big battle where everyone shows up together to fight the Skrull and the Bone Hunters, and they win. Mata Nui tells Click, he's like, hey, get out of here and save yourself. And Click ends up bringing a big swarm of Scarabax beetles, and they come and they form like a giant cloud that like shapes itself like a giant beast. And this frightens and disorients the Skrull and the Bone Hunters and scatters them, and that gives them the advantage. So they're able to, the good guys are able to win the day. The Scarabax beetle beast thing, it's like a metaphor. The tribes needed to unite in order to fight back the Skrull. This philosophy of unity is embodied in the swarm of Scarabax beetles that all work together to make this giant creature. They're stronger together than they are apart. They win the day. You get it. They put Mata Nui supercharged all their weapons. They put their supercharged elemental weapons together. Gresh got wind. Gresh got air elemental powers, even though he's a jungle guy. His element is jungle, but Mata Nui, he says that he's not actually giving them the powers. He's like awakening the latent elemental powers that they already had in them through their weapons, I guess. And yet, Gresh of the jungle tribe, his weapon channels a wind blast. I don't understand. Mata Nui and Akar and Kina and Gresh all put their weapons together and do a big combined beam. Sort of looks like when the 6 Toa combine to make the big beam that encases someone in Protodermis, but it doesn't do that. The Skrull are not extinct, by the way. They were defeated in the battle, but many of them and the Bone Hunters just scattered. They lost, but they're still around. So Metis tries to flee after his army is defeated. Mata Nui gets him and uses his Mask of Life power to punish him by transforming him into a snake. Not unlike what happened to the Paraka, although by a completely different mechanism. There is a extended ending scene called Metis' Revenge. As a snake, he can't fight a human, or a Toa, or a Glatorian. But he tries to get revenge on Click. He tries to kill the little beetle, coward that he is. But the swarm just beats him up, stings him a bunch. So at the end of the movie, actually, they start doing this in the middle of the movie. They finish it at the end of the movie. But after Tajun is destroyed, they decide, okay, we all got to come together. I mentioned that all the villages are based in these giant metal shelters. They decide to unify their villages, put ropes around them, and drag these huge shelters together to create a single, unified village structure. And at the end of the movie, they finish bringing them together, and the twist is these shelters were, in fact, pieces of a disassembled giant robot, not unlike the Great Spirit Robot. It's not as big as the Great Spirit Robot, but it is a giant robotic body. Mata Nui, his best bet for how to get back to the Matoran universe, the path is clear. If he can somehow transfer his consciousness out of the Mask of Life into this other robot, he might be able to use it to get back. He doesn't know how to do that yet. That's the next step on his quest. And also, Barracks finds a coin. On one side, it's got a picture of the Great Spirit Robot. It's got the Unity Duty Destiny symbol. And it's got this other symbol, which I think is like the symbol of the Glatorian. Put a note about what it is right here. Look at the screen. Really, it's really important. And on the other side, it's got the maze, which, as I mentioned, is a map to the center of a real-life maze that contains the secrets of the great beings. We're getting to the ending, and the ending of Bionicle is kind of a mess. This 2009 Bara Magna arc, there's a lot of it. There's quite a few side stories and books and whatever, and they made a whole movie about it. They were clearly setting up a lot of stuff that never actually paid off. They were opening up all these threads with like, oh, the Great Beings, the Sisters of the Scrawl, Angonse, the Maze, the Element Lords, Spirit's Wish. Most of that stuff doesn't really get resolved. The Element Lords, I'm sorry to disappoint you, nothing really happens with the Element Lords. Mata Nui would have encountered them in the second movie, in the tentative script. There was a tentative script that might have been the fifth movie, but it was not made. So I can't say it's really canon. It's actually very similar to the story of Tarduk and Crotesius and Kerbold going into the Black Spike Mountains and getting harassed and bullied by the Element Lords. So much so that I wonder if maybe Greg wrote that story after he knew that this movie was not getting made, so he sort of recycled the plot for it. It's about Mata Nui and Akar and Kina going into a region of the Black Spike Mountains where there's a giant maze, which is mapped out on the gold coin that Barracks found, to the center of the maze, which is a giant volcano, which is actually not a volcano, it's a fake volcano. It's really an ancient power plant of the Great Beings. On the way, they team up with a renegade Skrull, who actually, it turns out, is not a renegade. He's infiltrated them. He ends up betraying them to summon the Element Lords because he is actually here to make an alliance between Skrull and the Element Lords. That's his real goal. Also, there are just a couple of other Glatorians that are lost wandering around. There's a jungle Glatorian called Oris, an ice Glatorian called Lycus, and an Earth Glatorian called Terra. And I don't understand that at all because there is no Earth tribe, there is a rock tribe, and there's the former sand tribe, which does not exist anymore. There is the Voroks. What's going on here? Anyway, they make their way through this maze. As they get closer to the center of the maze, Mata Nui starts to like reawaken like old powers that he used to have when he was the great spirit robot. Like he unleashes gravity powers, and he just starts getting mad. He just starts getting really testy, like he's on steroids or something. They get to the middle. They have to combine their elemental whatevers in a show of unity to get to the Great Beings thing. The Skrull betrays them and does a ritual and summons the Element Lords. They get attacked by the Element Lords. They run away. They activate the power plant. The volcano erupts, and activating this power plant turns on what's called the prototype robot, the big but not as big as the Great Spirit robot that they formed by combining the 5 village shelters. However, in the process, they get blasted by the volcano. There's like a vehicle, there's like a hoverbike or a spaceship in the center of this power plant, which they get into. Akar, Kina, and Mata Nui, they get into, and the volcano erupts and it blasts them out into space. And they end up landing on another third planet, not the original planet where the Great Spirit Robot was, and not Bara Magna, a third planet. It's described as a jungle planet or a heavily forested planet where there are biomechanical dinosaurs roaming around. If there had maybe been another season of this, maybe we would have had a jungle dino Beast Wars season. Didn't happen though. Yeah, so none of that is canon. Greg said that they had divided up the story as they intended it to be into 7 books. Book 1 was Mata Nui, as in the Toa Mata, the Toa Nuva, the Bohrok, and the Mask of Light. Book 2, Metru Nui, so Legends of Metru Nui and Web of the Visorak. Book 3 was the Quest for the Mask of Life, so Voyage Nui and Mahri Nui. And then Bara Magna was to be book 4, and then the saga after Bara Magna, which I'll get to in a second, would have been book 5, and then there would have been 2 more books, I guess, after that, and who knows what they would have been about. That was the plan. That didn't happen. So these book distinctions are not used anymore. In, I think, the last book, Journey's End. In this version, which I guess is the real version, because it's in the book, and the books are the real canon when it comes down to you gotta pick one or the other. Remember The Secret of the Great Beings when Tarduk and Crotesius, they went in search of that treasure map that led to what looked like the Red Star? They were headed in the direction of the Great Maze. They didn't actually get there before they went through Spirit's Wish. The other two were like, forget it. Tarduk actually made good on his resolution to, I'm gonna go back and try again. He did go back, but he went missing. So Mata Nui, he goes to the maze. He finds the center. There's like a giant set of doors and the voice of a great being. He's got to answer his riddles 3. What do you seek? What is your burden? And what brings you life and death? It's the 3 virtues. What I seek is unity, getting back together with his
people or whatever. My burden is duty because, like, I gotta take care of my people or whatever. And what brings me life and death is destiny. That one's just obvious. I don't need to explain that one. This lets him in, and he finds another great being laboratory. There's plans for, like, the Great Spirit robot and also another robot, because it's time to explain, like, what's going on with Bara Magna and space and the great beings. There's a comic called All Our Sins Remembered, and there was also on Bionicle.com a series of little short and illustrated entries called the Mata Nui saga that just explain all this backstory. Bara Magna used to be, instead of being like a desert wasteland planet, it was like a normal good planet called Spherus Magna. There were the tribes, the elemental tribes: fire, water, jungle, sand, rock, iron, earth, maybe? Whatever. There were some number of tribes, and they were ruled over by the Great Beings. And the Great Beings were a cabal of scientist kings. They were of the same species as the Glotorian. Remember, Glotorian is the name of their job, not their species. We don't know what their name of their species is. They were these brilliant scientist kings, but they were more interested in doing science than in ruling. So, to avoid having to do any ruling, they created the Element Lords, as it said in that one story about Tarduk and the rest going into the Black Spike Mountains. I guess they took some Glotorian, powered them up, and made them lords of their element, and they placed these 6, 7, 8, who knows, number of Element Lords, and were like, you guys rule the planet, you each, like, rule your tribes and be in charge, so we don't have to do it. And I guess maybe this kind of worked until on Spherus Magna, more specifically in Spherus Magna, was discovered a new natural resource, energized protodermis. There it is. It's back. It was the secret sauce all along. And remember, energized protodermis, it's the most powerful thing in the universe. It's a wicked power source, just in general, and it also can transform you into a super version of yourself or kill you depending on your destiny. But it basically can just do anything, right? The Element Lords immediately went to war over it. All the tribes started fighting, and this was the core war, wherein all the tribes formed armies and battled against each other. All the Glotorians served in armies under their Element Lord. The Great Beings, who just didn't want to do anything, eventually they were like, okay, this has gone too far. They created the Batera, which were creatures designed to attack anything that has a weapon, and this was designed to discourage fighting to try and end the war. It did not work, or it was too little too late. Continued mining and extraction of energized protodermis was going to have really bad ecological effects, which I'll tell you in a second, but they were like, okay, this is really bad. We have to build a spacefaring robot to explore the cosmos and learn whatever it can from other planets, find a new planet that we can go to, because ours is going to be too messed up to live on soon. Maybe it would carry us there once it found one. A giant robot to go out into space and explore the cosmos and learn things about other planets. So this was the Great Spirit robot. That one great being, Angonse, the one that the Sisters of the Scrawl really want to meet because they think he gave them their psychic powers, which he didn't, but they don't know that. He names the spirit robot because it carries the spirit of Spherus Magna with it. That's the origin of the Great Spirit robot, and then of course Mata Nui was the intelligence they created to direct it or be in charge of it. They didn't just directly make Mata Nui, they made the Matoran first. And the Matoran started building the Great Spirit robot. They don't remember this. Probably the Great Beings wiped their memory. As we've seen before, the Matoran, it's like so easy to wipe their memory. If anything traumatic happens to them, they just forget whatever happened before. It happens all the time. I'm sure it was the easiest thing in the world. Or maybe they like built the shell of him and then like they put the Matoran inside. And so the Matoran were always inside the robot, even when it was on the planet. So they were building it from the inside. They created this race of workers and stuff that would build it on the inside and then maintain it as part of its cyber biological ecosystem. The Matoran language is basically programming code that they wrote, that they coded all their instructions in. So, I don't know. Think about that, I guess. This was 100,000 years ago. First, they made the prototype robot. It exploded and failed. They built a bunch of, pieces of prototypes. The original energy source was unstable. Ironically, energized protodermis was the stable energy source that enabled the Great Spirit robot to finally function correctly and not explode. A note about protodermis. They discovered energized protodermis in the core of Spherus Magna. This somehow allowed them to make protodermis, which is described as like a extremely useful substance that can take many forms. And this is why there's solid protodermis and liquid protodermis and crystal protodermis. Protodermis did not exist before. Energized protodermis somehow enabled the creation of protodermis, which was very useful, and I think energized protodermis as the power source and also protodermis as the raw material is what made it possible to build the Great Spirit Robot. The beings on Spherus Magna are not made of protodermis. That's strictly a Great Spirit Robot and the creatures that compose it thing. Actually, I forgot to mention this, but in Dwellers in Darkness, when the Toa Haga and Miserix are headed to the core processing unit to try to find Pterodax the first time, they come across two bodies of two armored creatures. Miserix is like, these dead bodies are not made of protodermis. That's really weird. Greg explained on the forums and in response to reader questions that, yeah, these were two Glatorian or members of the Glatorian species who were put into the core processing unit as like a failsafe in case the Great Spirit died or was incapacitated or got sick or something. These two guys were here in stasis and they were supposed to come out and take over manual control of the robot. They unfortunately died during the cataclysm. When it got sick, they were released, but then in the crash, they were killed. So it didn't really work out. So the Great Beings designed the entire robot, and then first the Avmatoran and then other kinds of Matoran built it. All the locations in the Great Spirit Robot, all the islands and all the chambers, the Chamber of Life, the Mask of Life, they made certain individuals, Karzani and Artaka. Toa Helrix was made by the Great Beings. She was made as a Toa. She was never a Matoran. Same for the Toa Mata, Toa Nuva, by the way. They were not created by the Great Beings. They were made by Artaka, but they were created as Toa and were never Matoran, just in case you were wondering. So that's the story of the creation of Mata Nui, and then once he was done, he spent 100,000 years, or I guess 99,000 years, flying around space, going to who knows where. He went to all kinds of planets, one assumes. He blames himself for eventually letting the cataclysm happen, which to him, the giant robot, is basically he got sick, an illness knocked him out. He was just engrossed in his work and in his exploration of other planets and in just, living his best life. The same way that people don't go to the doctor right away, even if they feel sick. He was just, I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll take care of itself. I'm not going to worry about the minutia of the goings-on inside of my body. Just going to let my immune system handle it. It didn't work out this time. The cataclysm happened, he got sick and fell. This is why I said that it doesn't make any sense in the opening scene of the movie when the mask goes through like galaxies and galaxies. The planet he fell onto was... The planet he fell onto. So Spherus Magna had broken out in total war over this energized protodermis. It's highly volatile. It can basically do anything. And like we saw when Toa Vakama, when he was fighting Sentrak, he shot a vial of it with a disc or something, or maybe with fire, and it exploded really violently. It's very explosive and volatile. Excessive mining of energized protodermis led to ecological disaster in the form of literally the planet exploded. Burst apart into 3 chunks. One bigger, 2 relatively smaller. The big one was Bara Magna. That's the planet that these guys live on. The other 2, a water planet called Aqua Magna and a jungle planet called Bota Magna. Here, Bota Magna and Aqua Magna became moons of what was Spherus Magna but was now Bara Magna. And also this like cloud of space gas or dust burst off in the explosion, and it's the same shape. The Bionicle symbol, Unity, Duty, Destiny, Bara Magna, Aqua Magna, Bota Magna. I don't know if when they designed this logo, they knew that it was 3 planets, but it is. Either way, it really works. Well done, Lego. You got me. The Spherus Magna had all 6, 7, 8 elements. Bota Magna and Aqua Magna were sort of like the jungle element and the water element splitting off from the main body. That's why it's so like dry and hostile on Bara Magna. In that tentative movie that didn't get made, when the volcano erupts and he's flung into space and he lands on a forest planet, that's Bota Magna. And the planet that the Great Spirit Robot was lying on under the sea on this ocean planet, that's Aqua Magna. So he wasn't actually that far from home. 90% of car accidents happen within a mile of home. He's just been lying on the moon of his home planet this whole time. So he was not in another galaxy or whatever. One little gotcha you could make about this is that the Matoran on the island of Mata Nui never see a giant moon in the sky, Bara Magna or Bota Magna. Okay, if Aqua Magna is like tidally locked in its rotation with Bara Magna, then I guess it could have landed on the side of Aqua Magna that just never faces Bota Magna and Bara Magna, and that must be what happened. That would explain it perfectly, actually. So never mind, there is no gotcha. It's genius, it's perfect, it's flawless. This explosion of Spherus Magna into Bara Magna, Bota Magna, Aqua Magna is called the Shattering. What the Great Spirit Robot was ultimately intended to do, it was involved in bringing Bota Magna and Aqua Magna back together with Bara Magna to reform Spherus Magna. The Great Spirit Robot could not do this alone. For some reason, they needed to have another separate robot to help him. So the Great Beings were going to build another robot, not the prototype robot that they just reformed out of all these shelters dragged together. That was the first robot. That was the prototype robot. And then the Great Spirit Robot was the second one, the successful version of the failed prototype. And then they were going to build a third one that would have assisted the Great Spirit Robot in reuniting the 3 planets. But they didn't build that one because... Why didn't they build that one? Was it because of the Core War? Maybe it had something to do with the Cataclysm. Like maybe once the robot was knocked offline, they were like, well, it's not going to work now, so we're not going to build the second robot or the third robot because it can't do it by itself. I'll have to put a note on screen. I'll have to like look this up and whatever. There was a plan and it didn't work out. But Mata Nui's like, okay, somehow I have to reunite the 3 planets. Also, Tardik is there. He's like chained up over a pool of lava. I guess he was caught in a trap. Mata Nui, frees him. And also there's a volcano. Yeah, a volcano shows up. Another artificial volcano, like in the movie that doesn't exist. He comes back with the power source. He has this magic cube that is the power source of not the Great Spirit Robot, the prototype robot. He'll use that to power it on. By the way, the reason that this prototype robot's parts were all scattered around was because it had exploded, because this power source is unstable. As the name implies, this was a prototype of what they would eventually build in the form of the Great Spirit Robot. It was a failed attempt, it exploded, so this is like an inferior model. Concept art shows that it might have been like much smaller. I think in the final book and comic, it's like 2/3 as tall, so on the same order of magnitude, but like significantly smaller. Whether by powering on the power plant / volcano or by retrieving the power source from a tower at the center of the maze, whichever version you want to go with, Mata Nui manages to power on the reassembled prototype robot. But enough about that. The last novel, Journey's End, kind of happens at the same time as an online serial called Reign of Darkness, which is about what's going on inside of the Great Spirit Robot while Mata Nui is trying to get back to it and save the Matoran and everyone. Back to the Great Spirit Robot. When Pterodax took over, it stood up on the Sea of Aqua Magna, so it's still just kind of standing there. Pterodax is focusing inwards on the inside of his new body, just trying to get everything under control, because as you can imagine, the Toa are not happy that Pterodax is God now. Ooh, he's got a big bellyache. He can sense that Mata Nui is still alive out in space. His plan is, once this whole internal situation is figured out, wherever Mata Nui is, he's on a planet somewhere, I'll find that planet, and then after I've, killed him, I'll just conquer that planet, make them my slaves, and then I'll just go planet to planet, build a space empire, rule the entire universe, I'm the most powerful thing in the universe. It's gonna be a blast. I'm gonna make Helrix watch it all. Also, Makuta says that he is 40 million feet tall in the Great Spirit Robot. I mentioned this way back. This is a disparity between what the initial concept art and Christian Faber's initial pitch and stuff says versus what Greg Farshty wrote. 40 million feet tall would make the Great Spirit Robot about the height of the diameter of the planet Earth. If its head was about the size of Denmark, then its whole body would be the size of Europe, or the length across of North America or something like that. So it's not planet sized. It's continent sized. At least I think so, because I just think it makes more sense. If you to think that it's bigger, maybe you could say Aqua Magna is just a really big planet and it's bigger than the Earth. Even though it was laying down on Aqua Magna's bigger, so it could still be the size of the Earth. It doesn't really matter. I'm sure you're wondering what's going on inside that Great Spirit Robot right now. Before that, We gotta answer the more pressing question, which I'm sure you're dying to know. What happened to Mazika and Voltraz? When Mazika and Voltraz went through that dimensional portal that opened when they were fighting on Karda Nui, they ended up in an alternate reality, not unlike the ones that Takanuva visited on his journeys. They ended up on Spherus Magna, one that had not shattered into Bota Magna and Aqua Magna, Bara Magna. So in this world, instead of building the great spirit robot to send out into space to learn about other planets to try to prevent or maybe escape the shattering, instead of doing that, the great beings built Toa and Matoran just to help on Spherus Magna to prevent the shattering in the first place. In this universe, like, the little ones that look like Matoran are called the Toa, and they have the elemental powers, and the big ones that look like the Toa, they're called Matoran, and they don't have elemental powers. They're bigger and stronger, but they're basically just use that to do physical labor. Whereas the little Toa, they have elemental powers, and they're much more agile and fast and whatever. The great beings made the little Toa, and they sent them, like, inside the planet to, they did something. They sent them inside the planet to prevent the energized protodermis from exploding. This event was called the Melding. So when Mazika and Voltraz arrive, they meet Toa Maku and Matoran Helrix. Toa Maku sees them and thinks that they're two more Toa. She says, nice to meet another hero of the melding. Also, in this version of reality, the great beings got rid of the element lords because they were bad and power hungry. They replaced them with the Makuta, but this version of the Makuta are good and are fully light-aligned. I guess they're probably still made of antidermis, but instead of being shadow, they're a light version of the Makuta, noble, virtuous warriors and protectors that serve the great beings and protect all the people of Spherus Magna. They create Rahi, they create new species just like the ones in the real universe, but they're good. And they meet Makuta Pterodax. He's described as being in white armor. He wields a warhammer. Alternate Makuta Pterodax, paladin version, or whatever. So Mazika and Voltraz tell them that they're not from Spherus Magna and they want to go home. Toa, Maku, and Pterodax do not know what to do about this, so they bring them to a giant crystal and iron fortress where 6 great beings are in like a council chamber. Hey, we've got some guys that say they're from another world here. What do we do? Voltraz is scheming. He's like, in this world they think I'm a Toa. I would be respected and powerful here, so I'm gonna use this to my advantage and become a leader in this world. But the great beings see him and they're like, oh wow, in this world it's really weird to find a creature that's full of shadow. This guy is like one of the creatures we made, the Matoran or the Toa, and yet he's so like weak, both physically and of spirit. He's so like wretched and full of shadow and evil. In this other universe, we must have really messed up if this guy could exist. We're gonna keep him. We're going to take him into our lab and study him and like see what's going on with that. Mazika, you can go home. We'll just send you through a portal. And Mazika's like, no, I don't want to do that. I hate Voltraz, but I feel like that would be evil to just leave him stranded in an alternate universe. And they're like, no, we don't care. We're keeping him. You don't have any say in the matter, but we'll send you home. However, if we keep him, we need to send another being with you, equivalent exchange, just to keep the math equal. Pick anyone to go with you when you go home. And he's like, well, I guess I'll take giant holy warrior Makuta Pterodax. And they're like, yep, sure, okay, bye. So Mazika returns back to the real world with alternate reality light elemental Makuta Pterodax as his sidekick. At some point, Pterodax does decide, okay, I've got everything under control enough. I've figured out how to work the robot well enough. It's time to go get Mata Nui. So he does take off and launch into space. He says that he has to reach out to the Red Star in order to do this. So the Red Star, it's related to the Great Spirit robot. It's not exactly clear what its purpose for the robot is, but it must have something to do with either its takeoff mechanisms or its navigation system. It does follow the robot. When it goes from one planet to another, the star goes from planet to planet with it and stays in orbit around the planet and does something inside the Great Spirit robot. So Pterodax now, as the Great Spirit, he can sense everything inside of him, but not necessarily all at once. He has to like think about someone inside of him and then he can see them in his mind. So if he knows who you are, he can see you at any time. If he's looking for you, he can find you. So Tahu is leading a doomed little gaggle of warriors trying to rebel against Pterodax, which is, a completely hopeless effort, but, they're doing their best. Camping out in dark caves and stuff, just trying to avoid detection. He's with Kopiki, Jomak, the Order member, Kraka, the shapeshifter, she's back. We're friends with her again. A dark hunter called Guardian, and also the other dark hunter who we've seen before, Lariska, trying to fight against the forces of Pterodax, which the forces of Pterodax inside the body are the Rakshi. Makuta can continue to make Rakshi the same old way by making Krata and then dipping them in energized protodermis. He's just making more and more Rakshi to just fill up his body. He also has control over the Exotoa. Remember in the Bohrok caverns, there were those giant armored mech suits that the Toa got in, and then later when they came back to fight the Bohrok-Kal, they saw that the Exotoa were operating independently. The Great Spirit has control over all Exotoa, and there are lots of Exotoa throughout the Matoran universe in various places. So now, Makuta has squads of Exotoa just patrolling the whole Matoran universe, looking for dissenters or rebels or anything he wants. He has some amount of control just over the land and the air and everything. Like Guardian, the Dark Hunter, Makuta just opens up a trapdoor under him randomly and he just falls through a shaft to who even knows where. But the rest of them get attacked by a squad of Exotoa. They pretend to surrender. They're leading us back to Metru Nui, but we're going to try and make a break for it. But as this is happening, Onua shows up and Onua does an earthquake. They're saved from this particular squad of Exotoa. And they're like, okay, what's the plan? Let's go find some energized protodermis and destroy it so Pterodax can't make Rakshi anymore. The same thing that Toa Helrix tried to do. This flying Order of Mata Nui member shows up with reconnaissance, with info. They're making more and more Rakshi, and they're all heading south. They're all heading to the southern islands. We don't know why. Change of plans, I guess. Gather up as many Toa as you can find, and just follow them, and just try and meet them and head them off, and just stop whatever Pterodax is trying to do. It's the only thing I can think to do, so let's do it. Pterodax also senses there's another Makuta running around. Wait a minute, but I killed all the Makuta. Oh, they must have brought another Makuta from another reality. So he's sensing the alternate reality Pterodax that Mazika just brought with him. So he sends 3 of the late Tridax's shadow Takanuvas to attack them. Mazika just drop kicks them. Alt Pterodax uses his warhammer. They just beat them up and are victorious. Around this time, the Toa Mari are on another mission, this time to Zakaz, because Nektan, the most significant Skakti warlord, has broken his alliance with the Order of Mata Nui. Makuta sent an army of Rakshi to Zakaz to kill the Skakti or fight them back because they were with the Order. Nektan betrayed them and was like, never mind, sorry, I'll join your side. His Skakti are now working with the Rakshi. They too are marching south. Other Skakti are getting killed by the Rakshi because they didn't defect. Some other ones may have defected. It's not clear how many did versus didn't. But some amount of Skakti are now fighting with the forces of Makuta. They're also there because the 5 remaining Paraka, they were being held in the archives, but they have mysteriously disappeared. So for this reason too, they're like, go to Zakaz, find out what happened to the Paraka. So they go into this cave, into these ancient ruins. Some other warlord has a huge group of Skakti around him, and he's giving a speech. Oh, the Great Spirit's dead. A Makuta has taken over the universe. We hate the Makuta. We're not going to sit down and take this. It's time to take fate into our own hands. He brings out a giant vat of energized protodermis. He has a bunch of prisoners, a Zyglak, a Vortix, the Steltian species, but not the one that Sidorak is, the laborer species on Stealth, which is the species that Kreka is. The 5 Paraka as snakes, and he throws them all together into this vat of protodermis, energized protodermis, and then, unbeknownst to anyone, Zaktan, he's secretly there, he's just lurking around as a little cloud of protodytes, and he's like, oh, me too, and he just shoots down into the goo. These guys, they dislike Makuta Pterodax, but the Maori are like, how could they know that this would work? Because energized protodermis usually kills anything it touches. They surmise that this is probably an idea planted into these Skakti's heads by Pterodax, kind of the way that he's planted the idea for the Paraka to go and get the Mask of Life. But that's just a theory. A Toa theory. But they throw them all in. It works. These guys were all destined to be energized protodermist, and they merge together into what is described as a giant golden being with a somewhat reptilian face. They say he's 12 feet tall, gold, muscular, beautiful, and he refers to himself as we, and he says, "We hunger." He seems to be like feeding on the Skakti's minds, and all the Skaktis sort of fall under its mental domination. The Toa Mari also fall under its mental domination, and the Toa Mari all look at each other and they're like, hey, wait a minute. I just realized that the Skakti are the master race. They are superior beings, and we should throw ourselves at their feet and try to join their ranks. And if they won't let us and they kill us, so be it. It's the most noble death I can imagine, being killed by the Skakti. Let's go, gang. So they just join the Skakti throng and become minions of this golden lizard man. We gotta get back to Vezon. You probably guessed Vezon did not die from the tidal wave of energized protodermis. He was destined. The energized protodermis merged the Kanoi Olmec with him, and the thing is just like firing off randomly, portaling him from reality to reality, and he can't control it. It brings him to an alternate reality where the Dark Hunters and the Matoran are working together to build a giant cannon. He visits another reality where the Great Beings built the spirit robot, but Makuta was the intelligence controlling it, and Mata Nui was the usurper. He teleports briefly back to Karda Nui in the main universe, and then briefly to the melding universe, and this is what opened the portal that Voltraz and Mazika went through. And then he finally lands in an alternate version of Spherus Magna, different from the melding. In the melding universe, the shattering never happened because the melding prevented it. In this alternate universe, the shattering did happen, but the Makuta never went bad inside the Great Spirit Robot, and so the Cataclysm never happened, and so Mata Nui was able to carry out his mission, which, as we now know, was to reunite the three planets, Aqua, Bota, Bara Magna, and reform Spherus Magna. So on this planet, he finds Tarduk and Gresh, a bunch of Agori, and a bunch of Glotorian, and a bunch of Matoran, and a bunch of Toa, and they're all like working together. I think they're disassembling the shelters that formed the prototype. They're welding them together, or they're welding them apart, or they're doing some work on them. Tarduk asks him, like, who are you? And he lies and he says he's a Toa. He says he's a Toa of Anarchy. And Tarduk's like, okay, maybe if he told a Toa that, a Toa would be like, that doesn't exist. But this Agori doesn't know that much about Toa, so maybe that's why the lie worked. I mentioned that the Great Beings were trying to build a third robot, but they didn't. So in this reality, because the plan with Mata Nui went off without a hitch, they did build the third robot. When Mata Nui returned in the Great Spirit Robot, then this third robot that was now built, Mata Nui transferred his consciousness to this other robot, and then Makuta Pterodax, who, remember, in this universe did not become evil. Makuta Pterodax took over the Great Spirit Robot, and then the two of them like combined powers, I think there's their gravity powers, because they have gravity, and united their powers to pull the planets together. And I believe that Makuta Pterodax stayed in charge of the Great Spirit Robot. Some of the Toa and Matoran, but not all, just left the robot and now live on Spherus Magna. Mata Nui, it says that he went to the center of the maze, and he might still be there. It's not exactly clear. But the point is, this timeline in which the Makuta never rebelled and went evil actually worked out way better for Pterodax. He got to be the spirit robot. That was the plan all along. He would have just been given it if he just chilled out, but he couldn't. So in this universe, the Toa and the Matoran and the Glotorian and the Agori, they're all friends. The Skrull, the Makuta, defeated Tuma and basically took over the Skrull, and the Skrull are like the police, or they're like peacekeepers. They fight to protect all the other tribes. So the Skrull are like being used for good now. The Bone Hunters are still bad, and also the Vortex and the Skakti, and also Makuta Miserix joined the Bone Hunters, and they're all evil. So the people on this version of Spherus Magna still have to fight off those guys who attack from time to time. So this happens while Vezon is there, and Vezon's like, oh no, I gotta get out of here. And he tries to activate the Olmec, but instead, time freezes. He can't open a portal, and he's like ethereal, and he's like, what's going on? Turns out that a great being, and this is a great being that was mentioned all the way back in the Voyage of Nui arc. When they made the Mask of Life, it's kind of evil, it's kind of cursed, but one of the great beings who helped make it decided to touch it, and touching it, it gives you a curse, and it cursed this great being. Everything around it comes alive. It even means like, inanimate objects, and even like immaterial things like light. So he's shrouded in like an orb of darkness, darkness because the light around him comes to life and then dies. To stop him from bringing everything to life all the time, the other great beings trapped him in like a dungeon, chained him to a chair. The chains are alive and they're like thrashing around and wriggling around, and I'm sure the chair is alive and the bricks in the room are alive. So he's been here for 100,000 years. This great being who is not given a name, he's just the cursed great being. He's noticed Vezon portaling around and he's like, hey, Vezon, you are an extraordinary being. You have this bizarre power. Help me escape, and I'll let you go. We'll leave it there for now. In Metru Nui, Pterodax has declared Akmau. Akmau's back, like he never left. Akmau has been named the Turaga of Metru Nui. Obviously, he's not literally a Turaga, but he's been given the title. He's in charge of the place. He is forcing the other Matoran to erect great statues of Pterodax, give him the honor and the worship that he's always craved, but was never given by these ungrateful Matoran. So Maku, Kapura, and Hafu have a little secret meeting in part of the archives that nobody ever goes to, trying to like plot, like, what are we going to do about this? What can we do? And they find, as luck would have it, Toa Tuyet, the smashed body embedded with pieces of the Nui stone Matoro and Pterodax retrieved from the pit, was fake. Well, actually, it wasn't exactly fake. You see, after Likan and Nadiki stopped Tuyet in Metru Nui, she still has the pieces of the Nui stone like embedded in her armor, so like she's basically still got the Nui stone. And the Order of Mata Nui were like, actually, normally we would send her to the pit, but we actually kind of want the Nui stone and we want to like figure out its secrets. So we're going to pretend to send her to the pit, but actually we're going to send her to another reality, an alternate dimension, and keep her in an alternate dimensional prison, try and torture her, get information about the stone and try and study the stone and try to recreate it. So they took that alternate universe's Toa Tuyet, brought her to our reality and sent her to the pit with, I guess, like fake crystals embedded in her body that they pretended were the Nui stone, but they weren't. I think Maxilos says that during the cataclysm, Toa Tuyet was actually helping people escape from the pit and die doing it. If that's true, it might be because this alternate version of Tuyet was like good. Maybe. Yeah, but the real Tuyet was an alternate reality prison. After like 1,500 years, she eventually convinced her jailer, whoever it was, hey, I'm good actually, and you should help me. And he was like, okay. Then spent the next 2,000 years, just like Takanuva, just going dimension to dimension, just trying to find her way back to her original reality. As she was doing this, her Nui stone pieces were absorbing Toa energy from more and more Toa, so she's just been getting stronger and stronger this whole time. And at some point, she restored the Nui stone, because when she gets back, she has it all in one chunk. It doesn't say how she repaired it, but she did. And she's just happened to find her way back to the main universe right now, and these three Matoran find her in the archives, and they're like, hey, who are you? And she's like, oh, hey guys, what happened in this reality? And they're like, oh, well, there was a cataclysm, and then there was the Toa Nuva, and then now the Great Spirit is dead, Makuta Pterodax is God now, and it's really rough, and Tuyet's like, okay, I see. Right, I think I can help with this. Her idea is that because she should not exist in this universe, Pterodax doesn't know she's here, so Pterodax will not think of her. So she can basically fly under the radar because Pterodax doesn't know that she's here. But she's like, okay, guys, lead me to where Pterodax is. I have a secret weapon. I've got this Nui stone. I'm wicked powerful. I'm the most powerful thing in the universe. Let's do it. Toa Liwa. He's off on his own mission, going to Artaka, the island, to ask Artaka, the guy, please stop hiding in your castle. You're like the most powerful guy in the universe. Could you maybe act like it for a change? But he gets there and he finds that the island of Artaka is already being besieged by Rakshi, and he's like, oh no, maybe I gotta rescue Artaka. And then Artaka speaks through his mind. No, don't worry about it. I'm done for. It's too late for me. However, there's someone else you could talk to, and he teleports Liwa to the island of Tren Krom. Liwa is like, what the heck is this? And Tren Krom is like, so you want to take down Pterodax? Well, I have an idea, but you might not like it. And Liwa's like, I'll do anything. And so Tren Krom switches bodies with Liwa. So Liwa is now inside of the big gelatinous tentacle monster trapped inside this island, and Tren Krom is inside Toa Liwa, his body. He doesn't have his air powers, but he's got everything else about him. You know, obviously Liwa is freaking out. He's like, oh no, I'm a monster and I'm trapped in an island. Like, what am I going to do? This marks the final, one last time that a air Toa gets to be mind controlled. It's a proud tradition that they carried all the way through to the end. So this was deliberate on Artaka, by the way. Artaka knew this would happen. Trencrom as Toaliwa sends a message to Artaka. He's like, hey, Artaka, I got the body. Thanks for sending that rube. Artaka's uppity about it. He's like, you're such a jerk, Trencrom. Oh, you're such a bad guy. I know I just helped you and did you a big favor and we're basically allies right now, but I'm kind of too good for you. But yeah, okay, I'll do exactly what you want. So he so he teleports Trencrom as Toaliwa also to the Metru Nui archives, and he meets Toa Tuyet, and Maku's not there. It's just Hafu and Kapura. So Trencrom is a super psychic being, so he immediately reads Toa Tuyet's mind and is like, I know exactly who this is. And Toa Tuyet is not psychic, but she can sort of tell that something is off about Liwa, and she doesn't know exactly who it is, but she knows it's an imposter. But they're like, okay, whatever. We want to go fight Pterodax and take control of the universe back from him, so it's fine. They come across the Toa Haga, who, remember, are still living in a delusional paradise where everything worked out and they've won all the battles. Trencrom is like, oh, an illusion? It's over. He frees the Toa Haga from this Makuta illusion. Toa Helrix is still trapped in the core processing unit. She's thinking okay, if Pterodax were to be destroyed now, it might mean the end of the whole universe. But she decides it's better to destroy the whole universe. Yeah, it would kill everyone in the universe and that's really bad. But if I don't do that, he's going to take the robot planet to planet and create a space empire. The consequences are going to be even more far-reaching. So she tries to do the Nova Blast, the thing that Jaller almost did that would have nuked Metru Nui, the thing that Gali did that rehydrated Karzani. She starts charging up a Nova Blast, but then before she does it, Trencrom as Liwa and Toa Tuyet and the Matoran show up. And Trencrom, now he sees Miserik, the painting of Miserix on the wall, and he is like, oh, that's just a mental illusion. And he fixes it. And so Miserix is back, and Miserix is mad. Trencrom, he thinks to himself, I should be mad at the great beings for getting rid of me to put Mata Nui in charge. And I should be mad at Mata Nui for taking my spot. But whatever. Who cares? It wouldn't do me any good to hold it against them. My own personal self-interest says, I actually need to help Mata Nui now. I want to send Mata Nui a message. He goes to some control panels in the core processing unit, and he uses this to send some kind of message to Mata Nui in the Ignika, something about the golden armor. What does it mean? We may never know. So as he's sending Mata Nui this message, Axon and Brutaka show up. Again, I didn't mention it, but Axon, he had been in an illusion. Remember before, the last time these guys were here and then they got sent away, I said that Makuta can't mind control an Order of Mata Nui member because they have special mental training. Nope, that was wrong. That was misinformation. That was a lie. He can when he's in the Great Spirit Robot because it amplifies his power so much, which he already was in the Great Spirit Robot back then. Maybe he hadn't fully taken control of its systems, whatever. He had gotten Axon into an illusion where he thought he was in an empty wasteland. He was wandering around for, he doesn't know if it was days or months or weeks, but he eventually just breaks out and realizes, oh, he's just on an island somewhere. Better go find Brutaka. So he did, and then they came back. So now it's most of the people that were all here the last time a bunch of guys got together in the core processing unit to confront Pterodax. They're trying it again, but now there's a split among the group because Helrix, as I already explained, has decided that destroying the universe at this point is better than leaving Pterodax in control of it. So she wants to destroy the core processing unit and in turn destroy the entire universe. Axon is still a loyal Order of Mata Nui member, so he's going to do what Helrix says. Miserix wants to destroy Makuta Pterodax at any cost. He doesn't care if it'll destroy the universe. So the three of them are we gotta destroy the core processing unit. Trencrom is well, if we destroy the universe, I'll die, and I don't want to die, so no. Tuyet thinks that she can defeat Makuta and take over the universe somehow. She wants to rule, so she's no thanks, not going to destroy the universe, please. And Brutaka, remember, he's still glowing with the ancient Makuta spirit knowledge, the three that must be made one and the two that will make them one. He's talking about recombining the three planets, Bota Magna, Aqua Magna, Bara Magna back into Spherus Magna. He wants that to happen, and he knows that it can't happen without the Great Spirit Robot, so he's no, we gotta protect the Great Spirit Robot. It's the only way to reform Spherus Magna. So it's 3-on-3. They all start fighting about what they're gonna do, what they're gonna try and do with Pterodax. And then who shows up but Artaka himself? For the first time, we're seeing him in the flesh. He walks through the door. He's 10 feet tall. He's glorious. He's the most powerful thing in the universe. And he's thanks for your help, Trencrom, idiot. Sends Trencrom back to his original body. Liwa Nuva is back into his regular body. So now Liwa is here. And then Pterodax shows up again, just like last time. He's like, hey guys, great to see you all again. Good job. You really gave it your best shot and I'm proud of you. However, die. And then he just teleports them all outside of the Great Spirit Robot into space. At this point, the Great Spirit Robot has taken off. It is flying through space on its way to Bara Magna. He just leaves them out in space and just... He tries to not teleport Liwa because Liwa has air powers and that would allow them to breathe in space. But Liwa in like a split second notices that a teleport is happening. He just like, and jumps into the teleport and he gets teleported out there with all these guys and these two Matoran who are, this is so far above their pay grade. So Liwa gives them all air to breathe. And then they're like, can we teleport back into the robot? And Artaka is like, no, I could teleport us, but Makuta Pterodax is blocking my teleport and he's more powerful than me in his current form, so we can't do it. But maybe we can try to teleport to where he's going, but it probably won't work. We'll probably die in the attempt, so it's looking bad. But then a portal opens. Vezon's here. He pulls them through another portal and he brings them to this chamber with the cursed great being. Whatever is necessary to free this great being, we don't know. We never find out. Vezon can't do it alone. The great being wanted these guys, or some of these guys, to help free him somehow. Helrix tries to approach him, and it says that her armor comes to life and starts to choke her, which seems really bad. I'm not sure if, she ever fixes that. Really unfortunate thing to happen if it's not somehow reversible. Maybe Artaka could do something to help. She and Artaka must go way back. They're like, should we free this great being? We'll leave them there for now. So the Shadowed One, Prydak and 3 of the other Baraki had made an alliance with the Shadowed One. They were going to march on Metru Nui and try and conquer it and wrest control back from Pterodax. It says that the Shadowed One just never shows up. Prydak is expecting him to join them and then he just never does. So he's like, okay, whatever. He starts to march their armies on their own. It says that the Shadowed One is missing. He was on Zia with all these viruses that he'd found, and it says that he has disappeared, and also that lots of vortex, every vortex for miles around has been shattered by something. I think this is deliberately vague, and unfortunately we never get a resolution to it. When asked, Greg said, oh, the Shadowed One is off raising another army, which really doesn't answer the question of what happened here. It reads to me either the viruses got out of control and destroyed the Shadowed One and also killed everything in a huge radius, or that the viruses somehow transformed the Shadowed One into some new creature, which then went on a rampage and destroyed everything around, or maybe it transformed something else, which destroyed the Shadowed One, or maybe the Shadowed One wasn't destroyed, maybe he disappeared for some other reason, but something happened, but there's no explanation for what it was. The power source acquired. Now, Mata Nui, like Shinji, he must get in the robot. But it's a bit awkward because, this is all their villages, pushed together. So this is their new home. This is their new mega village. And he's like, well, let me pilot it. And Ranu, who I guess is the leader of the new, coalition, he's like, well, I kind of don't want you to do that. I don't think I want to give you all our homes. Gresh is also you're going to be in charge of a really, really big robot. How do we know you're not going to do something bad with it? And he's like, I don't know, just trust me. And Gresh is like, okay. By the way, the Great Spirit Robot, the size of Africa, head to toe, he's as tall as Africa. He's maybe not as big entirely as the entire continent, maybe as big as the Himalaya mountains or, some huge geographical landmark like that. Maybe Australia, I don't know. So he's the size of a continent. This prototype robot is not as big, but it's on the same level. I don't know, maybe it's as big as Greenland or all of Scandinavia. It's still the size of a huge geographical landmark, and the fact that a tribe of Agori could just tie ropes to 5 or 6 pieces of it, right? Each individual one would be pulling an entire mountain. They just tied ropes to a whole mountain made of metal and just hauled it through the desert by hand. Didn't even take that long. Gotta say, the sense of scale of, the planet and of the robots and of everything is really bizarre. People travel, seemingly vast distances in seemingly no time at all. Mata Nui eventually does convince Ranu to let him use the Mega Village to pilot the robot. Look, if you don't let me do this, Pterodax is coming in an even bigger robot, and he's going to conquer this world. You really can't afford not to let me do this. And Ranu's like, all right, I trust you, Mata Nui. So he lets his body just go back to being sand. So now he's back in the mask of life, and so he like downloads his consciousness into, he just wills it into the mind of this robot. The robot powers on with the power source. Remember, the power source is unstable, but it's like stable enough that it'll work for a while. So he stands up in the giant robot, and all the Glatorian are on the ground, just looking up at it like, wow, can't believe my buddy Mata Nui is 40 million feet tall or whatever. So Mata Nui, he's like, okay, well, let me try to do my destiny of reuniting the sphere. So he shoots gravity beams up into space to try and gravity Bota Magna and Aqua Magna back down onto Bara Magna, but it doesn't work. He doesn't have enough power to do it by himself. So while he's trying this, Mata Nui arrives in the Great Spirit Robot, lands on the ground, is like, hey, Mata Nui, die. But then he's like, well, actually, maybe don't die. What if we join forces? What if you join me and become my ally? And Mata Nui's like, no, you're evil, and I don't want to conquer this planet and form an evil space empire, so I don't think we would make very good allies. Mata Nui's like, okay, that's what I thought. And he just starts shooting beams at him and pummeling him. Mata Nui starts shooting his own beams back and pummeling back. Obviously, Mata Nui is the underdog because his robot is much smaller, and also it's unstable, and the power source is liable to blow and the thing fail anytime now. But while these giant robots are grappling and all the Glatorian are looking up, Akar and Kina and Gresh, it's like the stupidest plan ever. Mata Nui is fighting Makuta in the giant robot. Okay, well, maybe we can help a little bit. Maybe we can distract Makuta by shooting a beam of fire or a Thornax launcher. Maybe we can hit like a weak point on his joints. Like maybe the entire continent of Africa might be a little bit distracted, or maybe just knocked a little off balance. Or maybe we can do just a little bit of extra damage to just like his elbow or something, which is the size of Iceland, right? Maybe they can help a little bit. Sure, okay, guys. If they yell at Mata Nui, he can hear them yelling, even though he's like a continent away because he's so tall, because he has like super advanced sensors, and so he can hear everything. So he can hear when they yell at him, and he can bellow really out, so he can yell back at them. So Kina and Akar ridiculously just decide to run under the robot and start pew pew, like shoot little seeds at it. Right? Terrific. And Gresh is like, okay, you guys distract it. I'm gonna run up to its feet. I'm gonna try and get inside the robot. And then once I'm inside, I'm gonna go wild. I'm gonna smash everything and disable it from the inside. It's 40 million feet tall. Unbelievable. So they run out into the desert under this battle, and they start enacting this ridiculous plan. And I think they bring a bunch of Glatorian like with them. They have like a big group or an army or whatever. As they go to do this, remember how inside the robot, Tahu had been informed that the Rakshi and then the Skakti were all heading south. Pterodax planned for this. The Rakshi all went down to the robot's feet. So when the robot lands on Bara Magna, the Rakshi and the Skakti all come swarming out of his feet and onto the ground and start attacking the residents of this planet, which they do. So Akar and Kina, instead of firing little seeds at this robot, they have to start fighting against Rakshi and Skakti. Oh, also, there's like a band of Skrull led by Stronius, who used to be Tuma's second in command, and he's like, oh, cool. All the Glatorian are battling. Well, let's just get in there and just start killing Glatorian, basically just because Mata Nui wouldn't like it, and I hate Mata Nui. So let's go fight because we want to. So the Skrull join the battle. And Gresh is like, okay, eyes on the prize, Gresh. Gotta get inside that robot and start swinging my sword and disable it from the inside. So Gresh gets to the Great Spirit Robot's foot, try and find a door to like get inside this thing. As he's doing this, Tahu and Takanuva, they were following the Rakshi. They're coming out too. They're implied to sort of have a big group of Toa behind them with them. So they have an army of sorts as well. But they're like, who are you? Are you a resident of this planet? And he's like, I want to go inside and destroy the robot from the inside. And they're like, what do you think we've been doing? We've been trying to do that for months. Don't bother. Let's just try and fight these guys that are attacking your planet now. And Gresh is like, okay, fine. So yeah, down on the ground, underneath the two robots grappling with each other, shooting each other with various beams, are Makuta's big army of Rakshi and Skakti, joined by the Skrull, fighting against a big army of Toa and Glatorian, including Tahu and Takanuva and Gresh. So Takanuva's white now. Why? I don't know. You have to have 6 colors. 5 of them have to be red, blue, green, black, and white. The 6th one is a little bit shaky, but white is mandatory, so Takanuva had to be it. And I guess they wanted 2 Toa 2 other evil biomechanical Matoran universe creatures, and 2 Bara Magnites for representation purposes. Most of the Rakshi that come swarming out are this yellow kind. Not all of them. Yellow Rakshi is a heat vision Rakshi, so yeah, all these guys have heat vision as their super special Rakshi power. These were the last Bionicle figures, well, I mean, until G2, but I'm not going to talk about G2. These were the last of the original run of Bionicles. These were called the Stars line, the Bionicle Stars. The series was getting canceled. The series was canned. That much was clear. They say that, like, someone in the company probably had to push really hard to, like, can we just get one more last hurrah? Just some memorable characters from over the years in one last figure. Which they did. The Stars line are, I guess, much smaller and less articulate than they had been getting up to this point. A sudden and dramatic reversal of size creep, but they did what they could with the budget Lego allowed them for the final year. You might be wondering why Tahu doesn't look like this. I'll explain in a second. Skrull, Gresh, Rakshi, Takanuva, Tahu, makes sense so far. This guy, his canister was called Piraka, which he is not. The Piraka are specifically the 6 Skakdi that were on Voyage Nui. This is Nektan, the warlord, who decided to ally his troops with Makuta. This guy's not a Piraka. Doesn't matter what it says on the darn tube. So once these guys all get out there, and they're all fighting together in this big giant battle, Tahu, who still looks like this, is seized by a vision. He sees himself back in Takoro. And he sees the Mask of Life floating in front of him. It doesn't say that this is like Mata Nui, so this might be like the Mask of Life's own intelligence, like the same one that was in the Konohi Ignika. Maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it could be Mata Nui, who is in the robot, but I think the mask is also inside the robot. Not clear which intelligence is speaking here, but this illusion of the Mask of Life. He says, a message has been transmitted, a message has been received, meaning the one that Tren Krom sent. The Mask of Life has one final ability, the ability to create a set of golden armor that was to be created if there was ever an infection inside the great spirit robot. But to wield this armor, you can't look like this. So he magically transforms him, not even to his new form, but into his pre-Nuva original Mata form. And Tahu is not happy about this. Tahu is like furious, and he says that cursed mask, it's ruined me. But anyway, he snaps out of the illusion. From the Great Spirit Robot, beams come down and hit the sand, and they form 6 pieces of golden armor just in the sand on Bara Magna. Each one gets picked up by a different guy, and these 6 figures are the characters that picked up a piece of golden armor. Tahu picks one up. Takanuva picks one up. Nektan just happens to get one. Some random Rakshi happens to get one. Gresh just happens to find one, although he doesn't know what it is yet. And some Skrull happens to find one. The sets were sold. Each one came with a piece of this golden armor. And the idea was you had to buy all 6 of them to get all 6 pieces of the golden armor. And then you could put them on Tahu to kit him out in his ultimate golden armor form. So Takanuva and Tahu are like, hey Gresh, give me that armor. And he's like, okay, sure. And then Gresh also fights a Skrull and beats him for his piece, and Takanuva fights some Rakshi to get his piece. And then Tahu fights Nektan for his piece. Nektan tries to like get him to be mad and make a tactical mistake. You're only strong with your elemental powers. You couldn't beat me if you didn't have those elemental powers. Tahu just melts him. It says that he like collapses in a pool of molten metal. He's not dead, but he sounds like he's pretty messed up though. While all this is happening, Makuta and Mata Nui are just slugging it out. It's not clear how long this battle takes. It could take hours, maybe even days. Makuta is like, I'm going to use a really bad beam on you now. And he powers up his gravity beams. Mata Nui's like, oh snap, this is my chance. And he does like a judo move to like get under his like arm so it points upwards. So the Great Spirit Robot ends up shooting its gravity beam up also onto the planets. Mata Nui himself did not have enough gravity power to pull down onto Spherus Magna, but now that this other gravity beam has gone up there, now there is enough power. What does that mean? What's gonna happen? Mata Nui, he's taken hits, he's taken big hits. Every time he gets hit, oh, I've taken more structural damage. Oh, my unstable power source is getting even more unstable. I'm getting more and more likely that my robot's just gonna collapse and fly apart and explode like it did before. It scattered all its pieces. But he just wants it more. You know, he cares more about the outcome of this battle than Makuta does. So he's trying harder. But it's still not enough. At this moment, Tahu assembles all 6 pieces of the golden armor. So he puts it on. What the illusion of the Ignika meant by like remove an infection means just like eradicate Rakshi. Because when he puts the armor on, he goes like, not Nova, like the Nova Blast, but crazy glowing eyes, like, ah! It shoots out like tendrils of energy that all like wrap around all the Rakshi. All the Rakshi are just instantly eviscerated. The Krata are just incinerated. Gone. Out of existence. All their energy gets absorbed into Tahu. He now has all the abilities of all the Rakshi that he absorbed with his power. It might be all 42. He's probably got all of them. Assuming this army was big enough, why would any particular kind of Rakshi not be present? This was like all the Rakshi from the whole inside of the Matoran universe. It really kind of annoys me, though. In both the book, with like Gresh trying to get in the hatch, and like the way that it's drawn in the comics, I don't know. The scale is just off. It feels to me like they're standing under like giant skyscrapers, not under like South America. Right. Yeah, it's big, but like we're talking like orders of magnitude. The way they're just like jumping in and out. I mean, it's difficult. It's hard to even conceive of something that big moving around up above you. It's just so funny that Akar and Kina were like, I'm going to shoot it with my Thornax launcher. I'll distract him. Makuta, remember, the Rakshi are sort of his like children. He has sort of a mental link with them. So when like 1,000 or 100,000 or however many of these Rakshi get incinerated, he feels it and he's like, huh? This distracts him for a moment. Turns out that Mata Nui was leading Makuta north for a reason, because at this moment when he gets distraction, Bota Magna, which remember, Aqua Magna and Bota Magna have now been pulled by both robots' gravity beams, meaning they're coming down. Bota Magna passes right at this moment and just crushes the Great Spirit Robot's head. Just smashes the back of his head right open. Remember, the core processing unit is kind of in the back of his head underneath the archives of Metru Nui, which is his brain. And it's like a specific spot underneath Metru Nui. So yeah, that part of his head is just exploded and he just falls over and he's dead. In the book, it says it's like all of Bota Magna. In the comics, it's just like a fragment of Bota Magna. I think it's cooler if it's the whole planet. Like, why not, right? So, Pterodax dies along with the Great Spirit Robot, crushed by the planet of Bota Magna, colliding with Spherus Magna, which people on the ground say that, like, the first impact of, like, Bota Magna crashing into the Great Spirit Robot, a stronger earthquake results from that than from the planets, like, smashing into Bota Magna and rejoining the planet. It seems like that's a surprisingly easy impact. I guess they just neatly, like, slot into the craters at the north and south. It said he went north, and that's where Bota Magna destroyed him. I would guess that Bota Magna is like the North Pole and Aqua Magna is like the South Pole. The Great Spirit Robot falls over and crashes onto the Black Spike Mountains, which are like crushed, or like a lot of them are crushed and disintegrated. Whenever they go to the Black Spike Mountains, they always go north from the desert to the Black Spike Mountains. So maybe the Black Spike Mountains are north from the desert and Bota Magna is even north beyond that. Maybe Bota Magna fitted into the sort of crevice that the maze had been built into? Because I kind of got the impression that that was sort of in like a big canyon inside the Black Rock Mountains. I don't know, it's possible. The geography of Spherus Magna is really pretty vague. So Mata Nui, he uses the last of the mask's power and the prototype robot's power. He projects like a huge life burst wave across the now reformed Spherus Magna, grows plants all over the desert. This wave like cures mutagen mutated creatures. Aqua Magna, remember the planet where the robot used to be, Voyage Nui and Mahri Nui was there. All the pit mutagen mutated creatures in that sea on Aqua Magna are now reattached to Spherus Magna. So they're back in a sea on what I guess would be the South Pole. So this wave cures them. They can still breathe water, though. So they're not going to drown. They get cured of their mutation, but they retain their amphibiousness. Very, very nice. Greg will also say on the forums that this wave also included like a language download patch, which sort of updated the mental hardware of the Matoran and all the inhabitants of the Matoran universe. They basically got a language download patch, so they now speak the Spherus Magna language in addition to the Matoran language and their native languages. This is weird and it doesn't really make sense because Gresh and Tahu and Takanuva spoke to each other before this happened. Also, I think he says that Liwa, specifically Liwa and I guess the other guys who were in the Cursed Great Beings dungeon did not receive the language update patch. I mean, they're on Bota Magna, so they're on the planet now, but I guess they were shielded from it by great being magic. So Spherus Magna reunited and then healed with this life wave. Mata Nui goes back to the Mask of Life. Akar retrieves it from the prototype robot. It like floats in front of the assembled people. Everyone's there and they're like, Mata Nui, the great spirit Mata Nui. The Glatorian love you, the Toa and the Matoran and most of the people of the Matoran universe, we all love you. Guide us. Be our leader. And Mata Nui's like, no, I'm going to go to sleep instead. It's not the time for me to lead. It's time for you to step up and, take charge of your own destiny. Maybe I'll come back one day, but for now, I'm just going to sleep in the mask. Just give me a little... Just need a little me time. His last wish before he did that was, I want you to find the great beings. Let them know that the quest was completed. Spherus Magna is back. Seek out their wisdom. So the mask goes dormant. Tahu takes the Mask of Life and says, come, my friends, it is time to go. And that's the end of the books. Now, there is a little more in the form of, there were some more serial stories on Bionicle.com. One more finished one, and then two more unfinished. There will unfortunately be some threads left unresolved, as we will soon see. So in Metru Nui, obviously this was a huge deal. Since it crushed the back of his head, I guess a big section of the whole dome of Metru Nui, including maybe the sky and a lot of the ground, probably because the CPU was underneath the archives. It's all been smashed open. Taipu is down there. He's knocked unconscious. He gets dug out by Maku, Tamaru, and Kopiki. He looks up and he sees the whole sky dome is smashed open. He says that the sky beyond it looks like what he remembers from when he was on the island of Mata Nui. This is a natural sky. And these four, one of them, I think it's Type, who says the Chronicler's Company is back together. They don't know where the other two are, but four of them are back together. They don't know that Kapura and Hafu are in a great being's dungeon on Bota Magna, but they are all on the same planet now, since all the planets are together. With the Great Spirit robot smashed open, the Matoran universe is dying, so it's gonna deteriorate. So the Toa and the Glatorian, mostly the Toa, start a big rescue operation to disassemble the Great Spirit robot, open it up, get inside, retrieve people and creatures, Rahi too. Everything that's alive in the Great Spirit robot has to come out and migrate onto the surface of Spherus Magna. Lots of Toa are doing rescue work to get everyone out safely before it all just crumbles on the inside. So Kopaka, who says he was in the battle on the ground underneath the two robots fighting, this is called the Battle of Bara Magna. We didn't see him there, but he says he was there. Lots of Toa were. He's doing this rescue work and he's wondering where Liwa is, because apparently all the other Toa Nuva are accounted for except Liwa Nuva is, well, they don't know where he is, and they're worried, could he have died in the crash or something? Is he trapped somewhere? Of course, we know he's in the Cursed Being's dungeon, but Kopaka doesn't know that. So he's wondering about this, and he sees a whole section of the Great Spirit robot just disappear, just vanish in thin air. Out of there comes the golden skin being and an army of Skakti and the Toa Mari, and Kopaka is what the heck? And he follows them. It says he follows them through a forest and then to the ocean of Aqua Magna, and on a cliff on the edge of Aqua Magna, the golden skin being just wills into existence. It says it's a giant castle the size of all of Metru Nui. And Kopaka's well, I can't deal with this on my own. I'll go get the others. Meanwhile, Liwa, he's in that dungeon, and all the other guys down there are Taka and Helrix and Axon and Brutaka and whoever else was there. Vezon. They're all arguing, should we help this great being free, or is that a bad idea? And Liwa literally is just well, this is boring, I don't care. So he just walks out and leaves. And this is after the planets have collided. They didn't even notice it happen. They were insulated from the crash and the merge, so to him, nothing has happened. Greg says that he missed the big, wave of life energy that fixed the planet and also downloaded a patch to speak the Spherus Magna language, so he doesn't know how to speak that language. He sees a bunch of robotic dinosaurs roaming around, and then he sees a bunch of little primitive Agori with spears and stone axes running around through this jungle, and he goes to warn them that hey, there's a big dinosaur over there, and they are what the heck are you? And they stick up their spears. They take him captive. Presumably he could fight them off easily, but he probably doesn't want to hurt them. Anyway, he gets taken captive by these primitive Agori. This is the last we, the readers, will ever see of him. The last serial story that was actually finished is called Samad's Tale, And Samad's tale is about Samad, the Iron Agori. He drives a vehicle called the Baroness V7. He's like a pretty evil guy. He's like a slaver who captures Agori and just sells them to other Agori, I guess. He thinks this is fine because he basically hates everyone. The Iron Tribe was wiped out by a plague called the Dreaming Plague. What it does is it makes you stop dreaming when you sleep, and apparently dreams are what like keep you sane. So if you don't dream, you eventually go more and more insane until you just completely lose your mind and become a madman. Basically, the entire Iron Tribe died either from the plague itself. Many of the others died fleeing from the Iron Tribe fortress, which is in the mountains where they mined ore, trying to flee to other villages. And all the other tribes basically said, no, you're infected and you'll spread the plague, so get out. And they were turned away and exiled, and they died in the wilderness. So Samad basically thinks that all the other tribes were pretty much complicit in allowing the Iron Tribe to die off. And to this day, 100,000 years later, when he sleeps, he dreams of like the Iron Tribe, their old home. He dreams of his wife who is dead. Maybe they weren't married. It says the woman he loves. Whatever. Him and Telurus were some of the few Iron Agori who were seemingly immune to the dreaming plague. Telurus, remember, is also basically a madman, not from the plague, just from being driven insane by this terrible thing happening to him, who attacks people in his giant Scopio vehicle. So Samad riding around in the desert doing his business, and he's talking about like the battle between Mata Nui and Makuta. He describes it as like two giant metal men are fighting in the sky for reasons I can't understand and don't even really care about. He sees it and it's happening for a long time, and he's just like, man, this sure is messed up, just like everything else on this dang planet. The Iron Tribe used to live on Mata Magna. That was where their home was, where they mined and stuff. But of course, Mata Magna is separated from the planet, so he can't go back to his old homeland. But he's heading north in its general direction. He meets Telurus. The Scopio's damaged. Telurus says the Glatorian sabotaged the Scopio. He's really beat up about it. The thing is his pride and joy. Samad like feels pity for Telurus because he's crazy, and he's like, yeah, well, come with me and we'll like, I don't know, we'll find parts. We'll probably fix it, I guess. Just, whatever, just come on. And Telurus is like, okay, fine. Oh, right. Mata Magna, after the fight between the two metal men in the sky that were so uninteresting to Samad, Mata Magna returns and he's like, oh, Mata Magna's back? Well, we should go back to our old Iron Tribe homeland and try and, I don't know, figure out what happened. So they just go north, and on their way they meet Metis, who is a snake now. Apparently they've heard tell that there is like a mysterious talking snake wandering around, and they meet him and they're like, oh, hey, it's that snake we heard about. He says he's stopped dreaming, meaning he's somehow contracted the dreaming plague. And they're like, where did you get it? Maybe if we go back to wherever you got it, we can find what caused it. So he says he got it somewhere in the Black Spike Mountains. So they go north to the Black Spike Mountains, and on their way there, they get attacked by these red spiky tendrils, these tentacles that like come up from the ground and like drag them down underground. When Samad gets dragged underground by this tentacle, he wakes up in a like medical hut or tent or hospital basically, and some water Agori are tending to him, and he's like, hey, I hate the water Agori, and you all hate me because I'm a criminal and a slaver. And they're like, bygones, don't worry about it, everything's fine, you've been asleep for 270 years, old grudges are forgotten, we've established a new society in Mata Magna, we've built a giant city that all the tribes live in together, it's called New Atero. Remember, Atero was the name of the neutral meeting ground town with the Arena Magna that got destroyed by the Skrull. So New Atera was like the new unified city that all the tribes have lived in now that Spherus Magna has been reconstituted. And Samad's like, nah, this is a dream. Nah, this is fake. This is like a fantasy, or I died and this is the afterlife or something. But he's wandering around and he's starting to wonder, like, it's not real, but maybe it's like a clue. Maybe it's like a vision. Maybe there's like some message here that I am supposed to take away. Maybe seeing all these other Agori, it's like trying to tell me someone that I should find whenever I wake up from this fantasy. And then he sees his wife, who he dreams of, and he is like, oh, maybe it's a little bit real. He falls for it, and then as soon as he thinks like maybe it's real, poof, the illusion's gone, and he's back in that same medical tent, but now it's a bunch of Iron Agori, and they all look at him, and they all speak in a single voice, and they're like, you fell for it, you idiot, you're so stupid. And then the Iron Agori all turn into the Sisters of the Scrawl. Remember, that's the Scrawl females who all have psychic powers. And he's like, oh, I'm under some, like, psychic spell by the Sisters of the Scrawl. But then the Sisters of the Scrawl are like, no, actually, and they all, like, fall over, and instead this bright red light appears, and it gets bigger and bigger, and all these tentacles come out of it. This is a psychic Lovecraftian energy thing, pure energy but with red tentacles. It's called Inanna, and I don't know if it's related to Trencrom, but as a fellow psychic red indistinct creature with lots of tentacles, they sure feel related to me. Inanna says that she is actually the one that gave the Sisters of the Scrawl their psychic powers. They think that Anganse did, but actually they got their powers from Inanna. Inanna says that she is older. She actually predates the Great Beings. She tried to feed on the Great Beings because Inanna eats dreams. That's her whole thing. Inanna is the source of the dreaming plague. She ate the dreams of the Iron Tribe, and that's what gave them the dreaming plague and caused them to go crazy from not dreaming. And she did the same thing to Metis. She tried to eat the Great Beings' dreams, but she couldn't. She says their minds were too strange. So they ate her dreams, and she says that this, like, inspired them to acts of creation. I wonder if maybe this is why the Great Beings did everything wrong so much. Maybe them eating the dreams of Inanna, like, inspired them to create Trencrom sort of in her imperfect image? That's my best guess. But she fled down underground to get away from the Great Beings because she didn't want them to eat her dreams. While she was down there hidden underground, that's where she ate the Iron Tribe's dream. So it's sort of the Great Beings' fault that the dreaming plague happened because Inanna did all this because she was in hiding from them. But anyway, Inanna is freed now. She has now realized that the Great Beings are no longer around. Nobody knows where they are. So she's like, well, okay, gonna go get some dreams then. So she senses a big source of dreams, and she's gonna teleport away, but Samad and Tellurus and Metis, who are all there. Also, Metis has transformed back to being an Agori now. He's no longer a snake, somehow. Through the magic of Inanna, I suppose. They all jump, like, into her energy orb and teleport with her, and she has teleported to the edge of Aqua Magna, where the Golden Skin Being has created his magical fortress on the cliff. So Inanna psychically confuses all the Skakti warriors. So all the Skakti start fighting against nobody, like they think they're fighting an illusory foe that's not actually there. So she flies up to the castle, and the Golden Skin Being confronts her. The two of them both feed on dreams. Inanna just eats them, like, to sustain herself. The Golden Skin Being consumes people's dreams, but then channels them into reality and makes the dreams that he consumes real. This, I guess, is what allowed them to just completely vanish that section of the Great Spirit Robot, and what just willed this giant fortress into existence was the dreams of the Skakti, I suppose. So Inanna, she sucks all the dreams out of the Skakti, and this makes them all go mad. But then, because the Golden Skin Being is channeling their dreams into reality, and now they're mad, now their madness starts to infect their dreams. Madness starts to seep into surrounding reality. The world starts getting warped and weird, and, like, the fortress starts melting and stuff. So the Golden Skin Being, he, like, conjures some rock pillars to, like, smash into Inanna, and this hurts her because it's, like, dream rock. And then Tellurus jumps at Inanna and tries to kill her, but he's just evaporated in an instant. So Samad, like, picks up one of these dream rock pillars and throws it, the one that the Golden Skin Being made. This does work because the dream rock, it has dreams in it. I don't know. The Golden Skin Being is like, hey Samad, help me out. I need you to dream some particular stuff for me. So Samad first dreams that there are no more dreams. Inanna is like, oh no, if there's no more dreams, I'm going to starve to death. So we're at a stalemate. So they're like, okay, let's negotiate. How about you have Samad dream me into another world full of dreams that I can eat? And Golden Skin Being is like, okay. So Samad, who, remember, he wants revenge for the destruction of the Iron Tribe, and now he knows that it's basically Inanna's fault. He obeys the idea. He dreams her into a world full of dreams, but he dreams of a world that is full of creatures just like Inanna that are all dream-made dream eaters who will all just continually be eating each other until they all devour each other and are all destroyed. So Inanna is sent to this alternate world and this ultimate fate. And the Iron Tribe is avenged. And the Golden Skin Being is like, thanks, Samad. You really helped me out of a jam there. Could you do me a favor and dream that there are dreams again instead of none? And Siamad's like, sure. And he does that, and dreams come back and everything's fine. And they go their separate ways. Telluris is dead, Meta survives, so they leave. Mission accomplished. Greg, on the forums, later told a poster that in all this fracas, the Toa Mari they got freed from the Golden Skin Beings' control and managed to escape the Skagti hypnosis and left. The Mari did get away from this compulsion they were under. So there's 2 more unfinished serials. The first one I'll talk about is called The Yesterday Quest. Greg said that this is called The Yesterday Quest because it would have led these characters I'm about to get to back to the place they were created by the Great Beings. These are some Toa that predate, well, there's a Toa that predates the Matoran universe, like Helrix does, having been made first by the Great Beings, but it didn't get that far. Onua has gathered a team of 3 Toa. These are new Toa, we haven't seen them before. Ord, or Orde, I think it's Ord, a Psionics Toa, Chiara, a Lightning Toa, and Zarya, an Iron Toa. Zarya is one of the few Iron Toa left, and the reason there are very few Iron Toa left is, I believe this was something Greg clarified on the forums. There's going to be a lot of that going forward. You're going to hear those words a lot. At some point, the Makuta, after they had become energy and had the Ninra ghosts create raw proto-steel bodies for themselves to inhabit, because they were made of metal, one thing they were weak to was metal manipulation or magnetism. So they specifically hunted down and killed Toa of Magnetism and Toa of Iron. Zarya was one of the relatively small number that escaped that, but apparently in that purge, Zarya did kill a Makuta. And, wow, what a horrible thing to do. Kill somebody who's, like, genociding your whole species. That's breaking the Toa code, bro. How could you? Anyway, because of this breach of the Toa code, it does not say that he was punished. He felt bad about it, and he felt like an outsider, and people saw him as kind of an outsider, like, ooh, that's the guy that broke the Toa code. Ugh. Should've just let him kill your whole species, dude. Onua's got this team of 3 dudes together, and their mission is to try and find where are the Great Beings. They're gonna go up to the jungles of Bara Magna. I guess that's just where they're starting their search. Make contact and let them know the quest is complete. They will be led by Gelu, because he knows the planet better than they do. He's going to lead this team of 3 new Toa. Well, they're not new, actually. They're very old, especially Ord. Ord is weird. Everyone wants to know what's his deal, because remember, Psionics Toa, we saw one before, Toa Varian, friend of Toa Norik, who was captured by the Shadowed One. She was a female. In general, Psychic Toa are female. Ord is male. And Chiara is like, why are you a man? Why are you a boy? So Ord tells a story. He was the first Toa of Psionics ever made. He was one of the first Toa ever made, period. He was made directly by the Great Beings, just like Helrix was. One of his first missions involved the Zyglak. The Great Beings wanted him to pacify the Zyglak, because the Zyglak were evil. So he went to meet with them and try to use his psychic powers to, like, soothe their minds. They fought. And instead, Ord got angry, and so his psychic impact had the opposite effect, and it just made the Zyglak even more evil, which is why they're so deranged and psychopathic to this day. And because this was such a failure, the Great Beings decided that, okay, Toa of Psionics need to have a gentler touch. They need to be calm and not get angry like this guy did. So all Toa of Psionics are going to be women now, because women are sweet. When people talk about gender in Bionicle, is it progressive that they have like a female tribe? Is it gender essentialist that gender is based on what color you're born? Is it just cultural that all the water Toa are female, or is there some biological thing going on that we're just never made privy to? When gender in Bionicle comes up, sometimes people talk about Ord and how it's like a weird, stupid, gender essentialist, all women are nice kind of thing. And that's true. It is that. But the story kind of knows that it's that. Chiara rolls her eyes at the story and is like, oh yeah, because all women are such shrinking violets, are such sweethearts. And then she blasts a rock with lightning bolt. Because she is not like that. She is like a tomboy, the shoot first, ask questions later type. I don't see this as like Bionicle doing gender essentialism or whatever. The Great Beings were sort of misguided in their stereotypical thinking of like what women are like and what men are like. Just another thing they got wrong. So anyway, on their quest to Bara Magna, they get captured by Voroks. However, these Voroks can speak, and this guy says, I'm the leader of the northern clan of Voroks. The leader is called Kabrua. We were on Mata Magna when the planet split, so we've been on Mata Magna this whole time, and we have a completely different culture from our cousins, the southern Voroks. The southern Voroks, in the desert, they lost their ability to speak, and they degenerated into beasts. We're kind of ashamed of them. We northern Voroks, we're still cool, we still got it, but we're a little bit savage. We're going to release you into the woods and hunt you for sport. It's just what we do. We love it. We love killing. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. I'll give you a 10-minute head start. Get going before we kill you. Actually, it says they take them to the city. They have a city, I guess. They take them for a night, and then the next day they bring them to the woods, and they cut their bonds, and they say, go, we'll give you a head start, and then we're coming to kill you for our amusement. So Gelu and Ord and Chiara and Zarya run into the woods. Turns out these Voroks have a device that dampens Toa ability, their elemental ability specifically. When they bring this device near them, they don't have access to their elemental powers, which is bad. And they're like, how do they have something like that? That seems pretty advanced. Maybe they're in contact with a great being that gave them this like super advanced technology. So Ord, while the dampener is not being used on him, he takes the opportunity to read Kabrua's mind. Before I tell you what he finds out in the mind, another great being, Anganse, who we've heard about before. Mata Nui wants them to find the great beings and tell them the planet is healed. They know. Anganse is keeping an eye on all this. The great beings are hiding on purpose. So he's aware of this, and he is kind of disturbed that the Great Spirit robot, once it crashed, the creatures inside, the Matoran and the Toa and stuff, came out and are like running around and are still alive and like have free will. They didn't just fight like automatons in the battle. They were like nobly sacrificing themselves. These aren't just like robotic servitors. These is like an intelligent species. That's not supposed to be the case. These guys were just supposed to be drones living inside of the Great Spirit robot, maintaining it on the inside. They're not supposed to have free will and feelings. So that's bad. That's weird. We did not think that when they came back, they would continue to live alongside the residents of Spherus Magna. We thought, that the Great Spirit robot died, they would just also die because they're a part of it. They weren't supposed to continue. But he is concerned because, in addition to the Batera, which they made to try and end the core war, and then they couldn't turn them off after the war ended, so the Batera have continued to just roam the planet and be a menace, mostly to the Skrull, but still. They also made another creature called the Marendar. It's specifically designed to kill Toa, and he goes and he checks on the Marendar, and oh crud, it must have sensed that the Toa are back on this planet, and it escaped from its protodermis prison, and it smashed its way out, and it's gone out there to hunt Toa, and oh, Great Spirit, help them. This looks bad for our heroes. We never get to find out what happens with the Marendar. Sorry. So anyway, Ord, when he reads Kabrua's mind, he learns that yes, Kabrua is in fact in contact with a great being. There is a great being around, and actually he has several spies and contacts on this planet. Kabrua is one of them. Perditus, the Fire Glatorian, and Attackus, the Rock Agori, are two others, according to Greg. But this great being, he has not been on Spherus Magna this whole time. He, at the creation of the Great Spirit robot, downloaded his consciousness into an empty Matoran body. And this great being was living as a Matoran in the Matoran universe for its entire lifetime, 100,000 years. This is as far as the Yesterday Quest story got. Everything else that we know about this comes from Greg talking on forums, his messages collected on blog posts. I haven't read everything Greg has ever posted. There's way too much of it. He was posting for years and years and years as people were asking him questions after the end of the story. I can't claim to have read all of it. If you want to know everything or want to know more about any specific thing, I encourage you to check out the Great Archives, specifically the Great Greg Archives, where they have a searchable database of all of Greg's posts on all of the different websites and forums and blogs that he was posting on. You can search by topic, you can sort by date. If Greg commented on something in the story, you can find what he said about it on the Great Greg Archives, a fantastic resource that I am kind of amazed exists, but I'm grateful. But anyway, from what I have gleaned of it, Greg let people vote on which Matoran was this secret great being in disguise. And the winner, and thus the answer, was Velika from Voyage Nui, the little Yoda guy who talked in riddles. So that guy, this whole time, secretly was a great being, just laying low, pretending to be a Matoran. The reason Anganse was so shocked that all the Matoran came out and seemed to be alive and have feelings and stuff, Velika did that. He did something at the creation of the Matoran universe to give Toa and Matoran and everything in the Matoran universe free will and feelings. Basically, in an act of defiance against the other great beings, I guess he felt the way the great beings handled everything, creating the Element Lords to rule in their stead, letting their conflict get out of hand with the Core War, creating the Batera, who then became a menace even after the Core War. Everything. He thinks they're weak and they're ineffectual, and he could do better. So he gave the creatures in the Matoran universe free will so that he could rule them as like free beings rather than just a bunch of like robots that did whatever he programmed to do. Velika is now out to make that happen. I guess he wants to rule over everyone now. Everyone from the Matoran universe, as well as Spherus Magna. He wants to supplant the great beings because he thinks they're lame and he's better. We know there were more great beings in this because we saw 6 of them in the melding alternate universe, but we know of 4 specific great beings. There is Anganse, who seems to be one of the most prominent and important ones. Paramus, who is occasionally mentioned adjacent to Anganse. He seems like more of a sidekick. There's the cursed great being who touched the mask. We don't know his name, and he was locked away by the others. And then there's Velika. Velika is not his great being's name. That was the name of the Pomatoran that he took over, so we don't know his true name, but we know that he has been pretending to be a Pomatoran this whole time. So that's the yesterday quest, or at least that's as much as we got of it. The last one, also unfinished, is called The Powers That Be. Gali and Tahu are off on a mission, also in Bota Magna. They're looking for a home for a new city, which they plan to call New Atero. So I guess Samad's vision of a future in which all the tribes live together in a city called New Atero, I guess he was right. There was some truth to it. Kopaka, remember, Kopaka saw the golden skin being and the Mahri, and he comes back to report what he's seen. Onua is off doing this thing, arranging this mission with the other 3 Toa. Liwa is missing. Kopaka's still worried about that, but the seemingly hypnotized Toa Mahri, I guess, is the more pressing priority. All he finds is Gaki, the Toa Haga. So he tells Gaki, hey, I just saw like the craziest thing over in Aqua Magna. And she's like, okay, Kopaka, you seem freaked out. Your team is like busy. We'll get the Toa Haga together and we will go handle that, which I guess they didn't have to. Maybe they would meet the Mahri on their way there. Who knows? Who knows what would have happened? So the Haga go off to check out what's going on with the golden skin being and the Mahri and all that. So Kopaka joins the only other available member of the Toa Nuva, which is Pohatu. Kopaka and Pohatu, that old duo, they join the relief efforts and the rescue efforts trying to get everyone out, evacuate them from the destroyed Matoran universe. As they're doing this, a Toa of air that they've never met before, Toa Lesovic, who apparently can breathe air now, Lesovic, is like, hey, where's Karzani? Someone freed Karzani. He's my mortal enemy. He can't be allowed to roam free. I gotta stop him. Pohatu and Kopaka are like, okay, man, well, we can organize a search party. And he's like, nope, I'm going. And he just goes. Kopaka and Pohatu follow Lesovic's trail, and they find Karzani's body at the bottom of a canyon. He's been pushed off the side of the canyon, and also Lesovic's sword is like stuck in his back. Oh my god. That guy, Lesovic, committed murder. He killed basically the equivalent of the devil. How could he kill the devil? That's evil. Don't you know murder is wrong, even if it's the devil that you're murdering? They show it to Tahu and Gali, and the two of them are like, yep, looks like murder. This guy Lesovic, we gotta put a stop to his crime spree. We gotta find him and put him down. We gotta put him in the slammer. On the other hand, the Agori have heard that there was a murder. They don't know who Karzani is. They don't know Karzani's the devil. To them, they just heard one of these new, like, weird robot guys murdered another one. So I guess this is giving like a bad impression to the Agori. In that way, I can see like, okay, we don't want our guys to be murdering each other, even the really bad ones. It's just not good for PR. Back on Lesovic's trail, and they get attacked by like a cyclone, but like the cyclone doesn't act the way that a Toa of Air's cyclone would. It like doesn't like move around a wall. It just kind of like gets easily disrupted by an obstacle, and they're like, that's weird. Toa of Air would be better at controlling air than that. So they keep going. And eventually their minds simultaneously explode with like a psychic scream, as well as the image of the Red Star. Remember, the Red Star followed the Great Spirit Robot from Aqua Magna. It is now orbiting Spherus Magna, so it's here. And they find the body of Tren Krom, the giant, like, tentacle goo skull creature, ripped to shreds and lying in, like, big globs of gelatinous flesh scattered around a big clearing. Oh my god. Lesovic killed another Satan, an eldritch horror. That fiend. We've got to make him pay for this. He's gonna do hard time. No, but actually, they start to suspect that it was not Lesovic. There's a guy in a tree nearby who's just watching them, and they're like, hey, who are you? And he's like a giant monstrosity. This is a combiner set, the only combiner set, I believe, from the 2010 Stars set. In, like, the Bionicle comics, there was a contest, like, name this guy. He's just a big amalgamation of all the 6 sets. Someone submitted a name and a backstory for this guy. Greg Forrester wrote it into the story. His name is Gardus. A long time ago, Gardus was a Matoran, but he was kidnapped by the Ninra ghosts, and the Ninra ghosts did twisted weaponsmithing type experiments on him, swapped out his parts and mutated him, and now he's this huge monstrosity. He went and he killed all the Ninra ghosts, and then he hung around at the Ninra ghost village for a long time after that. He eventually left and wandered out here. I'll get back to his backstory in a minute. He's here to eat the flesh of the shredded Tren Krom. And they asked him, did you see who killed him? And he's like, nah, I didn't see who did it. I wasn't looking. But he also says that he heard the psychic scream and saw the vision of the red star. And they look up in the sky and there's the red star and they're like, it's like Tren Krom was giving us a clue. If only we could go to the red star. And Gardus is like, I've been there. Also, I can go back anytime I want. It's just one of my powers. Anywhere he's been before, he can just teleport back to. And he's like, yeah, I can bring you with me. And Kopaka and Pohata are like, what? Okay. He just teleports them all to the red star. And now they're on the red star. The inside of the red star, it's all extremely cold. And it's a combination of metal and what looks like organic tissue. They say that it looks like what the inside of a Toa might look like. Remember those Toa models in the Mask of Light movie that had the pink squishy guts inside the armor? And they get accosted by 3 little black and purple creatures. They're not Matoran. They are Kestora, the same little creatures that were in the City of Silver Takanuva went through on his dimensional travels, those little things that were attacking the big monster that lived in the city. So when when she looked through the telescope and she saw that something was alive on the red star, she might have been seeing the red star itself because it appears to be made of organic tissue. She might also have been seeing the Kestora. She might also have been seeing other things because there are other things up here. So the Kestora are mad because the red star is malfunctioning and it's been malfunctioning for a while. And they blame Gardus. Last time he was here, he left, and then after he left, that was when it started malfunctioning. And Gardus says, well, I didn't do anything. It's not my fault. I don't know why that happened. So the Kestora want to, like, dissect these guys. They like pull out a bunch of knives and Kopaka just freezes them and is like, no. Gardus just doesn't like the vibe here and he just leaves. Just leaves Pohatu and Kopaka on the red star. They're stranded up here with seemingly no way back to Spherus Magna. They're like wander through the hallways of this facility up here and they keep hearing like skittering sounds and footsteps and like they avoid them. They don't want to find whatever is making those sounds. And they eventually run into a Matoran, also black and purple, although that might be a coincidence. And this Matoran is like, hey guys, I'm Mavra, the crazy Matoran that stole the underwater Rahi from the Metru Nui archives and fled with them into the tunnels, and then the Toa Metru encountered him on their way on the Likan up to Mata Nui, and they had a big fight with his Rahi, and he fell in the water and died. Mavra died. This is the end of the powers that be. Everything else that I'm going to say to you comes by way of stuff that Greg said on the forums. So, Gardus was here before, because Gardus also died. He killed all the Ninra ghosts that had experimented on him, and then he hung around in their village, just waiting for a long time. He was waiting for them to come back after they had been killed by him, because it turns out that in the Matoran universe, when you die, you go to the red star, you're teleported there, they repair you, and then they send you back. This is the first time this has ever been mentioned, but it has apparently been the case all along. This is what the red star does many things. I think Pohatu says it's part of the booster rocket system of the Great Spirit robot. It helps to boost the robot to escape the gravity of a planet and get back into space somehow. So for most of the Matoran universe's history, whenever anyone died, they would wake up on the Red Star, where they would have their body repaired and restored, and then they would just get sent back and just keep on living. And Greg says they would have all their memories. The Red Star is just like an unlimited you can never die machine. Whenever anyone in the Matoran universe dies, the Red Star revives them and sends them back. Until something happened. By the way, he was experimented on and changed into what he is now 80,000 years ago. We don't know how long after that 80,000 years all of this stuff with the Red Star malfunctioning happened. There are exceptions to who gets sent to the Red Star. Not every creature can be revived. If your body is completely destroyed, like annihilated, then there's nothing for them to repair, and therefore you can't be brought back to life. Matoro, he's gone because his body was completely converted to energy by the Mask of Life. He was not a candidate for revival. The Toa Kordak, Lezovic's old team, Toa Nikila, and the rest of them were apparently killed by Zyglak disintegration wands or disintegration sticks, so they were disintegrated. They could not be revived. So those guys were actually dead. I guess anything that was killed by the Shadowed One's disintegrating I-beams, probably not revived. But everything else, Lee Khan, he didn't actually die, or he did, but he's back. He was brought to the Red Star, and they revived him, and he's here. Somewhere on this Red Star facility, Toa Lee Khan is just, well, Turaga Lee Khan is just hanging out. Botar is here. Dark Hunter Guardian is here. Hydraxon is here, the original Hydraxon. Ihu, Nuju's old mentor, who died in a car crash, I think, or a shoot accident. And Turaga Jovan, guy who, as a Toa, was on the first team that used the Mask of Light. Oh, and Nocturne, of course. Who could forget about Nocturne? I'm not even sure how he died. But whatever, he's here now, because after Gardas killed all the Ninra, waited for them to come back, killed them again, at some point after that, he died. Gardas died. He went to the Red Star as normal for some reason that has never been clarified. After he was sent back, the Red Star just stopped working, and ever since then, creatures have just not been coming back. Creatures that die do get sent to the Red Star, but they don't get sent back. I'm a little unsure of why no character has ever mentioned that this is a thing that should be a known phenomenon before. You would think they would remember that, like, hey, didn't dead guys used to just come back when they died? How come that's not happening anymore? Most of these guys that are listed on the wiki as being here on the Red Star were killed either during or after the Cataclysm. Lee Khan died basically right as the Cataclysm was happening. Jovan also died in the Cataclysm. Hydraxon died in the Cataclysm. Botar and Guardian died post-Cataclysm. Ihu died before the Cataclysm, although I don't know how long before. If Ihu died not very long before the Cataclysm, maybe the disruption happened during the Cataclysm, just another consequence of the Great Spirit being put to sleep. That's what they attributed the, like, oh, dead people don't come back anymore. That's the only way I can square it to make sense. Unless it's that, it seems like a really bizarre that nobody ever remarks on this, like, huge sea change in just the way that life functions. I'm going to assume that that's it, that it was tied in with the Cataclysm, this Red Star malfunction. The other death that stands out in this case is Tuyet, because remember they had Tuyet's, like, crushed body with the... It was a fake. It turned out to be a fake. Pieces of the Nui stone. I'm wondering if that body didn't get picked up by the Red Star because that was a Tuyet from another dimension, and therefore it was, like, not properly attuned, and the Red Star didn't bring it on board for repairs. Creatures were still getting taken to the Red Star, just not sent back. By all accounts, Tuyet's body should have been taken aboard the Red Star. The fact that it wasn't kind of stands out. The alternate dimension thing is the only reason I can think of why it wouldn't have happened. But the fact that nobody thinks it's strange that all other bodies just vanish and this one did not, that seems a bit weird. But I mean, I guess she's kind of a legendary figure, so maybe they wouldn't assume things would all work exactly the same for her, or maybe the Nui stone might have interfered with it somehow. These are all plausible. All right, so that's like a huge revelation. That whole Red Star brings back the dead thing. Unfortunately, that's the end of the story, and we'll never know any more about it than that, except what Greg had to say. For a while after the malfunction, creatures were being sent to the star, just not being sent back anymore, because that function of the Red Star failed. Although these Castora are, like, surprised that these guys got here at all. They seem to be thinking, like, oh, well, if these guys got here, then, like, does that mean the Red Star is fixed? Does that mean the teleporter is fixed? That doesn't make any sense, because creatures have been coming here, they just haven't been going back, so I don't know why they say that. But that was still while the Matoran universe existed, even though he was sleeping under the surface of Aqua Magna. Now, the Matoran universe, the robot is, like, dead. So the star is still here, but, like, since the Matoran universe basically does not exist anymore, the red star's function, or one of its many functions, was to, once they were revived, teleport them back into the Matoran universe. Now there's nowhere for them to go, so it's unclear if they would even be able to send back a revived creature at all. It's also not clear if a biomechanical Matoran universe creature, if it died outside of the Matoran universe, would it be brought to the Red Star, or would it have to be inside of the Matoran universe for that to happen? Greg was asked specifically this, and he gave sort of a tentative, I think a creature that was outside the Matoran universe could still be brought to the Red Star and then put back in if it died, even if it was outside, but he didn't give like a hard and fast definite answer to it. Final note about the powers that be. The actual person murdering these guys is Velika, the great being. He is going around killing powerful creatures so that he can, like, rise above and take control over everyone. I think that's his plan. He's keeping track of all the Toa Nuva. Like, he knows, for instance, that Liwa Nuva has been kidnapped or taken hostage by a bunch of primitive jungle Agori. His objective is all of the guys who are in the Cursed Great Being's chamber, Helrix, Artaka, Brutaka, Axon, Tuyet, Miserix, right. Makuta Miserix is also in there. Forgot about him. So these are a bunch of powerful beings all gathered together in one place. He seems to be like setting like dynamite or setting some kind of detonation charges or setting up some sort of earthquake to like collapse the Great Being's dungeon and like crush them all underneath it. So he's going to like take them all out at once. That's his next objective. We'll never find out if he does it or not, because that's where the story ended. Greg did answer a lot of questions about like, what was going on with this? What was going on with that? Clarified a lot of stuff. But when asked like what happened next, he would say like, what do you mean what happened next? I didn't write the next story, so nothing happened next. He didn't have it all figured out exactly what everything was going to end up being. So a lot of this is just what we got, and the fates of these characters will just have to remain a mystery because it was never written, and so it doesn't exist. So anyway, that's it. That's what happens in Bionicle. And then they tried to make it again in 2015, Generation 2, and it didn't work. It's a different continuity, so I don't care. Anyway, now you know everything that happened to Bionicle. Now if you ever see one of these toys, you can be like, hey, I know who that guy is, and then tell them an hour-long story about what's the deal with Makuta Biddle, or the Tanok Cal, or the Hydruka. Anyway, thanks for watching. I hope you learned something. If you missed anything, I recommend just taking that little YouTube bar, just scroll it right back to the beginning, just start it over again. You've listened once, you've absorbed the major points. A second listen will really nail down all the details and really sear it into your mind so you can truly call yourself a Bionicle lore master. Don't spoil the big story engine for other people who don't know about Bionicle. Instead, link them this video, have them watch the whole thing so that they can have the big story engine revealed in its proper context where they can appreciate its genius, its majesty, its perfection. Okay. I have some parting words, if you'll indulge me briefly, here at the end of the video. Last year, as of this recording in 2023, YouTuber Duckbricks met with Christian Faber to go through his collection of old Bionicle memorabilia, and one artifact they unearthed was an old Bionicle story Bible, as in a set of guidelines for how they would produce the story of the series, written by Alastair Swinnerton in the year 2000 in the lead up to the initial launch. And it's a very interesting read, and there's a lot in there that was changed before the story was actually made. I didn't talk about it because it's not canon, but the most interesting part of this Bible to me is a segment where Alastair talks about why he wanted to use the Polynesian theme. Specifically, it was because the Polynesian theme and setting and language would read as exotic and alien and otherworldly to a Western audience. In describing how he wants the series to be collectible, comparing it to Pokemon, he says that he wants to establish an air of what he calls a schoolyard cult, where when kids discuss the elements of Bionicle, they're referring to these esoteric words and things that people that aren't in the know will be confused and not know what they're talking about. My Liwa with the Miru can beat your Kopaka with the Akaku. But could Gali Nuva, if she had the How Nuva, could she beat the Voyage-Kal if the Nuva symbols were returned from the Nuva Cube? Having lots of things with lots of names that were initially confusing and hard to learn was a deliberate design choice on the part of LEGO. In making this video, I indoctrinated myself fully into that cult. Now I know the difference between a Kratana and a Chronocal, between a Bohrok-Kal Kaita Ja and a Rakshi Kaita Za. And it's been my great pleasure to indoctrinate you into the cult as well. Thank you very much for letting me be your initiation. And thank you for watching my stupid video. Well, that was a fun year. That's a lot of time to spend working on a ridiculous project like this. And the reason I'm able to do that is because of people like you who watched the video all the way to the end. Thank you. If you enjoyed it, I hope you will subscribe to the channel. In particular, though, I and you owe the existence of this video to my direct supporters. That is, my patrons on Patreon, and also newly my YouTube channel members, or just donations. If you want to give me a one-time donation as a tip because you like the video, I'll include a PayPal link where you can do that in the description down below. Everything helps. Everything's appreciated. It all just keeps me alive and kicking while I get ready to start the next one. I have a couple in mind. I have a few in mind. I haven't quite decided what the next one's going to be, but I've got some ideas. I think about halfway through making this one, it dawned on me just how long this was going to take, and it was too late in the process to change my workflow, but I promised myself I'm not going to do this to myself again. I'm going to hire an editor so I can actually try and turn these around in a reasonable time frame instead of there being 2 years between releases. So that's the plan for the next one. I hope to have it out faster than I got this one done. But, that is another thing that I'm going to have to spend my limited revenue on. So, your support makes that possible. I make money off these videos through YouTube ad revenue, which is great. But the thing about ad revenue is that it could disappear at any time. YouTube is notoriously fickle. Sometimes videos get flagged or demonetized for seemingly no reason. I live in constant fear of that every day. One day it will inevitably happen and there's nothing I can do about it, but subscription-based support through Patreon or YouTube channel memberships are reliable and they will not arbitrarily disappear for no reason. So they are a more secure way for me to be sure that I will not end up in the poorhouse for doing what I do here on this channel. So if you would consider supporting me in that way, I would be unbelievably grateful. If you can't afford the couple bucks a month for that, then watching the video and sharing the video and liking and commenting and subscribing, all of that also helps me out immensely. And I'm incredibly grateful for everyone who does those things as well. While the video was in production, I released it in pieces to my patrons on Patreon and my YouTube channel members. Those individuals have been able to see parts of this video over the past 6 or so months as I've released 2 or 3 hour chunks. So if you'd like early access to future videos of this type, consider becoming a patron, becoming a channel member. That revenue is really how I'm able to survive while I fritter away my precious time on this earth on 13-hour-long Bionicle videos. I said at the end of my last big video, the Mega Man lecture, if I hit 100 patrons on Patreon, I would hold a poll and let people choose a lecture topic. I never did quite hit 100 active patrons. I think I got up to around 80. If I hit that after this video releases, I will still do that. I will keep that promise if the conditions are fulfilled. I am on Twitter at It's All So Ugly. You can follow me there. I don't tweet as much as I used to, but that was because I was busy with this video, so maybe I'll start tweeting again soon. Same with Twitch. I'm on Twitch at twitch.tv/SaintComics with an X. I haven't been streaming while I've been working on this video, but I kind of want to start streaming again, so go follow me if you want to hang out over there. I do have a Discord server. It's pretty active. Don't expect it to be a big hub of Bionicle discussion. I mean, post Bionicle memes if you want to, by all means. We mostly just hang out and talk about whatever, talk about current events and gossip and stuff. But feel free to join, link in the description. But yeah, I hang out there a lot. You can come and say hi anytime. Happy to have you. The people supporting me with money on Patreon and YouTube channel memberships are the ones making it possible for me to do this. I couldn't survive and work on something like this without that support. They're the real heroes of this story. They're the true Toa. So gathered friends, gather around the Amaja Circle with this delightful Mata Nui stone made by Essinger. Thank you, Essinger. I love it. Gather around the Amaja Circle where we honor the names of the great heroes of legend who sacrificed everything, or at least some money, to me, so that I could make this video for you. Actually Dio, Adalwin 1, Airlock, Agkabar, Alexander Cunningham, Alastair Wonderland, Elusitary, Andrew Haupt, Andrew Maturi, Aranthel, Arbalete, Arcanum Cleric, Artoria, Axionax, iPie, Badam Milk, Big Cheesy, Bedan, Beck Black, Bekshevik, Ben, Benjamin Lories, Ben Jackson, Canaris TV, Sidad, Chocolate Disco, Cody Gratner, Colin, Connor McKinley, Cornelius, Cyberlinkist, D. Alexander Hinton, Dane Bramage, Dawson Emmerich, Delta Tonberry, Derek Davis, Disc-Kun, the mascot for the Famicom Disk System, Dizzy Valio, Drew Clay, Duck Acrobat, Emilia, Emperor 666, Eric, Ev the Blahaj, Fiatra, Flazorki, F-Mats, Foxface, Francis Caddick, GNXG, Grant, Grav G, Grey Knight Command, Guillermo Silva Loss, Harrison Bow, Hayden Decker, Himal Patel, Parewu, Exceed, Isaac Clark, Jabab, Jack Guidera, Jacob Dack, Jason Lasky, Gia Bryant, John Ahern, John McDowell, Jonathan Benfante, Joventus, Julia Medina, Julian My Julian, Justin Otter, Justin Green, K-Man, Car Popper, Kato, Kaylee Lihoda, Kevin from Aisle 14, Kevino333, Kirby Doll, KNGB, Crunged, Lawwire, Le Baron, Lion-O, Logan Mills, Lucas Staneland, Luke Sheff, Marvin Diaz, Michael M., Mike Mimson, Mike Oxlong, Mizumba Strosis, Mr. Shoe, Neckbeard Bananas, Neko Pero, Nepicros, Nicholas Paquette, Nisi Oisin Shill, Norwin Stuffer, Odeco, Off-Model Toys, Oh My Fomai, Omen Machine, Pancake Puppy, Pearl, Prince Isolation, Princess Tutu, Peter Chef, QQ, Recursive Fault, Red 5 Rainbow, Redward, Rick Ross, Riley Biddle, Ritsu Zizix, Sauce Pirate, Saucer, Scott Mendenko, Scrub J, Sean Conlon, Sakai no Pizza Bitch, Shinny Saba, Shredder Shades, Simsy, Slater K, Sleepy Crest, Slifer Sean, Smiles Blue, Snake Jess Draws, Super Wily 64, Tempest, Fireless the Wireless, The Centipede, The Snooty Raichu, The Tominator 27, Thomas Allen, Toya White, Trab Asip, Triakis, Tulpa Tom, Tyler Trolley, Taya, Unknown Acceptable Lol, Venik NV, Vinny Vidivici, Violet Reeve, Violet Turning Violet, Weeb Trash, William Fay, Wuzoof, Wyatt Carpenter, Wormwood, X Never Knows Best, XOX Nova XOX, Yash, and Zemon Babo.